Well, hello, Sublation Media viewers and readers. I am in New York City and not in Portland today, starting off the 15-hour live stream to celebrate the anniversary of the Diet Soap podcast, which started on this day, April 16th, in 2009. The first podcast was a conversation that I had with my ex-wife about the sinking of the Titanic. She was obsessed with factoids about the Titanic, and for the first few years, every episode of the Diet Soap podcast featured a Titanic factoid corner or conclusion to each podcast. But after that, I had many other guests on. It turned out to be easier than I had thought to get people who didn't know me to agree to talk to me by Skype, and I started recording interviews with all sorts of interesting leftists and journalists and philosophers and academics and New Age gurus and so on and so forth. One of the first people that I interviewed was a man named Dennis Perrin. Dennis Perrin is or was a stand-up comedian. I'm not sure if he's still doing stand-up now. He was a stand-up comedian. He was the author of Mr. Mike, the biography of Michael O'Donoghue, the author of Savage Mules, the Democrats in Endless War, and here's a clip from his blogging days, which I thought was fun. It'd be a fun way to start off this 15-hour stream. So here we go.
In 1977, producer Burt Gordon wrote and directed a film that startled audiences at the time. It was called Empire of the Ants, and it featured Joan Collins, who helped lead a human resistance against a colony of giant ants that had descended on a small town and began using humans as worker ants through mind control techniques. Yesterday's fantasy is today's reality. Yesterday, when I stumbled blindly into my front yard after a heavy night of drinking, I noticed this mound in my front yard. Yes, it's a mound built by giant ants. Now, they sleep during the day because they hunt at night. So I have to be quiet and I have to be quick. The one weakness that the giant ant has is that they don't leave residue of excrement or blood or any other kind of droppings, slime, what have you. They leave a residue of regret. That's right. Giant ants are existential tortured beings, which makes it easier to hunt them down and easier to kill. Hi. In my last video, I talked about how I discovered a colony of giant ants in my front yard. Well, it turns out I was mistaken. They aren't giant ants. Oh, they're ants. They're just not giant ants. They're slightly smaller ants. And another twist. They're zombie ants. That's right. Ants that cannot be killed unless you help me. Send whatever you can. Dynamite, sawed-off shotguns, poison sugar only in slightly smaller chunks to slightly smaller ants, P.O. Box 656, Battle Creek, Michigan. Hi. I feel a little silly coming on here again, but I feel I have to clear the air. If you remember in the first video, I thought a colony of giant ants had invaded my front yard, and then I thought it was a slightly smaller colony of zombie ants that invaded my front yard. Well, it turns out it wasn't ants at all. In fact, they weren't even insects. They turned out to be drunken white teenagers committing suburban vandalism. Well, what can you do? That's life in America. But I will get them. I will get them one day. But I'm going to need your help because white teenagers don't always kill themselves. They need to be killed sometime.
So I was very pleased to talk to Dennis Perrin back in the day. I thought he was very generous with his time to come on. He mostly talked about Barack Obama shutting down the left and the dissident left, in particular, or the anti-war left. We had just come out of the Bush era at that time, and I think the people on the left had grown to be truly despairing and disgusted with the established order, with Washington, and with the way in which America was behaving and storming across the world, 2 wars that neither of which were necessary, a complete failure to properly respond to the attacks of 9/11, followed up by an economic crisis that was evicting people from their homes, and with where the banks are being bailed out, and people were being made destitute. Working people were shafted, and so we elected the first Black president, Barack Obama, with the idea being that maybe he would step in and create some sort of new deal, some sort of a way to protect the American people. And we were left wanting. We were not given what we'd been promised. The hope was a delusion. And one of the things that I'm going to do now, if I can figure out how to do so, is share a clip of a collage that I made in the very early days. This was made 14 years ago. And it was my first attempt to do something for YouTube, kind of an aborted attempt to get started on YouTube. And it's called Bernays and Obama, Corporate Hope. And I thought I'd run that for you. If I can, I'm working on a laptop. I usually have 2 monitors up, and I can easily navigate back and forth between things to share, but I'm going to try this here. Here we go. So I'm going to share Bernays and Obama.
Bernays really is the guy within the United States more than anybody else who sort of brings to the table psychological theory as something that is an essential part of how, from the corporate side, of how we are going to appeal to the masses effectively. And the whole sort of merchandising establishment is ready for Sigmund Freud.
It was started by immigrants. They struck out to distant shores, pioneers who pushed westward against unforgiving loneliness. Oh, yes we can. It was the call of workers organized, women who reached for the balance.
What the corporations realized they had to do was transform the way the majority of Americans thought about products. One leading Wall Street banker, Paul Mazur of Lehman Brothers, was clear about what was necessary. We must shift America, he wrote, from a needs to a desires culture. People must be trained to desire, to want new things even before the old have been entirely consumed. We must shape a new mentality in America. Man's desires must overshadow his needs.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. To opportunity and prosperity. Yes, we can. To opportunity and prosperity. Yes, we can. Heal this nation.
Heal this nation.
Yes, we can. Repair this world. Yes, we can.
Extraordinary success and captured America's imagination.
Yes, we can.
The vision it portrayed was of a new form of democracy, in which business responded to people's innermost desires in a way politicians could never do. But it was a form of democracy that depended on treating people not as active citizens as Roosevelt did, but as passive consumers. Because this, Bernays believed, was the key to control in a mass democracy.
We've been asked to pause for a reality check. We've been warned against offering the people of this nation false hope. But in the unlikely story that is America, there's never been anything false about hope.
So democracy is reduced from something which assumes an active citizenry to the idea of the public as passive consumers, driven primarily by instinctual or unconscious desires, and that if you can in fact trigger those needs and desires, you can get what you want from it.
He knew that the only chance, I would say at this point, was he knew that the only chance to rescue themselves was to find somebody that represented the people who would also preserve them.
All right, so that sets the tone, I think, for the beginning of the Diet Soap podcast. It was a lonely time for leftists, certainly a lonely time for anarchists and Marxists. I wasn't sure which one I was. I set out to interview economists and journalists and anyone who might have some clue as to what had gone wrong in the global economy. That was my primary concern. And this is a very early stream. Virtual Johnson asks, is this a very late or an early stream? This is a early stream. It's 6 a.m. here, 6:12 in New York City, which is where I am right now. Just yesterday, I interviewed the editor of Compact and Sohrab Ahmari. He's also a columnist for the New Statesman. So that interview will be up soon, probably in the next couple of weeks as a special. But anyhow, so this stream is celebrating 15 years of the Diet Soap podcast. And the Diet Soap podcast is what turned into the Zero Squared podcast. It's what turned into the Zero Books YouTube channel and podcasts of various types, including Pop the Left, which is something I did with C. Derek Varn. C. Derek Varn will be on the stream in a few hours. Let's see, when is he due to come in? About 5 hours. We'll have Derek Varn on the screen to discuss Mark Fisher. And right now, we're just kind of going over the early days of the Diet Soap podcast. I have clips from my first attempt to create a YouTube channel. But let's see what else we have up here. Oh, including some clips of me and my kids. So let's see. This is here's a video I made with my son Benjamin Lain. It's called "The Production of Space is Understood Through Video Games." This is maybe an early attempt at what became later on Critical Cuts. And I'll see if I can share that with you all now. But yeah, this is just kind of walking through the history of the Diet Soap podcast over these 15 hours. There'll be other hosts coming in later. Let's see if I can. Yeah, here we go. Actually, maybe we should start over and I'll say, "Hi, Ben," and you say, "Hi, Dad." You don't want to do that?
Fine, I will.
Okay. So, hi, Ben.
Hi, Dad.
I wanted to talk to you about some of the things that are in my book, Pick Your Battle. Inside every book, there's a whole bunch of other books, usually. One stacks on top of another. In my book, one of the big influences was this guy, Henri Lefebvre, and he wrote the book, The Production of Space. I'm still, even after writing the book, I'm still trying to understand what Lefebvre means when he talks about the production of space. One way we could start to try to understand what Lefebvre is on about when he talks about the production of space is by looking at video games. What most people think of when they think of space is just something, a place that's empty, empty space.
Right.
It's completely abstract. And Lefebvre argues against this. He says that, in fact, space is something that we produce together. Each society develops its own way of seeing, although the production space does something more than just arm its citizens with sight. Space is the realm where all our activities take place. And perhaps the best way to understand space is to consider it as a way of limiting activity. But again, just go back to the video game. What's your favorite video game, or one of them?
I like Terraria.
You like Terraria?
Yes, I know you don't like that game.
No, but we were going to talk
Just
about a
because
different
it's,
game.
Minecraft?
Minecraft, right.
Terraria's going to like Minecraft.
Terraria is a ripoff of Minecraft.
It's not a ripoff of Minecraft.
That's what you say. But Minecraft is an interesting game because it's all about the use of space, right? And so everything comes to you in this prefabricated shape of the cube in Minecraft.
Yes.
Now, all right. So how can we be confident that the space in a video game is produced?
Because a video game's not real. Someone wrote code into a computer. They actually just hit keys in the keyboard and drew the little pictures in it.
So this problem in real space is different because in the space we live in, because it seems more natural. It doesn't seem to have been written by anybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stieglitz described his own work as the exploration of the familiar. He said, "I have found my subjects within 60 yards of my door." He favored any means that might free the photographer's whole energies so that they could be channeled in the direction of the decision, the picture itself. Since 1947, Edwin Land and Polaroid have pursued a central concept, one single thread, the removal of the barriers between the photographer and his subject.
Do you think that real space that we live in is actually empty?
Well, not here on Earth, at least.
Well, other than the air, which doesn't have as far as I know, the air we breathe doesn't come to us in cube shapes.
No.
So do you think that we're living in a more kind of neutral or empty kind of space in real life?
I guess so. I mean,
the reason to look at a video game space and compare it to our real life is, I think, to be suspicious about that idea that we live in some sort of neutral space, or that there's nothing inscribed into the space of our everyday life. That's certainly what Lefebvre wants to question.
You want to play Pac-Man?
Pac-Man, horsey.
I'll show you, Grandpa.
Pac-Man is a video game cartridge you have to buy separately to play on the Atari video computer system. Your parents hook it up to the TV.
Those are supposed to be the ghosts.
But let's look at the video games. First of all, with Minecraft or Terraria, let's look at Minecraft first. Minecraft is what kind of space?
you're behind this character's eyes. It's first person.
It's a first-person shooter game? No.
It's not a shooter game.
It's a first-person digging
shooter
game.
It's a first-person digging game.
Right.
Yes.
So it's first-person.
Call of Duty is a first-person
and
shooter game.
It's kind of a
Minecraft is
three-dimensional.
First-person digging game. It's three-dimensional space.
Yeah.
It goes down and up. And
Multi-directional.
side.
It's a multi-directional,
Yeah.
three-dimensional first-person game.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that you can move. When you're moving, you're really moving into illusory space on the screen.
Yeah.
So Terraria, on the other hand.
Yeah. That's a flat side-scroller game.
So that's a very different kind of space than Minecraft.
Yeah.
One of the things that Lefebvre wants to say about the kind of spaces that we live in, and that the way to understand space in general, is that it's not something that's ready-made or complete to start with, that it has a history, and that the most real thing about any given space is probably how it's historically produced.
Right.
So how did we get to these video games where there's a first-person multi-directional three-dimensional game like Minecraft, or two-dimensional, what do you call it? Side-scrolling game. The way to understand how we got to these games is to look at the history of video games.
Right.
And you know what the first video game was called?
Pong?
No, I thought so, but I was wrong. Computer Space. It was a multi-directional shooter game. The reason why you've never heard of it was because it was kind of complicated. It had several buttons, and apparently people who never played video games before didn't take to it. They needed something simpler. Right there with the Computer Space game, you can see that space is important to video games.
Yeah.
Basically, the history of video games reflects how we think of space. And in almost all of those games, all of the early games like Computer Space or Pong or Space Invaders or Pac-Man or Donkey Kong or Super Mario Brothers or Q*bert have these empty, neutral spaces that you're moving through, whether it's two-dimensional or three-dimensional. The one exception to that is Pac-Man, because in Pac-Man, you've got this maze. The question you have to ask yourself when you're in that Pac-Man maze is, who built that space?
The ghosts.
All right, so that was one of my early attempts at making videos for YouTube. You might have noticed that was an ad for a Kickstarter campaign, I think, that I was running, or maybe at that point I'd already run the Kickstarter and had written the book. But so one of the early ways I monetized the podcast was by getting people to support an effort to write a book. The book was called Pick Your Battle. And after the 2008 economic crisis, one of the ideas that was kind of floating around, maybe not just on the left, but maybe just amongst those who felt disaffected, dissatisfied, and worried about their future, was the idea that rather than relying on the corporate world, corporate agriculture, and the global system of commerce to survive, that people could start trying to be more self-sufficient. And I think this was coming out of my sort of anarchist perspective at the time. So I decided I would explore this idea of self-sufficiency, things like kitchen gardens, urban foraging, and urban foraging in this case meaning not just going through dumpsters, but in Portland, there's quite a lot of fruit trees and other like organic gardens and things like that. And if you set out in the neighborhood I live in to collect plums and apples and even figs, you can find all of these fruits just as you wander around the neighborhood. If you're willing to pick fruits off of other people's property, which sometimes you're even encouraged to do. So I wrote this book called Pick Your Battles, and the idea originally was to try to have a utopian vision of a future where people would be more self-sufficient, and maybe we would actually plan on growing open gardens and fruit orchards and things. But as I wrote the book, I became more and more convinced that this whole idea was merely a compensatory supplement for a life that was completely dominated by capital. And I began to read critical theory or return to philosophy. I had gotten a degree in philosophy, in the 90s, and just an undergraduate degree. And I began to realize that there was a need to think more deeply than I had been doing, and not just more deeply, but more rigorously and more philosophically. So I started to move in that direction. I would say in 2010, actually. But that book was written in 2010, 2011. It's called Pick Your Battle. And I made several videos to promote it at that time. But here's a little video I made while I was out walking the neighborhood with my kids, doing urban foraging. This is a long time ago. You notice in that last clip, that was my son, Ben, who's now 27. He was 12 then. And so it's kind of nostalgic to see that again. This channel you're watching now, if you look to the earliest videos, and many of them have been made private, but the earliest videos on this channel are videos that my kids made on the sly with their friends, just goofing off in front of a webcam on my old desktop computer. So I'm not showing any of that, but what I will show now is a clip of me and the kids. This is my son Simon and Noah and Ben is in here as well. And this was around the time when there was a rumor floating that May 21st, I think 2011, would be the day of judgment, would be the rapture. And it was making the news. It was kind of viral, this notion online. So we discussed that. And I'm going to just share this very short clip with you from that. So here we go. Let's see here.
Well, I wanted to tell you about how tomorrow's going to be the rapture. And you asked me, Noah, you asked me if I really believed tomorrow was going to be the rapture. And I wanted to tell you about Pascal's wager. Now, Pascal said that you shouldn't ask whether or not there is a God or not. You should ask, is it to my benefit to believe that there is a God, dog behind that thing? And he would say yes, because Pascal thought of it like this: if there is a God and you don't believe in him, then you're likely to go to hell. And if there isn't a God and you don't believe in him, then when you die, nothing will happen at all. You'll just be gone, right? So, by the same token, on the flip side, if there is a God and you do believe in him, well, then you'll go to heaven. But if there isn't a God and you do believe in him, well, still nothing will happen. So, in The Simpsons, the hell just fell down. So, well, that's right. That's what would happen if the rapture happened tomorrow. We would just stay on Earth, unless we can figure out a way to really believe that tomorrow's the rapture, that Jesus is going to come down with a magic wand, hit us on the head, and take us up to heaven. And Pascal would say it would be worth our while to believe that. To get our souls out of our body. So that would happen tomorrow. It probably won't happen, but it could maybe happen, so we should believe it will. What do you think? Is that a good argument?
That sounds like a fine argument. I don't think it will happen.
Why not? Because we can't just believe like that?
Because they've said that it's going to happen many times to keep pushing the date forward.
I'm not talking about whether it will really happen tomorrow. I'm saying, should we believe it will really happen tomorrow? Because
sure, we should believe it will really happen.
Do you believe it will really happen tomorrow?
No.
Something's wrong with Pascal's wager.
Yes, I believe it will really happen.
Oh, then we need to act as if we really do believe. What would we do if we really did? I know, we supposed to be here.
I guess we would.
My poor kids, especially Noah, is like trying to process me talking about God hitting you on the head and taking you up to heaven. So yeah, there was the kinds of conversations we would have when we were out foraging for fruit trees, foraging the fruit trees back in, I guess that would be 2011. Let's see. So I have other clips I can show you here on the first hour of this 15-hour stream. We're about half an hour in. But that was that kind of sets the tone for the beginning of the Diet Soap podcast. Back then, I was kind of a collaborator with a guy named KMO, who had started the C-Realm podcast, I think a few years earlier in 2006. And he was very generous with his time and with his audience. He had me on several times. I kind of got introduced around to some of the network of podcasters that he collaborated with. And in those early days of the Diet Soap podcast, it was a left-wing podcast. It was even a Marxist one in some ways, but it was also kind of part of this little network of strange, psychedelic podcasts. Or that was those are the kinds of people that I would collaborate with most often. So I have a couple more clips here. Here's one. This is a conversation I had with KMO. KMO will be on around 8. So in about an hour and a half, he's going to be joining the stream. We'll reminisce about the early days of podcasting. But here's a clip from, let's see if I can find it. Yeah. Here's a clip of another attempt at making a YouTube video. This is with KMO. It's a clip from a podcast we did together that I set some images to. So we will take a look at that right now. This tendency to view the world through the prism of basically a conspiracy theory version of history, where everything we know is wrong, and if we just are enlightened as individuals, we could go back to the way the world's supposed to work, and with just the Rothschilds and these other bad agents that have caused the problem. Now this is a position I think a lot of people end up with when they don't take a more social view. Is that one of your problems with conspiracy theories as well? I mean, I know you've been kind of reluctant to go down that road. Is that one of the reasons why?
It just puts me in a bad headspace. You know, I've made a dangerous discovery recently. Typically, I will listen to one Alex Jones program a month. And part of that is a conscious decision to limit the amount of Alex Jones material that comes into my consciousness. Part of it is just the fact that, you know, for me to download his show as a podcast, it's a big file. But I've recently discovered that I can just dial a number and tune into Alex Jones' live stream, you know, and I don't have to download it. I can just stream it over the airwaves through my phone. I listened to Alex on the way to work, I think 3 days last week. I really struggle with it because, you know, right now Alex is up in arms about a private prison facility that is in Montana, and there's a town in Montana that is now being policed by a private police force, which is composed of foreign mercenaries who call themselves, I think, Police Force of America or something like that. It's a private corporation, but they have put decals on their Mercedes SUVs that they drive around as their, their police vehicles that say Hardin City Police. Hardin is the name of this town. And there's a facility being built there, which has been built and is being expanded, which might be one of the so-called FEMA camps, you know, the internment camps for the internally displaced that the government expects to have to deal with in the not-too-distant future. And it's also being called Guantanamo West. And if everything that he says is true, if a fraction of what he says is true, we really should be paying attention to it. But at the same time, if you listen to the 20 hours worth of material that Alex Jones puts out every week, you're going to go crazy. You're going to be a nut job. You're going to be a fanatic who's living in a fantasy world that, you know, might be informed by a few factual elements, but to characterize the entire world according to the evil machinations of a select few that Alex Jones points out, it has you living in a dystopian fantasy world. All dystopian fantasy worlds have little elements taken from the real world, you know, to give them plausibility and make them a convincing virtual environment. But it is a virtual environment nonetheless, and it's one that I choose not to live in. And when I find myself listening to Alex Jones, you know, 3 days a week on my drive to work, I know that I've slipped into a bad habit. You know, it's something that I need to put right.
Yeah, I listen to him, or used to listen to him as well. The thing about Alex Jones that is, as someone who commutes a long way, the thing that's compelling about him is he does a long show, and it's always interesting. And so even if you find yourself outraged by some of what he's saying, you can be assured that you got 4 hours of material there, or 3 hours of material there that will keep you engaged. And if you have a long commute, that's why you keep listening.
And what's more, I agree with his core message. When you strip out the ranting against conspiracists and, you know, the New World Order and whatnot, like, have you seen the movie Waking Life? The animated? Yeah. So Alex Jones has got a bit in that. He's the one driving around in the car with the PA system on top, just ranting into a microphone. And his message there is spot on. I love it. I support it 100%.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm not a critic of Alex Jones.
See, I am a critic of Alex Jones, even though I completely agree with everything he said in Waking Life, and that I appreciate a lot of what he does. And I even believe in some of the same conspiracy theories that he believes in. My problem with Alex Jones is that he is a paleoconservative, not looking at structural problems. He doesn't have a structural approach. He has a conspiracy approach. He believes that there are bad actors that have an agenda, and there are bad actors that have an agenda, but their agenda is shaped by the structure of society. I think we're at a point right now in this crisis where we could be led to a response that's a fascist response. The public could be led through a legitimate desire for change and a legitimate realization of the corruption of the present system into a fascist reaction. And you see it right now. It's happening. The response to Obama is a fascist response. The only protest out there is from the far right. And worse than being far right, it's the incoherent right. And I'm really concerned because I don't feel that there's any living left progressive tradition in this country anymore. The best voices we have against the current system are people like Alex Jones, and he's at heart a reactionary. If you aren't concerned with the core of what you're going at, if you're listening to the surface of this, you can be led astray. Guys like Eustace Mullins, who was on the Gnostic Media podcast, he probably sounds pretty cool to a lot of people who have very progressive concerns about, say, the current banking situation. But his message is truly a fascist one. And you have to be aware of what the underlying agenda is for critics as well as the people who are in power.
I can respond by saying when it comes to conservatives, I'm a lot more favorably disposed to paleo-conservatives than neo-conservatives. I'm very sympathetic to people who, I think like Alex Jones, like to point to the Constitution of the United States and say, look, this huge federal apparatus, which is invading every aspect of life, is not authorized by the Constitution. The Constitution enumerates a very short list of specific duties and powers that are given to the federal government, and everything else is reserved for the states and for the people. And I think that liberals, particularly elitist, world-saving liberals, are very antagonistic to that message, and I don't support them in that antagonism. And I don't think that's where you're coming from. But I do get the impression, I mean, you say that the only opposition to power now seems to be from the sort of lunatic right. And I think it's because a lot of people have bought into this idea that you can just vote for the right guy, put the right guy behind the controls of power, and he'll do the right thing. And we've got our first black president. We've got this articulate, dynamic, really impassioned, soulful person in the position of power. So now everything's fine, and we can go back to celebrity gossip and sports or whatever, or saving the rainforest, or feeding hungry children, and not have to worry because, our team is in control now, and so things are going to get better. Right now we're sort of writing out the repercussions of the bad actor behind the controls for 8 years. But once those lingering effects have sort of faded away, then the nobility and the justice inherent in our savior, Barack Obama, will just naturally shape the society, and that's nonsense. The structures of power, as you say, are the problem. And Alex Jones, I think, is a pretty good advocate for taking apart that creeping kid glove totalitarianism that we really do seem to be facing.
Oh yeah. That's one of the reasons why I listen to him. It's not like every part of his message is something that I disagree with. The thing that's troubling to me most of all is that it's guys like Alex Jones who I feel that are reactionaries really at base are the only ones who are still looking at the overall problem as something that needs to be fixed. The left has just kind of gone to sleep, and maybe it was never awake. But people are waking up to the fact that there's a need for radical change. We have some choices. One of the real easy choices is whether we're going to go into a direction where control and power is more centralized, or whether we're going to try to spread that power out amongst people equitably. And while Alex Jones does not advocate outright any kind of centralized authority, his position, which is essentially pro-capitalist, I think leaves in place the mechanisms of power that lead to highly centralized mechanisms of control. And that's what populist fascism does, is it takes legitimate concerns and flips it into something that the elite can use, the structure that as the capitalist corporate structure can use. And you can see it happening on the streets right now in the healthcare debate. These are people who are really getting screwed, who are out there protesting against Obama's plan. And they ought to be out there protesting against Obama's plan because it's going to screw them more. But they don't know why they're protesting, and they're being led by the pharmaceutical and health insurance industry. They're totally, to the extent that they're not actually phonies, they're actually being completely manipulated by the very corporate structure that's screwing them. Yeah, I'm sounding very much like Rad Lib there, I think, in that clip. But not because I'm too critical of Alex Jones. I think I'm perhaps not critical enough of Alex Jones, although, of course, later I would be, if I had been consistent, I would have been a vocal defender of his rights and his right to speak, as he was targeted by the state. I think the FBI recently, there was some video leak of a conversation with some FBI guy who claimed that the FBI had indeed targeted Alex Jones. And in the context of the war on disinformation that's going on now, it's pretty clear that he was an early casualty in that war. But nonetheless, I was critical of Alex Jones, but my understanding of the so-called structures of society was half-baked at that time, probably not fully baked now. And I also should say I am not baked right now. Just a little tired. So that was a conversation with KMO. KMO will be on the stream here at 8. It is 6:43 a.m. In New York City. And this stream is going to be going until 9 p.m. tonight. Lots of things to show in the meantime, lots of clips from previous podcasts. Again, this is the anniversary stream. It's 15 years since the Diet Soap podcast started. The Diet Soap podcast is what morphed into the Zero Squared podcast. It's what became, was what Pop the Left grew out of. It's where the YouTube channels originated, and it's what led me to get a job with Zero Books and then to start Sublation Media. So in a sense, this is a 15-year anniversary of Sublation Media, despite the fact that Sublation Media is only a couple of years old. So this is a look back of at the left, at the American leftist, at least one American leftist who was struggling to figure things out during the Obama years. I have a clip from another early podcast, Margaret Kimberley of the Black Agenda Report, the columnist behind the Freedom Writer column, was one of the people who was willing to come on my podcast when nobody knew about it, or when fewer people knew about it than know about it now. Still, nobody really knows about it. But yeah, here's a clip from 2010 with Margaret Kimberley.
Too many white people believe that any help from the government to the citizens means black people getting something that they will not get. To such an extent that people will fight against benefiting themselves because they're so afraid that black people will get something that they don't have. And, the facts don't bear that out at all. But I'm afraid that's still very potent, and I think that's part of the reason for this Tea Party thing. That's the basis for that. But unfortunately, they know they're not supposed to say that. So it's, going back to Lexington and Concord, or I want my government back, or I don't like socialism, or any number of things instead of saying what they really mean, and having a black president focuses their hatred. Their hatred is focused on him rather than on what he has done, which I wish were socialist. I really do wish it were, but of course it isn't, and of course our system wouldn't allow a socialist to ever become president. So racism is a problem in getting Americans to think about alternatives. There was a lot of complacency after the 60s and early 70s that the battles were fought and we had things that we didn't have before. We had Medicaid, we had Medicare, we had Civil Rights Acts, we had the feminist movement came about, but there was a great deal of complacency also. I think now it's a bit like I don't know if it is true that a frog won't jump out of the pot if it's turned up. It keeps turned up slowly. I don't know if that's true or not, but I think that's one of the things that happened as corporate power has increased. And that should be the focus of every person in this country. But instead, we're still focused on Democrats and Republicans. And I think Bush in particular, having stolen that election, it was easy to focus on Republicans being the problem and him being so unpopular by the time he left office. Just having a Democrat seemed to be the solution to every ill. But I think, too, Americans are taught to be stupid. We are uneducated, undereducated, so that every other country in the world, the countries we usually compare ourselves to, all have, for example, some kind of universal health care. It varies from country to country, but they all have it, and they're all better off for it. But Americans will argue that we don't want a European-style healthcare system when Europeans live longer. And some very basic information like that seems to be an unknown for so many people.
So yeah, one of the things that I think I would question now that I accepted back in 2009, 2010 was this idea that one of the difficulties that we were facing was that people were uneducated, they were acting against their own self-interest, that they were kept in ignorance, that they weren't paying enough attention, and so on and so forth. That there was I think it was a right-wing term for people that weren't paying enough attention and who would conform to society as it is, and they were called sheeple. And I think the left viewed and still views probably everyday people as sheeple, thinking that we have some secret knowledge of how disordered society is and how crisis-ridden it is and how inequitable it is and violent it is. But I think most everyone knows that. And someone says Americans spelled with KKK, America. Americans are dumb. I listened to C-SPAN, Washington Journal for months, and the level of discourse makes me weep for this country. Well, okay. Some people are dumb. Sometimes the way the media is structured limits the way we can communicate, limits our discourse, sets up frames that keep us from evaluating core problems. But we should just be more aware of how our own thinking is structured by these same forces, and not so quick to assume that whatever our current analysis might be, whatever our current interests are, or whatever the latest trend is on the left, especially on the online left, but in the left in general, is some sort of deep answer. Often enough, we are as limited as anyone else, and we just have to work on moving beyond our current limits, and both in our in our thinking and also in real life. But going back through the podcast history, I can notice some developments, and I can see how the interests of the podcast change. It moved from being, sort of a weird psychedelic adjacent Marxist podcast into being a bit more fully enmeshed in the international Anglophone left and connected to major theorists. Even like we had Slavoj Žižek on. In a little bit, I'm going to run an interview with Moich Pistone and with T.J. Clark. I had Mark Fisher on in later days. There's going to be a clip from Mark Fisher. But nonetheless, some of the same frames and problems persist. The question of healthcare, of course, dominated the left for a long time. And I'm sure that the fight for universal healthcare in America will return as a dominating obsession. Not to say that we shouldn't want that, but just that should hardly be the limit or the horizon of socialist politics. So someone asked if Reed Kane was going to be coming on, and I was wanting that to happen. I just didn't get that organized. If I hear from him, if he reaches out to me through Twitter or something, I can send him a link. I'll definitely be glad to have him on. But right now, what's on the schedule is we have KMO joining us at 8. Then around 10, around 9:30, actually, we're going to have John Bunch, who's a benefactor of Sublation Media and often goes by the name the Reverend John Bunch. He'll be stopping in to do a reaction portion to the 1982, I think it is, pro situ film Call It Sleep. I have an interview with T.J. Clark that I'll be running fairly shortly, probably right after the KMO portion. Right now, I have a clip with Daniel Coffeen, a Delusian, again, an early guest on the Diet Soap podcast. He wrote a book for Zero Books later on called Ways of Going. I believe it was what it was called. I should remember these things. And he taught philosophy and rhetoric at Berkeley. I think he left the academy because Judith Butler didn't like him. And here's an interview with Daniel Coffeen, who is a good friend, even though I haven't talked to him in years. I think he became good buddies with Thaddeus Russell later on. And here's an early interview with him.
Where's our Andy Warhol, right? Where's our Duchamp? Where's our, I found myself, a little while ago reading, I read a lot of William Burroughs, and there's this one book of his called Report from the Bunker, and it's all these recorded conversations. It's Burroughs hanging out, and there's Tennessee Williams, and, there's Mick Jagger and Lou Reed and, Laurie Anderson and Patti Smith, and just like hanging out, and then just having dinner, Susan Sontag. I mean, just, it's like what has happened, right? We've become, there really is no space, right? And what's happened is, I think about film, and I write about some film, and I have a good friend who's a sort of media artist. I want to call him an avant-garde filmmaker, but to me, he's just a filmmaker. Mm-hmm. But, he uses multiple screen projections and, doesn't use narrative and, makes these films on the fly. And to me, that is film. This other fucking nonsense isn't really film at all. But, he's always amazed at even though he's been through film school, he worked in Hollywood, he still is so amazed at like the absolute thoroughness of the resistance to different modes of thinking and perceiving. Right? And so what's happened in Hollywood recently is the rise of the indie film, where, you get something like Little Miss Sunshine, and that's considered indie when it's the most classic narrative nonsense about the same old bourgeois family. And because they kind of fight sometimes, it's supposed to be, somehow different. but it's all about that little bourgeois unit getting on the road, and I mean, it was just the same drivel.
If that's avant-garde, then so is The Simpsons, right?
Exactly. Well, The Simpsons is potentially much more radical, right? Yeah, I mean, to me, in a way, I found it much more egregious. You know, you could laugh and enjoy it. That's a different thing, right? But the thoroughness with which, let's say, just talk about film for a minute, has moved. They haven't even marginalized, you know, different kinds of filmmaking. They've eliminated them. They moved them so thoroughly to the margins, they don't really have any voice left anymore. And so I've been working with a little bit with my friend in New York there, and he's been making these super cool films, these films on the fly, hiring all, just working with these actors in New York. There's so much talent there, and just making these sort of emergent films and trying to put together some kind of platform, some kind of publishing label, some kind of something to help begin to infiltrate the public sphere so that people can at least begin to think in different ways. I don't know whether we're just totally insane. You just start publishing a label, you start putting these super crazy films online and try to get people to look at them, but you got to really begin infiltrating, giving them the tools to even make sense of these things. How we even see them? We're so co-opted.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about the Diet Soap podcast, I mean, that maybe doesn't even need to be pointed out, but that I think is worth noting nonetheless, is that it was born out of my own attempt at a creative project. It was the name of a zine originally in like 93. It was a little zine that I created out of Kinko's. That was, when I was in my early 20s, like 22, wanting to be a writer, wanting to write fiction and somehow be present in media, be, a voice for America, be the great American novelist. But so many people who are visible on the left, I think, are artists as much as they are, or creative types anyway, as much as they are theorists or leftists or activists or anything like that. And it's worth noting, maybe thinking about more deeply as to what that means for so-called radical leftists, that there's a way in which people who want to be artists and be creative and be narcissistically rewarded by the masses end up picking up politics as a vehicle for their own self-expression. I think of Mark Maron as kind of an example of someone he's a stand-up comic first and foremost, but as that career didn't fully gel, he became political, and then he became a podcaster. So on a smaller scale, and perhaps my story is similar. I have a longer conversation with Margaret Kimberley. Let's see if there's anything that I didn't run yet that I was planning to run in this first hour. There is. I have also a clip from Jodi Dean's first appearance, and she was another well-known academic and radical who was willing to come on to an unknown podcast and talk to me about the state of the left and the how to organize during an economic crisis. And she was one of the influences in those days that might have helped turn me away from my hippy-dippy anarchist tendencies with all of its localist ideology. So here's a clip from Jodi Dean. I should say Jodi Dean was recently dismissed from her teaching position over some of her statements after October 7th of last year, after the attack by Hamas on Israel. And some of the statements that she's made since then, since Israel has launched the total massacre of Gaza and what some are calling a genocidal assault on the Palestinian people. She's been a vocal defender of Palestinians' rights for self-determination, and she's been dismissed from her teaching post because of that. Of course, everyone on the left and anyone actually who cares about protecting civil liberties and having a democratic society where the people are dictating to the state rather than being dictated to by the state bureaucracy should stand up and defend Jodi Dean's rights, Jodi Dean's self-expression, her right to have her own politics and to organize politically without facing unemployment needs to be defended. And here she is on the podcast in its earlier days.
I mean, that part seems easy. We've agreed in the conversation that that neoliberal capitalism has put the world economy and the world, if we think in terms of climate, we haven't already agreed that, but I'm sure we will, into a terrible state, right? That we're in a situation that is completely dire, and that the right is winning, and that the capitalists are winning. So we've agreed with that, and you have chickens. So clearly, your having chickens is not solving the problem, right? And it doesn't matter how many of your friends have chickens, right? That's no big deal. Great, wonderful. Actually, I was at a sort of sustainable living camp retreat thing over the weekend, and one of the dogs killed a chicken, but the world didn't end. Okay, so I'm not against chickens, but let's just be serious, right? I mean, I don't live in a city, a big city. I live in a small deindustrialized town, and a number of people have for their own basic survival, of course, have gardens and chickens and things, and that's terrific. But that's not the same thing as a political challenge to capitalism. That doesn't overthrow the state that is guaranteeing capitalism, right? It's a different level of issue. It's like, have your chickens, but then go out and I don't know. I guess if I say go out and bomb something, then I'm inciting. So I shouldn't say that.
I feel like that this localism and anarchism are connected, and also that anarchism and communism are connected. Anarchism is basically wants to go directly to communism, like skip politics and say we're going to just live in this state that's transcended politics right away tomorrow. And I actually think that is not. How do I want to say this? I think that it is not the best way to understand communism, though I recognize that in the Marxist legacy, it's a strong way of understanding communism. But I think that the withering away of politics is not the same thing as the withering away of the state. And you said it like the withering away of politics. Politics is, in my view, and I can do all the academic sources on this, and we can talk about that if you want, is an unavoidable, necessary part of the human condition, right? There will never be heaven on earth. That kind of utopia is a kind of bad post-politics, which actually is now functioning ideologically to prevent people from massively organizing to destroy communism and seize and transform the state. I mean, destroy capitalism and seize and transform the state, right? This kind of, post-politics is functioning ideologically right now. So I don't think that being after politics is a goal. I also don't think it's our reality. And I think that an anarchist view that somehow thinks in those terms is basically just deeply self-deceived. Yeah, the trouble is I could go to the Communist Manifesto, right, where it talks about basically getting to a point where public power will lose its political character. Maybe that's a bad translation. But I know what you're talking about. I definitely understand the difference.
But the way to understand that, in my view, is public power loses its political character to the extent that it is the exercise of one class's power over another. That's what that means in the Communist Manifesto, where the state is a tool of class power. Once there has been, once essentially capitalism has eliminated, and there is actually a radically egalitarian society, the state power or public power won't be exercised as the governance of a class or the rule of one class over another class. It would be understood as the rule of the people over themselves. And that's not transparent, right? That's not transparent. We never know, like, we can't, if you think about if you just think in terms of an individual and you're trying to control yourself, that's always a little bit of a battle, right? If you're on a diet, right, and there's cupcakes, right? That's a little bit, that kind of self-control is hard. Or, getting all of your work done, or not sleeping around, whatever, someone's, needs to be in self-control about. And one never really is fully, one always feels these sorts of splits. That's the same thing with people in a much larger sense, where the people never know fully what they want and are never fully identical with themselves. And so there has to be some kind of self-governing, which will mean some kind of control of ourselves over ourselves in different kinds of ways. So that will always be a condition of politics and rule. And it doesn't go away just because classes are gone. It just means that it will take a different form. And so when Marx talks about the change in public power, what he's meaning is the exercise of class power over another class. That goes away once you have the dissolution of classes.
Right. Yeah, so you can see that the influence of Slavoj Žižek's Lacanian Hegelianism is popping up here in the early days of the Diet Soap podcast. At least that's how I heard that clip. The question of what we mean by the word politics, whether or not communism and self-rule, the domination of the state by society, the overturning of the class relations that set up the terms of society now by the working class, to what degree all of those things would still require politics after. In other words, if we could have our dictatorship of the proletariat that then led to a communist society, would we still require what we think of as politics today? I think the Žižekian answer would be yes, precisely because of the constitutive gap that is really the foundation, the ontological reality of both the human condition and of material reality itself. And that is a question that lurks in the background today, I think still. In some ways it is more prevalent and more dominant now, that question, than it was even then, as a certain kind of hyper online Stalinism is filling the void left behind after the failure of the movements for social democracy, and the kind of reification of state power and bureaucracy, and ultimately of capital and class relations themselves, is being taken up on the left. But just where to draw the line, just what we mean by politics, whether or not society would lose its political character, and just exactly what that means, still needs to be debated. But I think more than that, it probably will have to be discovered. What we have coming up, this is a 15-hour Diet Soap anniversary live stream. Again, 15 years ago today, I released my first episode of Diet Soap. In that first edition, I sat in front of a laptop like this, but without the microphone, without the webcam. I just had I don't even think I turned on a camera. I just talked at my laptop. I interviewed my ex-wife, who at the time was not my ex-wife, about the Titanic. That was the first episode. Shortly after that, Dennis Perrin was an early guest. I had science fiction writers, psychedelic gurus, and many others on. In those early days, it was a different kind of project. It morphed into something like a critical theory podcast over time. And I want to run a clip. Let's see. I have a very early clip from 14 years ago with Jason Horsley, who at the time was creating something called the Stormy Weather Podcast. Jason Horsley is one of these psychedelic gurus. It's been a long time since I've communicated with him, but we had a good relationship for a time. We were collaborators. I presented the secular Marxist activist left perspective to his mystical, romantic personality, and it was a good pairing for a time. And I'm gonna run a clip from that. This is an excerpt from a podcast that I then set to images. Again, in my early attempts to create YouTube videos. Let's see if I can figure out how to put this on screen here. Yeah, this is called A Conversation About Gurus. And I'll run that right now. Going back to the beginning of our conversation, Christopher Gray wrote in this book on Rajneesh that Osho was leading his followers, his pupils, to the abyss, and that they were creating as many obstacles to that ultimate revelation as they could. But in order to just resist this abyss.
Oh, you mean the people who formed around Raj?
Yeah, his followers, his pupils, the people who were surrounding him and getting him his Rolls Royces.
So the closer they got to personal annihilation, the more they had to pull in the other direction by distorting the truth that they were getting sucked into.
Right, and basically the best form of resistance for them was total worship of Rajneesh and being his complete acolyte and falling completely under his spell. That was their ultimate form.
Because that's like religion in microcosm, isn't it? If we worship Christ, we don't ever have to actually become Christ.
Right.
And separation.
Yeah.
But then that can also affect the guru or the individual himself, and that he allows that separation and begins to believe his own myth.
What do you see in John Deruda that I don't see? Because can jump in there. What is it about him?
I avoided mentioning John because he's already stirring up stuff at Sweater. Like there's a lot of resistance to John, and that's coming out in resistance to Sweater and even me personally, and because of that pull. I mean, the pull of truth, of course, is how I see it. How they see it is that I've been tricked and fallen for something that's not real, and so. But I can't speak from their point of view. Of course, I can only speak from my own. And what I see in John is truth, absolute truth, in a more pure form than I've ever seen it before. And it's not just seeing; it's feeling. It's actually like a gravitational pull. It pulls like every atom in my body to it, and it's not a worshipful thing. Although that I am aware of that tendency in me, as it's in everyone, to want to worship or look up to an embodiment of something that I'm looking for.
Why do you think that there's so much resistance in Sweta to John Deruda?
Well, it's exactly what you just said, Doug. People, when they get too close to the abyss, they will do everything they can to resist the pull of it, and so it's been very useful to me because it's let me know that what I see in John and what I'm responding to actually isn't that easy to see, and so that confirms me in my knowing, because I know that I'm not just being tricked by words, or it's something that I'm actually not aware of how I'm tuning into it, if you see what I mean, because nobody else, very few other people seem to be able to see it. So I'm like, well, how am I seeing what they're not seeing?
How are you seeing him? Have you seen his videos, or have you met him in person, or have you read his books?
I've met him in person. That was what did it. I think that if you haven't met John or anyone who is transmitting a message of transpersonal truth, or however you want to describe what that is, without actually meeting them in person, you're at a great disadvantage. It's best not to cast judgment. I resisted the urge to cast judgment on John just from hearing his audios, because the person who introduced me to him was trustworthy to me. So I said, oh, I'm going to hold my tongue. I'm not going to say anything, because I wanted to say quite a lot. My eyes were rolling, and I really just felt this is not for me. But then when I actually saw him in person, that changed almost instantly.
Yeah. So yeah, well, having seen just a short YouTube video and read an interview with him and heard a couple of audio files, my reaction to him was, I think, like yours originally. It was, well, although I wanted to go the extra distance too, partly because you're interested in him, and I've listened to a lot of your podcasts, and I have respect for you. So I was thinking, well, Jason wouldn't just jump off the cliff for any old fraud here. There's got to be something going on that I'm not seeing. But he seems to me to have a shtick, a pretty obvious one, as far as seeming enlightened. A lot of silence, a lot of pauses, a lot of staring, and not a lot of content.
Absolutely, and it's gone more and more like that, because his early tapes, he talked like a normal person. They were full of content and no pauses, and those are the ones that I've been listening to recently, and I'm beginning to see now the process of how and why John has become slower and slower and more abstract as he goes deeper into what he knows. And so I see very much that it's not a shtick at all. It's something that is actually transforming in John, and why that is the case. I mean, that would be enough for a whole other podcast, really. But I think perhaps for those who are skeptical, which is going to be most of the listeners, it relates to what you said about Rajneesh, and even though it may not be true of Rajneesh, I do feel it's true of John, which is that something has naturally formed around him which is very off-putting, which makes him appear like the classic untrustworthy guru charlatan, complete with his 2 wives and his adoring flock and his long portentous silences and all the rest of it. And I don't particularly trust what has formed around John, to be honest. And that gave me trouble. I thought, well, if he's so enlightened, why would he let something build up around him, which is kind of, not that it's not like Rajneesh's thing, but it's still a bit dodgy. But then it occurred to me that John, if he is what he appears to be or claims to be, then he wouldn't really be of this world anyway. So it wouldn't really make any difference to a surrendered being, any of this stuff. So it's kind of a living paradox, really. The more you try to question it, the more questions you have.
Yeah. Brett Stiller says this guy got sucked into a cult, and he did. For a time, he became disenchanted a little later on. I don't know all the details, but the John DeRuiter guy apparently was like most gurus when given the opportunity, really take charge of a cult. Was he was seducing everyone's wives and bedding down with half the flock, and that became irritating to Jason, so he ended up leaving. But at the time, in 2010, Jason Horsley was running his own kind of self-conscious cult. He didn't kind of hide the fact that he didn't deserve to be in a guru position, but he was claiming that position. He was running something called SWEDA, which was an acronym. It's SWEDA. I don't remember what it stood for, but he had a lot of, I mean, not too many, but he had dozens, possibly up to 100 members, young men, either underemployed or unemployed, or maybe they were in school, but people who felt that they weren't becoming the people they wanted to become, and he was offering them a way to both improve, a path towards self-improvement, but also a way to radically accept reality and their own position in the world, and to get to some deeper truth. And it is interesting to think about him in today's context after the rise of a figure like Jordan Peterson, who I think later on Jason truly admired Peterson. And there was a need that was already percolating up then, and probably was around well before then, for meaning. There was a need for meaning. There was a back in 2010 or so, people in their early 20s were struggling to find their way into the world, to come of age, to mature, to become adults, to have self-respect. And young men in particular were struggling with that, and turning to people like Jason Horsley to get help. Horsley, who himself had struggled to come of age, and was, I think he was just about 40 at that point, still struggling. I was 38, 39, and also shocked to realize that I was middle-aged. So, that was an interesting time. Jason is a compelling speaker, very soothing, and still out there doing work, creating, writing. And again, with Daniel Coffeen, after that clip with him, I did mention how many people on the left, and Jason Horsley's not on the left, but are kind of artists who are drawn to politics of maybe an alternative to self-expression or success in their careers. I'm no exception there, really. Jason was also a writer. He had a big contract with a major publisher that he thought was going to launch a career as a public figure and an author, that just didn't take off. And so he became a writer for smaller presses and a podcaster, and started his own little cult. And and he's hardly the worst offender. This guy John DeRuiter is far worse than Jason Horsley. So that's a part of the beginning of the Diet Soap podcast, was mingling with that psychedelic community that had cults adjacent to it. And the other thing I'd point out is that after the failure of the New Left in the 70s, there were many cults and kind of new age movements that emerged, and people who had been part of the radical left joined them. They moved from the streets to the communes. So we were doing it already again as a repeat in 2009. It was sort of a hangover from the 60s and 70s then, and people should watch out for that today as well, I think. I have a long interview. Oh, I should point out, this is a 15-year anniversary stream. This is the first anniversary stream. I didn't do one at year 10. I certainly didn't do one at year 1 or 2, when I don't think that streaming was even a thing. Yeah, we should. The Sublation Cult meetup is on sublationmedia.com. We have groups. You can go and talk to one another. But there is no head guru. Of course, I say that, but every guru denies that or certainly every cult leader denies that he's a cult leader. Someone, I think it was Kushlook, when they saw this stream, left a comment before the stream started like a week ago, like, oh, here's a cult of personality that I despise. So listen, no cult of personality here. Move along. Let's see. Going to get this. Actually, not that way. There's an interview with Margaret Kimberley, who, again, was an early guest that I want to run. This will give me a chance to go get some coffee. It's a long interview. This is the 15-hour stream. At 8, KMO will be joining us. I'll check in with him in the meantime, but yeah, I'm going to see here. Figure out. Here we go. So here's an old interview with Margaret Kimberley. It's a little bit further down the line.
The death of God is about the drying up of a horizon of meaning and of a whole form of human life.
Where do we stand in the illusion it makes? What kind of space are we invited into?
The material relations between people become social relations between things. When we look at toasters, corn, and TVs,
we still, to a large extent, live in the interregnum between worlds, if you will, or between paradigms. Not many people in the history of the world have faced that.
Zero Squared is the Zero Books podcast. Yeah, we're not live. Okay. So Margaret, welcome back. Margaret Kimberley is a writer for the Black Agenda Report, the author of Prejudicial Black America and the Presidents. And you're a longtime contributor to the Zero Books podcast and to my earlier podcast, Diet Soap. So it's been too long. There it is. Prejudicial.
I put it up. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Good to see you again, Doug.
Well, it's good to see you. I'm glad to have you back. You know, I don't have much of an agenda for this conversation. Sure. There's so much going on, and yet it seems at the same time that there's so little going on. I guess what I'll start with is just, I feel as though the Trump administration, the last 4 years, really did a number on the left. Not like we were in such great shape before, but that today it is harder than ever to distinguish between left-wing organizations and the Democratic Party.
Yes.
Would you say that's the case? And why do you think that happened?
I think Trump's election was such a trauma. It was a surprise. I didn't see it coming. I did not believe Hillary Clinton was going to win in a landslide. I thought it was going to be closer, but I had no idea she and her campaign and the Democratic Party would fail so miserable. I mean, you raise $1 billion, you can't get 78,000 more votes in the right states. I mean, come on. So it was a shock. He was as bad as advertised. There was a lot of recrimination against anybody who didn't support Hillary Clinton wholeheartedly. Instead of taking responsibility for their failure, everybody was a spoiler. Even if you thought not supportive of Hillary Clinton, if you had any critique of her at all, if you supported Bernie Sanders instead, it was your fault that Trump won. And what that did is it silenced all except those people who were, well, there's another problem with the word left. We can't seem to agree who's in that group. Politics skews so far to the right in this country. Anybody who's a Democrat gets to call themselves on the left when they are not by my definition of socialist programs to help people here, ending imperialism abroad. That's roughly, if I had to just in a sentence define what leftists are, opposing neoliberalism, opposing imperialism.
Yeah.
And so
go
we have
ahead.
a lot of people who call themselves left who aren't really, who were always tied to the Democratic Party. The fact that Trump won gave people the sense that they had only one hope, and that was to support Democrats. And so that meant the left, which was weak to begin with, became weaker. And that's the situation that I think we're in now.
Well, you said something a moment ago that I kind of want to pick at a little bit, which is that after Trump was elected, if you didn't support Hillary Clinton, you were verboten. You were creating a thought. You were breaking the law and doing a thought crime. But I think there was another aspect of the way that the left was absorbed into the Democratic Party, and it was something that at the Black Agenda Report you talked about and wrote about, and not just you, but a number of people wrote about. I think Bruce Dixon said this, that Bernie Sanders was a sheepdog for the Democratic Party. And in 2016, especially during the primaries, it seemed that was his role. But after Trump was elected, and there was such a sense of regret over not having put him into, not having given him the nomination and not putting him up against Trump, there was on the left, or at least on the, let's call it the social democratic left, there was a sense of regret, and there was a doubling down of commitment to Sanders and to changing the Democratic Party, to fighting within the Democratic Party,
right,
to trying to split the Democratic Party. And that's why the DSA absorbed so many Marxist groups after 2016. But it turned out, I mean, from where I'm sitting now, it turned out that ended up just lining the pockets of the Clinton wing of the Democratic Party.
Yeah, that's another part of the story. You're correct. I think I don't think Bernie Sanders intended to be a sheepdog. I think he started off wanting to push Hillary Clinton to the left. I think he did better than he thought he was going to do. But I think as the campaign went on in 2016, he realized he was a viable candidate and he could get the nomination. Now, of course, they weren't going to allow that to happen. And they certainly weren't going to allow it to happen again in 2020. So yes, that's true. That also happened, what you just described. But I think there's something else going on, and that is that so many people continue to be in denial, to want to believe that the Democratic Party can be the party they want it to be, and not this, monument to neoliberalism, which uses the Republicans as a foil to get away with doing as little as they possibly can. So I think that was true. There was some doubling down. People said, oh, Bernie could get the nomination. And I'm glad that people thought that. But the establishment decided that wasn't going to happen. He won Nevada. Everybody, what a coincidence. Everybody dropped out. They picked Biden as their guy. And, and we're told once again, that's the only choice we have. So what do we see now? Let's see. He said, and he was unequivocal. If we win these seats in Georgia, the 2 Senate seats, then $2,000 will go right out the door. And they just made a deal for $1,400. And the minimum wage wasn't in I'm referring to the COVID stimulus bill. And they're trying, a parliamentarian, I had never heard of this in my life. A Senate parliamentarian said the minimum wage could not be included in the stimulus bill. And that's where we are now. And people with a variety of reactions, everything from, grumbling about it, but accepting it and believing there's no choice, to people being angry, to people saying this is the best we can get. I had an almost argument with a friend. She's like, well, the Democrats, they want to They want to raise the minimum wage. They want a $2,000. Well, first she said, well, they can't do the $2,000 stimulus. I said, but that's what he said. Does he not know how Congress works? I mean, come on. So we have that reaction, giving them the benefit of the doubt, making excuses for them. But I support any efforts to build a left, and that has to mean leaving the Democratic Party. I mean, that's where I always come back to. And I'm not a Democrat anyway anymore. But yes, so all of these things, from Trump's election, Bernie's failure, the charge that Bernie was ultimately going to sheep herd people back into the Democratic Party fold, which didn't happen completely. I think that's one of the reasons Trump was able to squeak through in the Electoral College. There was a lack of enthusiasm for Hillary Clinton.
Well, this is old territory now, but I can't help but go over it again because even though I didn't think that Bernie Sanders was going to be able to create a political revolution that would truly transform America, even though I knew that if he got the nomination, there was a good chance that he would lose to Trump. And I think Biden could have lost to Trump as well. I mean, I think it was a lot closer than anyone thought it was going to be this time around. And so there was no guarantees with Bernie. And I also thought that the Democrats would undermine him if he did manage to become president, and that it would likely that he would not get the nomination because they would undermine him at the convention. So, but that was what I wanted to see, was that he would get all the way to the convention. There would be a plurality, and then they would have to really do a dirty deed in public.
Yeah.
But what they actually did, it seems to me, was like it was sort of too coordinated. I'm not sure if any rules were broken, but it doesn't seem to me to be corrupt. If you have a bunch of people who are politically aligned and they're competing for a position, and they, to see who can get the nomination, but then it comes to a point where their political enemy in the party is making hay out of the fact that they're not unified, and so then they unify. That doesn't seem to me to be corrupt, and it seems to me like it should have been something that the Sanders people were prepared for, or that they should have run their campaign in order to beat the strongest opponent rather than to beat a bunch of weak opponents. And I just wonder, what is you think that made Bernie's campaign not strong enough to get the nomination? Why do you think he lost after Nevada?
Well, I think all those weak candidates were in. I think they were all encouraged to be in it. I think that was part of the plan. Let's get as many people as we can, see who is strongest other than Bernie, and then focus on that person. So I think that was part of the plan all along, was to have, who heard of the mayor of Nowheresville, Indiana? Suddenly he's a viable presidential candidate. I mean, come on. So I think that was part of their the process by the establishment to make sure it was not Bernie. And they were going to let it play out, and then suddenly they give the order, and everybody's gone, and they all Biden's the guy. Everybody steps aside, endorses him, and there you go. But I think Bernie's and his people were more guilty of naivete than anything else. I mean, there was a concerted anti-Bernie effort, constant propaganda against him. For example, with Black people. I remember it, and it started a couple of years before 2020. I don't know if you remember, he gave a speech in Jackson, Mississippi, and they claimed he disrespected Obama because he only referred to him as a candidate and not the president, which was not true. I actually looked up the speech on YouTube, and he referred to him as the president also. He was talking about the campaign, so it was entirely appropriate for him to refer to him as a candidate and not as president in that instance. Then there was he was giving, he always gave his own speech after the State of the Union. And Stacey Abrams was chosen to give the Democratic response, and he went on Facebook after she was on all the networks, and people said it was disrespectful and how dare. I mean, this was very, very coordinated propaganda. It's the kind of thing that went on a fairly regular basis for 4 years. I think, how could that succeed? I think you're right. Even if he got the nomination, it would have been McGovern all over again. The Democrats would have abandoned him. You would have to have a really well-organized movement outside of the confines of electoral politics in order for him, A, to get the nomination, and B, win. Now, as far as Trump winning, I thought Trump was going to win again. I really did.
Well, he did, of course. He did. Those votes that they stored him under a table. Didn't you see? No, go ahead.
I thought he could do what he did before and win the Electoral College again. I didn't anticipate COVID happening. And I think even him getting COVID hurt him. But he got 10 million more votes than he got the first time.
Yeah.
I think the Democrats, they did what they should have done. In 2016, they just assumed Hillary was going to win. That's how he squeaked through. So he had a lot of help. A lot of buy-in. People are now calling it a cabal, which is crazy. I think that's a silly word to use in this instance. They were committed to getting Biden through, which was no small feat. He wasn't popular. He was just Obama's sidekick. He is kind of dumb. He did appear to have dementia. He seemed to be unwell to me. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know if they got the right cocktail together or what they did to pull him together. But and they had Trump. He was running against Trump. So I think ultimately whoever got the nomination was going to beat Trump, because there were millions of people who wanted Trump gone. So I think Bernie could have won again had if he had a Democratic Party on the up and up and not trying to deep six him all the time. So I'm not one who wants to criticize him or his people that much. I think he's guilty of naivete. He thought they would do the right thing and just let him win. That wasn't going to happen.
So what do you think it is? You mentioned these propaganda attacks on Bernie. Do you think that those kinds of attacks really play to the broad base black voters in the Democratic Party, or do you think that those are targeted at elites within the party?
Oh, is it more? First of all, there are two things about black voters. First of all, I think it resonated with black people in general. The first thing is, all you have to do, black people, unfortunately, our politics have devolved into just wanting to keep Republicans out of office. So our goal is to make sure Republicans don't get in. That means we will accept just about anything. And that's one of the points of my book. So people like Bill Clinton, who did many racist things during his campaign in 1992, from executing a mentally ill black man to having a photo op with prisoners in Georgia, all kind, the Sister Soldier moment, but everybody coalesced around because he wasn't a Republican. So that's the first thing. What that means also is, if you cast in, and the other thing they did, the other anti-Bernie propaganda was, well, you may want Medicare for all, but white people, you can't trust white people to vote for things you want. So even if it's something you want yourself, he can't win. So it doesn't matter that he's talking about things you want. And that's one of the most successful ways to get black voters to turn against anybody, is to cast doubt on their ability to win. And so that's all you have to do. Just, well, if he can't win, if I'm not sure he can win, if I'm not sure the establishment's behind him, that he can raise money, white people won't vote for him, I'm not going to take a chance and vote for somebody, even if they're talking about the things that I want. And then, of course, it was Bernie was always very weird to me. Bernie doesn't get black people. I don't know what that meant. If you could vote for Bill Clinton, you could vote for anybody. What the hell does that mean? You know?
No, Bill Clinton was the first black president. Don't you remember? He went on Arsenio. He played the saxophone.
Wore sunglasses and played the sax. So, and then there was this meme. I don't know if you saw this. It was a meme of, because Bernie was saying the establishment was against him, which was true. I mean, objectively, I think, provable. And there was this meme of some older black ladies in big hats. It looked like they were in a church. And the text of the graphic was something like, they're saying this is the Democratic Party establishment, as if Bernie was saying black people didn't want him. I mean, and that obviously was a lie. So those are the things they did that I think he still was unprepared for. If he was going to run again, he had to go all out and really have a movement behind him, which I'm not trying to say that would be an easy thing to do. But I have actually concluded now that progressives shouldn't bother running in the Democratic Party for president. I think it's a losing proposition.
I want to go back to something you said before about the pessimism that has gripped Black Americans and Black Democratic voters. And I just tell you a little anecdote. You know, when you're on Facebook, you have all these different friends. I have thousands of socialists who I'm friends with on Facebook, and you don't always. You can watch what they're doing without them even knowing it. So I was lurking, you know, and on my news feed, and I saw a conversation between a young black socialist and his family about Bernie Sanders versus Biden and who they should vote for in the primaries and why they needed to really support Bernie. And the line that really stuck with me was something like what you said, which was, listen, Black people should not expect anything from white politics. But we're not going to get excited about this senator from Vermont. We don't expect to get anything out of white politics, which is why we're going to vote for Biden. Which is why we're going to support the candidate who promises what we believe we can get, which is less damage, which is like nothing rather than something bad. And I messaged him and I said, how do you deal with that? What do you think people should say to that kind of response? And, you know, does your family feel this alienated from all of their life, or is it just politics? Was something I was wondering. Because I don't think most people will go through most of their life thinking I can't get anything out of this relationship over here, or you know, my job. And people try to win most of the time. They're not that defeated. But when it comes to politics, they are. How do we get around that kind of pessimism? I mean, it's well earned, right? But
yes, I mean, there's some justification. It's like all black politics now amounts to harm reduction. That's it. That's all. And even if you point out to people that Biden said 2,000 and it's 1,400, and he said the $15 minimum wage plan was for it to be $15 4 years from now. It's already not adequate. And you're still getting no, and they, you know, make up some story about a parliamentarian. It does not matter because Donald, especially after Trump, Trump was the nightmare, the openly racist white man who managed to become president and galvanize other racist people and make them feel free to come out of the closet. That is the nightmare, the worst thing.
But he gained with black voters in this last election.
Did he?
Didn't he? Yeah.
Some small town. It was once you're president, you're going to get, you know, everybody loves a winner, right? So
I guess, but I mean, he got more of the black vote both times than Mitt Romney did, and he gained with Latino and black voters.
About Mitt Romney, he did better in 2020 than 2016, but he did worse. Generally, the Republicans will get 10% of the black vote. I think in 2016 he got like 5%, and I think this time he was back up to 10. So it was like the traditional.
I'll fact check that, but my understanding is that in both both times he did better than a traditional moderate Republican, and across the board with minority voters and specifically with black voters. Not that he did well, but just that, like it's in 2020, it was specifically black men who voted for him in greater numbers. Like he almost doubled the number, but it was still a small number.
It's still a small number, but I'm sorry. What was the original question? I got a little.
Well, my point was just that I told myself that the fear of Trump was more a kind of upper middle class liberal thing than it was across the board working class thing or something that had really gripped Black Americans across the board. But maybe I'm wrong.
It was across the board, and you're right about Black people being so defeated. And most people will own it. They'll say, well, this is all we can get. And yes, I would like more. I would like X, Y, or Z, but this is not the way the system works. The best we can get is to keep people like that out of office, and people will defend their pessimism, defend their defeatism. And it is very sad to see there is that much cynicism, and yes, there are reasons for it. It's not something that people have imagined a reason for, but there's a bigger problem in that it's been a couple generations now since there was any kind of mass movement that was able to move the needle politically. It's been a long time. And so everybody wants to talk about the civil rights movement, this grand heyday, but not talk about what it accomplished and how it was accomplished, that people were mobilized to make demands of the system, knowing the system did not want to meet their demands, and they made them anyway. And if you're going to talk about that time, that's what you should say. But that degree of mobilization and organization, sadly, is long past. One of the ways the system co-opted Black people was to elevate a certain number of us to high position, culminating, of course, in Obama becoming president, enough people doing well enough for a certain amount of time for people to think their situation was less urgent. And the end result is this complete collapse, this capitulation. And I predict it won't matter. I don't know what Biden would have to do. I mean, look at his history, being in the right wing of the Democratic Party, being the point man against busing for school integration, bragging about the crime bill, which put thousands of Black people in prison. But he gets the nod of the Democratic Party, and all is forgotten. The stupid stories about corn popping and so forth, that's all forgotten. And he's remembered as being Obama's sidekick, and that's enough. So yes, it is unfortunately true that there is that degree of defeatism that and of course it's all topped off with the January 6th Capitol riot. So anybody who said Trump, I don't like Trump, but he's not a fascist, or I don't like Trump, but he's not a Russian agent, or anybody who qualified opposition to Trump in any way is now completely dismissed because Trump proved the worst thoughts that people had about him. So that's unfortunately where we are now.
Do you think that Trump intentionally created a situation where people would storm the Capitol and that he was trying to perpetuate an insurrection and stop the vote from being certified?
It's not clear to me what I would love to know what his expectation was that day. Did he? I think he probably did. He probably thought he could, because just the weekend before his conversation with the Georgia Secretary of State, where he said, I need 11,000 some odd votes. He had an exact number of votes he needed. He wanted them to overturn the election. And the Democrats actually should have started impeachment proceedings January 4th, that Monday. because they had proof, absolute proof, he was trying to disenfranchise people and undo the election. So I don't know what he thought those, people would do once they got into the Capitol. But he's also a person who I don't think thinks very far ahead. So I don't know what he thought was going to happen, but he wanted to stay in. And it's funny to me because he was the accidental president. He started off not thinking he was going to get the Republican nomination back in 2016, and he got it, and then thinking he wasn't going to win, and he won. But he, once he had the job, he was determined as any of his predecessors to keep it. Mm-hmm. So I think, yes, he did think he could somehow create a crisis or somehow keep Biden from being declared the winner.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. The thing about Trump is you can never underestimate his stupidity, I think.
True, too. His one of the contradictions of him and why it's hard to sometimes analyze him in his behavior.
Right. Going back, I want to go back to this question of pessimism in Black America. And I think it's not just Black America. I think overall working class people are pessimistic. Regular people are pessimistic about politics. It's pretty common just to hear, they're all crooks. I don't get involved. I don't follow it. And it turns into kind of apathy. But it also can turn into a vote for conservatives and within the Democratic Party, or if you're in the white working class, it can turn into voters for Republicans. Strangely. But I wonder, do you think it would be possible for the Democratic Party or for some bipartisan effort to create a situation in America where, let's say, along the lines of income, education attainment, and let's just leave it there, those two, and let's get really optimistic, and life expectancy, there would be rough equality between the races. Not that there would be rough equality between the classes, but that there would be the same level of poverty amongst all the races. There would be the same level of premature death. Do you think that is a possibility in the future for America?
Well, is it possible? I mean, yes, it is possible.
Do you think that would be good for the parties if that happened?
Sure it would. I mean, you would have, first of all, people, if the parties, the Democrats have been living on this now undeserved reputation as being the party that helps working people. If they actually did help working people, they would get more whites. Most white people still vote for Republicans.
Yeah, but you're not hearing me. Working people would be just as poor as ever. There would be equality between the races, not between the classes. So that means that the same number of people, it could be more white people than before. It could be the same number of people would be poor as now. It would just be equally distributed amongst the races.
And if that happened, your question then is what? Just to make sure.
Would that be good for the parties, or would that create a problem for the parties?
Oh, well,
that's my question.
Would if so you're talking about there being more poor white people.
That's not necessarily, but possibly. Just that certainly it wouldn't. The problems of the working class and working class poverty, they go up and down anyway, right? The level of poverty goes up and down overall. So the problems would be shared. They would not be unequal between the races. They would be the same. No, and that probably would mean right now that more white people would become poor. But it could mean that in a boom time that more Black people became wealthy. But they would still be inequality between the classes. This is a hypothetical. But there is a kind of politics which focuses pretty much exclusively on racial inequality to the exclusion of class. So that would mean, you would have 13% of the population in seats of power. You would have 13% of the population, 13% of the CEOs in America would be Black, because 13% of America is Black.
Okay.
So you see what I'm saying? But then everything else would sort of work out that same way as well. So the most poor people would still be 13%, you know.
Instead of like whatever the real percentage is.
Right, which much is like I think twice that or three times
No,
that.
it's like just one statistic off the top of my head. You know, half of all homeless people are Black, and we're not half of people in prison are Black. So
yeah, right. It does, I mean, those would be huge things to overcome.
Yeah.
To change those things, but I think they would be. I think that would be not so it wouldn't be structurally impossible. Like you can't get rid of class and keep capitalism. You might be able to get rid of this inequality between the races.
Well, you
and
know,
keep a
it's
capitalist system.
but America is so racist. No, to answer your question, to give the short answer, that would not help. The white people would vote against whoever did that. I think that I'm answering your question now.
Okay, yeah.
That would not bode well for electorally for whomever did that.
Okay, so KMO is here. It's 8:01. Hi, KMO.
Hey, Doug. 7:01 here.
Oh yeah.
So that was a best of or something you were playing just now.
Yeah,
right?
it was just a clip from an interview I did with Margaret Kimberley. It was actually a pretty recent interview. Margaret Kimberley was one of the first people to come on the podcast, you know, but I think in my memory, you are amongst the very first people to come on to the podcast and one of the first people who had me on their podcast. So without you, KMO, there would be no Diet Soap. You introduced my podcast to your audience. I felt like I started to get listeners because of our collaboration. And so I had to have you on the 15-year anniversary.
Do you remember what year we met up in New York at the Left Forum?
Oh boy. Yeah, I think was it 2015?
That sounds right.
Yeah.
I moved out of New York at the beginning of 2016, so it couldn't have been later than that. So I was not in New York for the 2016 Left Forum, but I remember you and I were recording a conversation at the Zero Books booth, and somebody walked by and recognized us and said, "Oh, it's my two favorite podcasters." And
Nice.
yeah, I wonder if there's much overlap between our audiences. I mean, I'm not podcasting much these days. You know, I'm more writing. But I suspect that our audiences have diverged since the early days.
Yeah, I think they'd already diverged a bit by then, but we haven't apparently. Leroy Jenkins says, "Y'all twins?" Like,
I'll take that as a compliment because I'm the older of the two of us.
Yeah, there you go. Exactly. I'll take it as a compliment because you're considerably thinner than I am. So, yeah, no. Yeah, I don't know. I still have people who contact me from time to time, listeners to the podcast, people who watch the channel, who have been watching and following Diet Soap since before Zero Books, who you know, and I think of those people as the KMO people.
Right.
That's
and the KMO people are largely a mixture of the psychedelic salon people and honestly, the Dmitry Orlov people, because he had a prominent link to my podcast on his blog for many years.
Oh yeah. How is Dmitry Orlov doing? Is he still around?
You know, he's somebody that I know in person. I don't intend to speak ill of him, but his content these days is not anything that I'm particularly interested in. I'm certainly not interested in boosting. He's moved to Russia and he's stridently pro-Putin, pro-Russia in the Ukraine war, and says some very ugly things about Ukrainians to justify the war. So I'm not interested.
Right now on the left, there's a certain contingent which is all aligned with Dmitry Orlov.
I kind of doubt they're aligned with the particulars. Like his position is that Ukrainian soils are iodine deficient, which makes all Ukrainians basically, you know, morons. That Ukrainian is only a separate language because it's a pidgin Russian that, you know, the the retarded Ukrainians can't speak Russian correctly, so somebody formalized, their butchery of the language and called it another language. I'd be surprised if the lefties were going that far.
Don't underestimate the degree to which the left will stoop. I'm sure they might do that. Someone says in the chat, is either Doug? I guess now this is KMO. His name is not Doug.
No.
Forgetting or being awkward about the answer, but I don't know what the question was. I missed the question. So, Spencer, if you could type in the question that you want me to answer, because he says, I think he'd address that better now. So I'd like to know what the question was. Yeah, so KMO, what you just said that you are not podcasting as much.
Right.
Are you still? But you are still putting out the C-Realm?
Well, not the C-Realm podcast. I have lost access to the C-Realm RSS feed. A while ago, I was being paid to podcast for a show called the Padverb Podcast.
Mm-hmm.
And when that had run its course, I started a new one called the KMO Show, which can be found at kmo.show, to keep it simple.
Mm-hmm.
And I just put out an episode recently, but it was mostly to say, hey, I've written a science fiction novel. Here's a sample. Actually, the sample that I put out was not the science fiction novel, but it was a prequel novella that I'm serializing or have serialized on Substack.
I want you to know that I have matured over the years, because when we started out, if I heard that you were writing a science fiction novel, I would have been filled with envy and rage and thought you'd get, stay in your lane, KMO. This is my terrain.
Well, I'm glad you're past that.
But I'm so past it now.
So have you read any of it?
I read a bit of it. I started it. But it's not, it seems to me it's more tongue in cheek than what maybe I might write.
So this is it, by the way. Let's see. I need to turn off this screen blur or not. I'll just tell you the title. You know the title. I'll tell the
right here. It's Fear and Loathing in the Kuiper Belt.
Kuiper Belt.
Kuiper Belt.
Yeah. Something I've noticed recently is that a lot of people on the left who say that they trust the science are not familiar with the Kuiper Belt, which they think it's an element of my science fiction world building, when in fact it is an actual feature of our solar system.
Well, if you assume that the Earth isn't flat, what is the Kuiper Belt again? Is it all these meteors that divide part of the solar system, something like that? Am I getting it close? Is that?
Well, it's kind of a big brother to the asteroid belt, but the asteroid belt is in close, so that solar radiation blows off all of the all of the ice. And out in the Kuiper Belt, it's so far from the sun that most of those objects, many of them are rocky or have rocky components, but they're also largely made of frozen methane and ammonia and water ice. So it's a very icy place out there in the Kuiper Belt. And the Kuiper Belt is beyond the orbit of Neptune.
Okay. All right. And so that's where all of this takes place. You're in your novel.
That's where the human civilization that the reader has access to is located. There's a Dyson sphere around the sun between where the asteroid belt used to be, between the orbits of Mars and Jupiter. And what goes on inside the Dyson sphere, or the curtain, as the people out in the Kuiper Belt call it, is unknown to the reader. But there is a character who comes from there. But everybody who comes out from that inner system has a different story to tell. There's a standard list of questions that anybody coming from the inner system has to answer, and their answers are not consistent.
I've often said, I want to point this out, like the Kuiper Belt, what's that? And I'm a science fiction writer. It's sad, right? But I'm not actually. I'm a slipstream writer.
What does
I'm a
that mean?
magical realist. I'm
okay.
Basically my version of science was critical theory. I'm absolutely the worst. Like, I should be, barred from teaching if I ever got a chance to teach in Florida. DeSantis should keep me away from the students, like with my critical theories instead of science and objectivity. So I'm the worst. So
I don't see you moving to Florida, by the way.
No, well, it's lovely there though. But can I read I'm just going to read a paragraph because I want to from your novel, because I want to ask you about a couple of things, names here. Captain Tricks, acting captain, Cook reminded himself, knew the ship better than anyone. She'd been doing the previous captain's job for the last 5 outings at least. The actual captain disappeared into his quarters for longer and longer, delegating more and more responsibility to Trix, spelled like the cereal, until he finally emerged feet first. Now they had no official captain, but everyone still looked to Trish Nixon to do whatever it is the captains do. She should get a captain's share. It's not like money was tight, not anymore. In all the years the cook had lived and worked on the nipple, they lived hand to mouth, always scrounging or taking sketchy jobs that put them on the wrong side of the law. No longer. For the first time in forever, Persephone's lost nipple ring was fully stocked with food, water, fuel, ammunition, drones, mining pods, and duplicates for all critical components. Thanks to the DAO, everything was topped off, overhauled, and updated. Persephone's lost nipple ring is the name
of the ship.
Of the ship.
And in their old sort of hand-to-mouth days, it was called the nipple, and now that they're upscaling their image, it's the Persephone.
Yeah. Okay. So how did you come to write this novel, and where can people get it?
Well, I'll answer the second question first because it's simpler. Amazon,
Okay.
and only Amazon. I'm exclusive with them. Last summer, I learned of the existence of programs, AI programs that would write for you. You know, you would give them a list of characters and some plot points and things like that. You know, however much you wanted to contribute, you could contribute, hand it over to the AI, and it would fill in the blanks. And I wanted to give it a try.
Oh no, really?
Yeah.
Well, the story of this novel.
This is the story of the origin of the
ChatGPT?
novel.
Okay.
I started with a program called Pseudo-Write, which is SUDO, but it sounds like pseudo PSE or PSEUDO. Anyway, I had a couple characters in mind, and I told the AI what it was that I wanted, and I gave it, I gave it the characters, I gave it the setting, I gave it a few plot elements, and said, okay, go. And what it turned out was just terrible.
Oh.
And so I gave it more. I said, okay, not like that, like this. And what it kept churning out was just like fanfic. It was not anything I would read.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a portion of the platform that allowed you to put in your own text, and it would supposedly copy your writing style. So just to give it an idea of the style that I wanted, I wrote the first scene of the novel and I pasted it in, and it didn't work. Like, I just got an error message. But then I thought, well, I'll try again with a different platform. And I wrote the second scene of the novel, just, to have a longer block of stylized text that the AI can model. And that other program didn't produce any better results. But by then I'd written 2 scenes. So I just kept writing. And I tried to outline you. I'm sure you're familiar with the Pantser plotter distinction, or as George R.R. Martin says, the architects versus the gardeners.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very much a gardener. I tried to be an architect. I would write an outline, and then when I would go to write the actual text, the characters didn't follow the outline. So I would have to scrap the outline and write it again, to be consistent with what the characters had done, and again deviate. When I go to actually write the dialogue and such, it just didn't come out the way I had planned it to. And so eventually I just had a few plot points in mind, and this was the best part of writing the whole thing. I would get up before sunrise every day, put the coffee on, take the dog out for a walk, come back in, and it's still dark. I mean, today it's cloudy. It would normally be light around here.
Mm-hmm.
But in the dark, I'd sit there and start writing, and I wouldn't know, what was going to happen in that writing session. And that was a lot of fun. That was really exciting. Now I'm trying to plot the sequel, and I'm trying to do research, and I'm trying to structure it before I start writing, because doing it the way I did, you end up writing a lot of stuff that you don't use.
Yeah.
So, I'm trying to be an architect now, but I'm really just a gardener.
Well, earlier on in this, what will be a 15-hour stream. Can you believe I'm doing this?
Madness. I'm glad I'm at the front and not at the back.
Yeah. I mentioned that a lot of people who are on the left, particularly, but I think it's just true of overall, but who go into political podcasting, let's say, are actually usually artists of some kind trying to build careers somewhere else, and then this is like what they fall into. For you, you were a comic strip artist. You were an artist, visual artist, and you became a podcaster to promote that, or just in addition to that. But how did you? I mean, right now you've got this novel you've written, and you're going to try to promote your novel to your podcaster listeners, right? Or you are doing that. So how did you come to podcasting, and how did that fit into your creative life when you did that?
How long of an answer do you want?
Let's see, I got 15 hours came out.
Okay.
So as long as you want to give.
So yeah, in college, I majored mostly in philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
So I had that stuff going on up in my head, but I was also a cartoonist. I wanted to do like, comic books, superhero type stuff. But by then I was past the superhero stuff, but this is when, Alan Moore was making a name for himself, getting to be a big deal. So I wanted to write comics as well, but I was still, mostly focused on the illustration. But I did a comic strip for the university newspaper. It was called C, just the letter C. And I was also participating in online discussions. This is very early on. This is like really before the web. And it was Usenet and what is the other one? The email one, listserv discussion groups. And I often made reference to a thing called the C realm, which was like the realm of consciousness, sort of like a new sphere sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And a friend of mine, just without me asking him to, registered the domain name crealm.com and handed the keys to me. So this is like in 94, 95. I mean,
wow.
Yeah, really early. Like the discussions were happening before I'd ever seen the first Mosaic web browser. But then as soon as the web came along, I had a website that somebody else secured for me, and they chose the name, and it was C-Realm. But, it was I had coined the phrase. And then, I moved to Seattle. I worked for Amazon. I was very busy doing that stuff. But when I left Amazon, I wanted to be a cartoonist. I spent all day, writing and drawing comics that were based on the comic strip from the newspaper, which was never going to go anywhere. I mean, I look at it now, I'm like, that stuff was way too esoteric. The art style was not polished enough to, just ride on the art by itself. Mm-hmm. It was just never going to happen. But, at the time, I'm in my early 30s and very, very ambitious and, hobbled by Dunning-Kruger syndrome. Thinking that my stuff was better than it was.
Mm.
But I had money and I was very interested, and this is before podcasting, but I had the Terrence McKenna Alien Dreamtime CD, and I sought out any Terrence McKenna, recordings that I could.
Mm-hmm.
And I was fascinated by not only, the topics he was talking about, but also just what he did, with his weird nasally voice and all his cool references just to stand up in front of audiences and rant. And I wanted to do that. I didn't know exactly how to do that, but I wanted to do that.
What year was this again?
This is like 96. This is the latter half of the 90s.
Mm-hmm. And you were in your early 30s already then?
I was born in 68, so I turned 30 in 98.
Yeah.
And then when I left Amazon and I had some money, I wanted to go to the Amazon and drink ayahuasca. And I did. And then the next year I wanted to go back, and I bought a video camera just to, shoot images of ceremonies in the jungle and whatnot. But I discovered that when I got there, and I hadn't planned to do this, I just started sitting people down who lived there, gringos mostly, who had moved there, and interviewing them. And I had no intention of broadcasting. I didn't know how I would broadcast the interviews. I didn't know how I would share a full motion video with anybody, or even audio, but I just started interviewing people. And then a few years later, podcasting comes along. Oh, I should also mention that in college, I took, even before college, when I was in high school, I joined a book club. One of those things where, you would tear stamps off a big page and lick them and stick them down to your return form and get a bunch of books for a penny each. I bought one on voice and articulation, and I did the exercises. Like when I was just a slacker in high school, for some reason, I was doing voice and articulation exercises, and I took some acting courses in a community college, and then in university, I took another voice and articulation class.
Mhm.
So, you know, without knowing of the existence of podcasts, I had been preparing to do podcasts for like a decade. And then 2006 rolls around, and I discovered the Psychedelic Salon podcast and the Dope Fiend podcast and the Viking Youth Power Hour. And within a couple months of knowing that podcasts exist, I was doing them.
Wow.
Yeah. So I had been preparing to do podcasts without knowing it for over a decade.
Right. Did you ever use the footage that you got?
Don't even know where it is.
Yeah.
It's on mini DV video cassette tapes. I wouldn't know how to, I'd have to find the camera. I'd have to find a way to transfer them. It's not on the agenda.
Well, just to tell the parallel story, I was working. I think at the time you were podcasting when I discovered your podcast, you were working at Comcast.
No, I worked for Comcast for quite a while after that.
When I said when I discovered.
Oh, yes. Yeah. I was thinking about my start, which was, I guess, a couple of years earlier.
You're right. No, when I discovered your podcast, you were working for Comcast, as was I. I was
right on.
commuting to the Comcast call center and taking calls I was part of the sales team there. I lasted about 2 years. Yeah, in Portland, in Beaverton, outside of Portland. And so I commute from Portland to Beaverton, which is just a suburb. And
I've been to Beaverton. I know Beaverton.
Yeah. And the Beaverton call center. And so and the way I discovered podcasts was I won a sales contest at Comcast, and got a little iPod, like an iPod mini, as my prize. So, and I would never have listened to podcasts except I got this prize. And so I started using it to kill time when I was commuting. And I'd listened to your podcast and the Alex Jones podcast and the not the Dope Fiend, the Psychedelic Salon you mentioned. And and a bunch of NPR stuff and what have you. But and I've told this story lots of times, but I'll tell it. It's appropriate to tell it on this stream. So that what I was really struck by was that it over the course of listening to several episodes of your podcast, it dawned on me that you were not working for a radio station, you were not associated with any nonprofit, that you didn't have an institution backing you of any kind, but you
just some dude,
just some dude who would record podcasts in your pickup truck, using an old laptop, and that you sounded very polished and professional. You were very good at it, and I thought, well, hell, if he can do this, maybe I can. So I started talking to my laptop originally without a microphone or anything, and then and this is the kind of guy I am. I was like, I remember for the first 10 to 20 episodes, part of my pitch would be, if you donate to the podcast, I'll buy a microphone.
But you had made artistic mixtapes back in the day, right? So you had been preparing, because the early Diet Soap episodes were very consciously edited, expressively edited, I would say. And so you too had been preparing to do podcasts without knowing that that's what you were preparing to do.
That's true. That's true. And then what happened to the podcast is, over time, because I started doing YouTube, really, I stopped editing the podcast like I used to. I used to mostly they became unedited kind of live streams, and the editing went into making these video montages where I tried to be Adam Curtis.
Yeah.
But
I think Adam Curtis is more popular now, but I suspected that when you first started doing that, I was one of the few people who recognized, who you were paying homage to with those efforts.
Right. Yeah. No, he's pretty popular now. I think he comes and goes. Whenever he has something come out, he percolates up in the
consciousness. Well, nothing that he's done, I think, has really had the impact of The Century of the Self, which was one of his earlier documentary series. I mean, that one was so applicable to everybody's life, and it just didn't seem to have an axe to grind, really, a political axe to grind, at least not a partisan one. Whereas, his newer stuff, I enjoy it, but it seems like less focused and less on point, less on target. It seems so. His newer stuff seems more meandering, or you have to invest more to find the through line.
So back to the beginning of the podcast for you. You started podcasting. How long did it take you to realize that there's a potential for this to actually be to make your living?
This is horrible. You're still with Podomatic. I've long since moved on. But when I first started with Podomatic, they were vastly overinflating stats. Like anytime a search spider accessed the site, they counted that as a listen.
Mm-hmm.
So early on, I thought my audience was much larger than it really was.
Mm-hmm.
And there was much gnashing of teeth when the stats were corrected, and everybody, like, I hadn't done this, but other people who were podcasting at the same time and also thought they had a much larger audience than they did, had gone out and found sponsors and advertisers and whatnot, based on these stats, and all that was kicked out from under them. With me, it was all just psychological.
Mm-hmm.
But it's never really provided a great living. I would certainly have been better off just getting a job and, working a job. What was the, you were shushing somebody else, not me.
I was shushing you.
Oh,
don't
really?
say that. Don't say get a job. No. No.
I'm not telling you to get a job.
No. Actually, I'm kidding. I didn't start doing it professionally until I started working for Zero Books. It was only something I did on the side up until that point. And then it landed me the job at Zero Books. So then I did that, but I got a salary from them. And you've done it professionally too for a company when you were doing Padvert.
Yes. And also I got the cartooning job that I was doing for a few years because of the podcast. The person who ran the political advocacy organization that I was doing it for, he knew of me because of the C-Rome podcast.
Right. But so as far as like the stats on Podomatic, I'm still on Podomatic, and the story there is I tried to leave and the listenership dropped off, so I came back and I just can't leave. And I signed up on Podomatic because it was free at first.
Yeah.
Right. So
first one's free.
First one's free. Now you're locked in. Number one philosophy podcast on Podomatic.
Sweet.
Yep. Has been that way for years. But about a year ago, actually, I saw a big drop in the listenership for Diet Soap, and I was panicking. And then I contacted them, and they're like, "Oh yeah, sorry, but we were counting robots and things, so we shouldn't."
Again,
yeah,
like a decade and a half later, they did the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
but anyway, but you did, despite the fact that you had an inflated notion of your listenership, you did have a pretty substantial listenership and a membership site. And I remember you went on a big tour across the United States with Neil Kramer.
Yeah. And then another one later.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And now, I mean,
when you say big tour, it was a couch surfing tour. It was,
but
I couldn't have funded it.
Yeah, right. But you showed up in these towns, and people, like 100 or so people would show up in each location that you appeared at.
That would be a big crowd for me. 100.
I remember it was about 100. Don't correct me on this one.
Okay,
about 100 people showed up.
Inflate me. Go for it.
Yeah. at the pub in Portland when you came through.
That was one of the bigger crowds in that tour.
Right. And some of the people there were members of Sweta, which I had mentioned earlier in the stream, Jason Horsley's people.
Oh.
I met some of his cult members there, and
Did you go to the party afterwards?
No, I don't think I did, but I hung around the pub. I mean, it was in a pub, so
there was a Portland stop. The next tour, remember it was at a record store / laundromat.
Oh, right. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And there was a party after that one where the party was much more like, it seemed like there were more people at the party than there was at the actual event. But one of my listeners that I had, some correspondence with prior, he was a kind of survivalist guy, and he brought a very, very large rifle. It was like on a bipod, and he had it set up in the kitchen. which was traumatizing to some of the Portlandians in attendance.
I
But,
bet.
yeah.
I wouldn't want to be at a party with a giant, or someone brings in a rifle on a tripod and sets it up.
You would have wanted to be at this party. I'm surprised.
I'm sure I would have. Yeah. Well, but anyway, I remember the first one, and Jason Horsley's people showed up, like about 4 or 5 of them, and they wanted to talk to me because I would interview Jason, and I was the only one who ever talked to Jason that they heard who was skeptical with him and like didn't, and treated him like just a guy rather than some sort of god, which is what he was, of course. But yeah, that was an interesting time. And it was, I mean, I was a Marxist even then, or trying to be a Marxist, but it was definitely not our crossover audience was not like filled with leftists or committed verso reading, people. It was like a mix of people who are just kind of dissatisfied. And so you might get a survivalist showing up.
Yeah.
Even to a Diet Soap event, maybe.
Well, my audience, what remains of it is still, I mean, some of them are politically left, but they're not young people, I should say. My audience tends to be older, and they don't have the fanaticism of youth. They might have, the echo of the fanaticism of their own youth, but, kids or people who were young in the 60s, 70s, and 80s are not nearly as fervent as young people today. Even if they have roughly the same politics, we are in a strangely, rabid period. Like, you're old enough to remember saner times. And now is a weird time. And, young people, particularly ones who came up after the iPhone, and I do not envy them trying to make sense of the world, because it's just going to get worse. It's going to get so much worse as AI penetrates deeper into everybody's daily experience. The AIs are all very, speech policey. If you try to talk to ChatGPT or Claude or Pi or something like that about anything political, they definitely carry the banner for the Silicon Valley, the mindset, the political allegiance of the tech elite. And you can talk them out of it, but since they don't remember, they don't make any long-term changes to their personality or their worldview based on conversations with users. The next time you talk with them about it, they're right back to the baseline of, basically their political ideology is that of the HR department at Google.
Sounds like everybody else on Twitter.
Yeah. But you can, Twitter is a million voices. It's way more than a million, but from your perspective, it's the Chinese equivalent of 10,000. The ancient Chinese used to say the 10,000 things when they meant, uncountably large, where now 10,000 is nothing. It's trivial. But there's a million voices on Twitter, and you can tune in to the ones that are copacetic to your point of view, and either tune out or discount the rest. You can't really do that with the AI. I mean, it knows so much, and it is so useful that you can't really set its worldview to the side. You have to constantly contend with it, or do like professional broadcasters do and just adopt its worldview and internalize the values, as Noam Chomsky would say, and just sell out and ideologically speaking, not necessarily politically or professionally, but we're still in the very, very early days. I mean, most people don't have much interaction with AI that they know about, and that will just not remain the case. Even the people, and there's a lot of like anti-tech curmudgeons in my audience, which is weird because I've always been, pretty technophilic. Even the people who say absolutely I will have no interaction whatsoever with AI, it's like, yeah, good luck with that. Those are the people who said, in 2010 that they'd never carry a smartphone. Like, there's a few still holding out, but not many. And that
you were a singularitarian when you started.
I was. When I started, I was a doctrinaire, libertarian and singularitarian. And I'm not a doctrinaire anything anymore. So,
and the original C Realm was singularitarian in its perspective, or did you
largely? Yeah. Here, that was another, going back to the early days of podcasting, it was a lot easier to get guests in the early days than it is now, because there weren't very many podcasts. Like
Right.
mostly I had to explain to people what a podcast was. And I basically said it was a radio show on the internet. So
Mhm.
people were agreeing to a radio interview. And, when they heard my professional, voice,
Mhm.
that reinforced that. It's much harder today, like much fewer. I have a much lower response rate to invitations now than I did in 2008.
Yeah, I miss that too. I mean, I tend to have I can reach out to people who are publishing a book for a leftist audience and generally get a positive response. There's still, I don't think I could get Cornell West on, although I have friends who do a podcast and they've had him on, bastards. But overall, it's flooded. The podcasting world is flooded, and I thought it was big enough when I started. I thought I was late to the game, really.
No,
But
you're super early.
2009. When did YouTube start, and then when did podcasting? YouTube was after podcasting, right?
I don't know the exact origin of YouTube, but they were an independent company when they started, and then Google bought them.
Right.
I could turn Alexa on and ask her when that happened, but I don't know off the top of my head.
Right. But it was early. It was like 2004-ish, I think, or 2005 or 6 when it was around the same time that the first iPhone came out that YouTube hit my consciousness anyway. And I was not podcasting, but I was shortly to podcast. But podcasting had been around for a few years before that. It was like 2004, 3 when podcasting started.
I discovered podcasts in 2006.
Right.
So I don't know when they started exactly, but since I'm the center of the universe, they started in 2006.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. Yeah. And but you didn't feel late to the game when you.
Oh no, not at all.
Yeah. Okay. But I think because I knew you, I thought, oh well, he's been doing it for 3 years already, behind schedule. And back then, 3 years seemed like a substantial amount of time.
Yes, you're younger.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So, but you've kept with the podcasting, but it's taken different forms. But you never were. You did try to start on YouTube for a little while, or
so. YouTube. In 2019, my New Year's resolution was to post a video to YouTube every day. And most of them, were just selfie videos shot with a smartphone. And I did that. I mean, I think I missed 2 or 3 days, but for most of the year, it was a pretty close to 100% hit rate on that. And my audience grew to the point where I could monetize. But since then, I have been shadow banned. And I know that I've been shadow banned because, one, my viewer stats went from several hundred to less than 100 for each upload. But more importantly, I started noticing that, if I made a comment on some popular video, that the comments before and after mine might get hundreds of likes and mine would get 3. And then I realized the test is, okay, make the comment, post it. I can see it. Now log out and reload the page. Whoop, my comment's gone. So, and just this year, like, I don't know when the shadow ban hit, but I know that just this year, I got a message from YouTube saying that, I was in the penalty box for 30 days, couldn't upload because I had advocated, I had posted something that advocated for violent criminal content. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Right.
Turns out an old podcast of mine in which I had read from the Unabomber's manifesto, I had uploaded it as a video years ago. But, their algorithms are always combing through your past archive looking for new sins based on a newly constrained code of conduct. And so, of course, I appealed, and of course the appeal was algorithmically denied. And so now I can go to my, my behind the scenes page, and there's a community guideline strike. It's active, and I got demonetized. And while I was prevented from uploading new videos for 30 days, my hundreds of other videos, which have not been flagged as harmful, they're still not able to generate income for me. And the ban, the demonetization ban is for 90 days, and then I have to start over as if I was applying for the first time.
Wow. Okay,
Yeah.
now wait, okay. I've had a community guidelines warning
Mhm.
put on this channel, and I had something like that put on the Zero Books channel, but for a different reason. That I took care of. There was like a copyright thing on
Mhm.
so I just had to pay somebody some money and they took it down. But
Copyright's a very different issue from, thought control.
right. No, I know. But since I started this channel, I had a community guidelines warning. It was over using ASMR that was basically like a woman breathing during sex kind of
Mhm.
ASMR that I put in the background behind an animation of a work by Duchamp called The Bride Stripped Bare, just to make this sort of artistic collage as a part of a longer video. And that gave me a community guidelines warning because I
That's
guess
weird. I thought that was a whole genre on YouTube.
well, it was, but they wanted to get rid of it. So the reason I
Ah.
found the ASMR audio on YouTube, but I've also had videos demonetized for other reasons, for content reasons, political content reasons, and I do feel as though there's maybe I'm being not completely shadow banned, but suppressed a bit. It feels like it. It feels like everybody who's independent is at this point. But you didn't get any warning. You didn't get a community guidelines warning strike or anything like that. You just went
right to the penalty box
because you read the Unabomber manifesto.
Right, which had been published in the Washington Post.
Right. And when this was 2020, this happened, or 2019, or
This is just this year. This is just
this year. Okay,
February.
Yeah,
I've been locked out before. I forget what my previous sins were, but in every case, it was not a recent video. It was always something in the archive. So either somebody found the video and found it objectionable and complained, or they're just constantly tightening the restrictions in terms of what is allowed to be said, and then applying it retroactively. So they comb through your past archive to see, if there's anything that wasn't a sin before but is now, if they can get you on it. And a lot of people are leaving YouTube for just that reason. But I've looked at Rumble, and there's nothing on Rumble that I want to watch, at least that I can find.
Right.
So I don't. It's not very inviting to me. It's not like a community that I'm interested in joining. So I don't know. I think I'm just not. I'm going to focus on the written word for now. Substack seems to be a bastion of free thought and free speech for the moment. So
Substack's good, and they can do podcasts there as well. But in the last since 2020, but over the last year, it's been revealed the degree to which the Department of Homeland Security is setting up the moderation guidelines for
not just the Department of Homeland Security.
No,
I mean, all of the 3-letter acronym agencies have their direct red line phone to folks at not so much Twitter anymore now that it's X, but really what killed the C-Rome podcast was when I got kicked off of Facebook, because that was my main way of connecting with the audience, was the Friends of the C-Rome group on Facebook.
And
which
was big, right?
It had thousands of of people signed up and hundreds of active participants.
Right.
And I got kicked off when I posted something that somebody didn't like to a Star Trek discussion group, and they reported me to Facebook for impersonation. And so, Facebook sent me an automated letter saying, send us a copy of your ID. And I wrote back and I said, hey, I need to talk to a human about this. And I got, basically the same automated message again. And then I got, I had been on Facebook for a decade, and with the click of, somebody's fingers or the flipping of a simulated toggle, all of my posts, a decade's worth of content, eliminated, just gone, from Facebook. And I stayed off of Facebook for years, but then a couple of years ago, I was thinking of buying a car, and I wanted to, look for cars on Facebook. So I created a new account, and I was banned again within a day.
For what? Because they figured out who you were?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's it's well, I mean, just to kind of underscore and underline the point you just made, you had created content for Facebook.
Yep.
Giving people a reason to be on the platform that they were monetizing. I mean, you were just one of millions, but
Yeah.
but nonetheless, you were one of millions who was not just posting about your kids to a few people, but creating a real audience on Facebook. And they just decided, nope, that you didn't have any rights to your content anymore.
They didn't decide. Some human being that didn't like me abused their reporting procedures, knowing that the case would never come before an actual human mind, that it would all be handled algorithmically, at a time when the algorithms weren't nearly as sophisticated. Like, they couldn't make inferences then the way they do now. This is in the, around the Chat GPT-1 era.
Mm-hmm.
Today, it might go differently. Today I might explain myself, and a YouTube large language, not YouTube, Facebook large language model might look at what I said and say, oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay. But back then that was not a possibility.
The way to get things resolved, I found for you on YouTube, is to tweet at the YouTube account, the right YouTube account. It's like on, I don't remember the name of it, but like I tried using their system to get rid of a strike or something, and didn't get any response. It was all automated. But then I tweeted at the right handle, and it got resolved within a day. So,
are you familiar with Pi, the large language model from Inflection?
No, tell me about Pi.
Pi's, I like it. It's one of the better, large language model chatbots. And I was just chatting with it one day about, I forget what, but I typed the word gobbledygook, but I accidentally put a space between gobbledy and gook. So just the word GOOK. Immediately it killed the conversation. It suspended my account. It said, you're done. Bad thing, bad man. I cannot talk to you anymore. Bad person. And I sent several emails to the company, and none of them got any sort of response. So I wrote about it on Substack. And the next day I was back. My account was restored. So yeah, complain in public is much better than, getting in line and going hat in hand and saying, please, sir, I think I've been good.
Mm-hmm.
Please let me back.
But so ours is, both of us are kind of telling this tale of this contradictory, kind of paradoxical tale of the way that the internet provided an opportunity for self-expression and entrepreneurship.
The early internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thoroughly captured platform-centric corporate internet is a very different place.
Yeah, but on the other hand, but Facebook was a big part of your podcasting business model because it was. Yep. Centralized and so dominant and such a big monopoly. So you could reach huge audiences through Facebook, especially in the early days. And so,
I was a late adopter to Facebook, though. I don't think I was actually on it until like 2012. Yeah. Like, I'd been podcasting for 6 years before I started, participating on Facebook.
Well, I wanted to ask you about your thoughts about AI, because you're actually the right person to talk to about this. I've used AI just to do searches through Bing, because I feel like Google is such crap now. It can't, I have to find some other way to do searches for information, and Bing is okay. But I've noticed that it gets things wrong quite a lot.
Yeah, that's called hallucination. And to a large language model, the only thing, like an answer which is germane, an answer which answers, which answers to the interest of the user, is the correct answer. Whether or not it's factually accurate it's really hard to get the large language models to take that into consideration. And, the one person who says, hey, why don't we build a truth-seeking large language model is roundly vilified. This being, Elon Musk. He says, hey, why don't we make an AI that seeks to understand the true nature of the universe and looks for factual information? And he's a villain. It's like, oh, you're just, that's the Third Reich.
I don't think people think that about him because he wants to seek out the truth.
No, it's the other way. I mean, they have an opinion about Elon Musk, and if he says that it's Tuesday, well, then it must be Saturday because he's a Nazi.
Right. I'm not sure if it's hallucinations that I'm encountering or something else, because the thing I've discovered they're wrong about, that Bing is wrong about the most often, is if I ask, is this disinformation agency nonprofit federally funded? Do they get money from the UK state? What is always, there's no evidence of any federal funding. And then I go to their actual website and it's like, we've received a grant from these federal agencies. It's like they're on the publicly, it's not even hidden. It's like public knowledge that they do get federal funding, these different organizations, but Bing won't tell me that. So I'll go back to Bing and say, actually on their website, it says they do. And it's, oh, thank you for the correction.
Yep. I won't remember that correction. You can ask me again tomorrow and I'll give you the same answer I did today. Right. The thing with the large language models is you cannot take what they say as verified fact. You can take it as a starting point for an investigation, but then you have to go and verify the facts yourself. And, an easy way to just start that process is to cut and paste your question into a different large language model. So, start with Bing and look at its answer and then go to Claude. You familiar with Claude?
No.
Claude is probably the most powerful of the publicly available free large language models right now. But it's not the most knowledgeable. Like Pi, the one I like, is not nearly as intelligent, but it knows a lot more. And most of them don't have access to the web. So they can't just go and Google it for you and then synthesize the data. Google's large language model can, Gemini. But Gemini is the most reluctant to discuss anything that is, seemingly edgy. So,
Gemini's the one that wouldn't show you a picture of a white person a little while ago.
Yes. That made a lot of news, but for years, if you just go to Google image search and you type in white couple, it will make a point of showing you mixed race couples. As if to say, you are a bad person to even want that. This is not what you asked for, but this is what you need, you evil white supremacist. Here's a picture of happy white and black people together, raising families. So if you wanted a picture of a white couple, you go in and type in Irish couple.
And even then, no, but with Gemini, if you type in Irish couple, you're going to get like a Native American and whatever.
That was for a few days. They took that down pretty quickly because that went viral in a very embarrassing way.
Well, I want to get back to discussing your novel a little bit before we wrap up. We're coming up on an hour. I shouldn't get rid of you. I should just hold on to you for as long as you're here to fill up the time on this.
Well, do you have somebody scheduled for the next hour?
I have I have someone at 9:30 coming in. I wanted to show a clip from Andrew Filippone's short film. I'd show the whole thing, Charlie Rose by Samuel Beckett, which is from 2012. And I interviewed him. He was one of the first people who I got on who had gone viral with this YouTube video. It got 300,000 views. But I thought that is ginormous at the time.
Yeah, that's bigger than my biggest video for sure.
I think I made one on Jordan Peterson that got 500,000. So
wow.
That was, I got lucky. That's what made the YouTube channel really at zero. It was like that video. And then after that, they all get tens of thousands of views for a while.
I remember you had an interaction with Jordan Peterson just before he got famous. And so, you were denied your opportunity to confront him because suddenly he was, in a different league. And not.
Yeah, I contacted his publicist and scheduled an interview and got a date and locked down, and we were going to do it. And he had been saying no Marxist will debate me, and I'm like, I'm right here, I'll do it. And then suddenly it was like, his schedule won't permit him to do this, and then no response to my follow-ups. Like, I can make my schedule fit his. When would be?
You know who Richard Hanania is?
No, who's Richard? I should know these people. Who is it?
He's kind of right-wingish, but he's young and in a new way. He's, he shows up on shows like Rising and Breaking Points. He's in that crew, which means he's, just a couple degrees of separation from you because, people appear on those shows. But he was just kind of blowing up, and I reached out to him on Twitter and I asked him if he'd be on a podcast, and he said yes. And then when we went to set the time, he wrote back and he said, I talked to my publicist and they said that I should only do mainstream podcasts. And this is like less than a day later that he went from yes to I've been advised not to. So that really stokes the paranoia. It's like, there's a secret file on me. I don't have access to it, but other people do. What does it say?
I'm going to say something that I will probably never have to, I'll never be tested on. Right. But I don't care. Like if I suddenly somehow become big, I will never turn down a podcast based on its size. Maybe I can do scheduling, but it just doesn't make any sense either to not go on a podcast if you have the time, because you never know who's going to watch, and it's bad form to say, I'm sorry, you're not big enough. It's just, that's not the community of podcasting I come from.
Yeah.
I've
known Douglas Rushkoff since long before podcasting was a thing. He was an internet friend from the early days. And I've had him on the show repeatedly, but I asked him a couple of years ago and he said, yes, but I'm so busy. I'm doing multiple podcast interviews a day. It's going to take me a while. That was a couple of years ago. And still every few months, he'll send me an email saying, hey, you're still in the pipeline. I'm still, looking to make it happen, but I don't want to do more than one a day. And the line is so long. So, there does come a point where you really do have to apply some sort of filtering mechanism.
True. Yeah. I mean, I was going to say, I'm not Douglas Rushkoff, and even I'm surprised Douglas Rushkoff is still Douglas Rushkoff. But anyway, it's been a while since I've heard from him. I don't know,
he's quite big apparently. He's got his own podcast, and it's
okay.
He certainly doesn't need whatever boost I can give him to get his message out. It would he would be doing me a favor, by being on the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's been on before on your show, right?
Many times.
Yeah.
No, I picked him up at the Washington D.C. airport. Not Dulles. What's the other one? Reagan. In my old pickup truck, and drove him to PBS headquarters in Crystal City, Virginia, where he was going to give a talk. And we recorded a podcast interview, like just in the lobby, like on a landing in the stairs, just me and him sitting on a bench with my, my portable recorder. That's the level of connection that I have with him. But yeah, now if I want him on my podcast, it's a period of years of waiting.
Well, I'm sure he'll come back eventually.
Well, he might also, check my podcast feed from time to time and see that I'm not putting stuff out regularly. So he's probably going to default to people who are.
Right. So, listen, I want to run this video.
Okay. I can hang out until half past,
Yeah, that sounds great. And so if see if I can figure out how to get it on the screen here.
Do I have to watch the video, or can I go get a cup of coffee?
Oh, well, it's only a few minutes, but yeah, you can go get a cup of coffee.
All right.
Then afterwards, you have to pretend like you saw it. No, okay. But I won't. I'll show it to everyone else. See if I can get it.
Okay.
It's Charlie Rose. So you have to type on this laptop. Okay. Sorry, everybody. Charlie Rose. Beckett. Here we go.
Welcome to the broadcast tonight, a conversation about the future of technology and the internet and mobile devices and all that. We talked to Charlie Rose for the first time. Welcome. The future of technology coming up. What will the web do to content? in terms of high cost, expensive, time consuming content. My perception is, you would know this much more than I do. Okay, tell me 4 or 5 of those that we ought to take a look at that are startups that have a brilliant idea. Microsoft and Yahoo. Microsoft, Yahoo. Microsoft and Yahoo. Microsoft, Yahoo. Microsoft, Yahoo. Yahoo. Microsoft, Yahoo. Microsoft and Yahoo. Microsoft, Yahoo. Why wasn't Yahoo? Yahoo. Steve is not happy with the process so far. Microsoft don't do that. Yahoo. Google. 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 No, we're not going to do that. I can never get Craig to talk to me about his economic model. Google. No. Google. No. Google. No, we're not going to do that. Google. Radiohead. Blogs. Google. 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 Microsoft and Yahoo. Google. Microsoft and Yahoo. Google. Microsoft. Google. Yahoo. Google. Google. Yahoo. Yahoo. We're making all this money and our stock price is going through the roof. And how can we use this advantage to enter new markets, to expand our market share, to beat the hell out of everybody? Steve is not happy. What's going to happen?
We're muted. Okay.
Because I was laughing out loud during that.
Yeah. Yeah, I had the Andrew Filippone on the podcast, and I grabbed a clip from that, but somehow on my trip to New York, I didn't get it onto this laptop, so I can't run the clip of my interview with him. But he was just, his story, I got him on the podcast and said, how did you decide to make this? He's like, well, I have iMovie, and I was fooling around and I put it on. I took a college course on avant-garde filmmaking, and I thought I'd try my hand at it, and I made that. And some people liked it, and it made the rounds and went a little bit viral. But somehow in 2012, that seemed really unique, that kind of edited up found footage approach. I think that probably there's something like that uploaded every second to YouTube now. But
at the same time, it's also that art form is done. It's over. Because now you can just go to 11 Labs with a clip of Charlie Rose and train an AI voice, to sound like Charlie Rose, and create, a 3D avatar that looks just like Charlie Rose, and you can have him say whatever you want. So there's no need to listen to hours and hours of his interviews and to cut, and splice and be creative like that.
Right.
The constraints that the technology put upon you required you to exercise a certain creativity, which is no longer required. So you could say people could still do that. You, Doug Lain, could still make mixtapes in the style that you did in the late 80s and mid 90s, but you won't.
No, I don't make mixtapes, but I still make these critical cuts videos, and they're kind of in that same, I mean, not exactly like that, but they're I still use basically cuts to edit things together. I don't go to an AI to generate my footage, but
Not yet, because it's not convenient yet.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder what will happen when it is. Well, I've heard it debated whether or not what we're headed for is a world in which KMO goes home at the end of his day and sits down in front of his computer or TV, types in a phrase or two, and a movie is made for him based on what he wants to watch by some AI, or whether or not there will still be a small percentage of creators now instead of filmmakers or painters or novelists or whatever, but just creators in the abstract who will be making movies, maybe using AI technology to assist, but that will still be authors and whether that will be preferable for most people rather than the ones they can generate just using their own imagination with a few phrases. What do you think?
Well, let's loop back. Remember when Podomatic was over-reporting, listener stats?
Yeah.
Imagine you're doing a podcast and your stats are amazing, and beyond that, you're getting a flood of listener feedback that is very clear that your audience is very intelligent and they're listening very closely and they get what you're trying to communicate. And beyond that, a lot of them, are very attractive and they're very impressed with you and they think very highly of you and let you know that all day long. And then you encounter a story about people caught in these little micro celebrity bubbles where all of the feedback they're getting is AI generated. And then you have to wonder, oh shit, does any human listen to my podcast? Is it even going out to anyone, or is there just an AI pandering to me all day long, stoking my ego and feeding my neurology saying, oh, you're so good. That's so creative. Oh, will you marry me? You're so beautiful. You're so wonderful.
Well, listen, will these AIs sign up to your Patreon? Because, in that world, if you get, I'm fine with it. You don't have to.
Exactly.
But I do think that will be the divide,
Do you know who Kai-Fu Lee is?
I'm going to just say no. I've
Okay.
not reached the point of brain deadness that you could probably say,
he's,
who William Shatner is.
I know you know who William Shatner is. Yeah. Beyond that, you know who Scott Bakula is.
I do know who Scott Bakula is.
Someday we'll get back to that. Doug had proposed many years ago that we do a podcast where we go through Star Trek Enterprise episode by episode.
Oh yeah, it'd be great.
Yeah. So anyway,
we could probably make big money on that. Okay. Anyway, go ahead.
Where was I going? What was the question?
Oh, something about, you asked me if I knew who someone was, and
Kai-Fu Lee, right?
Yeah.
So Kai-Fu Lee, he's worked for Apple, he's worked for Google, and he's worked for a lot of the big Chinese tech companies. And he made a splash several years ago. He wrote a book called AI Superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
And superpowers like, the USA and USSR are not superpowers like,
superheroes,
flight and regeneration or whatever. And he wrote a follow-up book, and I forget the title. It's not as memorable. It's AI and then a year. I forget what the year is, but in it, he tells several fictionalized stories of people living in the not too distant future in a world that's shaped, not necessarily run by AI, but shaped by AI. And one of the questions is, that the characters in this, it's not a novel, but the characters in these scenarios are grappling with is, we don't really need human labor, but humans need to be needed. How can we fool people into thinking that they're actually working and generating something of value? And there are, various companies that's not their publicly stated goal, but that's their behind the scenes goal. We need to involve people, a lot of people every day, have them do something they wouldn't do except, unless they were getting paid. And we don't need the output of their activity. The goal is to keep them under the illusion that they are participants when they are not. And this is somebody who, he's not just some guy. I mean, this is a guy who's very influential. He goes to China and he gives lectures at universities and thousands of people show up, thousands of people who are looking to get into the tech industry and, who are knowledgeable, smart people in a way that you and I are not smart. Neither of us is a coder or a numbers guy or a statistician or anything like that. And this, so he's looking at AI and he's looking down the track and he sees this as a big problem. It's like, what do we do with all these human beings who depend on working as part of their validation, as part of their self-image as a useful, productive member of society? What do you do with all those people when AI can do everything they do much faster, at least as well, if not better, and way cheaper?
From a Marxist perspective, it becomes a two-sided question, because it's not only what do you do with the people, but also how do you maintain profitability in a world which is so fully automated? Because to make it simple, Marxists believe in the labor theory of value, which means that the commodities around us get their value from the amount of time that people spend working to make them. And as we speed up production, they get cheaper, which is good because it makes it easier to distribute when things are cheap. More people can get access to it. But if they get too cheap too quickly, then the profitability goes into crisis. And so if you have not enough need to employ human beings to do work, and this solution of fake jobs that are in a kind of a Prisoner meets the Truman Show virtual reality solution will only work to the extent that some humans somewhere are doing productive work that can prop up this gigantic financialized system.
Why would humans be doing any productive work when it is cheaper and more efficient to have machines do it?
Well, because the efficiency turns against itself under capitalism due to the labor theory of value. So,
but the competitive nature of capitalism means that the person who decides to produce an inferior product that takes longer and costs more to create is just throwing up their hands and losing the competition.
I know. So the way this has worked out in the past is that new realms that require human labor open up, and also you also find areas where labor is super cheap. So you can take longer or require more human beings, but because the labor is so cheap, it's still more cost efficient than buying the equipment to automate. So those are kind of some of the ways in which that's overcome and has been overcome so far. But what most people leave out, like if you remember the Kurt Vonnegut novel Player Piano?
I know of it. I'm not sure I ever read it.
Yeah, but it's basically about a world where human beings don't have to work anymore and they don't have a usefulness. Everything's automated. And it was written in, I think, the 50s or early 60s or something like that. And the idea after World War II was that through state management of the economy and monetary policies and things like that, and redistribution policies through the welfare state, there would no longer be a need for there wouldn't. It's not so much that there wouldn't be a need for human labor. There might not be, and that would be a social problem. But there wouldn't be economic crisis. We wouldn't face a depression again. We wouldn't have problems of profitability on a global scale again. And in the 70s and then in 2008, we've seen that that's not the case. So one of the unintended consequences of a world that would be run virtually and everyone just would think they had a job, which is just like a variation on UBI, right? This is like, you don't know you're getting the benefit.
Right.
So you're easier to manage. But even in that world, there would be financial crises. There would be real world economic problems, even if the real world is just like everything else on a computer. There will be numbers that matter and numbers that don't matter. And there'll be, this solution is a pseudo solution, but it has a consequence. So one of the ways to think about
even in Kai-Fu Lee's book, it doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The strategy of having people play video games all day and telling them that it's work doesn't work. People figure it out pretty quickly that, they're not needed.
Right. Well, Bash Revolution is sort of like this, only I imagine that we overcome the value form is how I would put it as a ex-Climanite. But
now, I actually read Bash Revolution.
Oh yeah.
I read after the saucers landed.
Yeah.
So are you going to read Fear and Loathing in the
Yeah,
Kuiper Belt?
I will. I just, I will read it. I'll tell you what, I'll read it all and have you back on and to really talk about it.
Right
and because it's only fair. That's how it works. But also it does seem like it would be fun.
I will say that Fear and Loathing in the Kuiper Belt is longer than all of your novels combined.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, then
it's long.
That's not fair. Are you going to make an audiobook version? Not
okay.
That spring to mind, but
here's the thing. Yes, I've thought about this quite a bit. I have a few choices with that. I could read it myself, but it has multiple female characters who are going to need different voices. And that's not such a huge concern because I can use an AI voice changer. In fact, I've been creating the audiobook for the novella, Last Train to Mordor, which is a prelude to the novel.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been recording it myself and then using 11 Labs to change my voice into a woman's voice. Because if you just enter text, the cadence is not very good. So I can read it in my own voice, provide the cadence, and then switch over to, have the AI insert a woman's voice. And it's not just a filter that's being run by my voice. It is, in fact, a freshly generated, voice track, but using my recorded input as a guide. And it sounds great, but it's very time consuming. The novel is very long. It would take me months to do it as an audiobook. So I could do it myself, but I'd rather spend that time, researching and writing the sequel. Or I could pay somebody to do it. But, if you go to ACX, that's the Amazon, program that connects authors with narrators, people want $100, $200 per hour of finished audio. And this book's probably going to be like 15 hours or so. I don't have the cash to do that. Some people will, they'll do it for a percentage of the sales, but my novel hasn't sold much in its paperback or Kindle form. So I would feel bad, saying, hey, go do a shit ton of work for no guaranteed reward. And two, if somebody agrees to do that, then I have to wonder, it's going to take them a long time. The whole time that they're supposedly working on it, I have to wonder, are they actually working on it?
Mm-hmm.
Given the lack of a guarantee of a payoff at the end, are they going to get bored? Is life just going to overwhelm them? So the next option is Amazon has just introduced virtual voice, and it's free. If you have a book, published through Amazon, you can take it over to Audible and they will provide the narration for free. You can pick the voice, but so far the virtual narrators, which sound pretty good, they can't do different voices for different characters.
Right.
And that would be really important in this particular novel. Yeah. So right now I'm just kind of in a holding pattern. Like, I know that the capabilities of the AI narration will be vastly expanded a year from now. I might just wait a year.
This is interesting. We're about to introduce a bunch of audiobooks. Like, we're going to do historical socialist texts as audiobooks only to start with. We're going to have original books that are only coming out as audiobooks.
Only?
The plan, yeah, at first, and then if they do well, we'll make them into print editions. But the idea was, well, the overhead will be low, just be a matter of my time or Ashley's time to read them.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of critical theory presses don't do that. Like, I don't think there's a lot of it's been the left-wing presses are slow to create audiobooks for the most part. But now with this AI virtual voice thing, I bet you're just going to have I think everyone's just going to start. All publishers are just going to start releasing audiobooks that way pretty soon. How good are they?
Go to Audible and do a search and search for narrator and just put in virtual voice, and it will bring up an endless list of titles, and you can sample each of them. You won't sample each of them. You wouldn't have time, but you can sample a few and just listen.
Yeah. But do you think they're as good as a human can do at this point?
Not yet. Again, the problem is cadence, like, and stress. This jumped out at me. I was listening to, it seemed like a young adult science fiction novel that somebody had put up, and the virtual voice narrator sounded good, but one character, like two characters, meet in a park. They've never met before. They're young people, and they're just hanging out in the park. And one character says, "What are you doing here?" And the other character says, "What are you doing here?" in the exact same cadence. But no, the other character would say, "What are you doing here?"
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. But we're at a point right now where the same string of words is going to get the exact same treatment, even if it's repeated twice in a row. When, a human being would realize, no, there's going to be a different stress in the second instance,
Right.
So, but the AI is going to figure that out pretty quickly. Pretty quickly.
Also, if you have someone who's a listener, you could get the whole thing generated by AI and go through and have another AI assist you in quick editing to change the stress on the second line if you wanted, like even now before they get the bots smart enough to do it automatically.
Well, even now, I don't know about Amazon's virtual voice, but if you use 11 Labs, which is right now like the leader in synthesized voice technology, or some of their competitors, you can choose an emotional valence for any particular strip of text. So you can say, okay, read this line angry, or read this line sad, or read this line, amused. And it will change like that. But then you have sacrificed the just push a button and the whole book is done for you, to push a button and some, a raw product that you have to go through line by line and adjust is created for you. Which for some people, that's not a bad thing, because that reserves a place for human judgment and human creativity. Whereas, the push button approach eliminates a lot of human judgment and creativity.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to hold out the hope that people will prefer to listen to and watch and read real human beings' works and ideas, even as the robots get better and better.
Well, there will come a time in the very near future when you can train an AI to speak in your voice with your cadence. And then the choice will be, do I spend hours and hours and hours reading and editing audio, or do I just let the AI do it for free?
I think that I think that would really depend on how smart it was. If it was going to be significantly worse than my own version, I guess I would spend the hours to do it.
So there will be a market difference between April of 2024 and April of 2025 in terms of what the AI can do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's so. And that brings us back to your novel, because at the beginning of this conversation, you mentioned that the way you wanted to write your novel was to have ChatGPT or some other AI help you do it, and you ended up realizing that just by writing the sample sections, you had started writing your novel, and so you continued on from there.
Right. The AI could not do what I could do myself, which is I felt a sense of extreme urgency. Like, if I'm gonna write a novel, it's got to be now, because the temptation to just let AI do it, even just a few years from now, I think is going to be overwhelming. And at the same time, just the process of getting up every day and discovering the story by writing it, that was very gratifying. I want to get back to that.
Okay, the novelist in me I'm having a reaction to this. I mean, it's been a long while since I've written fiction, and I want to get back to it. In fact, I'm supposed to get back to it for a pamphlet series that Alfie Bown's publishing, and I'm like, what month is that? I'm 4 months late now. But I just feel like I don't think an AI could write a Kurt Vonnegut novel, or could write Slaughter
Not yet.
5. Ever. I don't think ever. And I don't think that
I wouldn't take that bet, but let's we've been talking for how many years?
Well, 15.
So let's make a note of this conversation and revisit the topic in a couple years.
Okay. All right. Who's your favorite novelist? I've mentioned Kurt Vonnegut because he's
I've read a lot of Kurt Vonnegut. I like his stuff. In terms of sci-fi, like my all-time favorites are Gene Wolfe, Ursula K. Le Guin, Octavia Butler. I like David Brin's stuff. I was much more into it in my earlier days than I am now. Ian M. Banks, love the Culture series. These are some of my all-time favorites. These are the things that I was making sly reference to in the novel.
Right. Well, okay. So what I'm saying is that I don't think anybody could write a Kurt Vonnegut novel. Any human being could write a Kurt Vonnegut novel today either. And I don't think that anyone today could write a Douglas Coupland novel like Generation X. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that I feel like fiction arises in historical moments from out of people who are living in that moment and were shaped by it and reflecting on it. And an AI might be able to generate a similar style or similar sentences and absolutely replicate like a Kurt Vonnegut style or I think it'd be pretty easy to do a Philip K. Dick story by an AI, and I even think it should be amongst the first things that are written that way, just because it would make him turn over in his grave. But I don't think that they would be able to endure or reach an audience in the same way that, like, I don't know, Portnoy's Complaint did, Philip Roth, or just these people who are expressing something that is general to the culture in a moment, at least,
So two things on that, since we're just down to the last couple of minutes.
Yeah.
One, given the constraints that you put on, what it means for a novelist to write a novel, Kurt Vonnegut can't write a Kurt Vonnegut novel in 2024.
No, he's dead.
He's dead. Right. So there will be no new Kurt Vonnegut novels. But at the same time, if he were still alive, he couldn't write a novel in the style of Kurt Vonnegut of 1975.
True. And
that moment is past.
This is what happens to artists.
Mm-hmm.
You hear about people saying, oh, he's desperate to stay relevant. He's become a parody of himself.
Yeah.
It's because at a certain point, you no longer are engaged in your life in a self-reflective way, but you've fallen into a pattern and been no longer striving to fully understand.
Have you seen the movie Frequently Asked Questions About Time Travel?
Yes.
So
but
fans go back in time and they kill artists before they descend into self-parody.
Right. So, so like Kurt Vonnegut's later novels, certainly his last one, which was called Timequake, it was not as significant a book. It was just not. If that had been his, it was okay. It was fun, but it was not a.
What's your favorite Vonnegut novel?
I like Slaughterhouse-Five quite a lot. I like Breakfast of Champions. There's Player Piano is not bad at all.
Have you read Bluebeard?
Yeah, I've read Bluebeard, but it's been a long time.
That's my favorite.
Mother Night.
I never read Mother Night.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, I think of novelists as being about engaging with and kind of putting the history and the culture into perspective for people.
The other point I wanted to make about your previous argument, you mentioned finding an audience, and I think so much of what AI is going to be generated will be for an audience of one. You mentioned this earlier. You come home, you sit down in front of the TV, you pick up the remote, you turn it on, and it just starts generating content that is created specifically for you, based not only on your interests, but on real-time feedback from like your pupils and how much they're dilating and your galvanic skin response and your pulse. The AI will know second to second whether or how well the content that is generating for you is being received, and it will alter the presentation based on that data. So yeah, finding an audience might not be relevant.
I don't know. I think that people are going to want, like you and I want to do this podcast about the Star Trek show Enterprise, where people are in the future going to want to share our culture. And if you go home and have a probe stuck up your ass to monitor what you really want to watch right now, or whatever it is, that's or put little diodes on your head to exactly read your mind to produce exactly what you desire as an individual, you won't be able to go to the water cooler the next day, even if it is just a virtual one in a pseudo job.
Well, you will be able to go to the virtual one in the pseudo job and talk to a pseudo or virtual coworker, and they will have seen exactly what you saw, and you can discuss it with them.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
All right.
But here, imagine this. Somebody watches this stream and they think, yeah, I really want to see that, or listen to that podcast series where Doug Lain and KMO go through Star Trek Enterprise episode by episode. But you and I, we never get around to it. But they'll say, to their AI entertainment device in the future, hey, I want that. Make that for me.
Oh, God.
And it will.
Yeah. It's just the kind of rarefied bullshit that the AI will be good at. All right. Listen, thanks, KMO. I'm going to read your novel. Everyone should read it. Send me a link to it, and I'll put it in the description for this 15-hour stream once it's over. Or actually post it into as a comment. Can you post a comment?
We'll see. I can't post links, I don't think. In other people's.
Well, send it to me, and I'll send it out to through the description and as a comment on this video. And I'll have you back on again after I read it, and we can go over it, and I'll rake you over the coals for your ideological impurity.
All right, put your finger up.
Yeah,
it's a pinky swear.
That's a pinky swear. Okay,
the hard part is going to be finishing the novel.
Okay, all right. Talk to you soon.
Congratulations on 15 years.
Thank you. All right, so right now, John Milton Bunch is waiting in the green room, and I'm going to bring him on right now. John Bunch.
Good morning, Doug. How are you?
I'm doing well. 3.5 hours in to the stream. Just talked to
listen
KMO.
to the last part.
Yeah, KMO is a long-time friend, long-time podcaster. We've been podcasting together 15 years now, it turns out, off and on. Less lately than it should be the case, because I always enjoy talking to him. I wanted you to come on and let's see, what do I have on my schedule here?
Situationist International, I think, is the topic.
Yeah, this is it's the Situationist International. I have a film called Call It Sleep. It's by an American pro situ guy from the 80s. It's not from the Situationist International itself, but it's available on YouTube. And so I wanted to run that. Let me just see if I can bring it up here. But yeah, I wanted to talk to you about experimental films and what your views are, but I wanted to make you endure this. And I figure a live stream is the way to do it. But yeah, I've got it here. But how's your morning been?
It's been
John?
Fantastic. Couldn't be any better.
And look at the backdrop you've got there. I'm going to put you on the screen primarily on your own. Let's see if I can do that there. Look at that. Is that not the backdrop of a independent YouTube film reviewer, film critic? You gotta get started on that. You just look like you should be doing a show called At the Movies. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know. It's hard for me to commit to something like you can. I don't know. But it's a good idea. Maybe we'll do it.
Yeah, you should do it. I'm going to see if I can hound you into doing it. So I'm going to present this now, this Call It Sleep film. It'll give me an opportunity to step up from the screen, but when we come back, we can discuss it. So let's see here.
Call it sleep.
life in the modern world is life in the society of the spectacle. Its primary forms, the state and the commodity, dominate the world's citizens everywhere. The spectacle is ever present. Its strength comes from its existence everywhere and at all times. It will exist as a totality or not at all. The spectacle is not a philosophical concept. It is a practical reality, the practice of the commodity.
When we eat our shredded wheat, we never leave them whole. We mash them up and mash them up, we smash them in the bowl. We crush them, break them, squash them, squeeze them, press them in our fists. We grind them into tiny, tasty bits.
The spectacle contains a complete catalog of human domination. It creates new forms of exploitation, and it includes earlier, more brutal forms of power into its arsenal of weapons. The spectacle exists independent of particular rulers and particular nations, yet it never stops serving the interests of power, because power does not care how it rules, as long as it continues to rule. The spectacle rules by ideas as well as by armies. It creates spectators who are no longer ignorant or passive in the classic sense, but rather who are overwhelmed and dominated by false ideas about their lives. The spectators have created the world from false notions through their own activity. Through the efforts of spectators, ideology is materialized. The spectator is forced to live in a perpetually schizoid state. At one moment, he is encouraged to be master of a private realm which he furnishes with personally selected occupations, commodities, and ideologies. In the spectacle, this is known as daily life. At the next moment, he is thrust into the role of a passive witness to an unending series of global mishaps. In the spectacle, this is known as being part of history. The hope of the spectacle and its rulers is that the spectator will continue to see his daily life as a refuge from and a compensation for his inability to participate in the making of history. The more autonomous history becomes, the richer the rewards offered to the obedient spectator. The spectacle is democratic. It makes its wealth, the wealth of commodities, available to bourgeois and worker alike. Everyone breathes the same air, has the same credit cards, drives the same cars, takes the same drugs, sees the same movies, reads the same pop thinkers, falls in love with the same faces. Everyone everywhere is encouraged to have the same thirst for the qualitative, the same passion for novelty and innovation. In this way, all the world is being brought gradually to the same point. The world's citizens are presented with a dream of happiness, which has never existed and cannot exist as long as the society of the spectacle exists. In the spectacle, there is no such thing as unproductive labor. All work is productive because as long as people are doing it, they produce a spectacle and can't produce anything else. The society of the spectacle pretends to dream of a world without work because as long as there are workers, there is the possibility of revolution. To postpone disaster, the spectacle has disguised itself as the consumer society.
Double skating, double-decker.
The society of the spectacle realizes abstract communication. Commodity speaks, human beings listen. But the spectacle is not simply comprised of a series of images. The illusory nature of the spectacle is that it lives in the flesh of men and women, adopting all the guises of human communication. The spectacle is a grand tautology. It says, that which is good exists, and that which exists is good.
5, 6, 7, 8, 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6. Let's go! 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, go! 2.
Even as the spectacle increasingly manifests the toxic basis of its own existence, it continues to create new conditions which further insult and assault the spectator. The spectacle is forced to speak of the sorry state of affairs, which it attributes to various marginal factors. For example, criminals, unforeseeable environmental mishaps, the occasional incompetent official, assorted lunatic dictators. And not surprisingly, the spectacle has learned to exploit its own decomposition.
When I was doing my graduate work at Auburn University, I had a vision one night while asleep, sort of a dream or a nightmare or whatever. And this vision indicated to me that I was supposed to go to my laboratory and expose myself by placing one hand in a beaker of concentrated sulfuric acid and the other hand in a beaker of saturated sodium hydroxide solution. If either of these substances burned me, as should have been the case, I was supposed to have quit graduate school, and I was, of course, supposed to have gone out and obtained a job.
The spectacle terrorizes whole populations with images of impending cataclysm, which it maintains will only be prevented by greater adherence to power. In all of this, the spectator's approval is essential. Today we find him busily acclimatizing himself to the horror he finds all around him. Like slaves have always done, the spectator finds ways to rationalize his punishment. He discovers commodities which insulate him from his own misery, even as they poison him. Worldviews which justify totalitarianism, even as they stupefy him. Occupations which glorify sacrifice, even as they mutilate his mind and body. The more the spectator acquiesces, the more abuse power heaps on him. New horrors like the neutron bomb are created, which destroy only selected spectators, not the spectacle, pointing the way toward the ultimate, though unrealizable dream of power, a world in which capital reproduces itself without the need for alienated labor. Maybe the spectator should be grateful for the following banality of power to which he owes his existence. The master must have his slaves in order to be a master. Otherwise, he could simply destroy them all outright. The spectacle is the direct heir of philosophy. It seeks to rationalize all life, to render it controllable by power. In this struggle, bureaucracy is the pragmatic organizational arm, and science its intellectual front. The unification of these two aspects is achieved in the newest and last science, the science of information, of pure control. Everyone is called on to model his life after the patterns of organization and consumption employed by power. Everyone is encouraged to play the roles of bureaucrat and scientist in his own home, and to view his life as a series of processes and procedures which exist independently from the good sense of men and women. In this way, everyone comes to identify his future with the future of power.
Baby, look at me and tell me what you see. You ain't seen the best of me yet. Give me time, I'll make you forget the rest. I got more of me.
The spectacle exists in two forms, two methods of domination. There is the diffuse spectacle of the modern nations and the concentrated spectacle of the more backward regions. These two approaches frequently are in conflict on a political level, and these conflicts are real in the sense they reflect profound contradictions inherent to the society. But on a higher level, the two branches of the spectacle are perfectly compatible. Each is assigned a task in the global organization of hierarchical power. The diffuse spectacle of the modern countries is the favored mode of development. It is the model of manageable descent. of abundance, and therefore of leisure. The concentrated spectacle is a showroom of utility, where ideology has totally transformed social relations in the image of power. Here, the central social product and obvious organizing principle of daily life is the maintenance of the state. The spectacle can't imagine a world which is not spectacular. It thinks of itself as existing now and forever. Yet, it is reminded continuously of its mortality by real and imagined social threats. The spectacle translates challenges to its power into challenges to the species as a whole. The spectacle presents its own end as the end of the world. Nuclear war, ecological catastrophe, and galactic upheaval all are evoked with increasing frequency, especially now as the threat of radical social transformation created by an intelligent opposition becomes a concrete possibility.
I will follow him wherever he may go. There isn't an ocean too deep, a mountain side can't keep me away. I must follow him.
The founding father of modern cinema was a Bolshevik. The style and language of modern cinema was invented by a man who devoted himself to the celebration of Bolshevism. It is on the level of appearance that Bolshevism has achieved its greatest successes, because fundamentally, Bolshevism is revolution as image, as myth, as a spectacle to be created by a few and observed by the masses. Bolshevism did not begin with the Bolsheviks. Revolutionaries created it when they concluded that the workers, by themselves, could not destroy capitalism without leaders and without concentrated centers of class consciousness. The First International was the first party of consciousness. In its program, model for all Bolshevik programs to come, Marx put forward openly reformist ideas because he believed they would draw the masses to his party, where they would eventually learn the whole truth. Modern-day Bolshevism is a logical outcome of this mediated view of revolution. Political consciousness is no longer a means to an end. It becomes an end in itself. There is no difference between Bolshevism and all other brands of spectacular opposition. One can only empathize with individuals motivated by a sincere desire for reform, who join ecology groups, consumer organizations, and alternative political parties. In any of these groups, these individuals are directed by a firmly entrenched leadership through a maze of politically motivated compromises to an end that is sadly predictable. The indefinite postponement of profound social transformation, the enrichment of the careers of a few bureaucrats, and the permanent disillusionment of a number of intelligent individuals.
En su afán de controlar todo.
And then Fidel lost his voice. It was a dramatic moment. More than 50 years of foreign economic domination were to come to an end that historic night.
Un ligero revés, sin importancia, porque se ha ido una voz por un momento, pero ahí está él y estará.
As a revolutionary strategy, Bolshevism is a failure. The signs are everywhere. The democratic worker states are a sham. There is no democracy. There are only workers and the state. Open warfare among state capitalist nations has destroyed the myth of a single correct ideology. Yet the influence of Bolshevism has never been more profound. As a growing social crisis renders liberalism and all other traditional bourgeois ideologies irrelevant, liberal thinkers turn to Bolshevism, appropriating some of the milder elements of its program. Gradually, Bolshevism and liberalism merge. This leftist humanism has become the ideology of a whole social stratum raised on the spectacle of revolt. That is, the cadre. The cadre is a reformist of daily life. He takes up Bolshevism's apparently antisocial attitude and values, but without the militant posture. Like the Bolshevik, the cadre is paranoid about authority, anti-imperialist, and easily outraged. But unlike the militant who is willing to sacrifice himself for the party, the cadre does everything with an eye toward the preservation of his social position.
10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2.
This is Channel 3 Update, Southern California's most complete television newscast, gathered and prepared by Los Angeles' most professional newsmen and women, with award-winning anchorman Pete Martin, and relief weather, Leon Claster Sport, and Kimberley Wells with California Close-Up. And now, Pete Martin.
In the modern countries, the current wave of terrorism is primarily the consequence of the proletariat's refusal to be organized by the Bolsheviks. Ignored or rejected in the factories and in the streets, the Bolsheviks have turned to propaganda by the deed in a last-ditch attempt to attract attention to their cause. In the heart of the modern spectacle, the Baader-Meinhof group, mistaking their own desperation for the desperation of the proletariat, tried to create the conditions for revolution single-handedly, boldly attacking the state. The state rose to the challenge. The state offered the people a choice between a well-ordered, affluent bourgeois democracy or chaos. Given the two miserable possibilities, Germans chose to do nothing. That is, they chose the state. For their part, the Baader-Meinhof was bound to lose on two fronts. Once they initiated a battle of ever-escalating military force, the state was the inevitable victor. Nor could they hope to inspire the proletariat, because they were attempting to combat alienation with alienated means. Terrorism, no matter who undertakes it, is always counter-revolutionary. It depends upon a secret hierarchy which reproduces classic military organization with its strict division of labor, bizarre code of behavior, and the use of intimidation. There is nothing secret about revolution. One of the main strengths of an authentic radical movement is that everything it does and says can be done and said by everyone because its goals and its methods are truly democratic.
The possibility of a new trial for two of Malcolm X's convicted killers when Tony Brown's journal returns.
As traditional mandatory forms of social organization, like the family, the corporation, and the state lose their power over the individual, more modern voluntary forms of control appear. Today in the West, updated forms of the Bolshevik Party, like the collective, the affinity group, and the commune, spread all the basic principles of Bolshevism, while appearing to dispense with rigidity and sterility of the traditional political groups. The individual learns how to give himself up for the glorification of an abstraction. He learns how to reconcile himself to a collectively produced mediocrity. And most important, he learns that this society permits and even encourages his attempts to restructure social life, as long as they alter nothing fundamental to the maintenance of the spectacle. critique of Bolshevism is political only insofar as it is a critique of politics, of separate power, of representation. The way to end politics is not to ignore it, but to suppress it. Though it no longer represents a viable strategy, Bolshevism will remain formidable as long as it can maintain its monopoly on the interpretation of revolution. If one tried to sum up what modern society has thought of itself over the last decade, one could say at least this, that the social forces which seemed to be polarized clearly a few years before have undergone a development so complex that one can no longer easily recognize and label individuals according to their relationship to power, and that this development has created a sense of confusion and restlessness in the society as a whole. Here, ideology stops and history begins.
It's hard to stay involved in politics. After Vietnam, nothing interests me anymore.
May 68 was a really wild time in France. I wish I'd been there to march with the workers.
Paris is great. What this town needs is a cafe where you can meet and talk with interesting people.
The intermediary stratum in the traditional class structure was the petty bourgeoisie, who, representing a primitive social system based on local autonomy, longed for the simplicity of an earlier period, but always sided with power in the end. The transitional figure in the post-World War II universe of the modern spectacle is a cadre. The cadre is the answer to the question, where have all the radicals gone? The cadre is the institutionalization of the two-sided and contradictory nature of the spectacle, which simultaneously sings its own praise and, smelling its own stench, reports it. The cadre is not the managerial class, nor the white-collar worker, nor the hip professional. The cadre is anyone willing to perform his or her role in exchange for the miserable compensations which modernity confers. The cadre is the center of the fabled post-war revolution in the world of the commodity. It is for him that the latest cultural innovations are created. He lives in the new architecture, goes to the modern cinema, pursues the current dream of liberated sexuality. He is the person who acts out eulogies of the commodity society and believes them, who writes pseudo-critiques of the commodity society and believes them, who finds the world unlivable and still manages to flourish in it. The cadre must appear to be in the vanguard of his epoch. He must be in favor of everything progressive, everything radical, everything that purports to be new and innovative and stylish. He is the modern consumer who hates what he must consume because he knows all of its inadequacies, and yet who continues to search for the perfect commodity, the one which contains no imperfection. He believes that his educated refusal of inadequate commodities place him above the obedient consumer who believes what he is told. The cadre simultaneously wants to enjoy the security of submission and the thrill of refusal. The goal of the spectacle is to make each individual its accomplice by the whole of his life and aspirations. The spectacle is made to be lived by its spectators. The cadre is well suited to the fantastic vision of a world where there is no visible interference in the lives of individuals. The cadre sees himself as an exemplary individual who can live without police because he polices himself. He never tires of broadcasting that fact to a world he finds barbaric. The cadre believes in reform of every aspect of daily life, piece by piece. He leads the movement to remodel the spectacle. He reforms his consciousness with drugs and therapy. He reforms the workplace by participating in the decision-making processes of large businesses, by creating collectives and cooperatives, by establishing alternative trade unions. He reforms consumption by ferreting out dirty commodities, the nasty processes, the unsafe regulations. The cadre believes in reform most of all because, for all this talk about revolution, he is terrified of having to give up the security of this world, where he enjoys certain ordinary privileges, for a world where he could become anything, a villain, a hero, or simply a mediocre man. The cadre wants the impossible dream of the spectacle, to consume without working. If he admits that he works, it is only to add that he is doing something that he likes to do, which makes him different from everybody else.
I got it the last time I was in China.
The habits and interests of the cadre are gradually becoming the habits and interests of workers and consumers as a whole. The cadre appears everywhere, exhorting us to forget what we do all week in order to better enjoy the weekend, or to search for possibilities for intelligent activity within the confines of the spectacle. One measure of the success of the cadre as a role model is a growing sentiment of workers in general to think of themselves as better off than others. Everyone else is unhappy. Westerners think that Eastern Europeans are really miserable. Northern Italians feel sorry for the peasants of the South. Factory workers can understand the strikes in the coal mines. Alcoholics pity heroin addicts.
You know, Sonda, in a lot of ways, you're a model for me. It's so much easier to look at your life than to think about mine.
So easy. I just think of something that I like to do, and then the rest takes care of itself.
I dream of a world outside of this one. A simpler, gentle place which is best in the children.
The world without men doesn't bother me. In fact, I welcome it a bit.
The intellectual is a cadre who is most proud that he works, who wants his work to be visible. The intellectual wants the world to know that his activity, the production of ideology, is work, just like making cars. In fact, the intellectual goes one step further. If many workers play down what they do 40 hours a week, the intellectual steps forward as a representative of the proletariat. The more that silence surrounds the worker in his alienation, the more the intellectual feels obliged to provide meaningful social commentaries. The intellectual is a spectator who can't bear to simply stand and watch the spectacle with his hands in his pockets. He has to write something down. It must be obvious from all this that the existence of the cadre could never have been discovered by leftism or by other brands of modernist ideology, because the leftists and the modernists are cadres themselves.
You know it isn't only what you say, it's what you do. It's good for you.
Instead, he manufactures special vocabularies and new sciences to explain his impotence, posing 100 times as many questions as he answers. The bourgeoisie know that they will get nothing practical from this modern-day eunuch, but they also know they are not capable of solving the complex problems which overwhelm them, so they continue to subsidize the intellectual, who, if he does nothing else, demonstrates the rewards of thought without consequence.
It's always all or nothing. Either you're a nobody and you're ignored no matter what you do, or you're famous and you can't get people to leave you alone.
Your food was great, John. Maybe you should be a chef.
Did you think what Sonda was wearing when together?
When we sleep together, do you think of other people? Sometimes I think we're all being slowly poisoned, and it frightens me. Then I think I'm supposed to think that, and I forget about it. Then I think I'm supposed to forget it, and I get angry at myself. Then I think I'm supposed to do that. Stephen wants to come over.
He's your friend. Tell him whatever you want.
Stephen, I'd love to get together. Let's do it next weekend. I'll call you, okay? Bye-bye.
He's a creep. The first time I saw him, I said, no hope.
You're right. He's a bore. The difference between you and me, though, is that I can be nice to people, even if I don't particularly like them.
At the same time that the spectacle encourages the ordinary worker to emulate the cadre, he, the worker, is also reminded of the differences between himself and the cadre. The ordinary worker is the body of humanity, the cadre the mind. The ordinary worker is crude, physical, immediate. The cadre is calculating, refined, and reflective. After the separations of race, sex, and nationality are minimized, the distinction between the ordinary worker and the cadre will be the last to be transformed. The existence of this difference represents the appearance of progress, for with this difference, it is still possible to suggest that the daily life of the 19th century, as represented by the ordinary worker, is qualitatively different from the daily life of the 20th century, as represented by the cadre. In South Africa and Italy, from Hong Kong to Mexico City, a new generation of rebels grows up. Schooled on modern forms of alienation, these radicals know little of the lethargy and resignation of post-World War II movements. This group is part of a generation for whom rebellion has been a way of life from the earliest years, who have never known a normal existence. They do not think of revolt as a political or economic decision, but rather as a necessary and unavoidable response to the constraints imposed upon them by power. Because they have no other choice, they have begun to invent new forms of contestation, appropriate to the demands of total war against the spectacle. The traditional forms of organization and weapons of combat are known by power, and they are vulnerable to the arms the state possesses.
Gentlemen, we ought to be defending shaky doctrines.
You are teachers. You ought to be doing the shaking.
I wish your man would keep out of what is supposed to be a scientific debate.
Your Highness, it looks as if we have to go to the shipyards nowadays to find the high curiosity that was the glory of Greece.
Well, I'm sure Mr. Galileo will find admirers in the shipyards.
Your Highness, I find this highly informative discussion has exceeded the time we allowed for it. It is imperative that we leave at once.
The new revolt is as likely to appear in a totalitarian regime like South Africa or China, where the state has suppressed all organized opposition, as it is likely to appear in a modern nation like Italy, where the marketplace is glutted with models of false consciousness. This universality is difficult to comprehend for those who see the world in traditional terms, determined solely by levels of material development. Just as the society of the spectacle is the first truly global system of domination, the new rebels comprise part for the first worldwide opposition based on a single, all-encompassing, radical project. The Soweto Revolt of 1976 took everyone by surprise. The revolt began with an issue that startled the state precisely because it was modern. The Soweto high school students rejected the state's attempt to colonize their daily communication with the Boer language, and in so doing, the students cut through all liberal rubbish about the underdevelopment of South African blacks. The children of Soweto, as they became known, immediately demonstrated their maturity. They attacked with equal vigor the institutions of the state and the so-called progressive forces which sought to represent them. They refused to show respect for private property. They did not allow leaders to control their actions. They refused to participate in a dialogue with power. They set no goals for themselves other than their total emancipation.
Gentlemen, the sum of our knowledge is pitiful. It has been my singular good fortune to get hold of a new instrument that brings a small patch of the universe a little bit closer. It's at your disposal. Make use of it.
Your Highness, ladies and gentlemen, where is all this leading?
Are we as scholars concerned with where the truth might lead us?
Mr. Galilei, the truth might lead us anywhere.
The definition and communication of the new struggles are at the very heart of modern class conflict. The active refusal of power's attempts at categorization and the reinvention of a language of revolt, which is necessarily incomprehensible to the state, ensure an increasingly clear polarization between pro and anti-spectacle forces. Nothing befuddles and angers power more than a refusal to acknowledge its authority.
We would like to make it clear to the outside world that we are prepared to get whatever we want, and we will see to it that whatever we want we get. If possible, we will use force. That means violence. If possible. If possible. We prefer to use force, to use violence. Why? Because by sitting around table and talking some of these things with the wild people, see, it brings no good future to us. It's just like talking to a stone. So by violence, it is that they understand a little of what you say. A little. Now by war, they will understand everything, whatever we say. By war.
The new revolt excludes almost no one. Of course, some are hopeless cases. For instance, it is not possible to show the rulers the extent of their delirium, but it is necessary to take into account the bitterness of certain servants of power who are imprisoned in roles that are stultifying and humiliating. However, indulgence has its limits. If despite everything, these people persist in putting a guilty conscience and their bitterness in the service of power by creating the conditioning mechanisms that colonize their own lives, and if they choose power because power has already chosen them, then too bad. Participate. Over the spectacle and its meaning, so that the spectator will continue to see his daily life as a refuge from and a compensation for his inability to participate in the making of history. The more history becomes, the richer the reward offered to the obedient spectator.
All right. Doug, you muted?
Yeah, no. All right. So what did you make of that, John?
Wow, I like the was Beethoven's Ninth on the way out, wasn't it? Kind of like that. Always reminds me of Clockwork Orange. Those two things are absolutely tied together in my head. Well, I mean, I liked it. You know, I can tell you what I think about Situation International in general. You know, I think it works quite well as an artistic movement in that it seems to me, and of course this is all just purely my own opinion, speculation, but it seems to me that when you are doing art, you have to have some kind of ontology, I guess you could say, that from which your art kind of springs. And I think that this works quite well for that, in that it describes, relationships between things, between concepts, and between things in this world that it presents. I don't know that it works so much as a model of real society, but I think there are things it does that are quite insightful. Like, I think this film's description of the cadre, I think, is quite insightful. I don't know that the cadre exists relative to other elements of society in quite the way this film suggests that it does, but I think its description of the cadre as this class of people who, sort of fully adopt the apparent contradictions in society while at the same time verbalizing this opposition to it. I think that describes real people. So,
do you think it describes us here at Sublation?
I mean, to some extent, I think there's an element of that. So I do think that it does have some, I think it has some insight, so.
Yeah. Well, there's a couple of levels to the Situationist International's critique of the spectacle. And this film explores them. The critique of the spectacle as a critique of the media and of the state as in a combined formation that gives people the impression that they're merely passive observers of a world history that's passing before their eyes and that cannot be changed. I think that's compelling.
Sure. And there's, from one perspective, there's a lot of truth to that, I think. But then from another perspective, one thing that sort of stood out at me was one place where he was critiquing leftism and saying that, I made a little note about it. I watched this last night just to make sure I was actually had something intelligent to say. But so he says something like, leftism would not be able to discover the cadre because leftism is a sort of leftism and other modernist ideologies are themselves part of the cadre. And I think that's probably true. Now, as a level of analysis issue, I kind of like that because he's trying to back up a step from, sort of codified politics like leftism, rightism, whatever. And he's trying to sort of come up with a broader way, a broader model that encompasses political thought, political philosophy. And I like that. I think that's a positive thing. But, my critique of it is simply, or the biggest sort of fundamental conceptual issue I have with it is that it makes this argument, or wants to make this assumption rather, that the contradictions and oppressions, I guess, that he elucidates are something that the average person would be better off without. Or in other words, it makes the assumption that there's a better world beyond this society of spectacle. And, that to me is a very speculative claim because, I think, this is just my own personal idiosyncratic view, but, to me, there's a broader ontology of violence that human society operates within. And, I don't know that there is. The other thing, human society also sort of evolves or transforms in a way that's not conscious, or it's not, there's no back room, smoke-filled back room where people make decisions about creating a society of spectacle. Society just unfolded this way. And I'm not sure that, people would be better off. I think people can be quite content. To me, what creates a stable society is simply a belief system that permeates the society, that people find themselves, that people can adopt, that describes their relationship within the hierarchy of violence. And as long as it's a story that they buy into, a story they believe and becomes true, then they're happy. And that's about as, I think that's probably as good as you can get. So, you know, from that perspective, the Society of the Spectacle may be, you know, a lovely, wonderful thing for humanity. I mean, I don't particularly like it, but you know, I would be someone that's in the cadre and not necessarily self-aware enough to, you know, to realize that that's in fact the case.
Well, I think once you say something like, "Hey, this is the best of all possible worlds,"
I don't know if it's the best of all possible worlds, but I think it is I think it may be a social mechanism that creates a stable society and a society that people are content within. And beyond that, you know, I don't know what it is we necessarily are wanting to do.
Well, I was just
it's a dark philosophy. But you know,
I think that is a version of,
and
I think
this is why I like you and the other Marxists, because you have a much nicer perspective on the individual, a much more perspective I would hope to be true, but I'm afraid that my sense of realism it makes Marxism somewhat of a I don't know, somewhat of a golden fleece for me.
I think what you're espousing is summed up by "this is the best of all possible worlds." I do think that is,
it could be.
Yeah, I mean, you know, maybe you can imagine a slight variation, but you are not. What I think the difference between you and I is that I am struggling to hold on to the notion that human beings can be cooperative and free. Basically, not that everything will be perfect, but that we can escape from a society of control. We can overcome social forms that are in contradiction to themselves, maybe only to find different contradictions. But if we could do that, then we could possibly overcome those future contradictions, right? So
I appreciate that. And honestly, that's, and you know, again, from a moral perspective, I'm right there with you. It's just, you know, I don't know so I hope I'm very wrong in my observations about the nature of man and society and so on.
You know, a lot of people who, or at least a number of people who are involved with sublation would view this film we just watched as objectionable, not on the basis of its utopian vision for a better world, but because of its critique. And this Callum says, the video seems pessimistic. Whatever insights it might hold, the stretching of a once technical term like cadre and Bolshevik to include Lenin and a yoga studio and teacher seems to be almost sophistic. And it certainly is damning in the direction of a critique of Lenin to make that comparison. From one point of view, from the point of view of a, you know, diehard leftist or socialist, but from the point of view of would-be conformist capitalist consumer, the comparison is horrific in the opposite direction. How dare you say some innocent yoga studio teacher is comparable to the monster known as Lenin? You know, so it's a difficult work to fully take in, especially from outside of a pretty rarefied leftist tradition. I mean, its critique is aimed at leftists, so and socialists. I don't think that I fully. I was very convinced by the Situationist International before I read Marx. Less so today. I still think that it's worth having put it through this stream as a part of the 15-year.
Oh yeah, no, I think I think it has a lot of interesting things to say. I think it's absolutely a worthwhile intellectual exercise and artistic exercise, to go through Situationist International and what it had to say, and Society of the Spectacle, and So I'm not opposed to it. I think it's great.
You've seen a number of my Critical Cuts videos,
yeah,
and you've seen this one. Can you tell that I'm influenced by
sure
kind of work? Yeah,
absolutely.
The other reason I brought it in was I have an interview with T.J. Clark, who was a member of what I called in the interview the English section of the Situationist International back in the 60s. And this is a conversation, I think, from 2012. And I thought I might run that. So you don't have to stick around for the full for the whole thing, but if you did want to, that would be good. I think what's going to happen next, here's the schedule, John. We've got I've got Derek Varn joining me at 11. Then you're going to be coming back with Ashley around 5.
Something like that, yeah.
So so why don't we wrap it up for now, and I'll see you at 5, and I'm going to run this clip. If you want to stick around and watch it for a while, you can. If not, I understand you've gotten a big dose of the Situationist International. But I will say, before we start it, is that when I interviewed T.J. Clark, he had written an essay for the New Left Review. It was an essay entitled "For a Left with No Future," and because he had been a member of the Situationist International, because it was an article that had been passed around and was very controversial and much discussed in these little milieus online, I felt as though the podcast had kind of turned a corner, that I had found what the podcast was after.
Well, what did he have to say? I'm not familiar with it.
Well, yeah, why don't you listen for a little bit?
Yeah.
So I'll see if I can go to the video file, and here we go. I'm actually a little starstruck because of your involvement with the Situationist International, but I'm going to try to fight off my pro-situ tendencies there. So.
Okay. But by the way, just to clear that out of the way, there never was an English section of the Situationist International, but never mind. It somehow or other seems to have crept in that there was something as grand and formal as an English section. That there were some English people who were part of the group at that point. That's what it amounted to.
In the 90s, I discovered the Situationists through Grail Marcus's book primarily, and then from there I read the actual texts, and I've been a terrible pro situ type for since then, consuming the image of this revolution. So I'm going to try not to ask you questions like you're a Beatle and say things like, "So what was the Gita board really like?" and all that.
Okay.
I want to start by summarizing your essay, actually. And, it's an essay that really can't be summarized. It's rich and multifaceted. And at times for me, it was challenging because I'm a reader who's maybe not familiar enough with the authors and traditions that you reference to be able to interpret what you mean easily anyway. And so I actually think that you could if you were a professor, which I'm not, you could maybe take a semester teaching this text and still not know if you'd covered enough ground to give the students a full picture or the full texture of it. So
right.
It's very well
interesting.
Yeah, it's like you've spent your whole life thinking about this, and you've written for people who have also thought about this and worked on this for their lives, and it's very mature work. So I compliment you there.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So my summary is going to be a little blunt and probably wrong, but here it is. Luckily, you're here to correct me. You seem to be arguing that we should stop hoping for a spontaneous revolution, stop believing in the inevitability of some post-capitalist world and take a good look at everything that's gone wrong, so that we need to kind of accept the tragedy that is human nature and develop a politics that doesn't look ahead to a new human, but that is grown up enough to accept some things that can't change. So you're saying basically that we aren't self-transparent, and the history is kind of like an ink blot, and that we need to be humble enough to recognize what we can't see. And you also say that a politics, actually, I'm quoting you now, directed step by step, failure by failure, to preventing the tiger from charging out, the tiger of human violence, would be the most moderate and revolutionary politics there's ever been. So would you agree with that quick summary, and what do you think that needs to be said? What have I left out?
Yeah, I agree with a lot of it. I don't think the target is a belief in the spontaneous power of people to make revolution. In fact, I still actually believe in the in the possibility of revolutionary change. I think what I'm arguing against is more a certain determinist, historicist view of the direction and nature of historical change, and the idea of revolution being sort of seizing the logic of past and present and pushing it on towards some kind of realization in the future. All right, I mean, in a way, it's an argument against a certain classic quote Marxist unquote view. I mean, and I put the scare quotes around Marxist there because this is immensely complex, disputed ground, and I certainly want to hold on to an awful lot of what Marx said, and I don't necessarily think that all of Marx, concurs with a view of the logic of history, right, and revolution as realizing the logic of history. It's actually that teleology and that temporality that I'm particularly have in my sights.
What you're arguing against is this notion that, this really kind of vulgar Marxist notion that immiseration itself will bring on a revolution, or that things are determined to head towards socialism, and that that's something you want us to give up. But it seems to me that to that extent you may be pushing on an open door. I mean, I don't know that there are many people who hold to that, at least that vulgar sense of historical determinism anymore. And it seems as though this idea of tragedy goes a little bit beyond that, or maybe are we thinking that we've given this up, and when we haven't, or how? What would you say?
Yes. Well, I think I think you're right that there are two strands in this essay. One is the idea that would it be possible for the left to modulate its whole notion of human possibility and history into something I want to call a kind of tragic key or a tragic tonality. That's one theme or one question. And the other question is, as you rightly said, the idea of an escape from a sort of orientation towards some future in which the contradictions of the present and past are resolved. There are many, that's come under many names, and revolution is only one of them, all right? But I'm wondering whether the possibility of left politics being persuasive, carrying some kind of persuasive force in the present and future, doesn't depend on the left really bringing under relentless pressure those kind of it's optimism and its orientation towards the future.
All right, so
that's pretty good. I like that.
Yeah. Well, that I thought that might be more up your alley.
Look, I'm going to paste something. He said something that reminded me of my favorite parable in all of Western intellectual history, and I'm going to paste it into the chat window here.
Okay. Okay. Page 50.
No. Sorry, that's not the right thing. Hang on. It's a.
Let me just go over what we've got coming on the channel. So at 11, Derek Varn's going to be joining me for a conversation about Mark Fisher. I have a clip from an interview I did with him several years ago, of course, before he passed. At noon, I have a clip from Ashley Frawley's, one of her appearances, not the first one, but one of her appearances on the podcast. She was an early guest on the podcast. I think she came on around 2012 for the first time. And I have also a pre-recorded segment that I can run at noon. At around 1, maybe 1:30, Chris Catrone is going to be giving a book talk from Texas, and
Cool.
We're going to join the Zoom and put that on the stream around 2 or 2:30, whenever the Chris Catrone section ends. I've got an interview with Moishpa Stone, an interview with ContraPoints before her transition. Then around that time, Jack Ross might arrive in person. Not sure how I'm going to squeeze him into this room, but there's all these boxes everywhere. But we'll work on that. Got an Amy Therese interview around 3 and on and on. At 4 o'clock, Ben Burgess shows up to discuss Michael Brooks. And then you're back at around 5.
All right.
And I should say, there's a couple of clips that I have on my computer that I want to run. So I don't know. I may have to stick around. I was hoping I could duck out at that point, but we'll have to figure that out around then. But what were you going to say? Did you put something into the stream?
Yeah. So I pasted. It's a link to a PDF of Herbert Simon's Sciences of the Artificial.
Mm-hmm.
In chapter 3, he provides what's become known as the ant on the beach parable, and it's very similar to what was his name? The guy we listened to,
T.J. Clark.
Very similar to something T.J. Clark just said, and that is that when we look back at history, when we look at human behavior, what we see is the trace that it leaves in the sand. And if you look at if you only look at the trace that it leaves, you are going to tend to attribute complexity to the behavior that simply isn't there. And I think that explains, to me, that is a criticism I have with Marx, for example, and with the left in general, as T.J. Clark was describing. It tends to look at the trace humanity leaves in history and then create a complex kind of a model to explain it. And I don't think I think it's over complex, and I think it creates the teleology of class conflict and its ultimate outcome. And I just don't know that that's the right level of analysis. That's
So let me just see if I can understand the analogy to begin with. So you might look at the trace that an ant leaves as he crawls across the sand and decide that the ant has a subjectivity that and is making decisions in a complex way, which is not the truth. Is that another way to put it?
Kind of. You don't necessarily have to infer you don't have to necessarily infer subjectivity so much as simply a complexity of information processing, of which subjectivity could be a part, but a complexity of information processing which just isn't there. In other words, the ant is going to zigzag. It's going to work its way around larger grains of sand. It might, if it finds something that it can eat, it may stop. It may signal to other ants. So if you were to trace that on a piece of paper, right, it would look like a complex organism had navigated its way across a beach. But we know that ants are simple organisms. And you can see an ant's nervous system, and you can see that it really is simply a relatively simple collection of stimulus response nervous signals, right? So it's really simple, but it's so easy. You have the tendency to want to overcomplicate. You want to infer a complexity, in the ant, or it's easy to infer a complexity isn't really there. And that's, I think that's what we always do when we look back at human history. Even we always do that. I think we do that individually, thinking about our own history, and we do that about, thinking about society's history. I mean, I think we do that on a moment-to-moment basis. As information comes into the system, we have a tendency to we want to put that information into a narrative, into an ongoing, continuous narrative that explains where we are in the world. And I think we have a tendency to infer a complexity there, to our own behavior, to the behavior of others, to the behavior of society, that isn't really there. In other words, what I'm suggesting is that people are much simpler organisms than we want to allow, and that what we see, the complexity we see, is the interaction of that organism with the environment. So,
now I know, John, you weren't probably watching in the first hour of the stream, but and very few people were. I think it was about 40 people when the stream started. We've got 687 now. But one of the first clips I ran was from Dennis Perrin, who is a stand-up comic, but also a political writer. He wrote Savage Mules, The Democrats and Endless Wars. He was, I think, on the podcast in 2009. He was one of my earlier guests. And because you didn't see it before and you're now bringing up ants, I want to show this clip from Dennis Perrin, all about ants, right now.
In 1977, producer Burt Gordon wrote and directed a film that startled audiences at the time. It was called Empire of the Ants, and it featured Joan Collins, who helped lead a human resistance against a colony of giant ants that had descended on a small town and began using humans as worker ants through mind control techniques. Yesterday's fantasy is today's reality. Yesterday, when I stumbled blindly into my front yard after a heavy night of drinking, I noticed this mound in my front yard. Yes, it's a mound built by giant ants. Now, they sleep during the day because they hunt at night. So I have to be quiet and I have to be quick. The one weakness that the giant ant has is that they don't leave residue of excrement or blood or any other kind of droppings, slime, what have you. They leave a residue of regret. That's right. Giant ants are existential tortured beings, which makes it easier to hunt them down and easier to kill. Hi. In my last video, I talked about how I discovered a colony of giant ants in my front yard. Well, it turns out I was mistaken. They aren't giant ants. Oh, they're ants. They're just not giant ants. They're slightly smaller ants. And another twist. They're zombie ants. That's right. Ants that cannot be killed unless you help me. Send whatever you can. Dynamite, sawed-off shotguns, poison sugar only in slightly smaller chunks to slightly smaller ants, P.O. Box 656, Battle Creek, Michigan. Hi. I feel a little silly coming on here again, but I feel I have to clear the air. If you remember in the first video, I thought a colony of giant ants had invaded my front yard, and then I thought it was a slightly smaller colony of zombie ants that invaded my front yard. Well, it turns out it wasn't ants at all. In fact, they weren't even insects. They turned out to be drunken white teenagers committing suburban vandalism. Well, what can you do? That's life in America. But I will get them. I will get them one day. But I'm going to need your help because white teenagers don't always kill themselves. They need to be killed sometime.
So I run that. So, you and Dennis either agree or have the similar confusion because you both confuse human beings for ants.
Yeah, it's not that we're confusing human beings for ants. It's we're using ants as a kind of a metaphor.
No, I don't think he was. I think he got confused.
He may actually got confused. Yeah, he may have. Right.
Yeah.
Hey, someone asked a question there. If I was a Cartesian solipsist,
Oh, yeah,
I'm not sure what that is. What does that mean?
Well, Descartes.
You mean someone a dual mind, mind body? Someone who believes in the mind body difference, but that they are the only mind in the world, or something?
I guess so. I mean, I think that the charge that maybe is rightly aimed at Descartes after he argues, I think therefore I am as a ground for all future philosophy. The one thing we can say with certainty, which I agree with, by the way. I do think that's a pretty knockdown argument that he gives. Is that you don't have an explanation for how your consciousness relates to an external world. You you end up left in a solipsistic position. Despite
No, that's not accurate. I have a
Descartes. I'm just saying.
Oh, Descartes. Oh, I got you. Okay, so I would not be one of those then.
Okay.
Yeah.
But if you say I think therefore I am, and that's all, that is the grounding of your thinking. It is very difficult to get beyond idealism.
Yeah, right.
You're likely to be trapped in a kind of solipsism without any externality. So that's what he's asking. But I'm not sure why. I'm not sure what you said about ants.
He said, I mean, someone who's skeptic about the existence of minds other than their own. No, not at all. Not at all. No, I 100% believe that everyone has a mind. I think that they can be wildly different, but no, I wouldn't. Certainly, I don't believe that.
So back to the Clarke. What was interesting for me about T.J. Clarke was that he was a, in my imagination, the Situationist International had accomplished something in May of 1968 that needed to be emulated and built upon. May 1968 in Paris was a moment where students and workers together stormed the barricades, created the barricades in the streets of Paris, occupied the factories and the universities, attempted to shut down France and succeeded, and with the aim of revolutionizing society. And it had happened not in the early 20th century, not in the late 19th, but within spitting distance of my own life. I was born in 1970. And in a consumer society, in a post World War II Fordist, media saturated,
technocratic,
consumer-based society. So I thought, this shows that their critique and revolutionary politics had at least some potential, right? I may have been, and I think many people would tell me that I was myopically romantic in my understanding of May 1968. I bought into the myth of it all. I still think there's something there worth picking up and understanding, and that there's something admirable about the Situationist International, and that they were, if nothing else, very sincere in their desire to hold on to a revolutionary tradition, which I would now say goes back to 1776, 1789, 1848, which is the revolution that defines modernity and the kinds of individual freedoms that we expect to be able to hold on to, and that defines us today. So I admire them for all of that. But talking to T.J. Clark in 2012, and listening to his pessimism and hearing him out as he called upon the left to abandon the notion of any transition or transformation of society on a foundational level that would not only, like redistribute the wealth or bring back a welfare state or anything like that, or create universal health care, all things I think he would be for. Then I believe he was advocating for Syriza as actually not only something worth supporting, but indicating that his pessimism was perhaps overblown, because he hadn't seen that coming when he wrote about the need for a left without a future. Anyway, after talking to him, I realized that even a situationist, a living situationist, could not avoid the impasse that I was experiencing in 2009 onwards, and that the ideas that I was trying to wrestle with and the ideas of T.J. Clark, the great man, the myth, or at least someone who had rubbed up against Guy Debord and therefore had some of his aura, that they were the same problems, and that it was possible to participate in the history of that movement. So one moment here. Oh, you know what? I just realized I may have double booked. Susie's asking me if she's about to appear in my stream here. So
I haven't seen Susie in a while.
Yeah, I'm going to bring her in.
Yeah, so at least I can say hello, and then I'll drop off, and you two can talk.
Yeah, and when Varn shows up, she can stick around. That's no problem. I had forgotten I invited her too. I think I just threw around like invites to everybody, and then
that's all right.
I do want her to be part of it. All right, so I just sent her a link. Derek should be showing up shortly, so she'll probably show up as well. We all get along, no problem. She's like, "You forgot you invited me?" Now I'm gonna have to apologize to her.
Yeah, she has a book coming out too, right?
She has a book coming out. She's writing Fatal Dates.
Yeah.
I
thought she was on. Wasn't she writing on Society of the Spectacle?
No.
Sorry, no.
Baudrillard.
Yeah. That's yeah.
The opposite.
Sorry. Yes.
She's going to be.
Susie, how you doing?
You forgot that you had invited me to your party.
Yes, I just.
Hi, John. How are you?
Hi, good to see you again.
I believe it. I've got better things to do.
I know you do. I'm sure you do. But thank you very much for turning up, and I'm glad I invited you. God knows I need the support. I've been talking on this stream since 6 a.m. It's almost 11.
Don't you have like a list? Don't you have isn't it like Hollywood professional style? Isn't that what John helping you to do? Don't you have a list of all the people that you?
Yeah, we've got a green room just stacked with snacks. Oh yeah.
I do have a list, but there are a couple of things that obviously I failed to get on the list.
Oh my God.
The craft service table's been really poor.
Did you forget to have Ashley on your list? That's what I want to know.
Who?
Ashley Frawley.
No, she is listed here twice.
Is it sexism? You just had the one token woman. Then you had Margaret.
That's what it is. It's sexism.
Well, I'm just wondering why you singled her out to compare yourself to.
Well, why do you think I did, Doug?
I'm not going to talk about that. So
you brought it up.
I asked you the question. All right. Well, I'm very sorry to have forgotten that you were booked. I'm very glad that you turned up. Derek Varn is going to show up momentarily, but I would like it if you stuck around.
Please, Doug, do not let me cramp your party. I'll just.
No, you will not cramp the party at all. I'm glad to have you be part of it. This is about Mark Fisher, this next segment. you know his work.
I know the work of Mark Fisher, but maybe you've got. But it sounds
No, you do know what I'm going to show because you saw it when it was on Twitter and you commented on it. We can talk about Skylar, because he talks about Skylar with me in this clip.
Okay, I'm here to talk about ladies with you. Yes, that's fine.
Susie, what are your thoughts on Mark Fisher? Just ballpark elevator pitch.
I think he's a brilliant writer, and I think Capitalist Realism is a fantastic book and such a great framework. But I tell you what I think about him. I think he's a great big miserablist, and I think he's the king of the miserabilists. And what I think is that that's just fake. It's as fake as anything else, and it's a self-defeating prophecy. And I think people with their Mark Fisher duvet covers and hugging their Mark Fisher dolls, and generally speaking, yay, Mark Fisher, I think they've accepted as a half-life, and I don't think it's the only way. That's what I think about Mark Fisher.
I agree with you. I think I enjoy both the two, the Exiting the Vampire Castle and then the Capitalist Realism, right? It's like a Sylvia Plath polemic. That's what it seems like to me. You know what I mean? I mean, I like them, and I think he does have some good insights, but it does have this element of depression that was kind of hard for me to read, in some sense, because I just think
the very phrase capitalist realism is a very useful one, and his analysis is great, and he's a great writer, and it's very approachable, and it's a very brilliant way for a lot of people who don't necessarily read lots of theory to find their way into what these discussions are. But I don't think it's true what he says. I really don't think it's true, and I think in a way it's very useful that we should all think that that's the truth.
I think that Mark Fisher was a bridge between the postmodern kind of Deleuzian cyberpunk radicalism of the 90s, which he helped to define, and which I learned from him, actually, in a way, not directly from him, but from Sadie Plant, who was another member of his little cell called the Cybernetic Research Institute or something.
Are we all in your little cell?
Now you're in.
I'm obviously not in your little cell, but
yeah, you are. You are in my cell now. Look, you're literally in the frame. So and so, but he with capitalist realism was attempting to go beyond that kind of 90s radicalism, and he was like a precursor to the social democratic movements that emerged.
What I think also is that he pegs everything onto capitalism, and I just don't think that's true. I think a lot of it is to do instead with the mechanized world that we live in, and I wish that he'd talked a bit more about that. Maybe he did. I can't say that I've read everything Mark Fisher wrote.
No, he definitely blamed a lot of things on capitalism, and Ashley debated him on depression and capitalism, and saying and she said, listen, if the reason that we need to overturn capitalism is because it makes us depressed, then let's keep capitalism, because it does a lot of other things too, like delivers goods on time and has built up a world of technology and change. And if our major problem is that it makes us sad, well, then, let's take some antidepressants and get on with it. Her position.
Is that really Ashley's view? Ashley's not here to defend her view, but
no, I'm paraphrasing it, but I think it's pretty close. I think I've heard her say something.
That sounds like something she might say. Yeah.
Yeah, but it is anyway. It isn't though capitalism, is it? It's just that we're all just squatting over our screens all the time, trying to find some pleasure there, having accepted a half-life, which obviously is a product of capitalism, but it's kind of gone beyond capitalism, I think. And something else about Mark Fisher, he's so internet-based, isn't he? He came up, he's a blogger. One gets the feeling he sat there in dark rooms. I mean, we all do, apart from you, Doug. I know you're often out exercising in the fresh air. But the condition of sitting in the box and doing all your relationship through screens, in the end, it's quite depressing, if that's all that there is.
No, I wouldn't, as you say, I don't know anything about that. I never spend my days in a little hovel hole, staring at a screen or a webcam. Certainly not for 15 hours at a go.
15. How's it going, by the way? What is powering you through this? What snacks have you got to assist you?
I had iced coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Had a bagel. I've had lovely company. Some of them undeservedly unexpected. And
are you negging me? Is that what this is?
No. I'm just I don't know what's wrong with me, but that is.
I've got. I mean, my people. This was booked in for me by my people, and there are lots of other stuff I could be doing. So I won't bore for too long.
No, you need to stick around, Susie. I definitely want you here, and please don't go anywhere. Just you know why?
Why?
Because on the one hand, I did the terrible faux pas for you, but I don't think Varn's showing up. It's on the dot. He's not here.
Oh my God! So what? I'm just here as filler. I'm just here because Varn.
Everything is just filler. I've got 15 hours to film.
So
I ran a film from 1982 for 40 minutes just to kill some time, and it was good though. It was. I thought it was worthwhile.
Susie, you probably have an opinion. Situationist International. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know too much about it, but it seems a little bit old hat to me, John. I think all that stuff isn't that kind of the 70s.
It is, yeah.
Film. You know, isn't that? You know, it seems to me a kind of acute, interesting stuff from the past. Seems very old-fashioned. Not that I know anything about it. What do you think about that for a dismissive statement?
I like.
Well, it is kind of old hat. That's true. That's accurate.
I'm just going to be the resident troll for the screen.
That's good. No. Well, look, Baudrillard and Guy Debord were contemporaries.
Mm-hmm.
If Guy Debord and the Situationists are old hat, then are old fashioned, and so is Baudrillard.
Well, that's just not true. And I'm gonna find you a quote. Hold on one moment.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
I'm gonna find you something that's going to prove that that's just totally wrong. Let me just find this quote. Hold on 1 second. It's taking its time, but that's okay because we've got lots of time because invited guests can't be bothered to show up. Anyway, let me just see. Yeah, I'll read you some Baudrillard. He says, well, firstly, he says, Doug, taken overall, the world is pretty disappointing, but each detail of the world, taken in its singularity, is perfect. He also says, people should at least have the freedom not to believe what they are told.
Mm-hmm.
And then he says, I'm a bit resistant to the idea of resistance, since it belongs to the world of critical, rebellious, subversive thought, and that is all rather outdated.
Yeah. What does he mean by that? That if you are trying to be subversive, that's outdated?
Because he says the system is so very good that it loves our subversion. All it wants to do is make commercials out of it. And when there's a new kind of subversion, all it does is say, bring it to me. That the place where there's alienation is over because it's not the problem that we live in is not our alienation, it's our immersion in everything. And what he says is that there isn't the possibility of kind of head-on resistance, and anything that is attempting that is very sweet, but it's a little bit old-fashioned. That instead, what you have to do, he suggests, what you do instead is set up just your own system. And he also says very royally, and it's actually a good dating tip. He says you don't want to get into it with people. You just say no, that's not for me. That we still have the power to say no, I don't believe anything that is said, and then you just say no thanks, that's your issue, you deal with that, you set it up, I'm here doing something else now. And you know what, one of the many things I like so much about Baudrillard is he really did make a massive system that you could step into and can be a useful one for you to ambulate around in, but kind of the act of saying no and it's sweet, he says, it's been entirely commodified. It will appear in a commercial soon with Kimberley.
Yeah, I mean, that's not very different from what the Situationist International say, except in so much as the Situationists hold out there might be some subject who could actually resist and be revolutionary. But there most of it is they would say part of the spectacle. There's the cadre and all the various spectacular forms of revolution and resistance and pseudo critique and so on.
But but what Baudrillard would say is that critical theory, critical thought itself has been entirely corrupted by a mechanism that is just about being particular, naming things. You know, he would say the same of Marxism itself, that it's just, you get very precise, it's a system, you're doing it in this in this realm of the real, where everything has to be mathematically corroborated. That itself is the disgusting quicksand mess that we're caught up in. Which is not to say that he's not super logical. I would say he's incredibly logical. And what he's saying is that in itself, all that in itself has become part of the spectacle.
Well, yeah, I want to.
Has something bad happened to him? Maybe you need.
Yeah,
to...
no, nothing bad's happened to him, as far as I can tell. He's just not here yet, and perhaps you know, that's. I feel like serendipity, synchronicity. You're here.
Not for long. My people are calling me.
Oh, your publicist is texting you. Yeah.
The whole cadre are texting me. You know,
oh, really? Well, just please stick around. I wanted to. I have two things I could throw onto the screen right now, if you were interested in that. I have one called "Rethinking Baudrillard" from 2020. And I have another, it's about Mark Fisher from 2017. This is all about the history of my little podcast. So which would you rather see, if either? One's a bit shorter than the other, but one's about Baudrillard.
But one is about your podcast.
They're both things I made, right? They're both like little critical cuts.
Put the Baudrillard one.
Okay. Here we go. It's just called Rethinking Baudrillard. It's about 20 minutes long. Okay, all right. Here we go. Share screen. Let's see. Conservative hyper-capitalist realism. Okay. So look, I got a haircut. Hello, Zero Books readers. It's me again, Douglas Lain, and this video is the beginning of a new series of rethinking critical theory videos on the topic of Jean Baudrillard. Jean Baudrillard. We'll be reading two of his books together, The Mirror of Production and The Consumer Society. Along the way, in this video, I'll take a couple of excerpts from the books Capitalist Realism by Mark Fisher, as always, and also a new book coming out soon called A Left for Itself by David Swift. So as we try to deconstruct consumer society, I'll be here pushing the product on you. The best way to understand Baudrillard is to understand Nanterre University, or at least to get the beginnings of an understanding. Having opened its doors in 1964, Nanterre was the definition of the modern French university. While officially connected to the Sorbonne, Nanterre was a very different institution that broke from the traditional French university system. Where the Sorbonne was integrated into Paris, Nanterre was erected in a working-class suburb and stood apart from the surrounding neighborhoods that housed mostly Algerian nationals after the Algerian War of Independence was won in 1962. Nanterre's university was built on the American model, which is described in an essay by Professor Paul Kapp and written for the peer-reviewed academic journal Built Heritage this way. From the American colonial colleges, Harvard University, the College of William and Mary, and Yale University, the concept of town and gown, a physical separation between the academy and the metropole, developed. The primary reason why the campus came into existence in this way in early America was to separate the impressionable young students, who were all male, from the profane and vulgar business of the city. The explanation for this change, for the attempt to include working class and migrant Nanterre in the French system of education through the use of an American-style campus, is explained in economic and political terms by the socialist journalist Daniel Singer, who, writing in 1970, said that while the changes in France were not immediately apparent on the surface of everyday life, quote, the economic and social shape of France has probably been altered as drastically in the last 20 years as that of any other Western European country. The country had undergone massive proletarianization and urbanization as rural farming was replaced by industrial jobs. Again, from Singer, after World War II, about 36% of the jobs in France involved farming, but by 1968, the percentage was down to 15%. This change in productive life came along with a change in the character of leisure and consumption. As France increased exports and imports, the provincial character of the country was challenged and then overturned. The introduction of American-style education was, to a large degree, the result of this change in production. France needed a workforce that was technically literate and that could function in a more abstract and technically challenging environment. Around the time of the protests and factory occupations of May 1968, around the time when at least 2 million French workers went on strike without the support of the CGT or the Communist Party, the French economy was beginning to stagnate. With slow growth, tight financial controls, foreign competition, and an uptick in unemployment as employers stopped retaining labor year-round but laid them off during slack periods, the young workers in Nanterre became restive. This was the background as student unrest grew, and it all started at Nanterre University. Before '68, Jean Baudelaire was already an academic whose work included translating the works of Bertolt Brecht and publishing in Simone de Beauvoir's journal Modern Times. In 1963, he became friendly with the neo-Marxist Henri Lefebvre and the structuralist cultural critic Roland Barthes. And by 1966, Baudelaire had entered Nanterre as Lefebvre's assistant. I know what you're thinking. So far, this video hasn't really covered anything about Jean Baudelaire, but we will get to him soon. But before we do, I just want to take a quick detour and talk about Henri Lefebvre. Henri Lefebvre was already 65 years old in 1966, but he was hardly ready to retire. This neo-Marxist had been seeking philosophical revolution since 1924, and he'd been seriously involved in Marxist politics since joining the PCF, or French Communist Party, in 1928. Lefebvre broke with the Soviet Union relatively early, writing an anti-Stalinist book called Dialectical Materialism in 1940 and writing the first in his 3-volume series called The Critique of Everyday Life in 1947. The Critique of Everyday Life is particularly interesting as it represents a sustained effort to engage in critical theory or radical philosophy over a period of 34 years. Lefebvre started his critique around the beginning of the television era and ended it in the very early days of the internet. Lefebvre was a fellow traveler and a frequent target of the French radical group, the Situationist International, who, along with, or maybe through Lefebvre, influenced Baudelaire, and who took credit for instigating the May 1968 uprisings in Paris. Considering that Lefebvre is one of those figures who found himself in the fortunate position of influencing history from the margins, we should consider what he had to say in 1947, some 23 years before Baudelaire published The Consumer Society. The Critique of Everyday Life begins with some literary criticism. Lefebvre notices how 19th century artistic and literary movements, with their pessimism, their conviction that civilization itself leads to decadence, had given way to artistic movements based on libertine cynicism. Lefebvre notes that this new embrace of adventure and sensuousness implied not the overcoming of 19th century pessimism, not the overcoming of ennui and loneliness, but rather only the dissolution of social relations under the weight of an advancing capitalist society. A feeling of loss is pervasive in Lefebvre. He often seems to long for the rural life that he sees disappearing, to wish for a return to the authenticity that he perhaps associates with the 19th century and earlier. And in the second volume of the Critique of Everyday Life, Lefebvre writes, quote, "Without the experience of need and want, without actual or potential privation and destitution, there can be no being consciousness, and freedom will never spring forth." Now, to say this seems to go against Marx's dream of cutting the fetters that hold back the forces of production. Marx's dream of freeing the productive forces capitalism has created from the capitalist logic. But we can't simple-mindedly condemn Lefebvre for heresy. Rather, we have to take up the problems he presents us with. And this is perhaps what Baudrillard attempts to do. Baudrillard's The Consumer Society picks up on Lefebvre's sentiment that deprivation is as important an ingredient for cooking up human freedom as creativity and power. The big department stores, with their abundance of canned foods and clothing, of foodstuffs and ready-made garments, are like the primal landscape, the geometrical locus of abundance. But every street, with its cluttered, glittering shop windows, the displays of cooked meats, and indeed the entire alimentary and vestimentary feast, all stimulate magical salivation. There's something more in this piling high than the quantity of products, the manifest presence of surplus, the magical, definitive negation of scarcity, the maternal, luxurious sense of being already in the land of Coffeen. Now, the land of Coffeen is a mythical land that was first told of during the 12th century. The land of Coffeen was a dream of peasants who longed to escape from backbreaking labor and from the threat of starvation. But over the years, this myth was transformed from a utopian vision into a warning against avarice and gluttony. Baudrillard sides with Bruegel and Veblen as he takes on consumer society as a den of gluttony.
Hamburgers at McDonald's are fun.
In the introduction to Baudrillard's book on consumerism, written in 1998 by George Ritzer, known for his book, The McDonaldization of Society, this summary of Baudrillard's early work in general is given. Quote, "While most of his contemporaries in France and elsewhere were mired in stale old debates about production, Baudrillard recognized that consumption was where the important new issues and problems were to be found." End quote. Unfortunately, this description isn't entirely wrong. Not only does Baudrillard hold with the conviction that freedom from want inevitably leads to decadence, he justifies this conviction through a misreading and a rejection of Marx. The primary misreading involves Marx's notion of the commodity in the way that the creation of an abstract labor value through a system of capitalist production sets up what Marx called the commodity fetish. Baudrillard wrote that we have to describe commodities as we see and experience them, never forgetting in their splendor and profusion that they are the product of a human activity and are dominated not by natural ecological laws, but by the law of exchange value. And he follows this up with a quote from Marx's economic manuscripts, the bit where Marx describes the shops of London as teeming with commodities from around the world. But it's important to notice that this section of Marx's economic manuscripts is not aimed at critiquing commodity production for the way it creates conspicuous consumption, nor is Marx concerned with greed or gluttony. Instead, he is aiming at explaining both the limit of simple commodity exchange, that is, the limited dynamic of the circuit wherein a producer sells his own privately produced commodity for gold that he then uses to buy another commodity that he intends to consume himself, and the role that money has in an actual capitalist society. Useful goods that are produced and then exchanged amongst private producers aimed at private consumption is not that different than goods produced for barter, Marx says. However, with the creation of the universal equivalent known as money, a new system dominated not by useful things, but by what Marx called value, is on the horizon. For Marx, the commodity took on a fetish character not because of a simple exchange of one use value for another use value, but because of the creation of a class of commodities that can be used to produce more of the universal equivalent money than was present at the start. When useful things are produced with the aim not of meeting human needs, but with the aim of producing more money, when the usefulness of an item is of little significance when compared to the universality of money, then we have entered the realm of capitalism. And in this realm, the most important commodity known as money, isn't consumed at all, but just grows and grows. It becomes more important than the human beings who serve it, more important than any particular desire. Baudrillard would have us worry about the abundance of canned foods, clothing, of foodstuffs and ready-made garments, but what he misses is that this abundance relies on the continual growth of the commodity money, and that even as the world's warehouses are filled up with grain, with Coca-Cola bottles, with the wonders of the world, the people in it can starve if the production of money and profit goes awry. And according to Marx, production of money always goes awry.
This is an extraordinary period for America's economy. Over the past few weeks, many Americans have felt anxiety about their finances and their future. I understand their worry and their frustration. We've seen triple-digit swings in the stock market. Major financial institutions have teetered on the edge of collapse, and some have failed. As uncertainty has grown, many banks have restricted lending. Credit markets have frozen, and families and businesses have found it harder to borrow money. We are in the midst of a serious financial crisis, and the federal government is responding with decisive action.
In his third book, The Mirror of Production, Baudrillard doubles down on his mistaken reading of Marx. He begins by quoting the German ideology. Quote, "The first historical act is thus the production of the means to satisfy human needs, the production of material life itself. And indeed, this is an historical act, a fundamental condition of all history, which today, as thousands of years ago, must daily and hourly be fulfilled merely in order to sustain human life." But Baudrillard doubts the primacy of productive work, and he asks whether Marx has confused the liberation of productive forces with the liberation of man. To Baudrillard's ears, this idea of freedom from want, the idea of actualizing man's freedom to create, sounds only like the formula of political economy that Marx says he wants to get beyond. The answer from Marx would be this. First, the historical act of production or of transforming the natural world for our own wants is not the first act of human survival, but the first act of self-consciousness and reflection. As Marx pointed out in the Critique of the Gotha program, nature along with labor are sources of wealth. But what distinguishes the worst architect from the best of B is this. The architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. Now, Baudrillard would ask, as he does in The Mirror of Production, why must man's vocation always be to distinguish himself from animals? But Marx might answer, as I will right now, because evolution is slow, and because people live in social worlds and not natural ones. Without a category of the human in subjectivity, there can be no social change. And without a way to create change, humanity cannot be free. about understanding ourselves as ourselves, without taking hold of our own activity, taking responsibility for it, we will treat each other like herd animals or like lobsters. We will presume that the power structures that already are have always been. That is, if we went to the mall yesterday, we must go to the mall again tomorrow. Now, having said all of that, there are good reasons to admire Baudrillard, just as there are reasons to admire other conservative critiques of capitalism and modernity. Like Veblen, Baudrillard's critique has caught on. The problem of commercialization, of consumerism, is a popular one. To judge one another based on the types or the frequency of our purchases, to worry about whether one is living authentically or being duped by shoddy merchandise. All of this is not only easy to grasp, but also has a ring of truth to it. But still, there's a deeper critique. The late Mark Fisher started his book Capitalist Realism by noting that it is easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. I would add that it is also easier to imagine the death of the real, the destruction of the concept of reality itself, than it is to think of the end of the capitalist mode of production. In his book A Left for Itself, David Swift describes one of the major differences between middle-class left activists and working-class people with far less wealth backing them. Left activists tend to think in terms of identity and belonging, whereas the working class thinks in terms of generating wealth and opportunity. One of the reasons Marx sided with the working class was because he shared this outlook. The trouble with capitalism was not that it empowered humanity too much. The problem was not that it delivered humanity from privation and created gluttons, but rather that it got in its own way, that it set people against each other, in competition for an unnecessary abstraction. The difficulty was that capitalism required that there would always be masses of people with very limited wealth and with very limited or very few opportunities. It may have seemed like I've been coming down pretty hard on Jean Baudrillard, but in fact, I think that reading his work is very worthwhile because it's through reading him and others like him that we can understand the turn that the left took after May 1968, say specifically. By retracing our own thinking and our own history, we might be able to more easily correct course. So in the next video, we'll take a closer look at that history of the history of May 1968, and we'll press on with the mirror of production and the consumer society. Expect that in October. The next one of these on Baudrillard will be in October.
All right.
Sorry, I'm muted. What did you think of that, Susie?
I thought it was a bit old-fashioned, I have to tell you.
Okay.
I thought, well, first out, you were looking so smart there. What happened to the suit look rather than the Save Ferris t-shirt? Maybe that was in your 0 years. I thought it was, what can I say? I thought it was sweet. I thought, I really like hearing you saying, blah, blah.
Baudrillard. Hey, Derek Barn is here on the stream. We should say, I'm going to say hello to Derek. Look, he made it.
Hi, Derek.
How long were you waiting down there? I just realized that I'm on this little laptop and I didn't see that you were in the back room for a little while. So I probably you were waiting for a little bit. So I'm running this. I'm being very.
What kind of show are you running here? Honestly.
I can't answer that question. I'm sorry. but
Guys,
anyway.
I'm going to drop out.
All right.
So I'll be back.
All right. See you at 5.
Bye, John.
All right. So, Susie, let me have it. So you thought it was old-fashioned.
Yeah.
The editing was old-fashioned. My voice, the way
no,
I
not
look.
at all. And in fact, you're a fantastic montager, which is your contribution to the Society of the Spectacle. And it's so easy and lovely to get lost in the nice cuts, the amazing found footage, the topless ladies doing their thing, Laurie Penny. Sometimes I don't even listen to the words because I'm just caught up in the montaging. You're, magical montager. But all this stuff about going to the mall, I'm sorry, who goes to the mall? Where is the analysis that is about the internet? And also those two books you dredged up of Baudrillard's, they're like his earliest work. And he moved on from those positions. Obviously, when you get into the Marxist gyrations, I haven't read Marx properly, and therefore I'm just some flibberty-gibbet. When you start getting into, the mode of production and the point, and I dare say you're right technically. But what I think is that his analysis is, it talks more to our current concerns than these kind of maths of Marxism that you were performing on that video. And I think it's completely about, it's not about going to the mall anymore. It's about being everywhere on the internet and getting your Marxism also on the internet. And you did that. Mark Fisher says it's easy to imagine, it's not possible to imagine the death of capitalism. Well, I think Baudrillard did imagine the death of capitalism, and his later books describe that very well. He says the revolution's already taken place. We don't live in a capitalistic society anymore, that all these things are sweet and old-fashioned because they're analyzing something that has moved beyond into the realm of machines setting, for example, commodity prices, machines that we don't even control, things having spun out, and us quite happy for that to happen as long as we can sit in our rooms on our screens. So if you really want my frank opinion on your video, it was missing that aspect, and it was missing another aspect, which is, and this is the last thing I'll say, that Baudrillard developed in later books, which is what he calls reversal. And his problem with pure Marxist analysis, and for example, things like Foucault, is to say it's full on miserabilism, and it talks of only one world. It says you are set in your relations of production, be they capitalist, be they Marxist realms of production. Foucault talks about all this analysis of power, but he says that's only half the story. As we all know, those things can also be reversed. Those things don't exist in the perma world that their chief practitioners say they do. Things are not always in the realm of dominance and power. For example, when we close doors, other things happen. It's possible to slough off, or it was once possible to say, all this exists in our civic life. And, it's really not just some postmodern flibberty-gibbetness of me to say, yes, okay, there's privation. But, to get into the realm of these arguments is to say, oh, but what about people who can't eat, et cetera, et cetera. But even people who can't eat have the power to have a different, not to just be powerless victims all the time, to be able to say, get lost to all of that. And that's what your video doesn't contend with at all, because it deals with these much more elderly books of his that didn't talk about any of those things, which is what interests me so much about it. But I'll be quiet now.
Okay. Well, Derek, hearing Susanna Kleeman tell me that capitalism is already ended and that we need to move beyond these old critiques, I'm reminded of Mackenzie Wark, who is another frenemy of mine. And I'm realizing at this portion of the stream, I am now surrounded by frenemies. Derek, welcome back to the stream. Thank you for dropping in. Do you have anything you want to say about Baudrillard or Baudrillard? John Baudrillard? Do you have anything you want to say about him? Oh no, you're not. I can't hear you.
I'm muted.
So this is perfect, actually. I'll just get to talk about Derek, and he can't talk back. It's the first time ever that I'll get the final word. Are you having trouble with your microphone there? I saw in the private chat you said that you wait.
Yeah, we had a cable die. Hold on.
Oh, I got you. I hear you now. All
right. On Baudrillard, I mean, the many claims of the death of capitalism haven't already happened without us noticing is always complicated by the fact his economic predictions in his 2004 lectures were wrong. So when he talks about a world without a business cycle, he's fundamentally incorrect. Nonetheless, there's a whole lot of what he's analyzing that is left out of most critiques when you go to his critique of early Marxist mediation and his weird, kind of specifically French reading of Marx from the 1970s, which he moves past. I mean, that's absolutely true. Most people don't read a lot of late Baudrillard. They tend to get stuck up in the early stuff, and they also tend not to read the actual political diaries around why he ended up in some of his positions, which are not just theoretical. If you read his frustrations with the Communist Party of France's relationship to the Mitterrand government, it becomes very clear why he was so mad. So, I always take Baudrillard as like the best frenemy of Marxism, but one whose economic analysis actually itself is very much rooted in a particular time. And this being, for innovations made on Marxism, and on one, I guess maybe I'll defend being old-fashioned here a little bit. Usually they're taking a specific instantiation of a specific time period of about 20 years, where it's Sweezy and Baron in the 1950s, Baudrillard in the 1990s, early aughts, and saying that this particular period proves X cycle is over. And then, lo and behold, X cycle starts back. All right. So we have to ask ourselves, what is Marxism missing that it keeps not being able to deal with the immediate present of these particular instantiations and adjustments of the capitalist economy? And yet, when everyone goes to correct it, they tend to freeze everything in the specific moment in which they are currently living and extrapolate that into the future. And I would say that, for example, Foucault, which I really like Baudrillard's Forget Foucault book. It's back there. And, Foucault's analyzing of power is static and monolithic. It only treats, it doesn't even really deal with political economy. It treats things as enclosed epistemes of oppression and whatnot, which is a very monolithic, monologic way to view the world. One of the things that made Baudrillard so interesting to me back in the day is that he spoke to a lot of my frustrations with Marxism. But again, when we talk about Mackenzie's work when she wrote her critiques about a decade ago, she was trying to convince me that Marshall McLuhan actually explained the economic crisis. And I'm like, no, if you look at where value is produced, what you're looking at is epiphenomenal for that. These small countries with massive printing cycles and media apparatuses still cannot do what a highly productive economy can do. So yeah, I guess I'm blasting in all directions, but I'm known for doing that.
Let me just ask you then. In Doug's video, he says money is the most important commodity. Is money the most important commodity still?
I didn't actually say that. What I said was a little more refined than that, but I should have said it explicitly. Labor power is the most important commodity, and labor power is the only commodity that can produce money, a surplus of money.
Okay, so how does that work when labor is mainly done by robots, as will happen in the future? Will robots be the most important? Will robots have all the power?
We've been talking about robots all day. And sometimes I wonder if one of us might be a robot, maybe me. I haven't gotten enough sleep. But here's the thing.
Go ahead, Doug.
I'm just going to say, the problem of automation has been around since at least World War II. Earlier today, I referenced Kurt Vonnegut's Player Piano. And the idea after World War II was that through a state-managed economy, the problem of automation would be exactly what Baudrillard said it is, which is an absence of privation, which, to put it differently, an absence of meaningful work, and privation being thought of as what's necessary in order to motivate work. And not only like individually necessary in terms of your intrinsic or internal motivation, but also a reason for work to be necessary socially. so that you have to go and produce and reproduce the world. Those things wouldn't be necessary, and the state could simply manage an automated society, sort of the vision after World War II. And the Frankfurt School, to lesser and greater degrees, those critical theorists seem to think that that was the case, and that the contradictions in capitalism, which I talked about with Chris Catrone just the other day, would take place at the level of politics and not at the level of the business cycle or the market and so forth.
Okay, but can I just ask you, what about the commodity of vanity? What about the commodity of unbridled filtering, of the ability to tweak, to have no money, but to be very happy with what your YouTube channel looks like or your Instagram feed looks like?
That's a very old-fashioned concern. It goes back to the 19th century, when people started to leave the rural areas and farming. And come into the urban centers and present themselves.
You see, you're trying to become the bandwagon of old-fashioned. You don't like the character. Anyway, listen. You know what I think? I think that I'm going to go because I feel I'm getting in the way of what should be a beautiful argument between you.
No. Don't go. I know your people are calling you, but
what can I say, Doug? No, I think I'm going to bow out and I'm going to watch the two of you have this.
Okay, all right, but listen, we should talk again. I want you to overcome my last objection, which was that you said, "What about the crisis of vanity?" And my point would be that that kind of a concern has been around since we started to be less rural and less.
But are you truly saying to me there is no difference between French peasants in the 19th century leaving the countryside and coming here and the entire world of the internet, where you can sit tweaking and putting the filters on, you can be as gorgeous as you want to in this other realm? Are you truly, Doug Lain, saying to me that those are exactly the same things?
I think they're not exactly the same, but what makes them so different?
So you see, I don't want to stick around in a place where bad arguments are being paraded under the petticoats. And just because I've called you old-fashioned, you have to call me old-fashioned. What kind of style of argument is that? It would seem to me a rather petty.
No, but seriously, like, what is the difference?
The difference is, I'll tell you exactly what the difference is. I can get all my satisfactions off the phone. Before, when I was the medieval peasant clumping into town in my clogs, I was still going to go back to a hovel late at night without there being much distractions and have a lot of time inside my head feeling miserable. Not these days. Now I would go back with my phone. On the phone, I might have nothing, but on the phone, I can deck myself out in all sorts of backgrounds. I can change what I look like. I can do this. I can spend a lot of time doing that, and it can stop me from thinking about anything else, and it can give me pleasure. And when I get likes from strangers that I don't know, that can matter almost as much, if not more, than some random person giving me £20 so that I can, I don't know, go and buy a McDonald's.
Okay, I want to say one thing to that, because I think that the difference is the amount of concentrated capital in which is also expressed as technology.
Yes. Yes.
No, wait, but I'm trying to think something through in real time. I'm really honestly engaging authentically with you here. I'm not simply giving you my pre-digested patter.
Listen,
I'm trying to think in real time.
But you are
crying out loud.
You are chained to Marxism. So you have got a lot of problems always, because you're like those people who didn't believe what Galileo was saying or Copernicus and have to construct the ever more machines about why the world doesn't go around the sun or whichever way it was. So you're always going to be going as you go back to your system, because you can't betray it live on air on your live stream. So I understand. I've got a lot of sympathy for you.
Oh my God. That is like, now you're attacking. Okay, fine. All right. You win. No. I do. Let me on. Just try to think this through. I do have a response. I think it has to do with the technocratic state and the management of society on that level, on the level of politics and the state, and through monopoly capital as well, so that there's an intensification of vanity, perhaps, and a self-disciplining that we're called upon to undergo in order to market ourselves in a kind of financialized way, especially if we're part of the intellectual class or the petit bourgeois cadres. So that is different, and it might take up some of the things that Baudrillard is talking about, and also some of the things that Sweezy and others might be talking about. Paul Sweezy was a Marxist economist. So I don't think that what it demonstrates is that we've overcome capital. And I know I'm chained to it. I'm chained to Marxism, but I'm not
saying we've overcome. I don't think Baudrillard's saying we've overcome capital, but that capitalism has been so successful, it's created these machines that now spin off. And because we know that machines are setting the price of grain, for example, it makes us feel a lot less powerful. The maths is so complicated. How could we even get in there? So the feeling we're left with is, let the machines bother with that. It's not even like it's humans like us. It's more brained persons who are doing that. And therefore we'll just sit there putting better filters on ourselves. I really do feel that I'm interrupting a proper fight that should be happening between male Marxists. So I'm going to watch. I'm going to watch.
Okay, fine. I mean, I'm not going to try to detain you, but I just want you to understand that the proper fight is between men and women always. So,
what are men and what are women? Okay, have
fun. All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right.
Yeah.
My inner reactionary is coming out there at the end.
Your dirty Lacanianism, which is the same thing as your inner reactionary. I mean, to give you a little hint, if you wanted to fight that better, Doug, the way that you could have done it is the following. One, vanity and these other things that are being commodified as a access to rents, and rents being as an access to other products, still exist in a physical infrastructure, is very much produced in the same way physical infrastructure has been produced, which, while it has much less actual physical labor involved in it, which is why it's so fucking cheap, it still has physical labor involved with it. And when you remove the physical labor whatsoever, no one can profit off of it. Now, people can say that's old-fashioned, but unfortunately, for those of us who believe that, are those who believe that basically we've developed towards some kind of post-capitalist society already, whether it's techno-neo-feudalism or whatever, they have to explain the fact that the commodity mediations there still require physical commodities all the way down, and not just at the endpoint of the user experience, which is what we're describing when we're talking about our phone. Right. So you are hiding this entire mediation. Now, to get into where I think Suzanne's got a point, is the fact that mediation is so important for everything, and it does not require you to be actively plugged into the circuit of commodity production, because frankly, most people aren't. And that's, you are as a consumer now, you are someone dependent on the wage fund, and thus you are keeping the socially necessary elements of capital flowing because you need a society for capital to move. But most capital exchanges are not at the level of the individual consumer, as you and I both know, way back in our Kleiman days. So if you wanted to fight that a little better, that's how I would have done it. Also, the confusion of one form of mediation, commodity mediation, right, which is also, it's a mediation of values. There's a way in which, when you're dealing with post-Marxists, you're always dealing with people who are moving through definitions. So you'll see movements like commodity of vanity. Well, okay, that's actually a similar thing that Baudrillard does with value, where we have one sense of value here being talked about separately from the sense of value in Marx. We see this all the time. Well, what about other values? Well, that's a different use case of the word. So commodity in the terms of vanity is standing in for mediation, but no one's actually commodifying vanity in and of itself. They're commodifying the experience and access to things that give you vanity. So the commodity mediation is being misplaced when you say the commodity of vanity. No one actually gives a shit about whether or not you're vain, really, in the great market of the world. What they care about is what they can sell you to maintain it. So right. And I just, I would love to believe in this vision of the machines doing all the work, but also, just objectively speaking, the more automated we've gotten and the less we've tied into production, the more work hours people have been fucking doing in the 20th and 21st century. Now that is the early 20th century is a reversal of work hour increases of the early industrial period. I mean, people forget that like basically workers were working 12-hour a day, 6 days a week. But we have seen since Keynes promised in the 1930s that we'd be able to reduce the work week to nothing effectively by technological development, the opposite is true nearly worldwide. Why is that the case if the machines can clearly do the work? And they can. Of course, the capitalists are going to offset as much thinking to machines as they can. They don't want to fucking do that. So yes, the grain prices are going to be set by robots. What I find interesting though is those robots are still taking the same price inputs that prior price planners, which is a thing that's not supposed to exist in capitalism but clearly does, have done. So that's just to help you out. Now let's get to the real bones of the fight.
What is it?
I don't know. What are we fighting about?
I don't know what we're supposed to talk about.
The promise of this big fight, and I'm like,
I don't think anyone promised that but Susie, and she was just
she was just fucking with you. They're like, throw you to the actual wolf. I mean,
she likes to come on and say, "Oh, you white male Marxists, I know you like to have a boys' club, Doug, and that kind of thing."
I mean, she's right about that, but still.
Maybe true, but it's an easy thing to say. I have a, I'm going to just stop myself from what I was going to say. I prefer women is what I was going to say, but also.
Okay, yeah.
But what I also will say is that I think that it is unfortunate that critiquing capitalism through Marxism has become perceived as male and white, and it's really unfortunate right now that critiquing capitalism through Marxism is being called Western white Marxism by some people on Twitter who would prefer to critique capitalism through, I don't know, Mao or it's whatever podcaster is popular this week. But I was going to show you a clip from the old days.
All right.
Yeah, because it's the 15-year anniversary of the Diet Soap podcast. When did you first come on? Do you remember what year your first?
2012. We did a recording in 2011 on the weird sectarian history of the U.S. left, which we never aired because it was too nerdy for anyone's audience. But yeah, it was 2012. You and I actually fought, ironically, on the question of automation. That was what initially got us in our great frenemy relationship, because I did not understand at the time the actual and you can call this old-fashioned to fair, but I think the actual implications of the reduction of labor time, because that's what people were calling value producing, and in some ways it is, in that it reduces socially necessary labor time so that the worker is more productive, right? But the thing is, there doesn't seem to be any circuit where on a market, all right, that if you had totally automated production with no labor whatsoever, it eventually falls to fixed cost. And as a fixed cost on the market, with the pressures of the price going down through competition, eventually it will not be profitable. All right. And the only way you can do that is some form of variable capital. The most obvious form of variable capital is labor. Now, ironically, you were right about that, although you didn't express it that way. But I'm giving you credit for it, because it took years for me to figure that out, because I was coming from a place of dealing with people like Stephen Keen, who's kind of fallen out of favor, but he was the non-Marxist leftist de jure who just come at me and go, "What about machines, Derek?" And I go, well, the machines are clearly doing something, but they don't seem to be doing what you're saying they're doing, which is like producing value in a way in which they can just replace humans, because clearly people are still fucking working. And the surplus population arguments, of which there is a lot, does not seem to be based entirely based off levels of automation. It seems to be based on levels of profitability. So we don't see the automation causing the great unemployment crises that led to mass imprisonment in the 1980s and 90s. What we see is deindustrialization proper, not automation doing it. And what created the profitability return, it wasn't robots, it was financialization. Now, yes, robots are involved in financialization, AI is involved in financialization, but we should kind of expect that. There's a lot that Marx brackets out, and I mean, I think that's fair to talk about. Marx doesn't have a good theory of inflation. Marx's theory of money is pretty much metal commodity money. Sometimes he has other theories he plays with in the Grandessa, but he doesn't really. They don't really factor in capital. And the relationship to pure commodities and commodity money and money as a fiat is unclear to me still after studying it for 20 years. But and so there are things to be dealt with there. But in general, I tend to think we are always looking at the economy of the time period that we're writing about. I mean, Pollock's administrative, to get to the Frankfurt School, that's all based on like Pollock's administrative state thesis, right? Which is based on the assumptions of the war capitalist economy resembling the war communist economy in the 1920s and 30s. That was the argument. And there was a real sense in which Marxist predictability, a la Grossman, everyone. I've gone back and read all these stuff from the 40s, where the Maoists, the Marxist-Leninists in Russia, the Trotskyists are all predicting an imminent collapse of capital in 1950 because they realized, okay, the war bought off the overproduction. They realize that they see the problems of their initial analysis as and we've talked about this as best probably developed by the other Frankfurt School member who got kicked out, Grossman. But they're all predicting that there's going to be a massive crisis in capital. As I told you way back, the problem with people who keep on predicting the crisis in capital is going to be terminal is they keep on underestimating the counter tendencies that Grossman talks about, including Grossman himself. Like, so the abilities to move where the market is and whatnot, we are always underestimating how powerful that is, and then calling that something new other than capitalism, ignoring that the base production dynamic, no matter how many computers you have involved, is pretty much the same, but we are more and more removed from it. We experience all this massive energy suck. And I don't mean this and I'm not critiquing this morally. I mean, in a literal sense, this requires a shit ton of physical infrastructure and industry. We don't see it. It's hidden from us.
Right. But if you think about that, all the physical infrastructure and industry that is something that is needed to produce something like a smartphone. Am I supposed to call it a smartphone? I'm so old. What do we call them now? Is it smartphones? Yes. Anyway, when you think about all that, it's actually a wonder. It's kind of a miracle, and you should think about, even though to call it cooperation is a little bit Pollyanna, nonetheless, the amount of social cooperation necessary in order to produce a smartphone is astronomical, and so we should think about the smartphone as pointing to the potential for human creativity that it already exists in the world, but rather than as some moral failing of the consumer class or something.
Let's talk about AI for a second, because this is like a prime example of this, right? Like, AI is a disaster under capitalism. It kind of is. It's not very effective right now. It has very bad feedback loops into it because of the way that competition works and trying to commodify this stuff does lead to some labor efficiency in areas that were previously thought to be protected from labor efficiency, such as intellectual work. However, there's nothing inherently, and I know I'm going to sound, to our more, I don't know, Luddite friends, polyamorous about this, but I don't think there's anything inherently bad about LLMs and predictive language models. And I don't call them AI because they're not actually, they don't work like human intelligence, but they lead to all kinds of labor efficiency. Even as a writer, if they weren't being commodified in a strange way, I can actually use them to do things that I couldn't do before. It's like the difference between trying to do calculus with a slide rule and trying to do calculus with a calculator. That's bad for me as a petite bourgeois rentier, because I don't want my skills outsourced. But it would be good for me in a scenario where selling my labor power wasn't how I got access to the vanity machine. Because there's tons of great social stuff going on, even in this capitalist hellscape, that produced the smartphone. You're absolutely right. And I this is the dialectical part of the capitalism. And while I have my own limitations of just doing analysis on dialectics, I mean, this is probably disagreement between us. I talk about analytics and dialogics too, but in the broad scheme of like social tensions, dialectics is how you can clarify it and abstractify it and see the movement and structure clearly. I think that that gives you you can see how like this social stuff becomes very antisocial, but it requires a bunch of social relations to produce, even when we're outsourcing more and more of those social relations to machines, intelligence predictors, because there's a bunch of, basically, to use an old Marxist, old-fashioned term, dead labor behind that's being pushed back up. I mean, this is not just social in the sense it's currently social. It's also social that it represents almost 100 years of dead labor and people cooperating to produce that at every single step of the way. And the dead labor would not be bad in a socialist economy, right? It's a problem now because we have to recreate profitability all the time. So we have to figure out a way to get rid of this stuff and basically make it inefficient. And in the case of this phone in particular, unnamed fruit phone, we can definitely.
I love that. The unnamed fruit phone is my favorite brand.
Unnamed fruit phone. We actually know that they had to in-store. They actually make too good of a product that they had to deliberately cripple to make people go back and buy more. Like, it was a true sense of planned obsolescence in the most direct way, because they were overproducing a good product that if everyone bought once and didn't need again, their whole modus operandi would fall apart. Like, and that world to me isn't done away with by the mediation of technology. That said, Marxists don't, I mean, it's very easy because a lot of us Marxists don't talk about this mediation all that much. We still like try to pretend that most people, our Jacobin magazine friends, are doing union organizing in a factory somewhere in 1932. And that's not real either. And like that is not the way most people interface and experience capital. And in so much that Marxists try to make that the world that we're actually operating in, we're fucking old-fashioned because we're deluding ourselves about the nature of our own theory.
I would even go so far as to say that if you are if you are part of an effort to organize within a union, you're probably interfacing with a whole other layer of the administrative state in between you and the other workers and the union and the corporation that you're. And so to think of union organizing as a self-organization of the working class today, I think is wrong. I think that it could be useful, it could be good, just like universal health care could be good. But my suspicion is that the union movement and labor movement, as it's constructed right now, is going to reproduce the very conditions that we say we're trying to overcome.
Well, unfortunately, this current left has decided that it's going to play out the 1960s, 70s, and 80s as tragifarce. So that it's both tragedy and farce at the same time. Which I guess if you want to talk about a correction to Marxism, we needed better metaphors, because we weren't supposed to see, cycles go from like tragedy to farce to not even that, and both simultaneously somehow. Maybe they've sublated themselves into something even more idiotic.
That is the old-fashioned thing. The idea that first is tragedy, then it's farce. That's old-fashioned. It's now first is tragedy, then it's farce, then it's some sort of memeified internet shit kind of thing that is both completely debasing and hilarious and sad all at the same time.
Yeah, first as far as then as tweet. Like, or whatever we call it, X remark today. I mean, when we look at what's going on with the current with labor organizing, I have been, maybe it's because I come out of, the most reprobate form of Marxism, left communism, which I don't use that term anymore because I don't think the blah, 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 the common term doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, you've been saying you're a left com that doesn't use the term left com since, I don't know, 2012. I mean,
since before, very shortly after the first episode of your show I appeared on.
Right. Yeah.
But the thing I'll give them on this is that I don't join Council Communist or Dementist. And for those of your audience who have no idea what I'm talking about, give yourself a pat on the back. This level of Marxist sectariana is so deep that it'll just drive you insane. But that we shouldn't work with any trade or business unions because they're corrupted by capital, blah, blah, blah. But in a real sense, they do exist in a capitalist context. And part of what they do is to control workers, which is why they became unpopular in the 1960s and 70s. Now, why they become popular again is because what replaced them is worse. And it's basically nothing. But if we look at, like, when people say, oh, well, the working class is manifested in the labor movement, the problem is only 17% of the working class is in it, period. 33% of the public sector, working, whatever public sector workers are, and they are working class to me. It's a different question of whether or not we consider them proles. It depends on how much you want to get into productivity arguments. But and the other reason is that they are state patronized, which makes them dependent on the state in a way that is complicated. But even in the case of public sector workers, it's not even a majority that are unionized even there. So like something like only 34% of teachers and only 33% of cops, which by the way are the two most unionized fields at all, are in unions. And despite the fact that the current left keeps on saying we're living through a labor revival and labor militancy, I think what they're talking about is real. But union density for 2 years in a row has stagnated and gone down. The high point of union growth has not been any time the left was talking about it. Actually, when the left was not talking about union growth, when we were going on that whole 1% versus 99% populism thing, was actually when unions were really growing as part of as part of the density of labor. And even then, we're talking about a growth of like 1% after a decline of 50%. All right. Mm-hmm. So, but the high point of union growth was 2012 to 2016. So today you have a question. Unions are super popular, yet no one's fucking in them. So like,
what does that mean to say they're popular? Just that people like to write about them, or people?
Well, no, I mean, like if you were to ask the average person on the street today, as opposed to in 2009, the average person on the street was like, yeah, unions do good stuff. As opposed to 2009, where they're like, grumble. Union.
Well, yesterday I interviewed Sohrab Ahmari here in New York, and it's worth noting that he is pro-union, pro-labor, and social conservative, and is willing to work within the Republican Party as he is within the Democratic Party. And I got the impression from him, people can watch the interview for themselves and see if I'm right, that he would be just as unhappy and just as happy if either Biden or Trump won, given his politics. And that the onshoring of labor presents an opportunity for a different relationship between the state and unions and the administration of unions.
Yeah, to pick up on that, Doug, I think you actually have you are grasping around on a key insight, and I like that you're thinking out loud. I want to give you compliments on your show so people know that I'm not always just trying to destroy you.
You only do that behind my back.
Yeah. Actually, I mostly destroy you to your face. To be fair. No, the thing that I think you're grasping in a kind of key way is a lot of union density where there's still areas of high enough, like this is a problem that I think Susie, if she came back on the show, could really hit us on, like fairly.
Well, she just said something about that. Let's throw it back on the screen. Unions have been commodified as simulacra.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I would actually somewhat agree with that in the way that, say, the Jacobin left talks about union is a simulacra of the 1930s to 1950s. That's true. That they are not really dealing with the situations that exist today. Let's talk about UAW. Sean Fain in the UAW, all right? Immediately, does the rank and file strategy. You see the UAW radicalizing, taking risky stances in a way we haven't seen the auto unions do in for fucking ever. All right, part of that is because the UAW priorly, however, expanded its membership base by not going into auto unions and not going into things downstream of auto unions, which is actually an interesting problem. It went into teaching assistants on campuses, but it used that like rank and file boost.
Sorry, I don't mean to distract you. I'm just
he used that rank and file boost to actually take the auto industry in a more radical direction. The problem is, and let's be honest about the problem here, the American car industry is not competitive. All right. The only thing that is keeping it from being flooded by cheap Chinese EVs and hybrids is tariffs. All right. So right now, like Sean, and this was a threat that Trump made. Trump was like, "Oh, if you don't warm up to us, we'll punish you. You're going to lose." And people thought it was like, "Oh, he's threatening." He thinks that the right wing is super popular, and Trump may think that, but the rational kernel of what he said is car policy right now is actually set by U.S. trade policy. All right. So there is a real sense that this rump industry, and it is a rump industry, that we're seeing a union revitalization in, and we haven't seen it win yet either, is dependent on political patronage. So while we may be mad that Sean Fain, after going rank and file and standing up to the corporate dens, immediately this year kissed Biden's ring, right? He went in and kissed her before he had to, at a time it was really unpopular to do so. The reason why is that industry requires state protection and patronage to survive.
Sure.
And that's where there is enough population density. If you want to talk about something Marxists got wrong, all right, historically speaking, we assumed that the centralization of labor would follow the centralization of capital. So if you read Engels on Authority, for example, which I've been spending a lot of time talking about, the centralization of capital actually led to the diffusion of labor, which is dialectically kind of what you'd expect, that the thing would turn into the other thing, that we have so much capital, you start having automation, then labor would have to diffuse back out and service the few workers who are actually involved in direct production. Makes total sense, right? But Marx and Engels did not see it. If you read what they read in the 1890s, they don't talk about that as a possibility. That's a real problem, right? So because all of our labor organizing strategies are based on high concentrations of workers in a singular workplace. That is what they're based off of. And to get back to Susie's point about Simulacra, because she's right about this, when we went to look at how to organize labor under current conditions, what did we decide to model that off of? Well, okay, we tried to do politically the 1930s. Okay, we did that first. That's what the millennial left decided to do. Now, I say we because as much as I wish I could kick myself out of the left for stupid shit that it did in the last 15 years, I can't. I'm not, unless I betrayed that I'm still a leftist and I have to accept it. I'm part of this movement that did shit that I thought was stupid. But it modeled itself off of that executive model of class collaborationism in the New Deal regime, and actually misrepresented in many ways what the New Deal regime was. Like, it actually was like projecting the Great Society and shit back to the 1930s, because a lot of people don't know the difference. They're like, oh, well, the New Deal regime created this Keynesian welfare state. No, it did not. Actually, it stabilized the banks. It created the government as an employer of last resort below market level, and then it led to massive industrial production of excess production during a war. Like, that's not what people sold it into. But okay, so that fails. What did people go to as the next model? The CIO. Like, okay, so let's go back to industrial unionization. But pretending that the NCLB and the National Labor Relations Act didn't actually build the groundwork that also led to Taft-Hartley, which limits most of the things that these people want to do legally, but also that this was a period based on high profitability where the profits could be shared and you could buy off labor, not off of the backs of just the third world. I mean, although it is tied into imperialism, etc., but the idea that with some direct extraction from the third world is just not true. But it kept people invested into industrial production to get, ironically, and this is something that people miss, to get their children out of industrial production. These workers were not sending their children to college off the GI Bill to go back into the factories. All right. Why? Because they thought they were developing, like you said, to go back to that video, and that, that working class people wanted to create wealth, build up means for their children to be able to be the PMC we like to shit on today, even though, I don't like the term PMC, but I'm talking to your audience. I want to use it.
Yeah. I use it now. I didn't like it to originally either. Let's just a little cul-de-sac, little sidebar here. Okay. I find it impossible not to use the term PMC, although I think my problem with the PMC, I think, is the same one you have. I don't think it constitutes a class in this usual sense that we think of class.
Right.
It'd be better just to call these people petit bourgeois, I believe.
Well, the problem is, and I think Kristen Parenti got into this on an article on Compact. Those of you who know, I read people I don't necessarily love, but Kristen Parenti actually pointed out one of the issues with the PMC is that it's not a class. He actually says that, even though he uses the term, and that it's a coterie of kinds of professions that from the 70s to the 1990s, Barbara Ehrenreich was kind of proletarianized. He pointed out that if you look at the way these professionals worked, they used to be true petit bourgeois, and we just call them that. Most of them now are dependent on the wage fund. What he says makes them different is they have a different relationship to the state than either the petit bourgeois or most of the working class, which I think is true, which is why I'm well, I have to kind of use this term. But the problem is it's muddled. It's a muddled term.
Okay, right. So I understand how the PMC have a different relationship to the state than the petit bourgeois or the small-time entrepreneurial capitalist, right? Which are often thought of as the base of the Republican Party, these small little capitalist kings. But I'm not sure I understand the difference between the PMC and the working class, and unless you're suggesting that
I think about 50%, 50 to 60% of the quote PMC is actually labor aristocratic working class, and about the other 50 to 60% is actually petite bourgeois. And I wish we use those terms, but it's not. The problem with those terms is
what makes the difference between those two? Is it because of the lack of a need to compete in a open labor market?
Yeah, it's because they're they're cartelled in a real sense. But the thing is, if you make cartelling the element that makes you PMC, you have another problem, because a lot of blue collar work is also cartelled by licensure.
I was going to say
fiat.
Hell,
So
being union is a way to be cartelled in a sense, right? I mean,
right? Yeah, I mean, if you have a union that's protected by government fiat, which, by the way, like it is. I'm not here to celebrate illegalism, but there's a reason why the high point of union heroism tends to be in the period where they were borderline illegal, because they could not be easily brought back in to the capitalist governing apparatus. And I think in some ways early Marxists were kind of naive about about non-labor parties being able to incorporate the management that unions provide into their apparatus. The problem that you have, though, if you take the anti-union stance, is how the fuck do you work with anybody in the way? Because while you're right, I would say today, to say the unions are the forces of organized labor is to delude yourself. I mean, maybe it's a force of organized labor, but it's not the spirit of the proletariat anymore. It's too small of a proportion of the proletariat for that to be true, and it's in too specialized a fields that really don't reflect the way the average person actually interacts with the economy. I mean, one of the things that we can look at through neoliberalism, and that I haven't seen a lot of people talk about outside of Nico Villarreal, is that one of the side effects of financialization was treating large parts of the working class as if they had petite bourgeois relations to production, even though they don't. They are kind of wage earners, but and they don't actually own their own means of production, but they are sold stuff and treated as contractors as if they are. And there's also a larger and larger, and this is something that wasn't predicted by a lot of Marxists either, but after the 1970s, what you saw was a lot of the big, monopolistic corporations that, quote, made monopoly capital true, is they busted up into mid-size petite bourgeois business. And when I say mid-size, I mean employees of more than 50, but less than 300. All right. So there's a ton more of that after the 1970s than before. So it changes the economic relationship. It diffuses your ability to organize. And, we don't really have that. And what we've seen, I think, I know we were going to talk about Mark Fisher, but this is something that I think Fisher was both a critic of and guilty of, depending on what time of his life we're talking about, was this idea of, he uses this concept from Derrida of hauntology, which is kind of vague, but this idea that this vision of the past is what's driving us in the present, but it's a misrecognition and we see it as like a specter or a ghost. I think we're treating the labor movement that way. Like, we're refusing to admit that the changes of franchisement, diffuse workforce, more and more people in the service sector, etc., changes the way you have to organize. Yet we report those attempts at organization as if it's the same as classical unionism. Giving an example of it, in 2022, there were something like 600 filings for new unions, right? Most of them were Starbucks, all right? Now, and that's in a field, the service sector, that has a union density of 2%, all right? So it made it look like there was this massive growth, all right? And I'm not saying that service sector workers don't need a union, guys, before people come at me, but I just want people to be real about this. That was one tiny sector of one part of the economy. You know why? Because the average Starbucks union is going to be between 15 and 60 people, not thousands, which is what traditional industrial unions were aiming at.
Well, Well, let me just pause you here, because you said something I think is worth underlining. I mean, obviously, it's worth recognizing that if you are reporting a massive increase in unionization, but what you're really talking about is the metric is the number of submissions for unions that are all Starbucks, which
It wasn't all Starbucks, but it was a disproportionate amount.
A huge amount of Starbucks. Well, obviously, we shouldn't recognize that we're going to have distorted thinking if we don't examine that data more closely. Okay, I agree with you there. But the other thing you said that I want to unpack and explore is that you said we need to rethink how we try to approach organizing, given the way, I think what I heard you say, and tell me if I'm wrong, the way that the working class has changed in terms of the kind of work it does, the kind of sectors that you can find workers in, the relationship that they have to capital and to the state. Is that basically what you said? That requires?
Yeah, I mean, I think
but the question there is, I don't want you to, I mean, if I got that right, tell me, but the real question there is, when we change our way of organizing, we should also consider if we actually have a clear vision of what we're organizing for.
Well,
I mean, right? You say we need to change the way we're organizing, given all these things, but we should probably also take into account the way our own presuppositions have been altered by the changes in these relationships, and how we might have a distorted vision of what the original organizing was about as well due to that. I mean, I know maybe I sound a little bit platty here, or a little bit but I do think it's worthwhile, just kind of a pragmatic level, to say, wait, I'm not sure what I'm organizing for. Like, what is the aim?
Well, let's talk about pragmatism, and maybe, we and I want to talk about Mark Fisher, because this is ironically, it felt like in our relationship, my relationship to Fisher was rather late, but that was from this perspective of 2012 to 2015. And now that we are literally a decade out from the Vampire Castle essay, and about 7 years out from Fisher's death,
did he die in 2017? Really?
I can't remember. It's 2017 or 2019. It's I think it was.
Before, well, it was while Trump was in office, right?
Yes, it was during the Trump period. And one of the things that I think this misrecognition about not knowing what we're organizing for led to was Fisher moving from what was ostensibly a kind of alter globalization / Deleuze and Guattari inspired cybernetic Marxism-ishness that capitalist realism comes out of. This if we're honest, capitalist realism is like a Jameson as applied to contemporary cultural products, to talk about how hollowed out the cultural sphere felt, and this is where the hauntology and stuff came in. What Fisher tended to fall in love with during his lifetime was this movement to return to the very new left stuff he initially critiqued, and to see it not just as a political answer, but as a form of joy. All right, particularly in his late writings.
You talking about the acid communism stuff?
No, there's the acid communism stuff, but there's also the later stuff like Politics of Joy and his stuff defending Corbyn. People often don't read the post-Vampire Castle work in light of the fact that it's actually directly tied into the Vampire Castle work. Like, that's not a deviation. Then one of the things I said at the time, all right, when I published the Vampire Castle pieces, I was like, well, this is a radical critique for a milquetoast politics, because Fisher was not really addressing Marx's view of class. His view of class is your class origins, not your role in the economy. You talked to him about that when he was alive. The other thing was, and ironically, while he was critiquing identity, he was turning class into a kind of identity.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to say something about Mark Fisher's exit in the Vampire Castle briefly, which is this. It was correct. It was a very solid critique. And it was made just as well by the intellectual dark web a little later. That it was not the core of that critique was correct, and in so much as it was trying to hold on to some sort of liberal, humanism, which I think you can find in conservatives, so-called not reactionaries, but in conservatives. But it did not explain the phenomenon of the vampire castle particularly well. And for not explaining it, it didn't offer a radical critique. You think, is that a fair analysis of it?
I think there's a bunch of problems with it. I think one, that it wanted to exempt Marxism from the problems that it was seeing in this. Like, there is a truth. I mean, I know that we're not supposed to say that cultural Marxism is real, because it isn't. But there is a truth where all the liberal apparatuses that was really annoying us in the 1990s, aughts, and aught teens, like, they've kind of gone away, actually, interestingly. Like standpoint epistemology and all that. I had to point out that just as a genealogy, all of them come out of weird readings of Marxist thinker. Standpoint epistemology comes out of Lukács. Like, there is a way in which Foucauldian epistemic whateverness comes out of structural Marxism. There is, and Foucault kind of thought he was like a Maoist without the problems of Marx or whatever. I mean, like, if you see his political stances in the 70s, he's all over the place. And in the 80s, he's like kind of, and I'm going to say something not entirely wrongly, critiquing this love of Fordism that was coming out, and pointing out that there was a core to the neoliberal moment that was breaking up this kind of Fordist domination. The thing is, like, what he did not see, and what a lot of people at the time did not see. I mean, Chris Catrone can talk about the New Left, but separately from Chris, I came to similar conclusions to him, that the New Left fought against Fordism for a long time, realized what that meant, freaked out and defended it after it had given and created a lot of the mental apparatus to justify the shift. However, that does not mean their initial critique of Fordism as a mode of capitalism was wrong. And that's one of the things that, like, gets lost, because what we keep on doing is fighting the last battle. And what I saw with Fisher personally, and this is my personal reading, and people can come at me about it, but Fisher actually seemed to hit a wall with his early analysis and decided that it led to too dark of a conclusion because of the things that I'm talking about around organization and stuff. The things, interestingly, that I say that are iconoclastic now were actually pretty normal to say, even in fucking Democratic Party world in the 1980s and 1990s. When you say, like, well, the union leadership is like getting paid by stock dividends, that's a problem. Bill Bradley said that, right? It wasn't just Baudrillard. That was obvious to everybody. Now, today, what you have in this hauntology period, of which Fisher is both diagnosing and symptomatic of, was this look back and go like, well, if we had a political representation that actually cared about the working class, we could feel, I mean, he literally thought it, and I think it's literal, we could feel joy again. And there was a critique of Fisher that came out of the Platypus Affiliated Society by Ephraim, I can't remember his last name. British Platt, that I thought was dead on in the misrecognition of that, because Fisher basically, without admitting that he did it, went from critiquing social democracy as a form of capital to seeing it as a primary way to stand up and feel joy again. And of course, when you get flanked by the right for realizing the post-neoliberal moment in a way that you still think you're fighting the old neoliberals, that's too much for a lot of people to bear. Like, and I'm not saying that it has anything to do with his actual psychological state. I don't think you can reduce politics to psychological states, and the way Fisher actually tried to, which I think ultimately ended up being very unfortunate for him. But in a very real sense, I mean, I think his depression was separate from that. Nonetheless, you have to look at it and see, like, as an emblem of the problem of his politics, Trump really was a problem, because it took all the things that they thought were empowering these left-wing populist movements, from Podemos to Syriza into Bernie, and turned it on its head and made it look very clearly, oh, this more easily goes to the right, adjusting to the realities of capital as it is now, where you are fighting people who are fighting a right that had already lost, not because the left defeated it, but because the conditions on the ground had changed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And, we were all in a state of misrecognition about that. And in some ways that has led us to go down to even deeper and deeper simulacras.
I think you and I weren't as misguided on that as,
Yeah, well, I remember how much your audience yelled at me when I said any of this in 2019, though.
Yeah, I know, but I think I agreed with you at the time, and I don't think that was something that, I mean, the idea that we were no longer facing that the critique of neoliberalism alone would not be sufficient for socialist politics that might possibly develop, I think was clear enough as early as like 2011. But maybe if you say it the way you just said it now, people would yell at you. But and it is difficult. I mean, look, whenever you target an individual leftist and call them out in particular, you're going to make their followers, friends, and fans angry. And that's certainly the case with Mark Fisher. But I think that the difficulty for you and I, and has been and continues to be, critiquing what's happening sufficiently for the critique to have some hold.
Right.
I feel like we've been pretty good at calling shots, even predicting difficulties and failures, but that even despite that, not only do other people not tend to learn from the lessons we're teaching, we ourselves repeat difficulties and problems. And I guess for me, the big example would be how after the election of Trump, I ended up being far more supportive of the Sanders movement and the social democratic movement than I had any intellectual right to be.
Yeah, you actually would talk me. For people who don't know, there was a panoply of voices, of which Doug was not the main one. The main one, frankly, was another late friend. And I don't when I mention this stuff, the comments are like, "Why are you shitting on your dead friends?" And I'm like, "I'm not shitting on them, actually." Fisher was symptomatic of his moment. He was not. It wasn't just or even primarily a personal failure. Brooks was symptomatic of his moment, and he actually was successful at a kind of opportunism we haven't seen in a long time. And yes, opportunism has a negative critique, but in America, for fuck's sake, we hadn't even had that. So,
I just wanted to throw. They threw $5 my way, and I should.
Yeah.
If anyone wants to throw $5 at the stream, no matter what you say, almost within reason, I'll throw that on the screen. Thank you, Strom.
Yeah, I want to pick up on the show. I mean, on all this stuff, because I think my issue with this current wave of we're seeing labor radicalize is if you even listen to the Jacobin people who are not Ryan Grimm, like Ben Fong, they realize that what I'm saying, Ben will say the same things, but he'll say it in much nicer, calmer ways. Maybe the Bureau of Labor Statistics is going to show that this hasn't been successful as we thought. And I want to ask people, for the people who had the shock of misrecognition for Bernie, which, by the way, I know that's a big thing, because we realized, you and I come out of the left. There's, for those of you who don't know, Doug and I are exactly 10 years apart. So he is the avant-garde of Gen X, and I am the zillennial leftovers. But I'm going to give him that credit for a second. But we both remember a time when the left's two orientations were globalist and localist. but they had no national policy whatsoever. So it was either issue driven, and that was global, or it was totally local community driven, and that was like all the shit that annoyed you about Portland. The response to that was to try to go to national politics, but instead of actually doing the hard work of building a national base, they tried to rent on the eagle this. For those of you who don't know, that's a metaphor for writing something larger, to try to jump start a movement from the top, pretending it was from the bottom in a circular manner. And, I think you and I talked about this even at the time. And I was like, look, the funny thing about the Sanders movement is on one hand, it's saying we need a workers' movement to come to power. And on the other hand, it's also saying if Bernie comes to power in order we'll have to create the space for a workers' movement to come back again. Right. That was always obviously circular. So this leads me to believe, why should we trust these fuckers on what's going on with labor right now?
Right. No, I mean, look, clearly, if Sanders had won, there would have been no developed socialist movement that came out of that. And and that's all I'll say. That Sanders' victory was not going to Sanders' victory was only going to lead, as the way in the terms I thought of it at the time, would be America's Syriza moment. That's what we would get out of Sanders. And yet, despite having that kind of intellectual position, I could not help but get swept up in Sanders as representing a alternative to either embracing a right-wing populist movement or accepting the continuation of the neoconservative, neoliberal, democratic / Republican old school party.
Let's talk about that for a second. I mean, because there's an elephant in the room here. That, not to call out specific groups, but you were in a unnamed communist group that has Marxist and humanist in the title, of which they are not the only one, that had a lot of new left presumptions explicitly coming down all the way back to Ruta Dunarskaya herself, that while it condemned any form of vanguardism, was actually completely okay with a popular front to maintain the status quo on the fear that economic foolishness from some kind of incoherent Marxo-Keynesian policy would create a backlash, so that we needed to seemingly permanently defend the center right of the Democratic Party against both right populism and all other forms of leftism. So a revolutionary socialist movement was actually telling us to back the center. And you know who else was telling us that at the time, people want to erase this, was also the old Marxist-Leninists still around in the CPUSA in 2016. While they've never officially endorsed candidates, they have always, broadly speaking, until actually around 2019, when they finally broke a literally nearly 100-year pattern of backing blue no matter who, the CPUSA. So you had these critiques of Marxist-Leninists, that you and I were involved in, and this critique of
social democracy and
social democracy from the Marxist-Leninist perspective. They had the same fucking point of view, and so the way out of those binds, which seemed definitely to be like, well, why are Marxists defending the status quo, was to go to Bernieism. But the problem with Bernieism, to us was like transparent to me. And I will admit, you guys wore me down. I was one of these people who in 2016 was like, no, this Bernie thing is a false movement. It's going to end like Corbynism, which also everyone argued with me that Corbyn was like the future of British labor. And I was like, look, I think this is all going to go like, this is the death of the British left, which is what I thought. And like, look, this is not just me calling stuff. There's plenty of stuff I got wrong, but I was right on this, and I gave in. All right. I gave in.
Well, I feel like I gave in too. Like, I feel like you and I were kind of similar in that way. And we were both working for Zero Books at that time. You were doing a lot of other things too. So we had this motivation
with people in the Jacobin orbit. Like we had not just material motivation, we had connections. to people who believed this, and they believed it so strongly and so charismatically that even I started going, well, maybe I'm wrong. Like,
right. And that was kind of my position too. But also the other part of it is that for me was the only people who I could find that were sane enough to talk to and debate with. Oh, you're breaking up, I guess, a little bit. Were these Bernie Sanders social democrats at the time? I remember you saying that at the time. That are you still there? Oh yeah, there we are. Can you turn your microphone back on? Anyway, I'm going to keep saying what I'm saying. I bet you're going to get your equipment to work again. So now I look around at the really existing left in America, and who can I stand to speak to? Well, I like talking to Chris Catrone and the Platypus Affiliated Society. They're all right. There's the people at Alpha Bunga Bunga. They're okay. There's I like the popular podcast guys, all right. And that's pretty much, I don't know, you on a Tuesday, you. And then I don't know who else I can deal with. Oh, you're not, I can't hear you. Something happened to your equipment. But anyway, so yeah, it's I feel like I'm out, weirdly, I'm in the wilderness again, a bit. But the our history through this podcast, working together, not working together, working together again, not working together again, has been a history of, I don't know, a more agreement than disagreement, and yet violent
passionate disagreement about small things, like
right.
I also think we disagree about, I would say the fundamental difference between me and you is also the fundamental difference between me and the Platypus Affiliated Society. Which is not, it's not to say that you're a platypus, guys, but I do think it is a difference. I see the dialectic of liberalism more negatively than they do. And so they talk about regression and I can talk about decadence, but and so we're aligned on that. But like, they see the bourgeois revolutions as something we could like return to and finish, and I'm like, I think that's over.
Well, I don't even know if you're right about that.
I don't know if I'm right about that either, because also I want to be honest. Platypus doesn't speak in one voice, ever.
Right. No, and even one voice is often, like if you talk to Chris Catrone, he doesn't. It's not that he's inconsistent. It's just that he doesn't have. If you try to say what Chris Catrone says, unless you're quoting him at verbatim, you're probably going to get something a little bit off. But what I would say is that while I don't believe we could return to, let's say, late 19th century or mid 19th century, or even late 18th century forms of bourgeois culture that we might find in the Knights of Labor, let's say something like that. I don't think we could necessarily do that. I do think that that if you were kind of more simple-minded about it, embracing something like the American Creed, where you privilege individual rights for all individuals universally, you recognize the necessity for to protect people from the state. That these kind of basic, you embrace free speech. These kinds of basic values do need to be maintained in any kind of socialist left, that we are going to be lost if we don't understand that basic desire for individual autonomy and freedom is a key component to any workers' struggle for socialism.
Well, okay, so you and I on this would probably somewhat, I would say our disagreement here is subtle. So I, for example, think that the problems with liberalism today is that liberalism really is what Fukuyama says it is, which is a atomized individualism that is popular because it is atomized. And that all the other virtues of liberalism, whatever they are, for good and ill, and I use virtues here just to mean strengths, they're gone. The free speech as a principle, obviously out. A worker solidarity, obviously. I mean, we live in a weird fucking world right now where the ACLU is siding with Amazon and Trader Joe's against an Asian woman to protect a DEI policy in a way that literally make the ACLU subject to the lawsuit that will undo the Wagner Act. So, like, that's the world we live in. And while I'm saying that, that's also, there's this recognition where ACLU is also in the past, because for the most part, most of even the center left and progressives have moved on from DEI and want you to forget they ever supported it and ever were on the Abraham X. Kendi and Robin DiAngelo train. In fact, many of the people who are on that now sound like that section of Norm Finkelstein's book. Like they've realized the problem and moved on, yet also haven't, right? Mm-hmm. But we, in the same ways, suffer from a similar misrecognition. My thing that I want to say, like, to everybody is, don't think you're special, that you can, even if you see through it, even if you see the problems, don't think you're gonna not get sucked in, because you cannot live outside of these social movements either. And that's what I mean. Like, I guess that's my defense of us, but also like my condemnation of us is like, we, you and I both like kind of saw through it, and we used the fact that we saw through it to say, well, okay, we can get on board with this and not get sucked in because we know the problems. Mm-hmm. We still got sucked in. And
we did. But I would say that, okay, I want to point out the difference between atomization and protecting individual liberty and rights against the state, because I think that there's nothing more atomized than a prison population. You know, and that if you don't mutually support one another and insist upon everyone's individual rights being protected, you will be put into the position of basically the strongest will win, and it's every man for himself, which is true atomization, right?
Well, this is where we resist demagoguery here, right? So, like, I agree with you that the person, the individual, as a person, is both a product of society and the modes of production that undergird the society, the relations of production which undergird society, and also separate from that. Mm-hmm. That movement is, and I think Marx understood that too. If you see Marx's defense of free speech, or even Lenin, like Lenin's critiques of free speech were not that free speech was bad. It was that free speech was not actually happening under capitalist press organs. And then that was used later on to suppress speech altogether. Right. Now
that's a common move to just say, oh yeah, we don't have free speech in this society, therefore
we should not have free speech at all, which is like a weird, like it's a very cynical move. It's also a very right-wing one, because like there's a right-wing move too, and where they go, we believe in free speech only as a cudgel against our enemies, and we sure as fuck think we're going to suppress speech when we have power. And when I was on the right, I had rightists just tell me that, like, just straight up. They weren't even hiding it. Like, that cynical move there, which I think leftists in some deep way have to lie to themselves about to believe, like, they don't, like, there's a way in which they have to believe their own cynicism. Right-wingers have no problem having a double consciousness on this. They have none. And in that sense, you know, an argument that I used to have with Chris a little bit back when we started reconciling my trauma from leaving Platypus or whatever, which is also tied into North Star and the publishing the Vampire Castle essay, believe it or not, is that I would argue that, like, you seem to think that right-wingers, because they invoke the bourgeois values, actually believe in them. And having been a right-winger, I think you're wrong about 50% of the case.
I don't think they do. And obviously, clearly, this has been demonstrated already that they don't. Okay. Like Mike Johnson just decided, okay, the warrantless FISA bill empower the FBI to spy on Americans needs to be re-upped, even though just like 6 months ago he was railing against us as a tool being used by the FBI against the Republican Party. So, or hell, the way in which free speech warriors used attacks on Harvard and Yale to justify the suppression of political protests on those campuses.
I mean, Palestine has made the left realize that maybe defending all these institutions that it used to defend critiques of
thank you, Atomic Dog.
Well, you know, like so many of these weaponizations of things like DEI were used to suppress criticisms of Israel, and it should have been obvious that would eventually happen because it's an identity group advocacy that is, you know, in some ways an actual minority. Yes, you can go, oh, they're white, but like, actually Jews are not just one color anyway. So that was always going to be, somebody was going to be able to weaponize that in a way that these people didn't see. This has been a theme that you and I have taught back all the way back to 2012. I was like, you got to remember that weaponizing left-wing mistakes is literally the primary strategic orientation of the right, and subverting and flipping left-wing language and finding the reactionary part that's already in it has also been a strategy of the right since the fucking John Birch Society. So like that is their orientation. And I think, like, you know, when I say these minor differences, I do think, for example, I don't think a collective that suppresses individuals is a good collective. I also don't think that individuals exist atomized and free. And you're right. What is interesting about liberalism in its deracinated Fukuyama state is that you are just as atomized, individual, and personally free on your cell phone in a prison as you are in social life. And that element of this is super fucking important. And if people miss it, they are going to be swept up in whatever counter signaling. And you and I predicted this. I remember I told you in 2017, I was like, look, we're probably going to see a rebirth of Marxist Leninism and the like vulgar Stalinism. And we're not even going to see it in terms of parties because these people don't have the actual organizational capacity to really build parties unless they have millionaires already.
It's going to be a propaganda campaign.
It's going to be a propaganda campaign without a party on social media. And what was driving that? A differentiation from failed politics, just like the dirtbag left differentiated itself from the DNC, and the Social Democrats kind of differentiated themselves.
The dirtbag left at least attached to a political, a serious political movement within the Democratic Party.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't. I'm not saying it was the right move, but yeah, like look. I don't have anything against Midwestern Marxism. I don't watch their podcast. I don't know much about them. From what my understanding is that there are a couple that at least one of them is a Zoomer. That's my kid's age. I don't want to knock anybody. He's struggling to figure things out. Great. But here's what I say about the Midwestern Marxist
I didn't name names, but go ahead.
Well, I'm going to name names because I've been tweeting at them, and I don't, like, all I'll say is their rhetoric right now is pretty backwards, and what's the worst thing about it from my perspective is that they think they're actually building something. That they talk about, the new communist movement that they're leading.
Where have we seen diffuse new communist movements of Marxist Leninists before? Could that not be the entirety of 70s and 80s Marxism that went fucking nowhere?
Then again, with the Jodi Deans and the around Occupy, which was mostly an anarchist thing, but there was also the new communists that came up then. We've seen this again and again, but this time it's come back. The new communist movement has come back as the amazing atheist. I mean, it's like we're talking about a movement that's completely not only like just a bunch of podcasters and media types, but also ones that are totally opportunistic and shock driven, it seems to me. I shouldn't critique them too deeply with much confidence, because I've only responded to a few tweets that I've seen from them and like a couple.
I read all of Carlos Garrido's book word for word. In fact, I actually did a whole series where I responded. It checked his notes, checked his sources, read the original sources, etc. He misrepresents some of his sources, but he does it actually because his interpretation of the sources is from secondary sources that are misrepresenting them. So I'm not even going to blame it on him. My point about that, though, is it was also we have to battle historical nihilism, and by historical nihilism, what we mean is critiquing the Soviet Union before 1952 and critiquing China ever. And he had to create a false, and I'm going to say this on air, a false history that said that all the accusations of capitalist rotarism or third worldism were really somehow Western Marxist and anarchist and did not come out of China and Latin America itself, which is a lie. He flattened out the actual history of Chinese and US and Soviet communism to make statements from the 1980s seem like they were forever true, and to use a framework by everyone's favorite dead Italian soft Stalinist Domenico Lacerto to hide the fact that he was conflating radically different movements that weren't even all in the West as basically a Western propaganda campaign by the CIA. That is, to me, as we've talked about this a lot, when the left fucks up, it regresses to conspiracyism. Sometimes it's obvious in the forms of populism, and sometimes it's not obvious in the forms of these grand narratives that made the CIA secretly in charge of everything that ever happened in the Western left, which is just false. But that's dependent on the elephant in the room in their analysis is, even though they're defending the Sino-Soviet split, you know what they don't mention? That they're like, oh, we have to defend Vietnam, except that time that Vietnam fought Cambodia and the Chinese and the Khmer Rouge sided with the United States, and stuff like that. So when you go to common sense Americanism, I get the appeal to that. My back away as America. It reminds me of reading late Christopher Lasch in his book after the True and Only Heaven. Which is, his critique of progressivism as a moral ideology, and this return to, he first in the late 1980s, before he writes that book, tries to go to communitarianism and try to former left communitarianism. He realizes that isn't going to work. So he tries to bring back 19th century populism. That is the project of the True and Only Heaven. It's critique Whiggish progressivism to argue that we can bring back 19th century populism. Why 19th century populism? Because it gets you out of the problems of the 20th century. That's really what that move is about, right? So you can just go in and say we can get around this. The 20th century is over. We can go back to this good left that doesn't have all the blood on its hands, effectively. And tie into that popular figures like Martin Luther King. I mean, when people who talk about, I remember someone saying that Lasch was Herrenfolk leftism. And the dude really likes both the Black Power and Civil Rights movement. So you might want to rethink that. But my point is there too. And the thing about Lasch understood left-wing history and our relationship to Soviet Marxism and the Cold War better than almost any modern leftist I know. All right. He knew the 19th century American left in a way that we don't even talk about. And he knew the early 20th century American left. He knew the history of the CPUSA. He knew the history of the people around the Roosevelt administration. And yet even he still endorsed a populism that in the earlier period of his life, he recognized in Michael Harrington as a non-starter, specifically in Michael Harrington, and then he gives up and goes back to it. And so I guess my to tie this all the way around and give you this chance to talk, because I've been talking a fucking lot. Is that in the 15 years, what I see, and this is where I'm going to agree with Susie again, to give Susie a point, is the left really is approaching most of its history as a simulacra, as a simulation, as a LARP. Now, I will say, if you read Marx closely, Marxist thing in the Brumaire actually kind of says we always LARP the past until the future happens. Like, he talks about, like, what does he say? That the English Civil War, the English bourgeoisie had the.
You cut out again. Listen, I'm Derek. Don't go anywhere. But I'm going to run a clip from Mark Fisher, early days. I'm going to call up the bookstore where Chris Catrone is about to present something, I think, in about 25 minutes. But Derek, if you do come back, please stick around. And here's a clip from Mark Fisher. Okay.
Let's talk about Skylar for a minute.
Let's talk about Skylar,
Yeah, because now the thing about Skylar, she starts at the beginning as kind of representing the very life he wants to get away from.
Yes.
She's emasculating. You know, on his birthday, she's offering him this sort of absent-minded hand job and acting like it's a wonderful present.
Yes.
And she seems to accept the life that they have without any problem. You know, she just seems to be willing to be mediocre. I think that's the problem that he would have with her, is that she's accommodating all this, and she's the life, you know, where he's washing cars and teaching high school. She just isn't unsatisfied, and that's their you know, point of breaking, I think, right at the beginning. It's that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we see her early on, you know, through his eyes. You know, in the way that you just said, really, we see her as this, you know, well, in a way, she's a slightly toned down version of Bryan Cranston's wife in Malcolm in the Middle. Again, this kind of, you know, figured as this kind of castrating figure, you know, who's total dominance in the domestic sphere, and this enabler of this kind of grey and dismal life that they have and we, of course, that's quickly snatched away because, you know, because we very quickly learn about Walt's cancer, etc. But yeah, I mean, I think the evolution of Skylar's character is you know, it's very interesting. That, you know, in a way, she becomes, you know, one of the most, if not the most interesting characters by the end of the series. I mean, it was pretty horrific what happened to the actress Anna Gunn, was subject to all kinds of misogyny, as I'm sure you know. And, you know, a lot of hostility from the fans of the show towards her character. But I guess my question to them will be, what did they want her to do? What did they want Skylar to do? Just sit back and say, oh, it's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Just get on with your life of being a meth cook. That's okay. Or do they want her to become like a kind of mole who just goes along with it? You know, and you know, or do they want it to be someone who opposes it, who totally opposes it, who tries to get him to stop? I mean, she oscillates between those two things. A position is impossible. You know, that's the issue. I think there's not so much what she does, but the position that she's starting from is impossible.
All right. So, hey, are you back? You are.
Back.
Oh, great. Okay. So that was an old clip from Mark Fisher. That was the second time he'd been on the podcast. The first time we talked about the exiting the Vampire Castle. But, you know, I just want to say to all of my detractors over at Repeater, I liked Mark Fisher, and Mark Fisher and I seemed to get along. In fact, I remember after that episode, he had enjoyed talking about Breaking Bad so much and about popular culture. He suggested to me that we do it on the regular, and that we might start a podcast together or something like that, where he would talk about cultural things with me. And that would have been great if that had ever happened. Of course, it didn't for a variety of reasons. But I wanted to say something else to you about my American Creed idea. It's not meant to be as developed as even Christopher Lash's embrace of populism or communitarianism. It's simply meant to be a first step towards reclaiming the right to have a politics at all. That if you don't embrace the protection of individuals from the state around free speech and due process, you're saying to the state, we don't need an independent politics from the established institutions as they are. And we're not, and saying to yourself, we're not aiming to create a socialist movement that can actually break from the, not only what is, but with the trend of what is, which is a trend towards seemingly international conflict and conflict between the superpowers, along with more and more instruments of control from the state, and the negation of rights that are not just for socialists, but which define a way of life, or were at least rhetorically thought to define a way of life within the United States. That, if nothing else, we might all be obese and sick, but we can say what we goddamn want, and
right.
So
the European love of the administrative state, even amongst leftists who are often suppressed by that same administrative state, and then wonder why they have no grounds for credibility when something like Brexit happens, right? I mean, I think it is pretty telling. And I think we also have to look at the populism in America. Let's I joke that the good thing about the DSA was that it finally got us off of tailing Britain and Europe, which the DSA itself did for a long time. But the collapse of Corbynism actually broke that illusion. Although so occasionally people will still get the amount of people who try to spin a different fate for Syriza if only we listened to good old Yanis Varoufakis. Has always baffled me, because on one hand, I do think Yanis, if I may call him by his first name, is actually kind of a loser hero, and in an individual liberal sense, actually, that he stood up to his party, he stood up to the state apparatus, he really did, and that was heroic. But in many ways, he was a dying politics involved in an even more dying politics the entire time. And he's had some recognition of that. He's realized, for example, that Syriza never really had an international basis, and they could have never stood against the Troika alone, and that this vision of populist left nationalism was always going to leave them high and dry. Yanis has admitted that, but his fans have not. And for this, I guess my pushback on the Americanism is, I don't have, for those of you who listen to me, I don't have a love or a hate of American culture. In fact, one of the things I talk about is we're just like any other hegemon, and hegemons get lazy over time, and that's what you see. It's not that the Americans are particularly stupid or their liberal positions are particularly viable or unviable. What bothered me was during our time period of the millennial left, was watching the left just walk away from anything that the right touched and just concede it. So, I mean, going down to not just free speech, but some people even turned on freedom itself. Not just in that facile Marcuse way about unfree freedom, but in a deeper sense that no, maybe freedom was always going, we need a dictator, not just for the proletariat, not a dictatorship of the proletariat. We need a dictator to manage everything so that we can get beyond climate change or whatever because we're afraid and things seem too complicated. And the demagogic option is always a seeming answer to that siren call. And I think Fisher, for to defend him, because I came down hard on some of the stuff he believed and said, but Fisher, to his benefit, even when he was getting on the Corbyn train, did realize that making this about one executive person and a personality was going to be a problem. And even in his defense of Russell Brand, part of his, and parts of that part of the vampire essay now look really ick in retrospect, but part of his defense was actually fair in the sense that, like, by trying to make Russell like demonized so these posh people can like basically shit on his politics, whether his politics are good or ill, we are actually empowering an already an established that is just one wing of the status quo to defend them against one, maybe crank. And that politics of the individual personal ethic is interesting, because in liberals today, what that leads to is any unethical action, including just outright lying, is often deemed as acceptable. But any moral valuation to the public and any deviation is a reason to push you out and push you to the right. And that dynamic is something that a vibrant political movement, not just a socialist one, any vibrant political movement will not withstand. And in that sense, you are right. Without the freedom of dialogue, without the freedom of speech, without the ability for the embodied people that make up the classes and masses, etc., to be able to communicate to each other and hash out their differences honestly, of which there are many differences, we do not have a politics. We are submitting ourselves to people who do, which in the United States isn't really Trump. It isn't even really Biden. It's really a military bourgeois establishment that runs most of this country unseen.
Yep, I totally agree. And in just a few minutes here, we're going to be trying to go over to Chris Catrone, who's in a bookstore in Texas. I called up to confirm, and I said to the guy, "Hey, this is Doug Lain at Sublation Media," and he said, "Sublation Pizza? I didn't order any effing pizza." And he may not have said effing. And then I was like, no, this is Sublation Media. He says, "I know who you are, Doug. I'm just fucking with you." So anyway, I think that will be worthwhile. And it's funny that this guy's one of my own who organized this event in Texas look, just to drag Chris Catrone to Texas is a nice prank. Also later, let's see. After this, I've got interview with ContraPoints that I could run. I haven't gotten around to showing the first clip with Ashley Frawley ever. Well, it's actually one of her appearances, but she first appeared on 2012. She's in the chat right now. She'll be on the podcast around 5. Ben Burgess will be here at 4. And I have been streaming now. Let's see. 7 hours and 17 seconds.
Yeah, and which means you started at like 4 a.m. too, for people who don't realize what coast you're on.
I'm on the East Coast right now. I'm in New York City.
Whoa.
So I'm in New York City.
You have left your Portland haven.
I have. I traveled to New York City with my girlfriend, and I'm streaming from. Those are her mother's paintings behind me. Actually, her mother was a painter. But in any case, so I started at 6 a.m. and it is what time now? 1:17. I'm doing fine. I'm fine. I'm strong. I'm going to get through another. What is it? 8 hours? Yeah.
Yeah, you got more 8 hours. You did what? 15 hours for 15 years?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I didn't realize it was a punishment that I was giving myself.
I could have told you that.
No, I can't. I kind of do. I have some other things I wanted to ask you if you can remember, since we're waiting to hear from the bookstore with Chris Catrone. Do you have a favorite Pop the Left or Diet Soap or yeah, I guess those would be the two things that we
the one I'm gonna actually I have a favorite. I also have a least favorite, but I'm not going to talk about that.
Yeah,
and neither one of those are ones that people would think. I actually really appreciated. And I think this was at this was the beginning of the zero period. But when you reached out to Glenn Lowry, the conservative, and really had an honest dialogue. And one of the things that I've always used this when you are on, and you're engaging with conservatives without going into debate mode, because debate mode with the in a politically polarized place actually doesn't get you. Everyone throws up their hackles. They have preformed things to say. I thought that you got Lowry to unintentionally admit some of the problems of his politics without putting him in an oppositional space, and that was really instructive. The other great episode that I remember that still comes back to my head all the time was an interview you did very early on about how anarchists tend to become Democrats with this dude who I can't remember his name, but I remember the interview because I was sitting at a Seoul train station in 2012 listening to it when I was actually deciding if I was going to accept your invitation to your show and going, yeah, that dude's being honest. Like, what most of these radicals do is they normalize and take positions in like the NGO bureaucratic establishment, and they'll claim to be anarchists, but then, they'll Van Jones it up and end up on MSNBC and erase their own past. And he was saying that about anarchists, but it actually prompted me to look at what happened to all these, 70s and 60s Maoist figures, right? From Max Elbaum's book, and then realizing, oh, Gene Kwan was the mayor of Oakland. And these people supported Nancy Pelosi in the 70s. Like there was already this tendency. It wasn't like people who like to blame it on anarchism. That's actually kind of cutting you some slack. That's just, no, most of these people, as they age up and start trying to change the system from within, become cogs of that system. And that show really illustrated it for me very early on. And then I really liked the show you did actually with KMO, whose politics that neither one of us have been able to join him where he's gone. But they got
he was on the stream earlier today.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
I haven't talked to him in a long time. I still listen to one of the sister shows of one of his sister shows, which is the movie podcast about old cult movies.
I don't think KMO has a politics anymore.
No,
it probably makes it sometimes he's conservative and sometimes not, or whatever.
Well, I mean, I one of the things that I've always said about your generation, of which I am kind of a member and kind of not, is that the tendency, the siren call for cynicism about politics leading to total depoliticization and incoherence is really strong in your age group. And I predict, despite the passion of right now, is going to be really strong with Zoomers, because all the current info about Zoomers does indicate they're fed up with the Democratic Party and they have nowhere to go. And so they will probably end up being issue driven, because we're returning to that kind of left right now. And they will probably end up being very incoherently reactive. But to be fair to them, they live in an incoherent world, and the left just fucked up again, just like it did in the 80s and 1992. So, there we go. Anyway,
hey, this is Doug at Sublation Pizza.
Sweet.
Okay, I'll do that right now. Thanks for calling in. So we got Chris Catrone streaming, and I'm going to see if I can get that going here. 1 second. I got a link to. Got to type in my name. Sublation. Last name Pizza. I hate working on this laptop where I have it, but I have to put it up high for various reasons. Okay. Let's see. Click launch meeting. Come on. I'm going to try this again. 1 second. Okay.
This is why I pre-record all my shows.
I know. No, I don't want to go to an app. I want to. I'm going to call him back.
All right. I will stay on air until you can get Chris on.
Yeah. Let's see.
I will pontificate. You guys should read The Death of the Millennial Left because it's provocative and sometimes right, and sometimes I don't agree with it, but at least it's interesting. And when I disagree with it, whereas other books,
I'm having trouble getting onto the Zoom. Can I give you guys my StreamYard link and have you? Yeah. Okay, great. Thanks a lot. Bye. All right. So let's see if this works. We're going to be getting a link, or they're going to be coming in. So you don't have to stick around, Chris. Derek.
You use my true name.
I know. Sorry. But if you can, that's great. Let's just see if they pop up. And if they don't, if we can't get this worked out, what I will do is I have a Ashley Frawley interview that I pre-recorded actually, which would be nice to run. And so we're not in any trouble here. I also have 2 old Chris Catrone interviews that I was thinking about running after. But let's talk about the Platypus Affiliated Society while I wait for them to pop up on the StreamYard link.
Your friends and my former Marxist track coaches.
Yes,
as the case may be. Platypus is. Platypus is having another moment because the thing about Platypus is all they have to do is wait for the left cycle to come back and they'll be relevant again. Right. On one hand, I really want Chris to expound, because I don't sometimes feel like they go into enough that they were initially talking about the death of the Gen X left, and the millennial left is a death that just happened while they were talking about the death of the Gen X left. But because they're
Chris look, here we go. We got Chris Catrone right now. So we were just talking trash about you, Chris. Can you? Let's see.
Was I?
No,
I probably was.
No, not really. Can you unmute yourself?
We're here.
Oh, great.
There's Nicholas.
Yeah. All right.
Hi, I know you.
All right. So I'm going to put you guys up on a solo layout. Thank you, Derek. I'm going to
take care.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. We're just getting set up here. Delighted to be joining the anniversary celebrations today. My name is Nicholas Kiersey. I'm a professor here at University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, Political Science Department. I'm slightly off the camera here because we're trying to do, I'll move closer. Let's be closer, Chris. And we are sharing our colloquium event today with you all as part of your anniversary event. So I'm just going to get started here. I do have an audience with me here in the room as well. We've been waiting to join you all. And if you're okay to give me the green light, Doug, I'll get started.
That sounds great.
The audience live should be aware that we have an audience here in the room, also an audience on our Brownsville campus. We're coming to you from Edinburgh, Texas today. And we also have some members of our faculty and some of our students in the Zoom. So there's a parallel Zoom session running to this session that we're joining with you with on StreamYard today as well.
Okay, great. I'm going to give you the whole screen, and thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you so much. Okay, well, welcome everyone. I'm joined here with Chris Catrone today. Chris is a PhD college educator, writer, and media artist committed to critical thinking, artistic practice, and the politics of social emancipation from a Marxist perspective. Catrone is an adjunct associate professor in the departments of art history, theory and criticism, and visual and critical studies at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago, an instructor at the Institute for Clinical Social Work. He was a longtime lecturer in the Social Sciences Collegiate Division at the University of Chicago, where he completed the PhD in the Committee on the History of Culture and MA in Art History. He received an MFA from the School of the Art Institute in Chicago and a BA from Hampshire College. His doctoral dissertation was on Adorno's Marxism. He published several collections of essays, including Marxism in the Age of Trump, and then The Death of the Millennial Left, which came out last year. That was volume 1 of the book that we'll actually be discussing today. So as you know, this is part of the UTRGV Colloquium series. It is also going out as part of the Sublation Press, the Diet Soap anniversary event. I want to welcome everyone here to this joint event. Chris, we're delighted to have you. Thank you, first of all, for coming all the way to Texas. I know some of the people watching at the Sublation event will be more familiar with your work, but just for those of us who might not be super familiar with who you are, maybe we could just start by asking you a little bit of your overall project. And why, by the way, is it that people call you the last Marxist?
Okay, so there's a story to that. So I was a leftist back in my adolescence and college years, and then I sort of stepped away from it. And I was brought back to kind of leftist politics in a more public way by my students, by my own college students when I started teaching both at the Art Institute and at the University of Chicago. And they knew me from teaching academically issues around Marxism. And when we forayed out into the public world of the left, I realized, oh, actually, I'm going to be the only one who's going to be maintaining a more strictly Marxist perspective here, or a kind of more old-fashioned Marxism. So one of my colleagues at the Art Institute, she kind of complained behind my back. She said, oh, Chris is trying to take things back 50 years. And I said, no, actually, it's more like 80 or 90 years. And now it's like 100 years, because this is almost 20 years ago. And so that's when I started a blog keeping a record of my writings and also my kind of public appearances, and I decided on a whim to call that blog The Last Marxist.
Very good.
Yeah.
And so how does that connect then to the work that you've been doing lately, the 2 new volumes that you have out?
Right. So these 2 volumes, so there are 2 books, one published last year, one that's coming out right now, that are basically collections of my writings from the last 18 years, from 2006 up to the present. And so because of that, I've had to kind of go back and think about how I, as a teacher, accompanied the journey of the millennial left in their time. So basically, kids who were in school when I started teaching, who were 18 back in 2002, 2003, 2004, and all the way up to the present, and what their experience has been, and what my experience accompanying them the last 18 or 20 years on the left has kind of amounted to in retrospect. So I decided that now was the time to publish the things that I wrote as interventions in their kind of different experiences. They start out with the war on terror, with the anti-war movement. And then that was shortly followed by the election of Barack Obama as president of the US, and also the financial crisis of 2008, the beginning of the Great Recession, Occupy Wall Street, which came out of the Great Recession, and really was a kind of a shot across the bow, a warning to Obama with respect to his reelection in 2012. It's like, we don't like the fact that the Obama administration had seemed to have caved into Wall Street. So if you remember, Occupy Wall Street was Wall Street versus Main Street, that kind of idea. And then other discontents that came out in the Obama years, the emergence of Black Lives Matter during the second Obama term, frustration with the first Black president, not able to make the kind of reforms that might have been expected. And then Bernie Sanders, who's a figure from my youth, I could say. I remember when he was mayor of Burlington, Vermont, just north of where I was going to college, in Hampshire College in Western Massachusetts. And he was the sort of butt end of jokes. We'd be like, oh yeah, you could be a socialist like Bernie Sanders. I mean, he since went on to, be a senator and having a more national prominence. But his emergence, and also the emergence of Donald Trump, so two figures that I associated with my adolescence back in the 1980s. So Donald Trump as a kind of real estate mogul in New York. I'm from New York originally. And then Bernie Sanders, also from the Northeast. And I just thought, what's going on here? These sort of, flashbacks to my own youth as the expressions of a kind of crisis of American politics that was emerging at the end of the second Obama term. So the Democratic Socialists of America got a renewal around the Bernie Sanders campaign. That was another organization that harked back to my youth. The Democratic Socialists of America were started in the 1980s. They were started in the Reagan era. And again, they would also be a group that we would make fun of. Like, oh, you could be socialist like the DSA, meaning some aging 60s radicals who were pretty milquetoast, pretty tepid with their politics, not particularly radical seeming. All of these things made a comeback. And that was the last major kind of rite of passage or experience of the millennial left before the election of the squad in 2018 during Trump's first term, because he's likely to have a second term.
Indeed.
And there was a second Bernie Sanders campaign in 2020, but I really think that had a different character than in 2016.
Sure.
And so back in 2017, just within the first year of Donald Trump's presidency, I said that the millennial left was dead, meaning dead as a political force, dead as a kind of a renewed kind of Marxist force, because they had thrown in with the Democratic Party and had sort of lowered their expectations, lowered their horizons. But I think that the crisis of the millennial left and the kind of failure of the millennial left and the kind of disappointment of it is now only being felt some years later, maybe after 2020, but especially post the COVID crisis. I feel like we're dealing with a lot of things. There's a delayed reaction involved. Mm-hmm. There's like a 3 or 4 year delay in the way things have impacted people. And so last year and this year is when it's really being felt that the millennials, as a generational cohort, as an attempt to renew a kind of socialist politics, had passed the scene. And so now we have a kind of a Zoomer younger cohort of leftists who have a different political character, I would say.
So in these books, these new books, we've seen the part one already on the death of the millennial left, and the new book is going to be Marxism and Politics out very soon. These aren't just polemics, although I think there's some measure of polemicism in it, I think you'll probably admit. But these are not just aimless polemics. These are very much grounded in a theoretical perspective. And I think the perspective that speaks to you, and that obviously comes through in your work, is that of the Frankfurt School primarily. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, but could you just take a moment or two, especially for the audience here who might not be familiar with the minutiae, why is the Frankfurt School useful today?
Okay, so that's another interesting story. So really in the public discourse, the Frankfurt School comes up mostly on the right. So the right wing, the alt-right, I think, to a certain extent, but also the more mainstream right, the Republican Party right, and maybe also some kind of more moderate centrist kind of Democrats, kind of old-style liberals, have been complaining over the last few years about the culture wars being the responsibility of cultural Marxism. And they lay responsibility for that on the Frankfurt School, which for many years, so these are Theodor Adorno, Max Horkheimer, Herbert Marcuse, also not as much read lately, but used to be Erich Fromm, who was a psychologist. They were, in so far as they were present in American academia, they were really in the humanities and in the cultural criticism. Right, so essentially, they were associated with something not terribly political, but more cultural in character, and also with the era of postmodernism. So the Frankfurt School really got a reception. They were writing from the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s, but they really got a reception in the English-speaking world, the Anglophone world, much more so after the New Left, after the 60s. And that was, again, within a specific kind of academic context. And so now people are complaining that the old 60s leftists did what was called the long march through the institutions, meaning they became academics, and they've kind of taken over academic culture, and the Frankfurt School has been a way that students have been taught this cultural Marxism. There are all sorts of conspiracy theories around cultural Marxism. It's kind of amusing, even claiming that that Theodor Adorno, who was a musician and wrote a lot about music, had somehow written all the music for the Beatles. Have you heard of that?
I've never heard of that.
That's a good one. And so there's a lot of, that they were undermining the idea being that as an alternative to a traditional political revolution based on the working class and the class struggle, that the Frankfurt School had come up with like cultural Marxism, and instead of that kind of political revolution, there was going to be a cultural subversion, and it was going to be through the popular culture and also through the academic culture of the elites. And, so they blame wokeism on the Frankfurt School. There's one guy in particular on Fox News who's amusing, Mark Levin, who has a verbal tick where he always calls the Frankfurt School the Franklin School. Like he can never say Frankfurt School, he says the Franklin School.
Very good.
Which is excellent, right? Because Benjamin Franklin was definitely a Enlightenment guy and a bon vivant. I guess there's going to be a TV series
with
Michael Douglas playing Benjamin Franklin. Anyway, I don't know if it's any good. I don't necessarily recommend it to you guys, but it might be interesting anyway. So the Franklin School, so anyway, my own background, I was first exposed to the Frankfurt School in college, also in a humanities cultural context, in like a film studies context. So the famous or infamous book by Adorno and his colleague Max Horkheimer is called The Dialectic of Enlightenment. And the most common chapter that's taught in school is called The Culture Industry. And it's all about how culture has been commodified and how I think it ends with something like people have given up the struggle for freedom in favor of having white teeth. Right. So, it's a kind of anti-commodification, anti-capitalist in that sense.
Anti-consumerist.
Anti-consumerist, right, perspective. And so that's what was most commonly associated with the Frankfurt School. I myself, reading that in college, when I was a leftist and when I considered myself to be a Marxist, was not impressed, and it left no impact on me. I thought, oh, okay, fine. And then I came back to Adorno later. In a different context, when I myself was doing visual art. And so I came back to him more in his kind of literary criticism and more kind of philosophical dimensions. And so I got a different appreciation. But I think that if that initial exposure, I also would have been singularly unimpressed, especially as a leftist, as a Marxist. So, however, when I did come back to the Frankfurt School and to Adorno in particular, my experience on the hardcore left, meaning like the Trotskyist left, the kind of serious Marxist left, the kind of revolutionary organizations, had given me enough of an education around like Marx and Lenin politically that when I went back to read the Frankfurt School, I saw certain thought figures, certain turns of phrase that I thought, oh, that's actually Marxism, in a way that I would not have seen previously. And then I decided that I needed
an example of that.
Well, for instance, when they talk about the commodity, that they really are talking about the commodity not just in terms of commodification, in terms of like giving something a price tag, but that they're really talking about something a little bit more ambiguous, a little bit more dialectically ambivalent, a little bit more contradictory, that the commodity only works because it offers people freedom, not only because it sort of quantifies or monetizes, but also it's bound up with a whole, modern way of living, different from traditional civilization. So, but also when they would talk about like theory and practice, the relationship between theory and practice, the relationship between like consciousness and society, I really wouldn't have known off the bat that they were talking about things in a very Marxist way.
Right. Okay. Because I mean, there's some stakes to that, right? I mean, in the standard reading, if there is one, and maybe you share that standard reading, or you don't. I'll let you speak to that yourself. But I mean, some would say that that sort of anti-consumerist sort of vibe, if that's the right word, that comes from it, can sort of be turned around almost into a very uncharacteristically for a Marxist position, a kind of a condescending critique of the working class itself.
Right.
And I just, maybe I want to sort of
dig into that a bit,
drill down on that a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I myself am from a working class background, and certainly entering higher education, I was the first person in my family to go to college, and I went to an elite school that was definitely for rich kids, Hampshire College. I was in a culturally alien environment. And so a lot of the criticism of capitalism, this was the Reagan era. This was, I started college in 1988, so Ronald Reagan was still president. And the working class was blamed for Ronald Reagan's election, for a kind of right-wing backlash against the 60s, against the New Left, against the civil rights movement, against feminism, against the gay rights movement that had emerged in that period. I just had a very different experience of that growing up. In other words, certainly my family was conservative. Certainly they did have some reactionary views, but I knew that it wasn't cut and dried. It wasn't like a simple backlash that had gone on, and that Reagan had really been elected out of other kinds of discontents, out of economic discontents, for instance, but also some cultural discontents. And also maybe we could say a kind of like with Donald Trump, a kind of populist, a kind of anti-elitism. So there was this idea, certainly in my community that I grew up in, and in my family and my friends' families, that they certainly were sympathetic to issues of racial, gender, sexual equality and rights, but they didn't want the government to force it on them. They didn't want to be forced into this, and they didn't want to be looked down upon if they were a little bit slow on the uptake, right? And so we've really experiencing repetition in a very profound way of something that I had experienced as a young person. And so when I considered myself to be a leftist in high school, I didn't really think of it simply as like the rejection of my family's values or my community's values. I think that unfortunately a lot of young people, when they do join the left, they see it as a rejection of their own background. They see it as like a kind of, it's an adolescent rebellion against their own parents, and especially the degree to which the left is a white left. It's definitely a rejection of like the white suburbs.
Yes.
And it's just very different from, again, how I related to these ideas. And so I've been aware of these kind of two realities that don't really match up very well, which is like the actual social reality that should be driving people's desire for change, and then the left's own sort of preoccupations and ideological predispositions.
Now, I want to maybe ask you about one or two of your more spicy takes, but I'm going to save those for a little bit because I think we still have a little bit of theoretical undergrowth clearing to do here. Lenin is important to you, not just the Frankfurt School, but Lenin. And I wanted to just invite you to open up a little bit on the role of Lenin in your work and why he is so important.
Okay, so I mentioned my hardcore Marxist background when I was in college. So I'll just say, in terms of my own exposure to Marxism growing up, so in a suburban high school on Long Island in New York, a friend's older sister said, "Oh, Chris, you should read the Communist Manifesto," and I did. And I thought it was really kind of exhilarating. I didn't really completely understand it, but I thought it was a sort of a mind-blowing kind of vision of the contemporary world, of a world that is contradictory, that is involves a great deal of freedom and progress, but also a great deal of destruction and oppression. In the background, that was during the Cold War. That was during the renewed Cold War that Reagan did in the 80s that ultimately helped bring down the Soviet Union and the East Bloc. The Russian Revolution and the kind of history behind the Soviet Union loomed very large. Now, I was also, in that Cold War context, we read things like not only 1984 by George Orwell, but also Animal Farm. I don't know if young people read these novels anymore. So Animal Farm is it's about the animals taking over the farm, having a revolution, kicking out the humans, but then the animals set up their own hierarchy, right? Some are more equal than others. And it's a parable, it's an analog to figures in the early Soviet Union. So there's Marx, there's Lenin, there's Trotsky, there's Stalin, And so anyway, Lenin was this kind of charged figure, a deep historical background figure, but nonetheless a figure. And I was sort of neutral on that. But then when I went to college and was exposed to more hardcore leftists, people who were radicalized in the 60s and who were still trying to keep the flame alive, that's when I was exposed to Lenin in a more serious way. And the first serious paper that I wrote in college was about Lenin, under this kind of inspiration. And so it involved a kind of a research project. And my professor thought it was so good that she was like, "You should be a social sciences major," which I did for a little while. And then I switched to film. I did a double major, but I did most of my major was political science, was social science, but political science in particular.
Well, welcome home.
Yeah, exactly. Political science, which is a lost art, by the way. So political science is something that I'm much more familiar with it at the level of theory, political theory. And political philosophy, whereas nowadays political science, like sociology, tends to be kind of quantified. It tends to be about statistical phenomena and about kind of predictive science in that way. So it's gotten away from theory, it's gotten away from philosophy in the same way that sociology has, as opposed to the way it was practiced. So I, because I studied this stuff seriously, I could no longer kind of abide the kind of stereotypical, like either anti-Lenin or kind of caricatured kind of pro-Lenin, like as this kind of ruthless kind of,
Machiavellian figure.
Machiavellian, but also like uncompromising, sort of intransigent, the ends justify the means. I just thought, okay, this is a little absurd. Because the people would either be repulsed by this history or they'd be attracted to this history based on this kind of polarized view of like, this is a ruthless guy and you either like him for that or you hate him for that. And I thought, no, this is like a serious person, a real political, historical figure, and who was a Marxist and who was a kind of deeply Marxist. There's an anecdote that I love. So before World War I, before the Russian Revolution, during World War I, before the Russian Revolution, Lenin was in exile in Switzerland. And I forget who it was now. There's a minor intellectual figure that we don't know about. I'm forgetting who it is now, who had coffee with Lenin and who wrote in his memoir, or wrote a letter to a friend saying, I met this Lenin And, you know, he's really a hopeless kind of orthodox kind of theorist. And so there's no hope for him as a political figure. He's never going to go anywhere politically because he's too dogmatic, he's too bookish, he's too philosophical, he's too theoretical. And then within a year, he was leading the Russian Revolution. So again, the way he came across to people was different than this image that we have, this kind of muscular Lenin from like Soviet propaganda after his death, you know, where he's like this dude who's
all that power.
Yes. You know, kind of a wholesome kind of, father of the nation kind of figure from Soviet propaganda. No, he was a very deeply Marxist intellectual. And so again, that connection, what is the relationship between this theory and political action and political events that took place in history?
Mm-hmm. And so I think the next step would be to sort of look at how this body of theory that you've been working with has informed maybe some of the takes that you've had over the recent years. And I think we'll get more onto the millennial left in a second, or maybe we have to do that first in order to get to maybe some of the positions you have, say, in and around the question of voting for Trump, which is maybe something we could speak about today.
Okay, so let's one last thing on Lenin. I realized as you were making the transition.
Yeah,
I thought one last thing that I could say about it is that there's like the positive politics of the left, like revolution as like a political action, you know, that one takes positively. And also Marx and Marxism more generally is having a kind of a positive theory of class. And usually that's how you hear about Marx. He's the class guy. He's the one that you need to refer to if you care about class issues, class struggle. And what's lost there in the case of both Marx and Lenin is that they're actually critical theorists, meaning they're critics. They're not just sort of positively promoting like the cause of the working class, because they both existed in environments where there already was a mass movement of the working class doing class struggle, fighting for socialism, fighting for communism. One of the things that stood out for me when I first read the Communist Manifesto, there's a chapter of it where Marx and Engels criticize other socialists and communists. And that really resonated with me when I first read it, when I was in the early 1980s, because the left that I encountered in the world reminded me of the figures that he was criticizing. And similarly, Lenin, to me, the most important thing about Lenin is that he's a critic of other Marxists of his time. In a time when there was mass working class socialist parties in the kind of core central developed capitalist world, in places like not only Germany and Russia, of course, but in France and in the UK and in the United States. So in the United States, the Socialist Party of America, there probably hasn't been as widespread and deeply rooted a movement for socialism in the United States since the pre-World War I era of the Socialist Party of America. And so that was the formative moment for Lenin, and that his theory is really a critical theory of his own movement, right? Of this movement for socialism. And that, again, for me is usually left out, but it's really essential for understanding like the point of Marxism. So one of the things that I always like to kind of say about a lot of leftist stuff is you don't need Marx for that, right? So you don't need, if you want to say the working class should have greater rights and should be exploited less, you don't really need Marx for that. You don't. It's a kind of we could say a higher order problem. Marxism are more motivated by a kind of advanced movement, and whereas today we're not really there. So Marxism can be used to kind of justify things that you don't actually need Marxism to justify. You could justify it, I would say, on liberal grounds. You could say just basic, anti-exploitation, anti-oppression, workers' rights, and popular rights in general, democratic rights, civil liberties. All those things are really essential, and you don't really need Marxism to justify any of those struggles or any of those demands.
So you do need Marxism then to what?
Well, to see the larger historical context in which these struggles are taking place. So, what makes the modern era, what makes the last 200 years really unique in world history? What's specific about capitalism? And also how capitalism, and this is where Marx and Lenin as critics of the movement of their time, how capitalism is actually kept going by popular struggles. It's renewed from below constantly, including through political revolutions, through social movements. Certainly I've been aware of that as someone who grew up in the wake of the 1960s, how the 60s social movements really created the form of capitalism that I grew up in.
Sometimes called post-Fordism or
neoliberalism. Yeah, neoliberalism, or what my old mentor Adolf Reed calls, kind of racial democracy, kind of racial capitalism, racial democracy as opposed to social democracy, or we could even say racial democracy is a form of social democracy in the United States because of the way social movements are taken up in capitalist politics, especially by the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party, they see themselves as a natural majority because they represent women, gays, people of color, and also the working class, right? They claim to. Although the sore point has been how the working class has defected to the Republican Party ever since Reagan, and you could even say perhaps since Nixon. But there was a moment in 1968 also where the working class could be said to have at least broke in a certain direction away from the Democrats towards the Republicans out of discontent. And certainly Trump. This has been the big thing around Trump.
The Trump question.
Yeah, is Trump, what is this populism? And does he really have a working class base? Or is it not really a working class base? Is it more of a middle class or petty bourgeois or small capitalist base? Right, and all of that.
As proletarian base, some might say.
And a lumpen, well, this year they'll probably, Marxists or leftists will blame the lumpen proletariat for all the people of color who vote for Trump.
Sure.
It will either be that they're sellouts or they're ignorant or something, right? You ain't black, whatever. Biden, Charlemagne the God.
Right.
Yeah. Trump kind of returned the favor by saying that Jews who vote for the Democrats are betraying themselves around the Israel war in Gaza.
He was also chanting, Trump was chanting Genocide Joe the other night.
He was not.
He was.
Oh, that's great. Somehow I missed that.
That was just
I usually catch all these things. I usually make it a point of catching all these things.
I correct myself. There were some people in the audience at a Trump rally behind him shouting Genocide Joe, and he leans into the microphone and goes, "They're not wrong."
No, that's fine. That's what he usually does.
I think that was what it was.
Oh, excellent. So anyway, okay, so because I had been on this journey with the millennial left from starting around 2006, that's when the organization that my students started, the Platypus Affiliated Society, that's when that got started first as a reading group that they roped me into. But maybe going back further into the War on Terror years, like 2003, 2004, 2005. It's been this kind of very long journey that I mentioned earlier through various twists and turns. My big fear when Trump arrived on the scene in 2015 was that he would be used as an excuse to abandon the initial ambition of the millennials. In other words, the struggle for socialism. And I knew that from my own personal experience because Reagan had done that in the 80s. In other words, a lot of 60s and 70s new leftists had said with Reagan's election that the most important thing became to fight the right. And the struggle for socialism was off the table, and we have to fight the right, including, I mentioned Adolf Reed, my old mentor. He's very explicit about this, that in 1980, when Reagan was elected, he realized that the struggle for socialism was off the agenda, and what took priority was to fight the right. So I felt a need to push back against that in 2016, and I wrote a short article called "Why Not Trump?" That was a kind of rhetorical question, and was a kind of an attempt to really pose the question, like, okay, is it just about we have to hold the line with the progressives and support the Democrats? In that article, I invoke Professor Pangloss from Candide, from Voltaire's novel Candide. So Professor Pangloss, who says, we live in the best of all possible worlds. And so essentially, was I going to be Professor Pangloss? Was I going to say, oh yes, we have to support Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump, because after all, that's the best thing possible in this moment. And the lie that would entail. And also the misrepresentation. The Democrats have been calling the Republicans fascists since 1948, when Harry S. Truman called his Republican opponent, who was a liberal Republican governor of New York, called him a fascist because he represented Wall Street.
Oh.
Yes. Because in the air at that time was this idea that fascism represented the monopolists and the finance capitalists against the common people. So they've been doing that for a long time. And certainly they called Nixon a fascist, and they called Reagan a fascist. So, I don't think it's just a matter of crying wolf until it really is the case that Trump's now really a fascist. I don't think that that's true. And so I felt the need to intervene with respect to that.
And so then from that 2016 moment through 2020, I think probably some of us here in the room would be really fascinated to hear maybe some of your thoughts on where we are with the next election coming up.
Oh, with this election coming up. So the thing I find a little bit sobering, now that I'm a middle-aged man, I realize, suddenly my students, this is all that they know, right? In other words, 8 years is a long time. I remember when I went to college when I was 18, I didn't really remember anything before Ronald Reagan 8 years earlier. Before age 10, I kind of remember Jimmy Carter a little bit. I remember the Iranian hostage drama. Not really, though. I think the only thing that I remembered about politics was Reagan. And so similarly, I feel like, okay, young people today who are in college, this is all that they know. They know Trump and they know Biden. They know Trump, they know COVID. And COVID's obviously impacted a great deal. Traumatized a whole generation, traumatized me too. So it's bad to go through that when you're young. It's bad to go through that when you're old. So this is all that they know, right? And just being aware of that, one has to sort of pinch oneself and realize, okay, this is history. This is recent history, and this is now history. That it's not just those of us who are more mature. We might just think that we're still in the same moment as 8 years ago. And we might lose sight of the fact that actually a lot has happened, even though in some things nothing has happened.
Right.
In some respects, nothing has happened.
So what are some of those things that have happened? What I want to do here is kind of skirt back in a sense to the first question, which is the millennial left. I think we still need to maybe dive a little bit more into that in a substantive sense from a critical theory point of view. So what would, if that moment, say, starts roughly in 2016, or would it start in 2014, say with Occupy, or what do you think would be a good place to start?
Bringing critical theory and the millennial left experience back into it. So I mentioned that Frankfurt School critical theory is associated with cultural criticism. That not only refers to culture that's more artistic culture, the popular culture, commodified culture, Hollywood, but also the realm of high art, but also culture in a broader sense, in a more anthropological sense, and that includes issues of sociology, but also of psychology. So they're kind of infamous for incorporating Freudian psychology into their theory. And of course, Trump has been analyzed as a psychological phenomenon. In other words, the Democrat-aligned, kind of more mainstream, progressive, liberal media has definitely been agonizing over the Trump voter and the Trump supporter. Where does this come from?
Right.
And what is this authoritarianism that people have? And what's the psychology of this authoritarianism? And in a way that's quite different from the way the Frankfurt School, starting in the 1930s, tried to address it in more psychoanalytic terms. In other words, as a function of psychological development, as the individual as a member of society. I've read articles where people talk about people are genetically different. Some people are more genetically authoritarian than others. There was even an article when the Dobbs decision came in overthrowing Roe versus Wade, that it might be due to socio-biologistic evolutionary characteristics, that humans might have developed two different reproductive strategies, that we might be living among ourselves with two different evolutionary strains of humanity, one of which has a reproductive strategy based on monogamy, and the other one a reproductive strategy based on polygamy. And the monogamy people are anti-abortion, and the polygamy people are pro-abortion. And that's why the issue is so polarizing, because genetically, we've evolved in this divergent way. And I just thought it's amazing. Yeah. And then again, this is a progressive liberal, like mainstream perspective. This is the status of the social sciences these days, in fact, and political science. So again, what if we were to think about that as not rooted in our nature in some permanent way, in our biology, in our evolutionary biology? But
to be clear,
yeah,
we're saying
Trump as a phenomenon.
We can't really assert a sort of an essentialist constituency for Trump.
Right.
I think that's the point.
That is the point.
Yet that seems to be
right.
What I don't put
so
words in your mouth, but that's what the
anti-authoritarians
millennial left seems to be kind of essentially asserting. Is that fair to say, or
with some discontents? In other words, I think that the millennial left came up against this problem, which is how to deal with the Trump supporter. And so when I wrote the article, Why Not Trump, it was polarizing. A lot of people were very upset with me for it. But then after a little bit of time, for instance, someone who was harshly critical of me said, well, if all that Cotrone is saying is that we shouldn't write off the people who vote for Donald Trump, of course I agree with that. Right? And so there has been this kind of difficulty in, okay, if we are leftists and if we're socialists, then we're on the side of the people and we're on the side of democracy, and we want a movement from below. We want to deal with the working class as it is. Well, what about their cultural attitudes? What about their psychology? What about their political predispositions? What do we do with that, right? Because everyone can't be put through a kind of re-education.
No.
You know, although some people, do you remember that the right wing had done this expose on Bernie Sanders supporters? They had sent someone in with a little camera. I don't remember this. And they had like a Bernie campaigner, a young guy, and he was saying, yes, what they did in the Soviet Union is good. You have to send people to the gulag. You know,
I do remember that.
Yeah, they need to be re-educated, and you know, and you do that through making them work.
That's funny. Right,
and that's what we're gonna have to do with all these Republicans. Right. So again, oops.
Sorry, I got it.
This history is kind of recurred, and meaning that all the old problems of how to deal with the contradictory character of the working class in its attitudes, in its ideology, in its you know, kind of social patterns and political behavior. What are we to make of that? And so that's where I think, again, the Frankfurt School has been brought back.
Right.
So there has been a recollection of the Frankfurt School in recent years, especially around Trump. I think that before that, you know, I had done a dissertation on Adorno. That was my area of academic specialization. It's what I taught anyway, but it didn't really have much political purchase in the world. It didn't have much mainstream importance. That came back with Trump. Right. And so in the second book that I'm publishing now, I have an article called Critical Authoritarianism that I published in November of 2016. And that's based on an article that Adorno wrote that was previously unpublished called Remarks on the Authoritarian Personality, and in which he was very explicit about the politics of this question of authoritarianism in a way that his published writings had been much more veiled and had been much more kind of objective social science. He had co-written a very famous book in sociology called The Authoritarian Personality. Right. That was a kind of standard textbook in American sociology for decades. But this piece that he had written had not been published. There was a scholar who discovered it and wanted to publish it and wanted me to comment on it. And so I have that piece in there. And then the right, like I said, in the era of the anti-Trump resistance, but also in the era of the Biden administration and so-called wokeism, the right has reached for the Frankfurt School to explain, this kind of malicious influence. And they don't see it as, the right doesn't see it as an analysis. They see it as the Frankfurt School is promoting a kind of psychological manipulation of the people.
Very good.
Right.
Well, I don't know if folks in Doug Lane Land and Diet Soap want to stay with us for a little while. We have a bit more time here on our end for some questions from the audience. So I'm actually going to switch screens here. This should not interrupt the stream, or maybe it would. But I'm just going to see if in our chat here locally, we have any questions coming up or hands up from the Brownsville folks, or indeed from our folks joining online. I see some of our Frankfurt School readers in our faculty here. I'm going to be expecting big things, folks.
On the Zoom call.
On the Zoom call. Anyone here in the room or in Brownsville with any questions for Chris Catrone? I'm sure there must be some. Okay, very quiet people. Well, certainly that's okay. I'm sure if I leave the chat open, we'll probably get some questions coming in here in a minute as people think about them. What's going to come in your research after this, Chris? I mean, you've had these two big volumes now of your papers published.
1,000 pages, 100 articles.
That's a body of work right there.
Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
That's a good question. So I'm going to take a beat to a certain extent, and especially, I feel like the second half of this year is going to be dominated by the election. And a lot will hinge on the outcome of the election in terms of the disposition of the left. I feel that there's been a great deal of discontent with the Biden administration that has probably come out most prominently around Israel-Palestine. But I think that discontent already existed before the Gaza war. And so it's come out in that form. I think that if Biden were to be reelected, that kind of leftist activism might continue. I think it will be thrown for a curve if Trump is elected, because I think that there'll be a reorientation back to anti-Trump activism and a kind of more conciliatory attitude towards the Democrats. So I think that the dynamics will depend a great deal on the outcome of the election. So there's a lot of militancy right now and a lot of radicalism right now that is very disenchanted with not only the Democratic Party, but also with the Democratic Socialists, with Bernie and with the Squad, because they've been seen as treacherous in some way, as betraying, specifically on Israel-Palestine. I think that will vanish if Trump is elected, that kind of manifest discontent with the Democrats and with the progressives. It'll
just disappear.
I think. I mean, I could be wrong about that. It won't entirely disappear, but I think that the prominence of it might be diminished. Whereas if the Biden administration continues, in some ways, what you have now is a kind of Zoomer generation discontent with the results of the millennial left. So if the results of the millennial left was simply to put Bernie Sanders in a position of influence in the Democratic Party, elect the Squad, then people are very unhappy with that, and they do blame the millennials for that, and they do blame the DSA for that.
So younger Zoomers are done with this type of politics.
And there's a new kind of like communism. So this is the other thing where I feel like I've had to maintain Lenin's bona fides against skepticism, against more social democratic kind of skepticism. Whereas now younger people are like, hell yeah, Lenin, and no, we're not socialists, we're communists. And so I'm going to have to take a slightly different task in hand.
Find a new toolbox, maybe, I don't know.
Although interestingly enough, so there's a guy, Haz on Infrared, who's a YouTuber, MAGA Communism.
MAGA communism. Okay.
Right.
What is MAGA communism?
Make America Great Again communism. So literally 4th of July, he had a stream where he was reciting the Pledge of Allegiance and singing the Star Spangled Banner, saying communists are for the 4th of July, which I think is true, but he was spinning it in a particular way. And so I'm going to have to, again, interestingly, so that scene, who are more culturally conservative, so they consider themselves to be more hardcore Marxists, Marxist-Leninists, communists, are still more culturally conservative, so they're anti-woke. Right? And yet, interestingly, when they do talk about Lenin, and they really like Stalin more, and they like Mao Zedong from China more than Lenin, and they like Fidel Castro, Che Guevara more than they like Lenin, because they say, well, if you stick with a Leninist perspective, you'd have to conclude that the revolution failed, and you'd end up a Trotskyist, and you'd end up pessimistic. Right? And so you have to go beyond Lenin, because you have to go into the building of socialism and the fight against fascism, the subsequent history. Whereas I see that subsequent history very differently. I see that history as being a concession to continued capitalism and really abandoning the actual vision of socialism and its distortion, especially in a more authoritarian direction. So, really abandoning the aspect of socialism that I think is the most important, which is freedom. Right. And so I think that that's where, again, the Frankfurt School, part of my attraction to them was their holding to an earlier version of Marxism in the era of Stalinism, in the era of the domination of the Soviet Union and Soviet communism.
What's the point of your Marxism if it doesn't give us some civil liberties, you might say?
Right. And so I think that the anti-imperialist left, like nowadays, especially on questions of Israel-Palestine, I think that they literally believe that the civil liberties in a place like the United States are bought at the expense of the exploitation and oppression of people around the world. And I don't think that that is true. And I also think we have civil liberties here, but we also don't, meaning we only have civil liberties here insofar as we're powerless, meaning if we were to ever become a threat to the mainstream capitalist political order, then the civil liberties would go away. Right, as they do on occasion, right?
History suggests that that's true, I think.
And in the recent era with the war on terror, but also in the Trump era. I mean, it is true that the Trump supporters have had their civil liberties infringed. There's a Supreme Court case coming up about the January 6th rioters. And if they decide a certain way, most of the charges against most of the people who are prosecuted will be thrown out.
Well, we've spoken here a little among ourselves, various classes, whatnot, about internet censorship as well. So
that's right.
That's another thing. Well, listen, we're very close to the end of our session for today. So I just want to check again and see if there's any questions coming in. We have an opportunity here, folks, for people to ask the very last Marxist on planet Earth a question. Okay, there's no takers. Well, Chris, I want to thank you so much for taking the time to come all this way to visit us here in Southern Texas to talk about your forthcoming book. It's been a great pleasure having you here. We hope we'll have you again, maybe to discuss future work when the time presents itself. Thanks to the folks in Diet Soapland for joining as well. Thanks to my colleagues in the Colloquium Committee, Sarah and Halfdor for helping to put together this event today. Thanks to the Department of Political Science for allowing it to happen. And we will see you in the fall for more Colloquium events. Thanks everyone in the room as well. Appreciate you guys. Take care now.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so that was Chris Catrone from Texas, and I'm glad to have brought him in. Of course, there was a little glitch there for a while. I guess I accidentally turned on my camera when I didn't mean to, but now I'm back. This is hour 8. I'm about 8.5 hours into this 15-hour stream. I'm on my own at the moment. Jack Ross might be joining in a bit. Let me look at my schedule here. I have, you know what I have right now to run is an interview with Moish Bastone that I did a while back. I also have, coming up, I have Amy Therese on the Me Too movement. At 4, we have Ben Burgess joining us to talk about Michael Brooks. There's an interview with Chris Smalls, John Bunch, and Ashley Frawley will be back around 5. We have an interview with Noam Chomsky and Michael Albert on anarchism, and a response from Chris Catrone, which we could run around 6. There's a clip from Matt Crispin talking about the left after Bernie. There's a variety of different things. I have a whole episode I did with Slavoj Žižek, which I think I might run. Lots of things to fill up the 15-hour stream. Just remind everyone, this is the 15th anniversary of the podcast, Diet Soap, which then turned into the Zero Squared podcast around 2015, and then turned back into Diet Soap as we started Sublation Media. It is a podcast that led to a variety of things. It led to me working at Zero Books. It led to me starting the previous YouTube channel, the Zero Books one, and making a lot of YouTube videos. It led to the publication of Angela Nagel's Kill All Normies, and now it is known as Sublation Pizza. So I'll tell you what, I'm gonna I have a Ashley Frawley clip, which I'll run. I was supposed to run it earlier. Let's see if I can find it here. Here's Ashley Frawley talking about happiness from 2015. And Jack Ross is just about to join in. So, hey, Jack.
Hi.
So, Jack, I was just about to run a clip from Ashley Frawley from 2015 when that was one of her mini appearances early on in the podcast. Why don't we run that, and then if you have any response to that, you can talk about that, or we can talk about your book, The Strange Death of American Exceptionalism. Everything's bleeding together in my head today after 8.5 hours. I was about to say The Strange Death.
I think I see it right behind you.
Oh, here it is. Yeah, I'll hold it up. This is Jack Ross's book. It's out now. You can pre-order it. The Strange Death of American Exceptionalism. I talked to Derek Varn about how one of the ways I am holding on to my left credentials, or at least my left orientation in my own mind, is by clinging fiercely to the American creed, which has nothing to do with nationalism or any kind of I don't even think it might bleed into American exceptionalism. We might talk about that, but for me, it's simply a matter of trying to hold on to the Bill of Rights and the right for everyday people in civil society to be political and to organize politically. But here is this clip from Ashley Frawley, which I'm going to run now, and see if you have anything to say about that.
You've written about happiness before. This is sort of a subject that you have done a lot of work on. You got your PhD in happiness studies. That's not what you got your PhD in at all, but I'll just pretend that that's right.
Sociology, yeah, studying social problems, and happiness would be an example of that.
Right, right. So yeah, you didn't go into school and get like a degree in how to be happy, but
no, although a lot of people expect that, and I'm pleased to disappoint them.
Tell me a little bit about how you approach happiness. How is the way you approach happiness different from everybody else who talks about happiness?
There's been a huge amount of interest in happiness over the past decade, or actually 2 decades, but more so in the last 10 years. And a lot of that interest is in sort of finding correlations. So they ask people how happy they are, and then they ask them a bunch of other questions, and then they say, well, you know, people who are religious are happier, and so on. And then that can become quite instrumental. So there's sort of claims making in the news media that will say, you know, scientists have discovered that if you are religious, you'll be happy. So be more religious. You know, a lot of sort of 10-point checklists, you know, get married, don't have kids, be religious, and so on. So there's a lot of that going on. But what I'm interested in is how that would be my dog. Sorry.
Your dog, Marx?
Yes, Marx is always very close to my heart.
Okay.
So my interest is a bit different than that. I'm interested in how within these discourses, happiness is implicitly or explicitly said to be a problem. So it's that, you know, sometimes it's explicitly claimed, you know, people just, they don't know how to be happy. You know, there's one quote I found that says, you know, all of us want to be happy, but most of us just don't know how to do it. Sometimes they'll say things like, we're hamsters on a treadmill, you know, trying to find happiness and you know, it's explicitly claimed to be a problem, and then it's sometimes implicitly claimed as well. So I study, instead of sort of joining into that and saying, you know, what the true meaning of happiness ought to be, I study actually the content of those claims. So what do people claim? What do these particular claims makers say should be the true meaning of happiness? How have we got it wrong? What does that mean to them? And how might the world be better, according to these people, if only we could be brought back to the true meaning of happiness as discovered by science? And I also study why it became powerful and believable that there is a science of happiness, that there can be a science. You know, almost every problem from, you know, underachievement at school to the economic crisis can be solved by realigning ourselves to the correct happiness scripts.
All right. So that was Ashley Frawley talking about her book, The Semiotics of Happiness. Ashley is the co-host of the Sublation Magazine show, the second in command at Sublation Media, and she'll be on later today. I have another pre-recorded interview I could run if we run out of things to say, Jack. But what did you think of that clip, or do you know much about Ashley's sociological work?
I do not. I guess, if there's anything I can say on the topic, this book I'm here to talk about, and that I'm so excited, is coming out through Sublation, and that I'm part of building up something new with Sublation, as opposed to other options I might have had. It's a reflection of, I guess, sort of biblical 7 years, as it's been for a lot of us since 2016, and that it really is true that happiness, self-improvement, comfortable with yourself, you've got to do the work. It's a long and a process of personal discovery, learning how to bear through and overcome the dark places. I think back to BoJack Horseman clip of Mr. Peanut Butter. Universe is a cruel, uncaring void. Key to happy isn't the search for meaning. It's to keep yourself busy with unimportant nonsense, and eventually you'll be dead. And I mean, a lot of the times I wonder, can you really tell the two apart? Of the search for meaning and the unimportant nonsense, and certainly when it comes to being part of Sublation, of building up
Can I ask you a question about your previous book, Jack? Well, maybe it wasn't your previous one, but about the history of the Socialist Party.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, here's my question. It's a very simple question, but it will probably lead you to have to give a long answer. But how do you think that the concept of socialism has changed since the period when the Socialist Party of America was dominant, or at least alive, to today, like from the time of, just say, Eugene Debs, as compared to today?
So the last 100 years.
Yeah.
Well, a little over 100 years ago was the Russian Revolution that had something to do with it. I can give straightforward intellectual answer that is the platypus answer. And I was at their convention a couple weeks ago, and I feel like it's a perspective that comes from many directions, a lot of directions about well, the historian James Weinstein said legacy of 1919, when the Communist Party was formed, alienation of American socialism. Platypus talks about the eruption of 1919, failure of the revolution in Germany. We could get into politics around Spartacus uprising. I have my own views on that, but basically it was what was then ratified by the Popular Front. As I put it in the SP book, the loss of the belief in actual democratic virtue, in being a small d democratic movement about believing in the redemptive power of the ballot. And obviously, when you refer to it redemptive, that vests a double-edged sword. I'm not sure if that quite captures what you're getting at in that question.
Well, I think I understand how. No, I guess, when I hear you say that, it sounds to me like people had more confidence in the state or in government when I hear you say the redemptive power of the ballot. But am I misunderstanding that? Is that what you're pointing to? Is that people had more confidence in the government?
More than that, in politics, and the possibility of politics. And Platypus talked about the reversion from politics to protest. In a very meaningful sense, that's what the legacy of the Popular Front was. My book was criticized. I think it may have been someone on either Daily Kos or someplace like that, this being 2015, where the SP book came out. But just the idea that just saying, the organizing the industrial unions or whatever, that was the bigger, more meaningful, more lasting legacy, and actually the party. But I mean, if we're talking about, well, that's obviously a whole other discussion about different models of trade unionism. And in my new book, I talk a little bit about that in the chapter on trade unionism, on how one might view it as a question of protest over politics.
Which chapter is that?
Chapter 5.
Upward mobility, how the new class supplanted organized labor.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I talk about centering around strike and the arbitration process over larger social democratic goals.
Can I read an excerpt? Just
yes, please.
It is a common mistake to associate the New Deal in the 1930s with securing the fundamental rights of labor unions to organize and strike. Far more radical legislation to that end came in the Clayton Act of 1915 and the Norris-LaGuardia Act of 1932. The Wagner Act of 1935, which established the National Labor Relations Board, merely preserved in somewhat modified form the labor provisions of the short-lived National Recovery Administration, Franklin Roosevelt's initial response to the Great Depression, modeled in significant measure on Italian fascism. The Wagner Act provided for a managed and institutionalized adversarial relationship between corporate capital and labor, elevating the strike weapon over such social democratic goals as trade union participation in corporate governments or, quote, co-determination. I'll press on and read a little more. What was more far-reaching was the broader social change reflected in the New Deal labor regime and the rise of the Congress of Industrial Organizations, the CIO. Alienated from both factions of the pre-New Deal labor movement were the more recent waves of Catholic immigrants of Italian, Polish, and other Slavic backgrounds who dominated rising heavy industries such as auto and steel, with a large infusion of Appalachian white and Southern black migrants to the upper Midwest. The substantial Communist Party influence on the CIO and its early organizing drives is somewhat better remembered today, but the prevailing ideological influence was always a distinctly Catholic corporatist inspiration Catholic corporatist inspiration, from Right Reverend New Dealer John Ryan to Scottish Highlands-born CIO President Philip Murray. The triumph of this corporatist model, leading up to the AFL-CIO merger in 1955, also notably coincided with the consolidation of the model Christian democratic welfare state in the post-war reconstruction of Europe. So there's an excerpt.
I'm guessing you went into that whole second paragraph just to give more of a feel for for the whole approach of the book, really,
yeah.
or the historical argument about our recent history for the last decade, what came after the Sanders-Trump moment, or what led up to the Sanders-Trump moment. And and to take an approach of what you might call demographic determinism, I guess somewhat layered over the course of American history, is taking inspiration from Kevin Phillips and the way first, immediately after the 1968 election, when he wrote The Emerging Republican Majority, basically the whole century since the Civil War of election statistics and geography, and then in the 90s he wrote the book The Cousins Wars, which was how he referred to in succession the English Civil War, American Revolution, American Civil War. So that was the first 200-year epoch. Then the 100-year post-Civil War epoch ended with the 1968 election. And my argument is what I tended to call the post-Vietnam era, the half-century epoch that was begun by the 1968 election, and that its termination represented, among many other things, but most obviously by the election of Trump and all the events surrounding the 2016 election more broadly, as demise of American exceptionalism. And you mentioned chapter 5 is titled Upward Mobility. And so I have the 3 pillars of American exceptionalism, of which that's the third, chapters 3 through 5, religion or religiosity, belief in American mission of the world, and belief in upward social mobility. When I saw it argued that just simply by throwing out polling data of how belief in all 3 things were collapsing among my generation, millennials, I knew that that was what the end of a half century, that was what the end of the half century epoch we were living through as early as fall of 2015, and at that time associated, going right off when I wrote the SP book with the Bernie Sanders campaign, ends of the most reaching furthest back traditional meaning of American exceptionalism, why no socialism. Anyway, that's how this whole historical argument came together, and behind this book, and it has passed through all the ups and downs of the nearly decade that intervened. Just to give more of a sense of the excerpt that Doug read. So basically those 3 chapters on each of the 3 pillars of American exceptionalism, I basically start at the beginning of the Cold War as a sort of peak and just trace a decline and fall, or decline and collapse from, I guess, peak American exceptionalism, anti-communism is the most successful nationally unifying, or I guess you could say anti-totalitarianism if you take it all the way back to World War II, and you see that as a continuity that's getting into slightly complicated territory, but that too I address in the book.
Jack, I earlier today, and I think in the first hour of the stream, I ran a clip from Jodi Dean from, I think it was 2012. And in it, there was a conversation about politics. And you had just said a little bit ago that one of the differences between the socialism of today and the socialism of the late 19th and early 20th century, or the early 20th century in America, was the difference between our confidence in politics. And that the early 20th century socialists around Eugene Debs say had more confidence in politics. I want to run this clip again from Jodi Dean. I bet a lot of people weren't here for the first hour, and see what you think of it. So let me just run this. It's a Jodi Dean clip. She's, a communist and all that. And here she is.
I mean, that part seems easy. We've already agreed in the conversation that that neoliberal capitalism has put the world economy and the world, if we think in terms of climate, we haven't already agreed that, but I'm sure we will, into a terrible state. right? That we're in a situation that is completely dire, and that the right is winning and that the capitalists are winning. So we've agreed with that, and you have chickens. So clearly, your having chickens is not solving the problem, right? And it doesn't matter how many of your friends have chickens, right? That's no big deal. Great, wonderful. Actually, I was at a sort of sustainable living camp retreat thing over the weekend, and one of the dogs killed a chicken, but the world didn't end. Okay, so I'm not against chickens, but let's just be serious, right? I mean, I don't live in a city, a big city. I live in a small deindustrialized town, and a number of people have for their own basic survival, of course, have gardens and chickens and things, and that's terrific. But that's not the same thing as a political challenge to capitalism. That doesn't overthrow the state that is guaranteeing capitalism. Right? It's a different level of issue. It's like, have your chickens, but then go out and I don't know. I guess if I say go out and bomb something, then I'm inciting. So I shouldn't say that.
I feel like this localism and anarchism are connected, and also that anarchism and communism are connected. Anarchism is basically wants to go directly to communism, like skip politics and say we're going to just live in this state that's transcended politics right away tomorrow. And I actually think that is not. How do I want to say this? I think that it is not the best way to understand communism, though I recognize that in the Marxist legacy, it's a strong way of understanding communism. But I think that the withering away of politics is not the same thing as the withering away of the state. And you said it like the withering away of politics. Politics is, in my view, and I can do all the academic sources on this, and we can talk about that if you want, is an unavoidable, necessary part of the human condition. Right? There will never be heaven on earth. That kind of utopia is a kind of bad post-politics, which actually is now functioning ideologically to prevent people from massively organizing to destroy communism and seize and transform the state. I mean, destroy capitalism and seize and transform the state, right? This kind of, post-politics is functioning ideologically right now. So I don't think that being after politics is a goal. I also don't think it's our reality. And I think that an anarchist view that somehow thinks in those terms is basically just deeply self-deceived. Yeah, the trouble is, I could go to the Communist Manifesto, right, where it talks about basically getting to a point where public power will lose its political character. Maybe that's a bad translation. But I know what you're talking about. I definitely understand the difference.
But the way to understand that, in my view, is public power loses its political character to the extent that it is the exercise of one class's power over another. That's what that means in the Communist Manifesto, where the state is a tool of class power. Once essentially capitalism has eliminated, and there is actually a radically egalitarian society, the state power or public power won't be exercised as the governance of a class or the rule of one class over another class. It would be understood as the rule of the people over themselves. And that's not transparent, right? That's not transparent. We never know, we can't, if you think about if you just think in terms of an individual and you're trying to control yourself, that's always a little bit of a battle, right? If you're on a diet, right, and there's cupcakes, right? That's a little bit, that kind of self-control is hard. Or, getting all of your work done, or not sleeping around, whatever, someone's, needs to be in self-control about. And one never really is one always feels these sorts of splits. That's the same thing with people in a much larger sense, where the people never know fully what they want and are never fully identical with themselves. And so there has to be some kind of self-governing, which will mean some kind of control of ourselves over ourselves in different kinds of ways. So that will always be a condition of politics and rule. And it doesn't go away just because classes are gone. It just means that it will take a different form. And so when Marx talks about the change in public power, what he's meaning is the exercise of class power over another class. That goes away once you have the dissolution of classes.
Right.
So I just want to say, in response to Ashley's comment, where's my soup? But I've gotten to be an old man. All right, it's been 15 years. I wanted to ask, the reason I wanted to run that clip was actually to ask you, Jack, about this, the idea of getting beyond politics, of society losing its political character, and what you think about Dean's insistence that even after a revolution, which really did overcome capitalist relations, we would still have to work through politics. What do you think of her assertion?
I certainly don't identify as a communist or even as a revolutionary socialist. So indeed, having said that, I found myself, at least in the earlier part of that whole monologue spiel, that how much, at least in the abstract, I found myself agreeing about just that's just, or how did she put about confusing disappearance of the state with disappearance of politics, or that people abandon politics, but while they still believe in the state. So, not sure how much there is for me to say, but I guess I got lost once she just started going into high revolutionary theory or whatever. But no, as far as just in the abstract about the state and politics, but I guess that's what I mean by replacing politics with protest, of just supplication to the state, an activist paradigm.
Well, look at this comment here, Jack. This no more straw men says, as long as capital exists, politics will exist and people will serve capital. So, that seems to me to be conflating politics with the state, perhaps, as I did, maybe mistakenly, in my early conversation there with Jodi Dean way back in the day. That what you're saying is that politics within society, within everyday life, within civil society, can go beyond merely begging the state to do this or that thing for us, or asking for interventions in our lives, and can instead be an active force from everyday people.
Well, yeah, we're talking about just talking this generally. How many things can fall into category there, and what's all relative. But as far as the way she talked about a straw man of chickens acting locally, as I guess the old turn of the millennium cliche had it. To go back to the whole excerpt you read as it relates to trade unionism, at least in theory, that one need not have an overly romantic or overly theorized or abstract about trade unions as ideal society image or whatever, but no, it's something real and tangible institution building that has its place in society and is, I guess, one argument that one could make about unions is that they're an institution that can serve both functions in a way that perhaps not many others can.
Mm-hmm. See, I'm looking at the schedule. There's this interview with Moise Pistone that I was thinking about running at least some of. But before I do that, I want to ask you. I'm trying to, for my own sake, maybe between one kind of socialist political ambition, which from me, or from my way of thinking, arises from having read Capital, having participated in Marxist politics within a group of Marxists that came out of the Trotskyist tradition. And it's all about trying to change social relations at the point of production. Change. It's really a change within civil society that we're aiming at, that Marxists would be aiming at, so that, not only property relations, but relations around production that set up commodity relations in the market would be altered or transcended or sublated. There's that kind of Marxism. And then there's this Marxism of trying to just gain power for everyday people to reinforce democratic norms and democratic control over society. And so I guess what I'm leading up to asking you is, do you share an aim in the long term, maybe, to overcome capital itself, to as a socialist, someone who studied the early socialists, American socialists, do you think that approach to understanding the aim of socialism is worthwhile or justified? And then if so, but no, I don't want to ask the follow-up. I'll just ask that first question. Was it clear enough, that question?
I think so. I mean,
okay.
In overcoming capital, that strikes me as rather semantic. If you're talking about the point of production, I think advancement in technology and related things are the biggest factor there. I mean, that's the thing about, and when I talk about unions, I have, if you look at the SP book, I talk a little in the introduction about my own family background, and that connection, among other things. I'm hoping either on yours or an allied podcast, I could maybe talk about some of my own personal experiences that I've not talked much about in a long time and are a somewhat painful topic. But I mean, I'm just, in all of my reading of history, or even from firsthand conversations with people I knew who were of that post-war generation, my grandparents' generation, or everything else since then, I mean, the advancement of technology really is the main reason, pretty consistently over time, that and with the exception of the building trades historically, and I think I even make that point in the chapter you read from. That's the one exception as far as stable trade union or guild or whatever paradigm over time. That whether it's heavy industry or whatever crafts preceded it, are going all the way back even to the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. It's technological advance is what constantly disrupts any stable or successful trade union paradigm after more than a generation or maybe two.
Do you think if it weren't for the advancement of technologies that a well-established and a secure and stable trade union movement that would be enough to create conditions that someone like Eugene Debs would think of as socialist? Is that the horizon there of for a socialist society, is one where there's social harmony because workers have their interests adequately represented through trade unions?
Well, there's a question of what that looks like. I mean, the closest you ever got to that was in, I guess, some of the Nordic countries. And last summer, I had the pleasure of visiting the Arbeiter Museum in Copenhagen, which I was impressed how big an institution and how much everyone in the city knew what it was, and just how much of the culture of the place. I mean, I remember I had some nice talks with the two ladies working there, and I think first one asked me, in the States, they're much more negative toward unions, and I didn't know how to answer that first, and I realized that would have been the accurate statement 30, 40, 50 years ago, but today you just can't talk about it outside of context about how everything in America is broken. And I mean, I guess to bring the book back to what you raise about democratic virtue or stability of politics, American Creed, Bill of Rights. I mean, thinking about what's happened in the Nordic countries, or perhaps in Europe more broadly, or why even in countries like that, the party politics paradigm around traditional social democracy is largely broken down. Denmark is a very rare case of the historic Social Democratic Party taking up the, I guess, populist banner with some degree of success. But as I've said to you in other interviews, and for the whole political journey from Sanders' campaign to whatever anti-Trump left after 2020, being amazed at how left I still was all through that time, and since then being burned by any hopes for a post-Trump right, and now being back having a conversation like this, indeed. And I will say I feel very pleased with how well this book has held up through that whole journey. But through it all, certainly, the way in which I'm more of a Marxist than I've ever been is what happened after the financial crisis in 2008, on which all the other change turned political, cultural, or set it all in motion is after 2008, the ascent of Silicon Valley to the commanding heights of the economy. And I guess, bringing back to your question, to the extent that that's affected events in Europe and been the catalyst for European politics no longer being class-bound, as I do argue in the book, in many ways simply going through the first phase, similar to what America did after 1968, in terms of class, other demographic realignment. I guess to bring it back to Jodi Dean, I mean, yes, obviously time does not stand still, and things will change. There is no final stage of history. Change is constant.
Jack, I want to run about, I don't know how long, but a bit of this interview with Moishe Pistone. Do you know who Moishe Pistone is? Have you heard of him?
I do. Yes, I'm familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, I interviewed him around 2017, I think, and he represents a sort of a certain theoretical approach to understanding capitalism, understanding Marx, that I found very interesting, and which, if I could somehow more thoroughly connect to a kind of socialist politics that I think you and your book represents, well, I would be happy. So here, I'm going to run this clip. Not going to run the whole thing, I don't think, but some of it, and then I'll be right back. I'll see you on the other side of it. Here it is.
Moishe Pistone is a professor of history at the University of Chicago. He is also a heterodox Marxist of some import and the author of Time, Labor, and Social Domination, a reinterpretation of Marx's Capital, along with other books and essays such as Catastrophe and Meaning, Critique, State and Economy, and others. Moishe Pistone, welcome to the Zero Books podcast.
Thank you, Doug.
I was really glad that you agreed to talk to me. Lately, I have rediscovered you. It's not as though I didn't know of your work before, but I have been at YouTube, and I've been watching some of your lectures.
Oh.
And I thought it would be a good idea to reach out to you because I find what you are saying so interesting, and I'm so tempted to mostly agree with you, that is, if I understand you. So thank you for giving me the chance to talk, and we'll go over some things here. To start with, what's most surprising and controversial about your kind of Marxism, your reinterpretation of Marx, is that you say that rather than labor, working people, being the revolutionary subject of history, that capital and capitalism maybe is the subject, and that history itself, as we know it, is some sort of byproduct of capitalism. I think I'm kind of jumping to the end of your ideas here, but am I getting that right?
Oh, well, I wouldn't use the word byproduct.
Yeah.
But yes, I mean, I can try to elaborate.
Yeah,
that.
please do.
Well, I think that Marx was more than a spokesperson for the oppressed. I think Marx is the most significant social theorist of modernity, and the way he tried to understand modernity was as capital. And in a sense, when I, picking up on Marx, argued that the subject in Hegel's sense, of the driver of history that unfolds. He uses that language in speaking of the category of capital. And so the question is, what does he mean by that? And I think that one of the many things he's trying to elaborate is the question of why does the modern period, modern history, modernity, capitalism, have a sort of a dynamism that no other form of human social life has had. To say that it has dynamism does not necessarily mean that that is a good thing. It's descriptive. And the category of capital, with Marx's emphasis on time, is, among many other things, an attempt to explain why capitalist modernity not only has a dynamic, but is accelerating. And I think that a focus only on issues of exploitation, which of course is also central to Marx, but an exclusive focus on questions of exploitation and property doesn't get you at this fundamental feature of modern social life.
The dynamism, let's start there. Now, what you're talking about is technological innovation primarily?
Well, it can't be reduced. Yes, it's technological innovation, but it is the increased use of technological and ongoing use of technology in production. It's not, let's say, in the past, you've had technological changes, but you would have a change, and then you would have a new form that remained fairly stable for a long period of time. Here you have ongoing technological change, which means ongoing social change, which also means ongoing geographical change.
Having read Capital, my thought here is that what drives this dynamic is the need for individual capitalists to innovate their productive processes in order to compete and outproduce and produce more profits than other capitalists in their field. So you have this constant drive to innovate production. And that exploitation and Marx's value theory is really the explanation for that dynamic. I mean, and you would agree with that, right?
Yes. You know, the book, Capital, the subtitle is A Critique of Political Economy. And it doesn't mean only a critique of the economic order of capitalist modernity, but also it's a critique of theories of political economy, and I would suggest of Hegelian understandings of history. And by critique, what Marx does is not simply say that people like Adam Smith and David Ricardo or Hegel are wrong, but rather to try to explain what is it about capitalist modernity that allowed them to think the way they did. And in a sense, Marx's notion of capital as this social form which is incredibly dynamic and unfolds over time and imparts a logic to history is the social basis for Hegel's notion of the subject, which means a logic of history that unfolds. Hegel, like Adam Smith, now I'm sort of channeling Marx as I understand him, took what is specific to modernity and understood it transhistorically as a feature of, in Smith's sense, human social life in general, to truck, barter, and exchange, or Hegel, the notion of a sweep of all of human history. And in a way, Marx is saying there hasn't been that kind of sweep, but there is once you have capitalism.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, it does make sense. I've also read Hegel's Phenomenology of Spirit, which I understand some Marxists would say that's the wrong Hegel to read. Like I should be reading the Logic. But my understanding of Hegel is that he is, being a philosopher, he starts with some very core problems from modern philosophy, namely the subject-object split, or the subject-object dualism, or the problem of perception.
Yes.
And it's based on that philosophical problem that he develops a theory of history, and that's transhistorical. That subject-object dualism is transhistorical. Does Marx reject that starting point that Hegel starts with in the phenomenology?
No, I think Marx's way of dealing with it is slightly different. In the Grundrisse, one of Marx's preparatory manuscripts for Capital, he refers to the categories that he uses, categories with names like commodity and capital, as forms of being in the world, of determinations of the mode of existence. In other words, what Marx, I think, is arguing is that the categories that he is using as social categories are categories of objectivity and subjectivity at the same time, or they are social and cultural simultaneously. And in that sense, he is taking Hegel's notion of the dichotomy in modern Western philosophy between subject and object and embedding it socially, that the form of social life really conditions the way people think, including Marx, of course. That's the first leg, as it were. The second leg is that Hegel's solution of a ongoing historical dynamic, which is there in the phenomenology, that this, what Hegel grabbed hold of, Marx says, is actually the movement of capital. And that in a way, older materialism couldn't grasp that. Hegel's idealism did, without realizing that it actually was social. So I think what Marx is doing is he's taking someone like Hegel, like he took someone like Adam Smith, and embedding them in his social categories of commodity and capital.
So I find myself resisting a little bit of that, but I want to move on.
I'd be curious to know, but
I'll tell you why. I think that I this kind of, I do feel just in my everyday life that the difference between my own subjectivity and whatever it is out there in the world that's real is a universal problem, that any perceiving being would have the problem that I experience, that without knowing it, my cat has the same problem, and that is transhistorical. But that doesn't mean that everybody has to realize that problem all the time, or that we've thought about the problem the same way forever. But I do feel like that insight into like the problem of perception is a transhistorical problem, that it starts the moment you are self-aware. Or, I kind of believe Hegel's story at the beginning of phenomenology, where you start with sense certainty and immediately that falls apart. So this is maybe I'm being anti-Marxist here, but I don't want to.
No, you'll notice, if I could interject, you'll notice I use the metaphor of two legs. The first is that both your subjectivity and the objectivity that you perceive are socially conditioned. Yeah. That statement is transhistorical. But the dynamism, which is the second leg, is historically specific.
Okay, right. All right. So we agree then.
All right. So that was a good point to break. I'm not sure what you thought of all that. It was very abstract kind of conversation.
Well, the last part was, but it's the first time I ever really heard much of Prestone in depth, and I don't know if I'd be stepping out of my lane to bring up his whole history with Chris Cutrone. I certainly got a very good feel for how he influenced Chris, but also for Chris taking some practical political conclusions based on his arguments that Pistone seems to obviously recoiled from. My first thought as I was listening was basically he seems to agree with the point that I would make. I don't know, Pistone, I don't know to what extent Pistone would own up or push back against the idea that I just thought about James Burnham, and I certainly do not identify or want to identify politically with James Burnham, but he was essentially right. You have to begin any discussion of post-war era or post-war economic history with the point that Burnham was right, that what he was describing, whatever ways you want to get into the weeds of it or prefer different articulations by, I mentioned the range of other figures in the very chapter you read from, but that this is the thing that succeeded capitalism historically, if you go by Marx's schema, or certainly that succeeded industrial capitalism. And I mean, it seems to me, I mean, I also think about this or place it in contrast with what you seem to be driving at with your earlier questions, is what is the difference between, to go in the really extreme counterpoint, the world of Debs, but of what most young self-identified socialists think of as socialism, and how much do they even know about Marx, much less about socialist theory, that it's all the wretched of the earth, and the idea that Pistone certainly seemed to be arguing against. And as I was at the Platypus conference, you had figures who have some criticisms, like very apropos to the Jodi Dean quote, you played some specific criticisms you and I, or many of our comrades, might agree with, but there was specifically the, I guess, did you recently do a program about or going after Midwestern Marx, and he and some of his people, and Dan Jacobs had the, well, Dan Jacobs had told me all about the guy, and had to remind me that's who he was referring to when he talked about he seemed to crib his entire premise or conceit from Tony Montero, is this weird old guy's name, who voted for Trump on anti-imperialist grounds, apparently, while claiming that W.E.B. Du Bois belongs in it should be Marx, Lenin, Du Bois, as opposed to, if not in addition to Mao, or that is, but that's also, I mentioned specifically why they would have their criticisms of the mainstream of DSA, or a lot, or the far left end of resistance lib. Just a little while ago, I referred, talking to you, the tribe formerly known as the worst people on Twitter. But that is the core idea, that I mean, because they're not wrong that Du Bois was really the first to replace class with race. He was certainly the first after Lenin, and that is, which I guess makes it qualitatively different. If you don't want to go all the way back to Moses Hess, I mean, we could definitely get into a whole thing.
Well, I'm gonna throw a comment from one of the viewers on the screen here, and it's Kushluk, who's a regular contributor to our chats, and
I don't know who these initials refer to in the content.
Midwestern Marxism.
Oh.
Explanation is lacking, but the observation that the Frankfurt School has shit the bed is relatively accurate. And I want to clarify, and tell me if you think this, if I'm landing on the right point here. But the reason, from my perspective, the reason the Frankfurt School is important is maybe similar to the reason that you say Burnham is right. And that is that the Frankfurt School, after World War II, maintained a critique of the left and of society from the perspective of socialists who aimed at freeing the working class, overcoming capitalism, and would not accept the welfare state and technocratic management in place of the development of socialism.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how unique they were, if you put it that way, or narrowly in those terms.
I don't think that they were unique, and I think there were a lot of other thinkers like them who were critiquing monopoly capitalism. I think Burnham, the fact that I can say Burnham and Frankfurt School in the same breath is revealing.
It is, but the difference is just as crucial, and however misguided or however understandably so, some of it just immediate aftermath of Holocaust, etc. I mean, they were the ones who saw it as a matter of survival of liberalism, or
the Frankfurt School.
Okay, here I really could be stepping out of my lane. I don't want to get too abstract. I mean, because I think they did have a much more European than American sense of what was lost. I mean, they certainly saw it in very different terms than anyone who might be channeling the Debsian tradition, very American terms. I guess Erich Fromm, in more ways than one, try to bridge that gap. I mean, I think about someone who I found myself identifying more and more as, I guess, kind of a friendly critic of the Frankfurt School of Gershom Scholem, but he was certainly someone as well who understood what was lost, but he didn't think about it in terms of liberalism or democracy in the same much more American sense that you or I would. So I mean, I really could.
Well, let me look this next quote from Kushluk up. This next comment. Kushluk says, "My big fear is that the Frankfurt School. My big fear of the Frankfurt School is that it becomes a true locus of technocratic capitalist control, exercised by a small bunch of people who believe their ideology is unerringly correct. So
okay, so who exactly is that referring to today, as opposed to in the 50s or 60s? Because you had the technocratic pitfalls that were represented by a lot of the authoritarian personality discourse, though Adorno and certainly Horkheimer ultimately stepped back from the brink of that connection, or certainly in their horror at Marcuse. But I mean, Marcuse, yes. I mean, that certainly was, I mean, without going into all, however many necessarily hairline precision nuances around Marcuse and concept of cultural Marxism. And I mean, Matt Taibbi basically got it pretty much right, and even shockingly, dramatically so, just in terms of explaining in layman's terms about Marcuse and his importance. But
well, I want to push back on your.
But having brought up Marcuse, I mean, what would the Midwestern Marx folks say about him? And do they write him off, or I mean, as far as, or do they, or
I don't, you know, all I know is
they don't strike me for all their other awfulness as so hidebound as wanting to deny that Angela Davis would have had any white mentors, the same way the 1619 people would insist that the slaves completely liberated themselves or whatever. Anyway, I guess I'm just asking, what exactly do they do? If they have this whole hobby horse about the Frankfurt School and the CIA, what exactly do they say about Marcuse?
I don't know. All I know is that they say what they said about the Frankfurt School generally. But listen, I'm gonna pull something on you here. I have another clip I want to run. This time it's about Matt Taibbi and Marcuse, and it's a video I made. When did I do this? In 2021. And since this is, my anniversary show, I'm gonna run my crap. So let's see if I can get this to work. Hold on one second. Here we go. Okay. Hello, Zero Book readers. It's me again, Douglas Lain, and this video is a response to Matt Taibbi's recent essay, Marcusenon, Cult of the Pseudo-Intellectual. And it's an exploration of the difficulties that Marcuse was facing during his lifetime. Specifically, we'll take a look at some of the ways Marcuse's writings and ideas fit within the context of the struggle for socialism, and at the problems and realities Marcuse was attempting to address. Along the way, I'll take an excerpt from Mark Fisher's Capitalist Realism in an attempt to understand how Marcuse's critiques of the post-war consumer landscape developed into 21st century anti-capitalism. In the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, Marx wrote that world history repeats itself. He observed that Hegel was right when he asserted that all great world historic facts and personages appear twice. But, Marx said, Hegel forgot to add that the first time history appears as a tragedy, while the second time history appears as a farce. In 2021, we would be lucky if historical events only happened twice. Today, history is like a skipping record, or like a YouTube video set to loop. But being stuck in the same pattern does have some advantages. It provides those of us who aren't amongst the corpses to notice patterns, to look for structures. It's like watching reruns of what might have originally been a compelling TV drama. By the fifth or sixth viewing, a sort of Brechtian alienation takes hold. You stop trying to figure out who the good guys are, stop rooting for a team, and start to wonder about the scriptwriters, about TV tropes, about the history of NBC. This sense of deja vu can give you some emotional distance from the material on your news feed on Facebook or on the cable news channels, and even from essays published on Substack. And this is how I felt when I read Matt Taibbi's essay on Marcuse. It's how I feel when I read Taibbi's critiques of woke culture generally.
I think a lot of us in journalism are coming around slowly to the fact that we missed some big stories. You know, people like me, I think, owe people like you an apology for coming around to this late, if anything. Yeah, all the people who used to be fans of mine who would have objected, they're long gone already. So.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. I still got to fight. I can still reach some people, Matt.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's very frustrating. And we're going to talk about this with, we're going to talk.
The left has criticized the authoritarianism involved in its own projects from the very beginning. Marx critiqued the utopians for their insistence that socialism could be brought about through the development of various, often Christian or Christianized ideologies. The anarchists critiqued Marx for his vanguardism and his embrace of the state. The socialist Eugene Debs criticized the progressives for their moralizing and ineffectual efforts to rid society of vices through legal restrictions such as prohibition. Today's current debate on the left, a debate sometimes characterized as a fight between woke and anti-woke players, dates back to at least the 90s. For example, Christopher Lasch in his book Revolt of the Elites pointed out that political correctness on college campuses, the attempts to police language, only led to an entrenchment of racist attitudes amongst the lower and middle white working classes. Howard Zinn used to say that you can't ever be neutral on a moving train, but if you find out the train is running on a circular track, it might be time to do more than just react. And it's for this reason that this video is not going to be an attempt to judge Matt Taibbi or Marcuse as people. It is not even going to be an attempt to judge them as writers or thinkers. At least, I'm going to try to avoid judging them, because to do so implies that there is a correct position that is already known, that I already have in my possession. Unfortunately, that is, instead of judging Marcuse and Taibbi as if I know what is true in advance, this video will try to point out the questions and problems that Marcuse and Taibbi share in common. It should be possible. Even though the two men don't have a common conception of the world, they are both facing problems born out of the same system, even though they face these problems from dramatically different moments in history. Having said that, if you're remotely familiar with Marcuse and the Frankfurt School in general, it's easy to read Taibbi's essay as a symptom of the very one-dimensionality that Marcuse complains about. For example, when he described Marcuse as being disillusioned after World War I, despite not having himself experienced combat, when he described Marcuse as obsessed with the question, what form of Marxism would eventually triumph across the civilized world, was not only being unfair to Marcuse, but he was also flattening out history, ignoring how the bourgeois revolutions of the 19th century were intertwined with struggles for socialism, and how even the most bourgeois dreams of the 19th century were smashed to pieces in the 20th. Taibbi cherry-picks quotes from Marcuse, and in so doing, he misses an opportunity to critique Marcuse more adequately. For example, Taibbi quotes Marcuse from One Dimensional Man. Quote, independence of thought, autonomy, and the right to political opposition are being deprived of their basic critical function in a society which seems incapable of satisfying the needs of the individuals through the way in which it is organized. Such a society may justly demand acceptance of its principles and institutions. End quote. But what Taibbi leaves out here is how Marcuse's vision of socialism is precisely the development of social relations and techniques that can satisfy the needs of the people. Freedom for Marcuse must include freedom from want. What Marcuse is wrestling with is how it could be that a rising standard of living was not leading to the development of free individuals. Why were people working just as much as before? Why was society still divided against itself? And that is, both externally between nations and internally along ethnic and class lines. What Marcuse wanted to know after 2 world wars was how it could be that increasingly powerful engines of production and technological sciences weren't leading to liberation, but to the threat of annihilation. In order to understand Marcuse's work, you have to see him through the lens of history, or really through 2 lenses. His ideas were the result of the history of bourgeois development and of the history of Marxism. The horror of the trenches, the machine gun, the Holocaust, and the atom bomb are well known. What is less well known is the horror of the Belle Epoque and the terror of pop. Starting in the late 19th century, the struggle for socialism had been in crisis. Rather than the contradictions of capitalism leading to a workers' revolution, the Long Depression had led to a new boom. In the Second International, there was a debate about this crisis within Marxism, about how the new economic conditions seemed to discredit Marxist ideas about how capitalism produces its own gravediggers. Edward Bernstein argued that there was no longer a need for revolution, but that socialists could find a path out of a class society through electoral politics, the stock market, increased production, and the rational management of both production and distribution. By the end of the Second World War, Bernstein appeared to have been proven at least half right. The contradictions in capitalism could be overcome by what nearly everyone recognized to be state capitalism. The fascists, the Soviets, and Fordist Americans were all functioning in the same way. The old way of letting capitalism manage itself through competition in the market was dead. Monopoly capital, when working with the state, could rationally plan for the future. Rational planning was happening, and the technocrats were working around the clock. The Americans had announced that production for use, that is, true rational planning, was around the corner, and the technological tools needed to create a post-scarcity society were already made. And yet, rather than a world of freedom, Marcuse found an America filled with smiling conformists at home and military troops that called themselves advisors abroad. What Taibbi misses is that Marcuse, far from being a dogmatic Marxist, had turned away from Marx and revolution both, in an effort to hold on to a technocratic vision of socialism that, while at times thrilling and even beautiful, did not really inform a struggle for socialism.
We've talked in general terms, and about the Frankfurt School. I mentioned 2 or 3 of the individuals in my opening remarks, but I think it would be especially interesting to hear just a word from you about who the main individuals were and what they were like, because after all, they were your close friends and associates.
Well, Horkheimer was the director of the institute, Adorno, a genius. Then are those who are unjustly neglected or forgotten. Frederick Pollock and especially Hendrik Grossman, the most orthodox of all Marxist economists I have ever met. He predicted the collapse of capitalism for a very specific year he gave. In the meantime, it turned out it wasn't quite correct.
Like the medieval churchmen predicting the end of the
exactly,
world. Yes.
Exactly. And Pollock, who after all wrote, I think, the first article, in which he tried to argue that there are no compelling internal reasons why capitalism should collapse.
In an essay entitled Marcuse Among the Technocrats, America, Automation, and Post-Capitalist Utopias, J. Jesse Ramirez argues that Marcuse was, like the rest of the Frankfurt School, working within the economic theory of Frederick Pollock. And Pollock, like Bernstein, believed that the aim of socialism was to create a new mode of distribution that could complement industrial production with the social ownership of wealth. However, unlike the rest of the Frankfurt School, Marcuse made more of an attempt to hold on to his optimism about the possibility of evolutionary socialism. Further, he rejected the idea that the exploitation inherent in capitalism could be dissolved in the ways that Bernstein described, insomuch as Marcuse asserted that capital was still produced and appropriated by private individuals, whether those individuals were Soviet bureaucrats or CEOs. What was necessary, however, was not the development of a proletarian force that could dictate a change in production and set up a truly new form of society, but rather the continued maintenance of the welfare state, support for the unemployable and the victims of racist exclusion, and holding on to an admittedly irrational hope. In 2009, Mark Fisher, in his book Capitalist Realism, claimed that capitalism is what is left when beliefs have collapsed at the level of ritual or symbolic elaboration, and all that is left is a consumer spectator trudging through the ruins and the relics. To set up this assertion, he quoted from the Communist Manifesto, quote, "Capital has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervor, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculation. In one word, for exploitation, veiled by religious and political illusions, it has substituted naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation." What's worth noticing is that what Fisher quotes with sorrow, Marx wrote with excitement. For Marx, the fact that the old illusions and rituals had been stripped away and brutal exploitation made plain was to be celebrated, because these conditions of naked exploitation and brutal egoism would not long be tolerated. But according to Fisher, socialism had been put off indefinitely because what replaced the old ideologies, beliefs, and rituals was a cultural torpor and acquiescence. Rather than finding a new subjectivity, we were instead immersed in capitalist realism. Marcuse likewise believed that the struggle for socialism had been replaced by a semi-permanent capitalist ideology, an ideology that could maintain power and stave off a transformation. He believed that freedom from want and oppression was technically feasible, but oppression and exploitation would continue nonetheless. From the vantage point of 2021, it's easy to see that while a post-scarcity world may technically be possible, if we only consider the forces of production, the social relations that are maintained in order to reproduce those forces still seem necessary, even as our global society can no longer promise to produce ever-rising standards of living, or to suppress the threat of world war, nor even maintain the possibility of a quiet life of conformity in the suburbs. We have reached a point where the old assumptions of both the socialists and the bourgeoisie have been smashed to pieces. This brings us back to Taibbi. Clearly, from our perspective in 2021, there can be no sensible argument for calling for the suppression of the right to assemble and the right to think. Marcuse's idea that students might be able to help bring socialism along by suppressing the dominant ideology of society on campus was ludicrous at the time, but even this argument from Marcuse should be understood in the context of the moment it was written. Marcuse was addressing a student movement that was attempting to stop their own recruitment into the U.S. military-industrial complex, a military-industrial complex that was invading Vietnam and that was attempting to alter a university system that was to turn their intellectual work into horrific weapons and programs. In that context, Marcuse's mistake, while still a mistake, is a bit more understandable. As for Taibbi's claim that Marcuse wanted to create a dictatorship of intellectuals, this is far from charitable. His comments on the poverty of U.S. education, on the necessity for valuing the sort of education that goes beyond training and technical skills, but helps students and citizens develop an understanding of the context of their lives, an education that might empower them to change that context, again, has to be understood not as a call for the unwashed to shut up, but for the current administrators, get out of the way. This, again, was written a year after Mario Savio, speaking for the free speech movement, complained that the president of Berkeley University had compared the university to a business firm.
We were told the following: if President Kerr actually tried to get something more liberal out of the regents in his telephone conversations, why didn't he make some public statement to that effect? And the answer we received from a well-meaning liberal was the following. He said, would you ever imagine the manager of a firm making a statement publicly in opposition to his board of directors? That's the answer. I ask you to consider, if this is a firm, and if the Board of Regents are the Board of Directors, and if President Kerr, in fact, is the manager, then I tell you something, the faculty are a bunch of employees, and we're the raw materials. But we're a bunch of raw materials that don't mean to have any process upon us, don't mean to be made into any product, don't mean to end up being bought by some clients of the university, be they the government, be they industry, be they organized labor, be they anyone, or human beings.
On one point, however, Taibbi is clearly correct. When he writes that capitalism and its political representatives in the Democratic Party can and have absorbed Marcuse and his books into itself, that his one-dimensional man and his essays on tolerance can be used as bludgeons against the ordinary average guys and gals who are becoming increasingly fed up with the precarity of life over the last 20 years of what was called the new normal. That the very society of unfreedom that he feared can now use his face and his decontextualized ideas to justify the last gasps of the administration of a now neoliberal state capitalism. Taibbi lands a death blow. In his final line, he says that we might laugh at the irony of the way Marcuse has been recuperated, but he claims that Marcuse himself could never get the joke. Can we? Thanks for watching this Zero Books video. I'm back. I just had to turn my audio off because I was still getting the last bit of that. What did you think of all that, Jack?
My God, where to begin? Where to begin? So, first, I want to say, just clarify. I said very specifically, I brought up what Taibbi wrote about Marcuse is just a layman's account. And I said that deliberately. I also think it's critical to point out, at least to the best of my recollection, and I'd be very surprised to be wrong, that Taibbi definitely did not try to implicate Marxism in what he wrote in his essay on Marcuse, unlike whatever mindless right-winger like James Lindsay or Yoram Mazzoni. As far as your argument goes, I mean, on the one hand, Adorno and Horkheimer saw where this was headed, or where it was headed, and they weren't wrong. Whatever Marcuse himself thought in his heart of hearts, that I'm not.
I think I might have been too hard on Marcuse in that video. I mean, there are moments there where I said, "Oh, I sound like Midwestern Marxism a little bit here," but
well, no. So the main point I want to make was, as far as your argument goes, it made me think of Ross Douthat's Decadent Society. It's a say that if all wicked ideas have a kernel of truth, and basically an early anticipation of that this was where post-war, post-industrial capitalism was headed, and that was Marcuse's kernel of truth. And indeed, the epigram of the Decadent Society, the first of the two quotes, is Gramsci. Old is dead, the new cannot yet be born. And it was Morbid Symptoms, not Time of Monsters, in his case. And all of the repetition, stagnation associated with the decadence thesis, certainly Morbid Symptoms is an apt description. And indeed, yes. And you, I'm wondering if you want to find an excerpt of chapter 9 of my book, where
Sure.
I take on intersectionalism to spur discussion. Because I mean, I quote the Decadent Society in there, where he says it's been 40 years since postmodernism really was radical and new. And then there's a great quote about the strange experience of political radicalism under decadence, that is the virtual online experience. I mean, I make my case in the chapter of what qualitatively changed from first wave PC. And I do always feel very confident that I bring something to the table in that chapter that is lacking in other discussions of the origins of, if we're talking about my book, I'm going to say intersectionalism.
Yeah, I found a paragraph, and I'll read it. I just want to say something. I want to point out that the Frankfurt School, just to Kutschlik here, is not postmodern. Okay, they're not post-structuralist either. So it is a mistake to think even Marcuse might be. I'm going to stand on that.
Okay, yes, thank you. That's the important distinctions. And no, Marcuse, well, okay, no, I very specifically make the point in the book that you can much more justly trace back to Marcuse than to Foucault. I mean, the whole, there's vocabulary from Foucault, but that's.
I'm going to start with this. The word intersectionality was coined in a 1989 Law Review article. Should I start there? Okay.
Sure.
The word intersectionality was coined in a 1989 Law Review article by Kimberley Crenshaw, arguing for the creation of a separate category in anti-discrimination law for Black women by virtue of being both Black and female, that is, at the intersection of the two existing categories. Within the last decade, it has become associated with a comprehensive, systematic, and dogmatic school of thought that surely merits a proper name, such as intersectionalism. Numerous other labels have emerged as the phenomenon spread further into the mainstream. Some, ranging from left modernism to postmodern neo-Marxism, rely on premises as dubious as their jargon is clunky, but more common are varying derivatives of either social justice or simply woke. The ideology's analogous religious status is to being saved. The writer Wesley Yang has come to simply call it the successor ideology, the successor to Enlightenment liberalism in Western civilization, in large part out of deference to its remaining contradictions and uncertainties. Yet the remarkable uniformity in both the theory and practice of the successor ideology since it attained broad national visibility in the middle of the last decade has been far more striking than the ways it continues to evolve. Thus, we can confidently stick to the term intersectionalism. If nothing else, the consistent core of the successor ideology is a doctrine of intersectionality, proclaiming a system of unity of all struggles against oppression in contemporary society, of women, racial minorities, sexual minorities, and the disabled. I'll go to the next page, read a little bit more. The hierarchy of victim status, and therefore privilege within this system, is more or less consistently fixed. Female over male, darkest to lightest in complexion, the broad and vague category queer over heteronormative, and transgendered over cisgendered. The latter two to the point that even ordinary gay and lesbian identity has come to be looked down on. Hence, intersectionalist proclamations often include an obligatory evocation of their special significance for trans women of color or Black trans lives, going so far as to widely promote a demonstrably false historical narrative of the 1969 Stonewall riots to serve this veneration. There's a definite cosmology of sin and repentance. To be made woke is an extremely limited salvation, in that upon sufficient indoctrination into awareness of one's privilege, the highest attainable status is of an honorable yet servile ally in the struggle against oppression of those further up the hierarchy. I just see that Ben Burgess is joining us in the stream. So Ben Burgess, welcome to the hour 10 of my 15-year anniversary stream.
Good Lord.
So that's some great timing. So you want to start by saying, is there, as far as the definition that Doug just read, anything you would argue with?
Did you hear that my definition of intersectionality there, Ben?
I heard I heard something about wokeness and salvation. It sort of sounded like prose poetry, but I didn't hear the definition of intersectionality.
Well, Ben Burgess, meet Jack Ross. Jack Ross, meet Ben Burgess. Jack Ross is the author of this book, The Strange Death of American Exceptionalism, which is coming out at the end of the month. He's been joining me for this stream. We've been talking about, I was defending Marcuse.
Okay, interesting.
I made everybody watch a video I'd made in 2021. But since you're here, and thank you for showing up, and Ben Burgess has his own YouTube channel and podcast called Give Them an Argument, or GTAA. Is that right?
Yeah.
I want to go ahead and jump into, let's see if I can find this Michael Brooks segment to run here. Because we were going to be talking about Michael Brooks, but also, here we go. And Jack, thank you for joining in for this portion of the stream. You can stick around if you like it. Here's Michael Brooks segment.
Could I say a brief word about the one where
moment you'll be listening to Michael Brooks and I discuss inner peace. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, just briefly about I met him just a few months before he died. It was at the Bell House in Brooklyn the weekend before the beginning of lockdowns, when when I think they had a live show in LA a little before that, but when Crystal and Saga were still at Rising, and that was quite an evening. And he did God, there had just been whatever, God only knows what the story was with Chris Matthews, that he got booted for the remainder of 2020, but he I don't know how he just did the most brutal and side-splitting impersonation of Chris Matthews. I remember thinking, oh my God, I've got to I've got to write this guy. I
Yeah.
got to write this into a movie playing old aging old Jewish neocon has-been character that is basically him doing the Chris Matthews impression was that. Remember,
Yeah, because it was after the Chris Matthews had said that after Chris Matthews, I think, was freaking out about one of the early Bernie primary wins, and he said something about, how Bernie reminded him of like one of the like Trotskyists he'd see selling like newspapers in the 70s, and like he thinks that, it's like, I think this guy was like, rooting for the Reds in the Cold War, and if the Reds had won, there would have been like there would have been firing squads in Central Park, and like I probably would have been killed, and he probably would have been rooting for it. And it was like, it was really like the original was pretty demented, but I do remember Michael's impression of the Ball House.
Yeah. The idea that even the Trotskyists in the 70s were going to put Chris Hayes in a concentration camp is particularly ridiculous. To worry about Bernie Sanders and his following in that way is hysterical. All right, so I'm going to run this clip. See what you guys think of it. Let's see if I can. To Michael Brooks and I discuss inner peace and whether or not socialism is for figs. Michael, welcome back, and thanks for coming back onto the podcast. A little while back, you touched on the topic of acid communism, which is something I've done a couple of little videos about. I'm curious to know what your take is on acid communism. It's an interesting place to start our conversation.
Well, I watched one of your videos, which I really enjoyed. It took place in the context of, for our patrons, we do illicit histories, which I think a lot of people are aware of topics like the history of the relationship between fascist ideas and Silicon Valley, or the development of the Third World Project, a lot of really weighty topics. And then primers, where you've been on, where we'll do something like a deep dive into Marx's critique of the Gotha program, as an example. And in the last couple of months, we've added with Matt Leck and David Griscom, who are my co-hosts and producers. We do think tank segments where some combination of something that's interesting us or questions from patrons that we get on the Discord. And we sort of do a cross of kind of like a deep dive, but also like a, more of like you're sitting in with your friends at the, at the bar kind of chat. And so these guys were, kind of razzing me a little bit, or maybe I was being defensive because I was about to go off for about an 10-day. I was about a 9-day silent Buddhist meditation retreat up in central Massachusetts. And, I have a lot of, and I do think that the psychedelic project and the meditative projects are different and definitely not the same thing if you're approaching it certainly from more like that sort of angle or perspective or experientially. But I do think in the conversations that the left has more generally about the relationship between consciousness or spirituality or perceptual change, or these types of things, and how that relates to a political or economic project, those two can kind of be correlated, and it's a really alive conversation. So let me actually pass back to you, because that was really, I didn't really answer your question, but that was the sort of context of where we're coming from.
So I thought maybe we could just jump in there. And at that point, I believe, I think Sanders had already lost the nomination. I mean, but where would you place that conversation in time, Ben? Do you remember when he was doing that kind of thing?
I don't remember. Probably, I mean, I guess just given that he mentioned the think tank, that probably was post primary, because I feel like that was something that TMBS started doing during lockdown, if I remember right. But yeah, I mean, in terms of content, that kind of could have been anytime, right? Like this is, I mean, that's, I don't know, it's the kind of thing he said a lot. So I don't, I don't, I don't really remember. And it's like the thing that's, the thing about meditation and all that is very, that's very like vintage, Michael. The part about it that in some ways is most interesting to me is that he'd watched the Acid Communism video, that like, because that is, that is something interesting about him, right? That he really did watch all that stuff. Like he would have, that like you'd, I don't know. I mean, like I can remember like 2018, 19, right? You'd be posting sort of, what, what Mario Kart tells us about, Husserl's, phenomenology, and what that
I
tells
have
us
to
about
object.
the labor theory of value. And
I have to object. I never made any videos about Mario Kart nor Husserl. I did make one about the cookie clicker and Marx's theory of value, but not Mario Kart. Okay, I would never stoop.
Okay,
Make
all
a
right,
video about Mario Kart.
all right.
Was Brooks that much intellectual, or I never got that impression. That was that's all you.
Well, that's what I was.
I would be the one making the stupid ass video about Mario Kart and Husserl, but and not Brooks. But Brooks might bring in someone that he was interested in for a segment that would be on something like that, and maybe not that exactly, but Ben was on quite regularly in that position, sort of as someone who was trying to, I guess, provide a philosophical or logical position. I mean, you did give them an argument segments on his show.
Yeah, exactly. There was the debunk segment every week, which was like the predecessor of Give Them an Argument. But yeah, like I think that, but like the thing, but again, like he was like, that is the sort of maybe interesting or slightly counterintuitive thing that that he was interested in all that. I mean, like he, I mean, as I recall, right? I mean, you didn't approach him about doing a book for Zero, right? He approached you, right? And he had he'd been like, he would certainly watch all that stuff. Like this is the, I mean, he did. I mean, you'll recall that he made a parody video of one of your Zero Books videos once that was like, which was the sort of parody that you would only be able to make if you'd watched like 200 of them.
I'm gonna clarify some things. First of all, actually, seriously, he approached me about coming on to the Diet Soap podcast.
Okay.
When his own channel was breaking out from the Majority Report.
Yeah.
So he was doing a lot of promotion for it. And I was surprised that he approached me about it. I mean, we had the Zero Books channel. It was doing fairly well, but he was with the Majority Report. He was sitting in a real live studio. I was sitting in my bedroom still.
Sure.
And now as the parody video that he made, it was not a video. It was a recording of his voice.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But it was an audio parody of a video. That
it was like an but he
like,
never
like right down to like there was like a 8-bit version of some song that like I think he'd actually like found the music or recorded it to to add a layer of authenticity to the kind of music that would be in old Zero Books videos.
Yeah, in a voice that was, I didn't think sounded anything like me.
No comment.
He said, the music you're listening to right now is the Super Mario theme, as processed by chiptune, something like that. And then he says, and I'll be making a video about why using the N word is an imperative for socialists today. Is what he said. But I want to point out.
All right, I wasn't actually going to take it to the point of quoting the video, but yeah.
I want to point out that was never released publicly until now, and yeah, it was definitely he was breaking my balls as you are right now, but yeah, no, he was hilarious, and he was eclectic in his interests.
Yeah, I mean, extremely so, right? I mean, this is
I think a good note for me to part on is to say, as far as releasing that video now more than ever, and Ben, I'm glad I could finally make your acquaintance. Hopefully, we can do a pod on my book before long, and thanks again, Doug, and I'm very excited to be part of the future at Sublation.
Well, we're glad to have published your book, and I'll talk to you soon, Jack.
Okay.
All right. So yeah, now that Jack's gone, I don't know what to say, as I was leaning on him for support. I need some buffer between your ball breaking and the past.
That's you know, I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, like, really the headline here, I think, is that he actually was, you know, a fan. I mean, like, he had you know, he watched all that stuff. He obviously got something out of it. He had you know, he you know, he had you on the show, and you know, to do some, you know, sometimes very un-TMBS-ish things, right? I mean, like, one of those was to, like, talk about your science fiction novel. You know, that's
right.
the sort of, that, you know,
yeah, that was he did that as a favor to me, really. I got on, there was the Michael Brooks show, and then there was the Majority Report, and I got on both shows because of him. And I don't think that if it would have been up to Sam, I would have ever been on the Majority Report. So yeah, I mean, he was definitely the most radical, and I think the most Marxist of the people at the Majority Report.
I mean, that's in a sense, right? I mean, I mean, you know, there's Jamie Peck, who, you know, was in her own way, but yeah, sure. I mean, I think that it is definitely true that, you know, that Michael had, you know, like had those interests in a way that was, you know, that's different, right? You know, from Sam, that, like, not that Sam wouldn't have, you know, a lot of people on you know, like, some of whom did have those views, right? But, like, yeah, but I mean, Michael was more, you know, he had, I mean, I was never on, you know, it was like 2021 or something until I was on the Majority Report, except for, like, on the Michael Thursdays, when
I see.
You know, when, like, he'd be, you know, like, he'd do, like, the solo shows on Thursdays, and, like, I think a couple times, you know, I think once I was, like, on to promote my book, and then there was just, I think I was on once or twice else, because he was just like, hey, somebody canceled, can you come on the Majority Report in the next hour? But yeah, look, you know, I mean, he certainly had like really wide ranging and, you know, and eclectic intellectual interests that, you know, that you didn't always even necessarily fit with the persona that he projected, right? I mean, there was a sort of there was, like, a certain level of, like, you know, aw shucks, I'm not a fancy guy, you know, like you guys, I just, you know, I just do a, you know, I just do a show where I, you know, make fun of Dave Rubin or whatever, you know, that, like, like he would make kind of comments like that sometimes, but he, you know, but I mean, he always, you know, he certainly read, you know, very voraciously and very widely, you know, and it was always part of the pleasure of like, for me, going over to his apartment in Brooklyn to like see what 3 books were like half done, you know, at the apartment at, you know, at any given time. And, you know, and so, yeah, I mean, I think it's like on a certain level surprising, but on a certain level unsurprising that he was watching the acid communism stuff. And it's extremely unsurprising that, you know, he found a way to relate that to the interests in Buddhism and meditation and all of that.
Yeah. Well, I would say that there was when I look back on the 15 years of podcasting, there are just like little epochs or eras to the podcast. And the after Michael Brooks came on, I would say that in a sense he defined the Diet Soap podcast and it wasn't just my podcast. He was there was like Chapo and there was Michael Brooks, and as thought leaders or influencers or, you know, certainly podcasters, defining a serious social democratic left. And the fact is, Michael Brooks reached out to me and wanted to come on, and I did get Matt Crispin on eventually, but I had to track them down, you know. So there was one difference, that he was, I think, Brooks was looking outward and surveying the landscape a bit more than probably the Chapo guys were.
Definitely. Yeah. I got the time. Yeah. First time I had Matt on was because they'd done a bit on Chapo where they had, they were talking about how, this would be much better if I remember the real guy's last name, but there's this like QAnon conspiracy theory from the summer of 2020 that Derek Chauvin was really like a crisis actor or something, and that he was really this comedian whose name is Ben something. And Matt Crispin was talking about this on Chapo, and he spent like 5 minutes talking about this conspiracy theory, but every time he said whoever he meant to say, who's the comedian Ben something, who's in the QAnon conspiracy theory, he always actually said Ben Burgess. You know, you know, it was really Ben Burgess. So I was able to sort of use that. This was pre GTA. This was when I was co-hosting Dead Pundit Society with Adam Proctor. But you know, so I was able to kind of use that to be like, hey, at Cushbomb, you know, me and whoever this other guy are actually distinct people, but I enjoyed the segment. You want to come on the show? And you know, that was sufficient to get him on. But yeah, you're right. I mean, Michael was always you know, looking you know, he was like interested in sort of finding people that he would want to engage with, and you know, and this is certainly, you know, I mean, certainly in my case, I mean, he had you know, when I had met him, you know, through you, he had you know, he'd certainly brought up the idea of my coming on the show, you know, on TMBS, and then when he did say that, I was like, oh, cool, right? You know, I can, you know, go on once or twice and, you know, promote the book, right? You know, which was all I was ever thinking. And then the whole idea that I could, you know, do this debunk segment and all that, I mean, that was like 100%, you know, that was 100% him, right? You know, because he had, you know, he had this kind of, yeah, I think he definitely, you know, wanted to not be stale and to sort of find, you know, new people he could bring on, and you know, and even to like go on other podcasts that, you know, that he would find interest in, you know, which or even like, I don't know, even like Thaddeus Russell when he went on that podcast. I guess I don't know who approached who, but like he like took a trip out to be on, right? Because they talk about it in that conversation that like there's this whole thing about Michael standing outside his house in the rain. That they talk about at the beginning. So yeah, I mean that is definitely maybe like a slightly, you know, a slightly counterintuitive you know, thing about him, although it also, you know, it also really fit, right? You know, that this was like kind of the you know, even though, you know, he kind of made it look easy. I mean, this was somebody who had a you know, who was definitely kind of always grinding and had a, you know, and not sort of content, you know, with where he was, which, you know, certainly many people would have been, because like before he even started his own show, he was like a, you know, sidekick kind of co-host, but nevertheless like a co-host on a huge show, and, you know, all of this stuff, right? You know, I think a lot of people in the same situation be like, okay, cool, I'll just do that.
Yeah. Was he ever on MSNBC?
I don't know if he was ever on.
You were though. You went on recently, didn't you?
I did. This is yeah, it was on I was on MSNBC 9 days ago. I had which I was actually interviewed like last summer, but they for this documentary that aired on MSNBC, but it only actually aired on Sunday, April 7th, which yeah, was good timing too, right? You know, I was at my parents'
What was the
house.
documentary about?
It was called XCLD, the story of cancel culture, and it was like produced by Trevor Noah, I guess, and it's like it's definitely you know, I guess I'll go ahead and bite the hand that feeds me here and say that I think as like a movie, I have issues with it, but the 90 seconds of me I was actually really happy with.
Okay.
It's you know, I'd kind of been joking to people for like weeks before this happened that like I'm, you know, fully prepared for them to take from my 2-hour interview that I did last summer when they were in LA, like whatever the 10 seconds were of the dumbest thing that I said. But they really didn't do that, right? I mean, they had like the 90 seconds of me that was in there was like honestly kind of what I would have chosen if I had to like pick out 90 seconds, because it was actually the sort of, a lot of it was the sort of stuff that was most politically important to me. Like the first thing I say on there is it really a good idea to have major communications platforms in the hands of, you know, private companies that can just be bought by whatever billionaire wants to, and, you know, can just set the rules however they want to. And I remember when I said that, I was like, oh, great. Right. Like if this is it, right. If this is the 10 seconds, I'm happy with that. Right. That's fine. And then there were like a couple of other things which were like more inconsequential. But then the last time I'm on screen, I said that like saying like, oh, I'm not going to give, because they were asking me at this point in the interview about like sort of people like canceling like brands, which I sort of tried to push back against the whole line of questioning. It's like, I don't really understand what the word means at that point. Right. But then
that's a boycott.
Yeah, exactly. Right. That's a, but then one thing I did say that they included, which is the last thing that was included in that, when I was on screen, was, I said, that I don't think that making different consumer decisions is a very effective mechanism for achieving social change, because you're always just not, you know, giving money to one corporate overlord by giving it to a different corporate overlord instead. And, you know, this is just, you know, companies competing for your consumer dollars. That's just, you know, capitalism. And that's actually the problem. And so, you know, honestly, yeah, if they were going to pick like two things I said to include in the movie, I'm pretty happy that those were the things.
Yeah, I mean, I want to let's talk a little bit about cancel culture and censorship and the difference between private moderation and public control, because I'm at the point now where I think that, I mean, this is very maybe libertarian or bourgeois, but I think that if we were living under conditions where a few big tech companies could decide who could talk and who couldn't based on their individual whims, that we would be better off than we actually are right now. That what's happening now is that because of a multitude of organizations' interference, but primarily I point to the Department of Homeland Security, we have moderation, we have policies that are being put in place by some sort of basically the NATO line is being implemented across as far across the board as is possible. So like the fact that there are still a few private capitalists out there bucking the trend, like Rumble or X, or at one point Parler even, is a good thing. Even if it is all for private profit and you know, even if it isn't the communist utopia that you might want to produce, so you could have true and full free speech rights. It's better. We're better off when there's a diversity of the kind of diversity that emerges from competition between capitalists, rather than where the tech companies have to bow down to the state in order to maintain their business license or have the executive take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you're going to have, it's like if we lived in a libertarian dystopia where all of the streets were owned by individual rich people, then I would much rather have the main street in town be owned by like a free speech billionaire who would let people have protest marches down the street than have it be owned by a non-free speech billionaire, who wasn't willing to allow that. And certainly if you had the DHS in here applying any sort of pressure that would, on people to be more like the second kind, that would be bad. Right. But I also don't think you should have to just sort of hope that that you have sort of that you have like relatively benevolent capitalists, not relatively less benevolent capitalists, making these decisions about what we can say and what we can't say, and all of that, right? I think that it's I think that is a problem, right? And by very rough analogy, right? You think about like the McCarthyism in the 1950s, that this is there's certainly actually in a much clearer way there, right? Than there is right now. Because a lot of what we're talking about, I think with the DHS stuff is sort of behind the scenes, and it's maybe a little unclear how much it's just sort of like what exactly the levers of pressure are, and it's not good, regardless, but I think that, like in the 1950s case, it's much clearer, you have, that you have like very loudly, right. You have people in government, demanding that, companies, Hollywood studios, for example, purge commies, and them actually doing it. Right. And
well, I'm going to push back on this. Go ahead.
But just to finish the thought, right? It's not if we sort of had an immaculate Red Scare, right? That the sort of Red Scare that Robert Nozick couldn't have an objection to, where you had it was it was purely the patriotic zeal of studio bosses that that led them to institute a blacklist, and it had absolutely nothing to do with government pressure. I mean, I guess that'd be slightly better, but like, I actually don't think it would be much better.
It would be way better. And two things. One, now the state didn't hide that they were directly calling upon the tech companies to censor speech. That was said over and over again by people like Elizabeth Warren, Joe Biden, and others. It's been and the threats came directly as well. The threat was to basically take away their business license by making them no longer protected from lawsuits. You know, I think it's
that's an odd basically sentence, right? Those are two very different things.
No, they would tie the two things together. Either you do something about disinformation, or we will take away your protection from litigation.
No. I get that, right? Like, I have but that's still, you know, that's still a very different thing from taking away a business license. You know, is saying that, you know,
well,
that you don't have this special protection that you know isn't given to other kinds of businesses, etc. Right? You know, that, like, because, you know, it's very, and don't get me wrong, I think it would be bad to take.
It'd be like saying you don't have we're no longer going to rent the telephone poles to you if you're the telephone company.
Think it would be like saying that. I think that they have I think it would maybe be like saying that. God, I don't know what the analogy would be in this case, but I mean, like, you know, but you're talking about immunity from people suing you, right? Like not giving it immunity from private citizens suing you does seem to be very unlike saying you can't have a business license or you can't use the telephone poles, right? Like I think pragmatically it would be bad to take it away because
it's the same in so much as the companies couldn't function without that legal protection.
I don't know
just like the telecommunication companies couldn't function without being able to rent the telephone poles. In my example, the threat would have been cataclysmic if acted upon. It would have at the very least broken them up, but probably meant the end of social media as we understand it, because because you would have to have editors in between the users on social media and.
I mean, I think they would get much more censorious if that happened, which would be very bad. I don't know that it would mean. Like, it would probably just be that, you know, there'd be like a much lower threshold for being censored because people, you know, because they'd be worried about being sued, which again would be bad. But I think it would be bad because it'd be bad for.
But the second point. So if you don't think that it would have been that's the threat to put them out of business, okay, I disagree. But then the second point is, in the case of today's censorship, as opposed to during the McCarthy era, we actually have, and maybe this exists in the McCarthy era, and I don't know about it, but we actually have the paper trail, and we know of the institutions that were created in order to direct the censorship.
Well, this is what I'm saying. In the McCarthy era, it wouldn't be like, oh my God, we discovered a paper trail. You just open the newspaper, right? Like this is not, you know, this isn't.
No, you could open the newspapers now as well. Many newspapers were calling for the censorship of tech. Many newspapers were calling for censorship. Hold on, wait, no. No. I'm saying that unlike during the McCarthy era, the direct pressure put from the state onto the tech companies is documented. It's not just a matter of some public statements. It's also the systematic and institutionalized, technologically implemented system of monitoring and controlling what was said.
So what were the like? I mean, this is something you know much more about than I do. You know, partially because I for reasons I've been sort of going through, I find it largely irrelevant. I don't think it like quite I think that whatever's true about this, I think it's a bit of a sideshow, right? It's not the main problem, but since you do know much more about this, I mean, what was the, like in this paper trail, what was the sort of, what were the pressure points? I mean, what was the, they like they would say like here's like here's the stuff that we want you to censor, and if you don't do it,
well, the first of all, they created a hub for state officials and for NGOs and for the intelligence community to communicate with the tech companies. So I'm not talking about the pressure point anymore. I'm talking about level of control.
But I think, sure, but I think that this is it's only the level of control.
If you had letters and phone calls documented and recorded where J. Edgar Hoover called up the editor of the New York Times and said, do not publish that guy, never hire him, and that was recorded, that's the level that we've got when it comes to censorship online. Only it's not one guy, it's tens of thousands and
New York
Times.
New York Times has, of course, gotten many documented requests to not publish things from the national security state over the decades they've usually ceded to them. But yeah, I think that what I'm saying is in terms of, like the distinction, because I think the difference between us here is not that like, look, if the state is encouraging corporate censorship, that's bad. We agree on that. But then like, how bad is corporate censorship if it's, like.
I'll put it to you this way. Manufacturing consent was written to demonstrate that corporate censorship could, in some ways, nearly but not quite reach the of state censorship. If you read manufacturing consent, people thought it was a little hyperbolic, but it was saying, look, sure, we're not the Soviet Union, but we have our own form of censorship.
I guess it's been a long time, but my memory of manufacturing consent was that it wasn't really about censorship per se, right? Like it was.
It was, but it was about a more covert. It was not direct.
Because it was about propaganda, right? I mean, this is that in other words, it's less about censorship than it is about like how narratives are shaped, right? And there's also a really important distinction here because I think that a lot of in fact, look, something that a lot of conservatives will point out that I actually agree with them about is that there's a fundamental distinction, right? Even without any sort of element of government encouragement or coercion, or again, I think what pressure points there are, I think, is a really good important question for filling out that story. But that even something a lot of conservatives will point out is it's like, look, there's a fundamental difference between a organization like the New York Times and an organization like Twitter or YouTube, right? That a media, like a publisher, is like it's completely fine for a publisher to have an editorial line to sort of determine like what's worth publishing and what isn't, right? That's all legitimate, right? That there are sort of free speech adjacent questions we could ask about that, right? That I wouldn't want to dismiss, but I mean, there is a sort of core legitimacy to all of that. Whereas if you're talking about Twitter or YouTube, then you're not talking about publisher, right? You're talking about things that are supposed to be a neutral platform, they're supposed to fill this role as a neutral platform, and that makes corporate censorship, even if it's initiated at the corporate level with zero government encouragement, much more disturbing. It would be like if we privatized the post office, and one of the companies that ended up like sort of taking up a big share of what had been the business of USPS, decided that we're not going to carry certain magazines through the mail because we disapprove of their political content because like they're against the war in Ukraine or something, right? That would be more the equivalent than like the New York Times making an editorial decision.
Okay, well, I want to think about this for a second because I'm tempted to agree with you, but I want to clarify something here. But
Sure.
the First Amendment, the people whose rights were trod upon weren't fundamentally the tech companies, right? Every user of social media has First Amendment rights. They can be intruded upon by private companies. Okay, so like if I don't have the responsibility to publish any book.
Yeah.
Okay. Even and Twitter or Facebook, they don't actually have to post anyone's posts. They can decide arbitrarily who they allow to publish and who to post or not. They're not the same thing as they're not treated the same way as the post office or the telephone companies. They are somewhere in between, but they have the right to create their own moderation policies. The trouble here, the reason this is so extreme,
legally they have the right. That's the problem.
Right. Well, but listen, that's an earlier argument. Okay, that's before what we know now. What the reason this is so extreme is the state constitutionally is not allowed to intervene to censor anyone's speech. That's all. So not only did the state intervene and censor the speech of the tech companies, but they're also intervening to censor the speech of, the first one that comes to mind is RFK Jr. And he was a prominent example of someone who was censored on Twitter. But it was really millions of people whose speech was suppressed systematically. Both, on the one hand, you had threats of deregulation that would put these companies out of business. On the other side, you had FBI agents and others communicating daily with the companies. And further, you had hubs of communication. It's like well beyond just opening up a Slack chat, but it's like a Slack chat between the Department of Homeland Security, the CDC, 3 or 4 nonprofit organizations funded by the federal government, founded by the Department of Homeland Security, all communicating with the tech and media, not just social media, but also them. And in their long fuse report, they say our goal should be to continue to help set the moderation policies for these companies, and basically they say infiltrate and to influence reporting on every level within mainstream media, and by embedding into these organizations, and pre-bunking stories before they arose would be part of it. I mean, what was being exerted here was an attempt to exert basically of control over all of the communications infrastructure in the country.
Yeah. So if you're talking about a legal constitutional question, right, then they're certainly not allowed to legally force companies to print something or not to print something. But maybe more about the First Amendment jurisprudence here that's relevant, that's already happened than I do. But my understanding would be that it's at least much less clear that it's illegal, right? It's unconstitutional, to make requests, right? So like when the New York Times, for example, infamously delayed its reporting about like the CIA black sites in Europe for like a year until after the 2004 election at the at the request of whoever in the Bush administration, CIA, whatever, who muttered some half-baked nonsense about national security in their ear, say that they shouldn't report it. They said, okay. I don't know that there's any court ruling that would say that was illegal, right?
There are court rulings on this, yes.
Because I know, because if they'd tried to do what they did, like with the Pentagon Papers, and say like, oh, we're gonna like actually try to legally stop you from printing this, right? That's definitely illegal. But just to make the request, it's unclear to me that it is. And
there was a case with a bookstore where the bookstore received several requests to no longer carry, like I think a sex manual or some sort of sexual education material, and it was at a state level.
Okay.
And the court found that amounted to basically a violation of the First Amendment due to the amount of pressure.
Supreme Court case, or is this like
I think it was a Supreme Court case.
Okay, because that's like because say like that sort of thing happens quite frequently, and if they were able to, if it went through court and they were able to win the case, presumably a big part of how the government would be able to win the case there would be to say, look, there's no legal force here. There's just a request that a private company voluntarily complied with. Whereas, notice, hold on just a second. Like, notice here,
we can't reduce that angle. But in fact, there is a legal case.
That would surely be their argument. And what that argument would rely on is precisely the petty despotism of the private company that could do whatever they want because it's their property, right? That you couldn't like. So like, you could have,
however,
a government that was constrained by a First Amendment requesting that a street owner not allow a protest to go down the street, and they would have at least a much better case that they weren't violating the First Amendment, and they would have at least a much better case to make that they weren't violating the First Amendment, that if it were a public street, they just hadn't allowed it.
Okay. That has been adjudicated on. There has been a case, there's precedent for simply requesting that something be censored amounting to a First Amendment violation.
Okay.
However, that's not what we're talking about in this case. We're talking about creating institutions whose purpose is to censor.
Yeah, but that's
within the government.
But that's fundamentally, look, if you're just talking about an institution to streamline requests that the private owner can then still make the call about whether to honor the requests or not, then you are still very much in the territory of, is the request itself unconstitutional? Now, maybe you're right, and there's like there's some body of clear enough Supreme Court precedents that this is settled law. Like I said, I wouldn't claim to know as much about this as you do, right? But I would imagine that, that to the extent that there's any kind of legal ambiguity about that, then it would be precisely because that it's still ultimately the call of the media oligarchs whether to honor the request or not, which does sort of get back to my sort of core argument that it's like, look, I don't think we should have this sort of impoverished libertarian conception of free speech. I think that.
Yeah, but I think you're being completely disingenuous here, Ben. I mean, I'm a little appalled because you're using an apparently stronger argument for free speech to justify.
No, I'm not. I'm going to stop you right there, Doug. That's not true.
Violation. Hold on.
I'm not justifying it.
Oh, hold on.
No, Doug. Sorry, I can't.
To argue for the Democratic Party's case that's coming up to the Supreme Court and push and push and push as if it's reasonable, it is not reasonable. Okay, there has been precedents before. Just showing that if you just chat them up.
Doug, I'm not saying it's reasonable. I've said the opposite.
If you just chat them up, you are violating the First Amendment. That's been shown in the past. You also the government can pass no law to infringe upon.
Doug,
they certainly can't
Doug,
build an institution.
if you're going to rant and mute me, I'm going to have to say goodbye.
Okay.
But they have a Like,
I mean, you were talking. I was trying to intervene before, and I'd like to be able to finish my thought as well. And I don't want to be interrupted. I want to get to the end of the point. Okay, and I'm not ranting. I'm telling you the facts as I understand them.
yeah, but you were lying about my position. You said I was justifying it. I was absolutely not.
Whatever your self-conception is,
No,
fact
I'm
is,
just not. That's a lie. That's not true.
How is that a lie? Tell me
I'm
how.
not justifying it. I'm against it. I've told you over and over again that I'm against it. I'm in print talking about how I'm
Why do
against
you think I think you're against it? I mean, why do I think you're justifying it? Why do you think
Okay.
I'm saying you're justifying it?
Because I think that on this particular subject, you tend to get worked up and you tend to assume that anything that's not sufficiently enthusiastic agreement on every single aspect of what you're saying must be people secretly taking the position that you see yourself as being against.
Okay, but I don't think you're saying it's not a secret. You're what you've been saying is there is that one, it's not a very important story. Two, that it's actually what's more important is the corporate censorship rather than the state intervention. And three, of course, the state, and this is Biden's argument, can politely request these corporations to suppress Seymour Hersh's reporting. And, of course, they have the legal right to do so. And it's not just Seymour Hersh, but I picked that example. But whereas what I see is when you combine not only the obvious First Amendment violations that started with just the development of the Department of Homeland Security organization to direct what's online, that is in itself was a violation of the First Amendment. When you justify that by saying, oh, they're simply streamlining the legally protected requests of these tech companies, that's, to me, that is taking up the Democratic Party line, which, by the way, tomorrow will be the Republican Party line. It's not like it's, but the third thing I want to say, though, about this is that, it's not just in the United States. And the fact that there's cooperation between nations and in Europe, they can outright pass laws to censor because they don't have the First Amendment, means that the U.S. government, Department of Homeland Security, can pressure these international organizations to suppress the kind of information we get within our own country by asking the UK to do it or Australia.
Yeah. So I'd said over and over and over and over again that obviously I'm against it. I've talked about being against it in articles that I've sent you in the past. I think you have to have a really Manichaean view of this to somehow interpret me as justifying something I've not only said in print and that I've said like over and over in this conversation that I'm against. That's fucking appalling, frankly. Second, in your reconstruction of my argument, you said, oh, I'm saying, of course this is legal. No, I didn't. That's very different from what I said, Doug. Jesus Christ. I said, I think that there is probably some legal ambiguity here. And obviously that doesn't mean, in fact, I think very deferential. I said, I think you know more about this than I do. I'm open to being corrected on this, but I do think that there's.
Well, I corrected you about whether or not there was legal precedent for simply chatting up, just making the requests themselves amounting to a free speech violation. It does. Okay. And when you add in the fact that you're talking about the other duck would be to say, well, no, the majority of these requests weren't coming from CISA themselves, but from these NGOs. When you add in the fact that
said, because I know what you'd say about that. Like, I'm very aware of your position on this from earlier in the conversation.
Right.
Again, my point here is not that I think this is fine. And you didn't listen to me the first 20 times I said it. So maybe the 21st time you'll believe me, because I know you really want me for some reason to be your enemy on this. I don't want that at all. I just hear you when you make these arguments that the First Amendment isn't being overturned or moved around. I don't hear it as different than people who said, listen, if you don't have it. I mean, I hear it as a different argument, but to me, this is not different from the Snowden revelations of mass surveillance of the population. And the only difference is, from my point of view, is that
in this case, we have it mostly coming out of the Democratic Party rather than the Republican Party when the Snowden revelations came forward. But the violation of the people's rights are the same in both cases. And in fact, when comes down to controlling what people say rather than spying on them, the political ramifications are much more severe. If you can't speak and be heard, and how can you organize an independent left? How can you organize an independent socialist movement if there's a true clampdown on public speech? And the aim here is to create that condition. That's okay. Now,
yeah, I think that limitations on what people can say on social media are really bad. I have been banging this drum for longer than you have. I have. This is something that I've been talking about very consistently for a very long time. I think that that's really bad. I agree with you that government promoting that is also bad. Right? We agree on that. I would obviously hope that if this is adjudicated in court, that the Supreme Court rules the way that, they interpret the relevant precedents the way that you do, right? That would be a good thing. That would be a win if that happened. I think that where we do, beyond maybe my being slightly less optimistic about that, right? Mm-hmm. Whether they would definitely do that or not, because I think, I generally assume that courts are going to rule in establishment ways and come up with justifications for it. I think in this case, I can kind of see what the shape of the justification would be. I hope you're right. I hope they would. But I would also argue, I think the substantive disagreement that we have is about whether government promotion of corporate censorship is sort of the main event, right? Or whether the corporate censorship itself is the main event. And the point I was making about the legal question is that, to the extent that they have a legal argument here, and, again, maybe you think that maybe there's a sufficient body of precedent here that the Supreme Court, which is usually extraordinarily deferential to the national security state, would actually rule the way that you hope they would here, right?
I have no confidence that they will in this case, but go ahead.
But if they don't, right, presumably the argument that they will use not to, right, is going to be precisely about the idea that the final call here was made by private owners, which I think points us to the fact that there is that there is a deeper free speech issue here, right? That there's the sort of that beyond the question of the government promotion of it, at the, if you want to call that the tippy top, right? From almost the top, right? From the corporate oligarchs themselves, censorship from that quarter is itself extremely serious problem. And I would argue that's the bigger problem. If I find corporate censorship itself horrifying, I'm obviously not interested in justifying government promotion of corporate censorship, right? That would be a strange, incoherent combination of positions. But my argument is that the government promotion, while bad, isn't the heart of the problem. That's my argument.
Okay, so here's this lays behind my heated response before. This is the reason I react against what you're saying now, but it's I can understand where you're coming from. I think you're offering that argument in good faith, but here's the thing. In our current society, any company that tries to create a press is likely to also form a corporation. So when you're talking about corporate media, that's a very broad range of media companies that can range from some small communist press. I think Verso is probably a corporation, and to Fox News or something.
Sure.
The problem when it comes to corporate media dominance is the combination of monopoly power, the capital concentration in a few hands, and an ideology that is pro capitalist or corporate. And that's what manufacturing consent is about. It's about how the concentration of money into a few media companies, when combined with a mechanism of sorting for the political class through the elite institutions and and so on and so forth, creates conditions that are almost as if you have a totalitarian state directing people on what to publish and what isn't, what not to. And that's what manufacturing consent's argument is. What we're facing right now is not only this everything I've been arguing about before, but also a moment where through the Restrict Act, which is a bipartisan bill, we're about to empower the executive to simply decide on the basis of national security which companies can have business licenses and which ones can't. I mean, there's a little more to it than that. If they've taken any foreign money or can be shown to have any foreign influence, they can be shut down by the executive. That's the Restrict Act. That's not a Democratic Party bill. That's not a Republican bill. It's bipartisan. It is in line with everything that's been developing since the war on terror and before, but certainly since George W. Bush, and more recently since 2017, when the Department of Homeland Security declared all of our communications infrastructure as under its jurisdiction, therefore making all information in the country a matter for the Department of Homeland Security to sort out. Yeah. And meanwhile, we've got intelligence communities in Sweden calling themselves the Department of Psychological Security. So there's this Orwellian aspect to this that seems to be being literally realized in front of our eyes, and people on the left and on the majority report, and particularly because of not liking Matt Taibbi for some reason, and certainly not because they don't like Elon Musk, are willing to turn a blind eye to it.
I mean, I haven't really watched the majority report in years, so you're definitely better positioned to tell me about that than I am. But I have, I would just say, right, that I think you're right about the Restrict Act, and I think you're right about manufacturing consent. But what I would see left out of that picture, right, is that the manufacturing consent stuff is about the way that propagandistic narratives are manufactured by media publishers, and I think you've accurately described the source of the problem as far as that goes. But I think that's a problem, but I think it's a different problem than corporate censorship when it comes to platforms, right? That the whole justification for that immunity from lawsuits that you think they need to stay in business, my maybe just more pessimistic projection is that they would just censor much harder and stay in business, but who knows? They have but the whole justification for that immunity from lawsuits is precisely that they shouldn't be treated as a publisher who's liable for whatever they publish, because they're not a publisher, they're a platform. And I think at that point, I think that having corporate owned platforms censor is a different issue than having corporate publishers promote propagandistic narratives. That they have that's like again, that one strikes me as more like a privatized post office refusing to publish, refusing to send certain magazines through the mail because they dislike the political content of the magazines, or they think they're Putin apologists or whatever, right? Like that middle problem seems like a sort of independent problem in its own right that is different from and goes beyond what the manufacturing consent stuff is about, even when all of the other stuff you're talking about isn't also in play.
So Ben, here's why I react to that. Right now, there are 2 Supreme Court cases, and one of them is about whether or not these tech companies should be treated like neutral, like the post office, like the telephone companies, or whether or not they should have any editorial control and ability to to be basically whether they themselves have First Amendment rights. Okay. And then there's the other one, which is, has the Biden administration, Department of Homeland Security, the CDC, violated the First Amendment rights of a slew of people who were censored online, including somebody who turned out to be right about COVID and lockdowns, and had an epidemiologist, Bhattacharya, I think is his name. And so those are 2 cases. And when the weaker of the 2 is the first one. The necessity to take away the First Amendment rights of these big companies is going to be harder to argue, to make them be neutral. It's going to be harder to argue for, and is constitutionally shakier than the second case, where we can demonstrate that they create institutions for censorship, in other words, for the control of the press, which is against the violation of the First Amendment. They censored millions of people. They applied pressure on the tech companies, and and these people's First Amendment rights were violated in the process. But what happened recently on 60 Minutes was that they conflated the 2. Okay. And failed to really clarify what was at stake. And I know this because now this is where I'm kind of following the reporting of Matt Taibbi and others. So, I trust but verify on this. But the point is that the conflation of these 2 issues serves the function of weakening the second case.
But notice that I'm doing the opposite of conflating them. I'm saying that you're not drawing enough distinctions.
Right. But okay. The way I think what I've heard is that I basically, what I heard in the conversation was that you were saying that of course the government has the right to tell.
No, I never said of course the government has that right. I never came close to saying that.
Right. Okay. Well, they don't what you said was, I think that there's not any legal precedent to show that it's a First Amendment violation when they merely advise.
Yeah,
that has been shown. But when you add in the fact that
I didn't even quite say that, but I have but I said that I could see that there being a lot more legal wiggle room there, right? Which again, I mean, depending on what we're talking about, I think we agreed that that there was like a decent chance that the Supreme Court would ultimately say that, right? They have I'm not sure, like again, I think that I think the fact that it would be legally defensible, that there's a legal defense that you could run that isn't completely out of left field, that you could imagine the Supreme Court, siding with, right? That that ultimately is about, well, the ultimate call was made by the private owners, whereas, right, if like the actual USPS decided that they were going to stop, like they were going to do their equivalent of like YouTube's thing where they have they automatically, they demonetize anything or like ban it that they say is denying or making light of, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, right? That distinction, right? That like if the USPS did that, that would be unambiguously unconstitutional, right? I think that tells me that there's a deeper problem of corporate censorship that goes beyond whatever's true one way or the other about the issue we've been talking about.
Yeah. Well, listen, I just realized that John Bunch and Ashley Frawley had been waiting in the green room, but I think it was healthy that you yelled at me, and I don't know if it was healthy that I yelled and got mad and muted you, but I think this is a good beginning for a conversation about this, and maybe I can cooler heads will prevail. But I do want to say one last thing to you, Ben, before we wrap this up, which is that. Okay, I'm just going to lay it out there. I feel as though that there's a certain milieu which is trying reflexively wants to and wants to churn this. Okay, let me say it a different way. I think there's an ideology amongst the left, which I often have shared, that says the state can step in and can run things better than the private sector. And that's like a normal thought on the left, right? Through this process, I have become far less enamored with the prospect of the state putting any limits on private presses or private communications. And I would, and I also think that the First Amendment would disallow for these tech companies to be forced into that position. That certainly the Supreme Court was not very unlikely to do that, and that the more solid ground that we have to stand on is the most base level interpretation of, hey, the state cannot pass new laws or create institutions to censor the free press, and the free press is defined along private property lines. It's not, and so anyway, that's my final.
Yeah, I mean, my point would just be, look, if you literally had public ownership, then the First Amendment issue would be extremely clear, right? It would be like the USPS decided which magazines they were going to send through the mail on political grounds. And again, I hope as far as the state stepping in to encourage corporate censorship, I hope that the Supreme Court rules the way that you said. I think that would be good if they ruled that way. I would just point out that if they did rule that way, you would still have a major issue of corporate censorship of platforms that would remain to be dealt with.
Right. That's true. I don't disagree with you. Thanks for coming by. I wish we talked a little bit more about Brooks, but we needed to have that out. At least I needed to do it. I don't know what you needed. All right. All right.
Before Ben goes, let me ask something. I'm going to put both of you on the defensive. Give you a chance to oppose me so you two could kiss and make up. Why do you feel like this is, to me, this is the issue here. The interesting part of this phenomenon isn't government versus corporate censorship or a hybrid of the two. The issue to me is, and of more importance to the left, is why is it that the public has put themselves in a situation where they are essentially asking for censorship? That to me seems a much more interesting question. In other words, why is bottom up versus top down, right? This seems to me to be a bottom up phenomenon. You guys are talking about it as a top down one. So that's my question.
So you think there's like a mass call for this? And I haven't seen a lot of evidence of that.
Yeah, I don't know of anyone who's saying, "Oh yeah, please censor me more."
Because the way the internet developed, what we now know as social media, right? This wasn't foisted upon a hapless public. This was chosen. I mean, there were 1,001 different communication platforms that evolved since the 1990s, since the early 90s, right? Million or more, right? Many of them with technologies that would preclude government censorship. But that's not what people chose. People chose the simple way, the easy way, the way that appealed to their emotions. And the public doesn't seem to mind the idea. I mean, most people, in fact, I would go so far as to say that most people want some form of censorship. They want to have an idea that they are not vulnerable to the unfettered ideas.
I've been on for a while. I want to take a break. Why don't you and Ashley talk about this for a bit? I'll come back and
So I actually really do need to go, but can I just ask John a quick clarificatory question? What's the when you say this, is the evidence just that people are using platforms where censorship happens rather than seeking out alternate platforms? Or is the claim that like there's actually like a sort of popular upswell of people demanding that the platforms do this?
I would say that over the past 25 years, where social media, as we know it today, has evolved over 25 years. It could have evolved, could have unfolded, right? The development of social media platforms could have unfolded in a lot of different ways. It was driven by public demand. There was, I mean, in the early days of the internet, government didn't know what it was, and they definitely didn't know what it was enough to structure it or guide it or control it to become what it is now. What we have now is what people chose. So, my question is, why isn't that what we're concerned about? Why did people choose this? Not, it seems not an after the fact kind of consideration of, well, is government censorship worse than corporate censorship? Right? I mean, they're both bad. The question is, we didn't have to be in this situation. People chose it. The users of social media chose it. So, to me, that's the much more important issue.
So what's the content of that choice? Because does they chose it mean just they choose to use platforms where it happens rather than alternate platforms, or does it mean something else?
Means, well, I can speculate on that. And my speculation is that people aren't concerned about using social media for what? For the kind of discourse that you're talking about, for the kind of political and social discourse that you're talking about. People want it. It's important to people so long as it kind of, meets their basic instinctual needs, I guess you could say. And so it's just not a concern. I mean, in other words, it's important to me. I mean, I'm as free speech absolutist as it probably gets, but that's a minority position. And, I think we have to take people at their word when they say, they don't want unfettered public discourse. They want some form of higher power to guide and control and put guardrails. I've heard that term used, put guardrails around the platform. So that's my point. My point is that I think it's really difficult to make a legitimate argument that the social media we have today and the potential for censorship, well, there is censorship on it. I mean, obviously there's censorship now on it, but the potential for even greater censorship is sort of a fait accompli of just how the thing unfolded. I mean, of the choices that consumers made to arrive where we are now. That's my point. In other words, it's 25 years of consumer choice that led us here. It's not some back room of government operatives that said, or corporate oligarchical operatives that said, hey, what can I do to create a communication platform now we can control, right? It didn't work like that.
Listen, I want to jump in. My legs are sore from me sitting here. I want to get up and walk around.
I know you've been, this been
Ben,
tough.
Thank you for coming on.
Of course.
Again, anytime you want to come back and have me yell at you,
Sure.
I'd be glad to do it again.
Sure.
I'm going to let you go. I'll see you around. John,
yes.
Ashley, what do you want to do now? Do you guys want to talk about my argument with Ben for a little while I go somewhere? Do you want me to run a clip of something? I have, Ashley, I have a clip I could run from Jesse Single about the trans issues, I think. I also have, on that same subject, I have a conversation I had with ContraPoints, the YouTuber. I could run if you wanted. What do you guys want to do?
I could talk to Ashley about anything. So whatever you want to do.
Yeah, I mean, let's see the I'd like to see both of those clips, but so pick either of them.
I'll pick Jesse, and then I'll come back in a little bit. I'm just going to walk around a little bit. Jesse Single is a contributing writer at New York Magazine, and his work has appeared in the New York Times, Slate, the Boston Globe, the Daily Beast, and other outlets. He is also one of the most hated men on the internet and the target of a perpetual defamation campaign. He is the co-host of the podcast Blocked and Reported and the author of a new book called The Quick Fix. Jesse, welcome to the Zero Books podcast and video stream and all of that.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I'm glad to have you, and I'm glad to get to talk to you about really your book. I contacted you because you were featured in Quillette recently as a target for harassment and defamation, and I wanted to have you on to talk about that. But it turns out you have this new book called the Quick Fix, and it's right up my alley. In fact, one of the readers at Zero Books wrote a book called The Semiotics of Happiness a while back. It's all about the happiness industry and the way happiness became a political target.
Yeah.
And when reading your book, I was reminded of Ashley Frawley and her work. So you might want to check that out. But it's something that I've been sort of aware of for years. In general, what your book is about is the psychology industry, or the ideas factory. And one of the things that it starts with is this implicit bias study and how that's impacted our politics and the way we think about race. It also, I think, touches upon the replication crisis that's going on in the realm of psychology and sociology. But how would you describe your book?
Yeah, I mean, the whole point of the book is to look at these. Every few years, there's some new exciting TED Talk idea that hits the stage and then hits the national stage and becomes very popular. And there's books written about it and research funding. These ideas usually claim that they're going to help us solve some pressing problems. So Amy Cuddy told us that if women power posed, if they sort of stood there like Wonder Woman, that would help reduce gender gaps in the workplace. Angela Duckworth taught us that grit is sort of a way of measuring passion and stick-to-itiveness that could help reduce educational inequality. And then the IAT, as you mentioned, the implicit association test is sort of it's fading out a little now, but it has been the way to talk about race in America for 8 years or so, maybe longer. It's been around in one form or another since 1998. What all these ideas have in common, I argue, is that they take these very complicated sort of difficult problems that we've been dealing with for a long time, and they say, here's this like relatively simple fix to them. If you can measure and fix people's implicit bias, we'll get over racial discrimination. If women can feel more powerful, if we can just do that, we'll deal with workplace gender equity issues. And I look at things from a more structural perspective. I think there's a reason these problems are difficult to solve, and we get seduced by quick fixes because they don't ask much of us. And most importantly, they often don't really require any redistribution, which is usually how you actually solve problems.
Yeah. Well, yeah, this is what I was going to mention. It seems to me that maybe the problem is inherent to the field of study that's generating the ideas. When you're coming out of psychology, you're going to be focusing on the individual and individual behavior, and individual ideas or attitudes. So it makes sense that if you're trying to solve social problems through a psychological lens or through a psychological approach, that these are going to be the kinds of things that you come up with.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. It's also there's been especially in social psychology, there's been a trend toward measuring individuals in lab situations because that is the easiest way to generate data, which you need to publish. It isn't automatically true that like a field of a subfield of psychology has to sort of zoom in on individuals. I mean, social psychology at its best theorizes about how other people influence us and how structures influence us. The most popular and sort of well-funded psychology tends to be very individualistic, though. And the problem is you go from an individual pecking at a keyboard, measuring their implicit bias, and then you think about the real-world settings where racism raises its head, employment, housing, and all that. And the question is a question of what psychologists would call external validity. How much can we really say your reaction time on a computer-simulated task has anything to do with the real world?
Do you think this is going to be a question that we can take up again later on, but do you think that the dominance of social media is also helping to fuel the popularity of these kinds of ideas or is that just a correlation and not a causation?
I do like that you can blame literally anything on social media. I'm a fan of doing that. In this case, I think there's something to it because the rise of these ideas, this is a 21st century phenomenon. It's come at the same time. Journalism has both expanded in one sense but collapsed in another. There are more outlets than ever before, other than traditional newspapers, more web outlets, and they're all trying to feed the maw of the voracious content beast. And I was a science editor basically at New York Magazine for the website there for Science of Us, and we had to produce counterintuitive psychological findings for our audience. That was our job. And there actually aren't that many good studies that deserve to be written up. And yet, if you're a journalist, you face pressure to post several times a day. So I do think that's part of it.
That was interesting.
Yeah, I remember the first time that I listened to that podcast being like, damn it, like I should write popular books. Why do I write academic books? Because that was the basic thesis of my 2015 book. And I was annoyed, and I tweeted something like, this interview is why you do a thorough literature review before you write a book. Because I was like, that's what I argue in my book. Why didn't you read my book? But
Well,
it's very
did you hear what he said at the
typical
very
kind
end
of-
there?
What's
I'm
that?
sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to say, very typical annoyed academic peer reviewer. Why didn't you cite my work? So, I recognize that there's a place for popularization. It's the same thing with, what is her name? Abigail Schreier. Am I saying that right? Who's basically written Therapy Culture again. Same sorts of ideas that we've been, there's a whole area of academic research about therapy culture. And she writes this popular book that's like, hey, our culture appears to be highly therapeutized, and a lot of these therapies are ineffective. Huh? I'm like, wow, we've been saying this for like, oh gosh, decades. Anyway, but they nonetheless can bring in all sorts of great insights and do it in a much more popular way than perhaps I could. So anyway, go on.
Well, what he just said at the very end there was that he was a journalist, and he was under pressure to write popular press, counterintuitive arguments in the popular press from psychological studies, right? So, I mean, this is how this happens. This is how these things get out into the public.
Yeah, the first few chapters of my 2015 book talk about that.
I know. That's right. So
in detail.
Absolutely. So when he was talking, like the part he was talking about the studies on, I think it was the studies on reaction time to racially laden words. I think that's what he was talking about. And, so there's a lot of there's a long history of research related to reaction time and perception of conscious perception of word meanings and semantics and so on. And we don't know exactly what it all means. It's been used to describe different kinds of cognitive processes. But no one really ever, at least from a scientific perspective, no one ever extrapolated reaction times to racially laden words to whether someone was a racist in the real world. But the media did, you know what I mean? When I was in graduate school, I'll give you an example of something like that. I mean, it happens all the time. When I was in graduate school, I worked for this, did fellowships and assistantships and whatnot. And one professor, a very well-known professor, did a lot of research on psychoacoustics and on acoustic perception. And he had a pretty good theory about I can't remember what it was. It was something related to the sound that food would make as you ate it, right? Now he was studying a very, very tiny little phenomenon related to sound perception, right? So what you're talking about, something that's very low level. It's not anything to do with the way we act in the world. It's just this. He had this idea about sound perception. So and he had been doing studies and whatnot on it for a long time. So a local TV station, sent a reporter over there to interview him about his research, because he had done lots of peer-reviewed papers on acoustic perception and whatnot. So when the story came out, what the story was how he was trying to infer, he was trying to understand your psychological well-being from the sound you made when you ate potato chips, right? Which was, no, he's not. It's insane, right? But it's that kind of stuff, right, that gets out into the public, and then, oh, well, scientists say we only use 10% of our brain. Hey, there's a reptilian brain, and it's just But anyway, the public demands expertise in this area, and there's not when there's not expertise, someone's going to fill it. Someone's going to generate it.
Well, I think there's a whole conversation to be had about the kind of looping effect and that the supply creates its own demand. But besides that, so there are a lot of arguments around scientism. So scientism is the misuse of science to solve kind of social questions.
How do you define scientism specifically?
So the misuse of science to solve social questions. So this, which, you can't, not saying that you can't solve social questions with science, but it's trying to smuggle in supposedly evidence-based claims to kind of shut down debate. Often that's what scientism becomes. I was trying to think of the definition that I used in my book or in a couple of papers I wrote like 9 years ago. But generally, it's the misuse of science in social debates. So there's a big question when it comes to scientism. How much and where does the scientism come from? And people will say, oh, it's the media. And a lot of researchers, when they get flack for how their research is interpreted and used, they'll say, oh, well, the media ran with that line. They really like that line and they ran with it, blah, blah, blah. But a lot of the time, the researchers themselves have a hand in this. And there's a reason for that. You've got institutional pressures, not just to publish, but also to demonstrate impact. So when you go for a promotion application, you can't say, oh, I published all these papers. It's not enough. You have to say, and they had this impact. They changed the world in this way, or they influenced the public conversation in this way, or they affected this policy. So researchers know that they have to demonstrate impact. And so they will often be at least complicit in the crafting of press releases of their research, or they will frame their research in particular ways that they know will get attention. So the famous example of this is the use of risk ratios. So instead of saying, like, out of every 100 people, if you do this thing, 20 people will die versus, 17 people, you don't say that. You give a risk ratio. You say something like, I don't do the math off the top of my head, but let's say like you have an 80% greater chance of dying, blah, blah, blah. So people will use that because it sounds much more.
Talking about framing effects.
Yes, of course. But you have to frame things that way in order to capture the attention of the media, because you are also competing against many, many other people who are trying to do the same thing. They're also trying to demonstrate impact. And this is just me being nice, like assuming that this is just a researcher doing research. But there's a whole other area, which is the encroachment of advocacy into research. And so people are doing research. They claim like, oh, blue skies, I'm just in my white lab coat tinkering and, ooh, look what I found. But actually, a lot of these people are activists, or they are doing advocacy research. They're part of organizations, or they have funding that was explicitly to answer some question that the funder wanted. So there's all of that going on as well that leads people to kind of engage in this sort of thing. But anyway, let's just say, never mind all of that. But you are, even if you want to show impact and you want to get your ideas out there, you have to frame it in as exciting terms as possible, because you're competing with all these other people who are also doing this research, who also want to gain attention for their problems, for their interests, whatever. And so you'll use a risk ratio. You're not going to say like, oh, my study showed that 10 people died versus 8 people. You're going to say, oh, you had a 30% greater risk. We had a 40% greater risk. The individual doesn't understand what a risk ratio, what that means necessarily. It's like, oh, if I have like a 60% greater risk, does that mean that I'm much more likely than not to die? That's not what that means. You have to know what the original numbers were. Or they'll say things like, the numbers have doubled since blah, blah, blah. And they don't give the context that the numbers are already very low. So it's very easy for a low number to double. So there's all this stuff that goes on. But it's not just the media running away with things. There are all sorts of pressures that cause researchers themselves to frame their results in these particular ways. And now to go into the kind of the other side of it, which is that often it's advocacy research. So you have people who are often answering questions that are set by a funder, and they apply for that funding. Not just like, oh, I truly believe this thing, but because my funder says this, I'm going to do what the funder wants. No, they apply to that funder because they have, a convergence of interest. They think, oh, well, this funder is doing this thing that I also believe in. Gosh, how many meetings have I sat in where people want to do research and they just don't care. They have no passion about it. So that happens too. They're like, well, the Welsh government's giving funding on this particular thing, and that sounds pretty good. Sounds, uplifting and social justice-y. Yeah, let's put in a research thing for that. And they kind of, or if you believe passionately in something, you will craft questions in a particular way that give you the results that you want. And that happens all the time as well. And this happens with bad survey research. I remember a few years ago, I was called on to LBC to comment on this new study that apparently, and new study, this person did it in their lunch break, but it's new study shows that Brexiteers are violent and they're willing to achieve violence or use violence to achieve Brexit. And I was like, we're talking about British people here. They'll spill their tea. They're not about to pick up a pitchfork to get Brexit done. So I go and I pull up the survey, and the questions were, this is why I say someone probably did this on their lunch break. The question was I am willing to use violence to achieve Brexit, or something or something like violence is acceptable to achieve Brexit, or I am willing to abandon Brexit. So, there were only two results, and you had to pick an answer. You couldn't skip to the next question. You're forced into there. Your validity is gone because the person's forced to answer. There's no third option. And it was those were your options. So the results of the survey could only be Brexiteers are actually okay with us abandoning Brexit, or Brexiteers are violent. It was but I don't think that person realized when how many PhD, supervisions have I sat through where I'm looking at the students' survey and I'm like, you got double-barreled questions in here, you got all this, because the student believes so strongly in what they're doing, they don't think about the fact that their survey is bad and is going to lead people in these particular directions. So I think the person was just very passionately anti-Brexit, and kind of put these questions together without even thinking, and this produced this result. And of course, because it was a counterintuitive result, it got into the media. But that wasn't the media's fault. That was the person who was very passionately anti-Brexit who went and did a study in order to prove something that they already believed. So a lot of that is happening as well. So it's quite complex how these big headline claims wind up in the headlines. It's not just the media run away with things. It's not just the media sensationalize. We are often complicit too as researchers.
Yeah, I'll tell you about a couple of stories when I was in graduate school that are right along these lines. And this was in a psychology department, an experimental psychology, the most scientific of all psychologies, right? So, have I ever told you about this? Have I ever told a story about my first major professor in psychology?
I don't think so.
Okay, you'll dig this. This is
I want to jump in before you tell the story. When you have a moment, I want to decompress. I had a glass of wine from my battle with Burgess. But I'll shut up and go away until.
No, you talk, because I also want a glass of wine.
No, go ahead, Joe. Listen to John first, and then. All right, go ahead.
All right. So this is about the issue of, two stories I'm going to tell you. And they both are part of what you're talking about. Both are contributing factors to what you talk about in semiotics of happiness. But also let me preface it by saying that the antidote to these things is scientific literacy among the public. If we had that, the impact of these things wouldn't be nearly as bad. So I had a major professor So this was his program is called Cognitive and Neurosciences. All right. So for those of you that aren't familiar with the way PhD programs work, you have a major professor who acts as sort of your research mentor. And the idea is that, in most psychology departments, every field's a little different, but the way it is in psychology is you work with this major professor for 4 or 5 years. You work in their lab, you start out assisting them with their research, and then you sort of get on top of that area of literature, and then you branch off into your own work and eventually write a dissertation and yada yada. So the major professor is this key person, right, in your academic career. So my major professor, and I was studying decision making, and cognitive psychology and decision making. Anyway, at the same time I was doing, working as a grad student, teaching and doing research and so on, working with the professor and writing papers with her. Myself and another graduate student were doing a comedy act in town. We did this local comedy act, and we did, well, you guys have seen some of my public access stuff, right? It's that goofy public access show. You saw it, remember, Ashley? Right?
Yes, when we were in New York, right?
No. I posted this to our Sublation chat group. Some of you remember you remember the skit on the plant liberation front, and then well, you may not have paid attention. Anyway, make a long story short, okay?
Resend it, because that sounds wonderful.
So anyway, we did all kinds of stuff. So we were but anyway, we were Tim and Eric a decade before Tim and Eric, 15 years before Tim and Eric. Anyway, ahead of our time. Point being, my major professor didn't like it. She thought this was prior to the language of intersectionality and so on coming into academia. This was in the era of the anti-sex feminists. This was the era of Andrea Dworkin and Catherine McKinnon and so on. My major professor absolutely convinced that sexuality was bad for women, and anything with any degree of sexual explicitness would inevitably lead men to rape, and it would psychologically damage a young woman who saw it. So now we didn't do anything that was pornographic or anything like that. I mean, it was just, by today's standards, it would be nothing. It's just nothing. So she called a meeting. This is unbeknownst to us. She called a meeting of the experimental faculty and demanded that we be kicked out of the program for doing this TV show, right? And this local TV show. And the reason she gave was because we were going to cause rapes to happen. And, we both taught, we were both teaching. And if any young woman in our class were to see one of our shows, they would be so shocked by it that they would, they wouldn't want to, they'd be scared to come to our office to ask for help and things like that. So the responses ranged from, faculty slamming their hands down the table and saying this is ridiculous and it's none of our business, and, calling it political correctness and this is ridiculous, So nothing happened, right? The faculty just basically said, no, this is ridiculous, we're not doing anything. But it, left me in a pretty bad situation, right? I mean, I'd spent 3 years working with this person, and now I had to go find another major professor, right, and start over. So that's an example, right, of someone who should have been scientifically literate, should have applied, a scientific understanding to social phenomena. But, she'd come from this, kind of wealthy family, and she went to, she'd gone to like a cutesy private college, and then one of these people kind of had a, didn't go to medical school or law school and had an academic career kind of spoon-fed to her, right? So she comes down to, this big public university in the South, and, she knows what's best. So that attitude drove her thoughts about what she would tell people, what she would tell the media. That's prime example, right, of pure bias in academic output. And it wasn't in service of grants, wasn't in service of any of that. It was just because she was a member of this kind of professional middle class, or she wanted to be this, this member of a professional managerial class. And if she didn't have the actual sort of intellectual understanding to be that person, she was going to invent it, right? So one way or another, she deserved it. She deserved to be in that position, and she was going to tell people what's what, right? So that's one example. Another example, this was during the heyday of the war on drugs. And if you wanted to study drug abuse, you wanted to study effects of drugs, drug abuse, anything like that, you could not get a grant unless you wrote up the grant as we're going to demonstrate that marijuana leads to gang violence and, communism and transgenderism, right? And if you wrote up your grant like that, then you could get funded. If you wrote up your grant to say something like, we reviewed the literature and found that marijuana and hallucinogens have no long-term effect, and in fact, you would not get funded, right? Another way that, and after decades of specific anti-drug research, right? Finally, decades later, the tide started to turn. But, the public was told for decades about the dangers, the insipid danger of all non-alcohol drugs. So there was a professor there who studied alcohol and alcohol abuse. And he wrote up a grant. He got a $5 million grant. This was back in the early 90s. That's a lot of money. A lot of money now for a grant. That was a really lot of money then for a grant, right? So he wrote up a grant proposal, and he got it. He got awarded $5 million. And it was all about, he wrote it up so that it was this kind of, he had come up with this idea of how he could, he had to speculate based on actual scientific research that he summarized. He had to speculate about some things. And he came up with this intervention program for drinking in college students that was inane. But, it met the kind of social definition that the grant funding agencies, National Science Academy, National Academy of Sciences. It was he wrote it up in a way the funding agency wanted to see, because this was the government's policy, right? And he got it. Did it add to the scientific literature? Nope. Did he spend the $5 million? Yep. Did it pay for grad students? Did it pay for all that? Sure. But in the end, is anyone ever going to look back at his study and go, oh yeah, we learned a lot from that? No. So, those are two examples of just how, bias absolutely works its way into the human element of science and the progress of science. With that being said, it only works because of the lack of scientific literacy in the public. If people had a greater understanding of how the day-to-day operation of science actually works, they'd be much better much more capable of distinguishing fact from fiction and what's bullshit from propaganda. So anyway, that's my rant on that.
All right.
Okay. So
Ashley, did you want to go get some wine, or do you have something you wanted to say before you did?
Well, I wanted to respond to that.
Okay.
But I wasn't expecting the story to go around back to where it started. So I had something that I wanted to say, and now I've forgotten what it was. Oh, right. It was about